Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on whereabouts in the world you are joining us from. I'm Henry, he's Kevin.
I'm Kevin, he's Henry.
And welcome to day 3 coverage of the WSOP Paradise Super Main Event. $60 million guaranteed prize pool smashed, $72 million in the prize pool. And yeah, we are going to have a fun day today, playing down to 24. Yesterday saw the end of what can only be described as a bull in a china shop when it came to re-entries. It was max slate reg for the first 3 levels of play yesterday, all the way down, I want to say, to like 15 big blinds. And people were really taking advantage of that, re-entering at their will. But we were safe here in the booth with you know, our wallets. Let me check. Yeah, it's still in there. It's safe. You know, no money lost for me. But yeah, 360 entries coming during those last 3 hours of reg. You know, joining the 316 players from day 1C and day 1D, bringing the total entries of this Super Main to 2,891. Bringing the prize pool to over 72 million. It's just absurd, Kev.
Completely ridiculous prize pool, and completely ridiculous stacks are accumulating throughout this tournament. You know, Henry, you talked about the frenzy of rebuys during the first few hours of day 2, not to mention the extended bubble that we saw near the end of day 2. No surprise that when you've got all those short stacks in the room, there's a number of people trying to lock up that 50K min cash, a lot of them qualifying for a 25K bonus on top of that, right? You were in here for the bubble, Henry, right? 2-3 hours of hand-for-hand play, is that right?
I personally really enjoyed it. For an event like this, we had Jeff Platt running around like a blue-ass fly. I want to check his step count from yesterday because he was running all over the room. There were multiple all-ins, and it was just like, okay, are we ever going to lose anyone? The guys that were all in and at risk kept doubling up. We saw Ibinger forced all in, ace-4 against queens, spikes an ace on the turn for his one big blind. It just kept going and kept going. But eventually something had to give. It was Isla Lee and Rob Cowan both being forced all in from the big blind. And fortunately, I guess, for them, both of them busting out at the same time, meaning they chopped that min cash of 50K. So, you know, getting their buy-in back, basically.
Yeah, effectively not bubbling there. I don't know if they qualified for the parlay, but that is a min cash, essentially, for them, just chopping up that min cash. And from that point on, you know, as I understand, obviously number of decimated stacks in the room after an extended bubble pretty much fly down to that final 7%.
Oh, we went from 202 to 150 like that. Like, I couldn't quite believe the graphic. And then, you know, towards the tail end of the day, that end of day 2 bubble, understandable. And yeah, eventually, when we did get down to 7%, it was JNT. JNT.
I mean, he gets it done. We're normally saying in Triton mains, here he is in the Super Main at the WSOP Paradise Series, just getting it done again, leading the pack in a field this big with prize money that big. This is just someone who we've watched on big stages put people in spots, like the most disgusting spots. Relentless aggression is his strategy, and when the pressure is bigger, that's where that strategy shines.
And is that what it is? Is that why JNT gets it done? It's just he
I
has
really do.
1 foot on the gas at all times, pure aggression, and people just don't know how to, you know, adjust.
Well, what's really hard, I've spoken to some friends of mine about his strategy in the past, and what's really hard, I think, to counter about it is his willingness to play the big pot with a hand that's uncomfortably marginal. Like, he's willing to play the big one with like pocket eights on the 7-high board that other players in the field are not willing to play. And if they're just not dealt better, now you're in these nasty spots where it's like, oh, he had a hand that was supposed to win 6 big blinds for me. He just won 40.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, on the right side of card distribution, you're playing a big average pot like that. You just run up a chip lead in the biggest tournament of the year.
Yeah, he's number 1 on France's all-time money list. He's second in chips overall. He obviously bagged chip lead on day 2B. But perhaps, for the fans and for us here on the production side of things, one of the most memorable moments of the day came when the day 2A chip leader, Mr. Martin Cabral, joined us here in the booth.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't here for that one. I was just about to tuck in for a good night's rest, but I heard you were pretty excited to have him here in the booth. Yeah. You and Randy got some good questions, and I'm sure got, a little bit of, how much banter was there?
A lot of banter, great energy, and I think his willingness to just share some of his experience, from poker and business, some advice to, some of the younger generation that are looking to maybe enter the game and how they want to approach it. And, we're always grateful for any of the pros that are playing these events to, give us their time, come in here. And, yeah, Martin really just, shared some real sage wisdom with the poker world.
You didn't just bring him in here and ask him dead on, like, who won that dance-off between
no, I wanted
you and Mustafa?
I wanted to stay away from that. I was like,
fair enough.
It could get a little bit dicey. So then, yeah, Martin Cabral in the booth, and now he's going to be out there for day 3 as the chip leader. We're moving on to what promises to be a really exciting day, playing down from 202 players all the way down to 24. I'm expecting, that we get at least 10 levels of play in here. We've already mentioned Martin, JNT. Some other big names. Faraz, currently 6th in chips. Jesse Lonis, by the way, 7th in chips overall. Just 50K behind Kaya Mokri for the overall, total live cashes for the year. So this is a potential, not make or break. They both had amazing years, but to end that year, it could be big for Jesse.
Yeah, I heard Jeff Platt interviewing a few players who are in that race. Seth Davies also having an incredible year, but Jesse and Kahan locked. I mean, to be within 50K of each other, they're having like a $13 million year, which is completely absurd. You've got 3 people in that category already, and I'm understanding that because the prize pool in this tournament is so large, there's a number of other notables who could make a run at most dollars won this year if they were to win the thing outright. We've got Chad Evislage in 8th, Kiat Lee in 24th, Leon Sturm 26th, Santosh Savarna in the top 30.
Yeah.
I mean, these are, a lot of Triton regulars who obviously put up big numbers over the course of the year. I mean, how much can they put together in this one?
Yeah, I mean, Coleman won the 125K, Punat Punsri, Foxen, some of the big names towards the top of the chip counts. And if we were to speculate, Kev, at this top prize, I mean, we were talking about 6.2 million last year.
Yeah.
This prize pool being almost, I want to say, 30-40% more than the 50 mil guaranteed last year. So,
yeah.
I mean, my best guess, 8.5, 9 million maybe. I mean,
yeah, we'll see what structure they go with. I know back in the day we're used to seeing the really big top prize, right? It wasn't uncommon at World Series of past to have 15, 20% of the prize pool sitting at first place. It's been a while since we've seen a number that big. But with 72 million in the prize pool, I mean, maybe we crack 8-figure territory.
So we just have 14 million
out.
up top, 20% of the prize pool.
Let's just put 25 million up top. Let's just I don't know, why not? Let's just swing for the fences.
Well, it looks like we're going to be awarding a big payday here, and then of course now coming back. Play expected to be honest for the start of the day as the players settle in. ICM not much of a factor. We've got Martin, Kiat Lee, JRB taking center stage on table 2. Jesse, Chris Moneymaker, Ramos, and Billard taking center stage on table 1. We're throwing it down to Tillman. Oh, hang on a minute. Just hearing we've got a 10-minute walk around. So let's play. Where's Wally? Or where was his name? Where's Waldo? What's the game? Wally, Waldo.
I think another big stack in the room there, Allison Piekazowicz. You know those chip denominations in front? What are those, like lavenders or grays? Theolo just has a lot of them.
There we go. 16 million. These top 10 in chips. And yeah, those gray chips are 500Ks. Greens are 100Ks. Pinks, 25Ks. Texas Mike. Cayenne Mockery. He's got 25 bigs. So I guess we're going to be keeping tabs on both Mockery and Jesse as they battle for the 2025 all-time money earner.
I mean, they're only separated by what you would think is a single pay jump later in this tournament.
Yeah.
Jesse's got triple K-hand stack right now. More.
Texas Mike doing well in the later stage of this series. Juan Pardo. The table with his fellow countryman, Adrian Mateus, one of the best to ever play the game.
How about that for a seed draw, just wedged in between the two sickest players from Spain?
Yeah.
Just, okay. Yeah.
Juanito, 28 bigs. Who else we got? Let's keep going. I see Rauno there, day 3. Who's that? Who's that under the cap? There we go. Joe Carter, a man that knows a thing or two about taking down a big field like this. 2009 main event champion. 38 big blinds. That's healthy. Hour-long clock. Nick Shulman over there. I see Juno Barra in for, I want to say, 14 bullets. Maybe 15. He shared it on his Instagram story.
Yeah.
Corey Aldemir, 2-time bracelet winner. He's got 30 big blinds. Ah, producer James Dempsey in the background. You think he's betting some sports over there on his laptop?
Yeah, what's going on at 1 p.m. local?
It's like evening in Europe, although it's Tuesday, so I doubt there's much going on. Alright. Now they are, yeah, they're big into turtle racing over here.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, maybe add some money down on that action. I'll just push past the guy that's getting his hoodie on. Hello. 2019 main event champion, St. Ensign. Snap called with pocket kings. First person to ever win the main event with kings or aces.
Is that right?
You remember the hand?
I don't actually. Was it against Dario?
He had Dario had like a combo draw. I think it was like 8-5 of spades on a like 10-7-4 something. I remember 9-8 completed on the turn because Doug was roasting Hussein for snap calling. He's just like, oh yeah, kings, like doesn't even think about it, just calls. But
yeah.
Hey, look, the man won, so
Had the best hand.
yeah. Juan Lu, Sameh, Laszlo Boytash. Latauro, Eric Wasserson. 202 players dreaming of. See that GTO wizard being used there. Be careful with that once the cards have been dealt.
This is why you get a privacy screen. Gonna be grinding on your phone. There's no cards dealt. You don't put yourself under suspicion for no reason.
This man bagged. I know he didn't bag heaps. Hang on, he was up to 15 million with 11 and a half left last night. I think he got JNT'd, if I remember correctly.
Deep in conversation with Matt Franklin there. Is that King Callis? And Dan Rezai?
It is indeed.
These are stack tables.
Martin Zamani, Coleman. Coleman fresh off his first bracelet, first Triton. He's got a very healthy 11.4 million.
Scott Baumstein as well. Neck and neck with Coleman. Oh, it's Faraz.
Is that Spraggy?
I don't.
No.
I don't think that's Spraggy. I see the resemblance, but unless he made a really hard switch from full-time PokerStars streamer to GG Supermain qualifier, could be.
Valid point. That is a valid point. Andrew Headley, Jonathan Jaffe. We got someone grinding.
That's just
the GG millions on the side there as well. Use day 3 of one of the biggest tournaments of the year, and yeah, why not?
Who do we got? I love knowing who the like grinders who just can't give up on some online. It's probably like day 2 of a 215 mystery bounty or something. Just like, couldn't do anything. Renlin's out there. Is that Pascal? In the green behind him as well?
Oi, oi. Open playing around, what, 12 million by the looks of things? Number 1 on Turkey's all-time money list. There we go, 14.6 million. Slowly making our way up towards the main stage. Juno Barrett. Who's he got at his table? Sinanolu.
Walking away from the table. I think he was at Juno Barra's table there.
Guys, let the man eat, you know? Getting the camera up close. He's chomping on some fruit. Stam's got a very healthy 12.5 million. All right. See Charles Hook, Leonard Maue. I mean, we're just naming the entire field at this point.
How is it that we know the entire field, though?
I know, it's kind of scary.
Everyone's come out for this tournament. Everyone's still in somehow. There's Lonis. He's got walking chips.
All right, players and dealers, welcome back for day 3 here in WSOP Paradise, the super main event. It's day 3, the first time we're combining a field from 2 day 2s to day 3. We have a total of 2,891 entries, generating a prize pool of $72,275,000. This makes this the top 10, the largest main event field outside of Las Vegas with WSOP main event. Once we put this prize pool up, guys, we're going to pay 202 places. That min cash is going to be $70K today, $70,000 for the min cash. The top 8 places are going to make at least $1.1 million. That first prize will be the same as Vegas and here. That's going to be $10 million for one player to take home this year, guys. $10 million for first place and that coveted WSOP gold bracelet. So, I mean, we appreciate everyone coming out, guys. So, dealers with that button and 7 seat, small blind 100,000, big blind 200,000, big blind ante 200,000. That's 1, 2, and 2. Good luck, everyone. Dealers, shuffle up and deal. 100,000, 200,000, 200,000.
Well, you heard the man. $10 million Up top, 10 million USD, cash money in the back pocket if you take this down. How about it, Kev?
It's huge.
Kevin's just lost for words, chat.
I actually just left briefly to ask the tournament director if I could still register.
So here are our 3 tables. Santosh, Fox, and Danilo. It's going to be a fun one to keep an eye on. Of course, Jesse Lonis, Moneymaker, Ramos. And then the palm table, the one that everyone's interested in, Martin Cabral, alongside JRB and company. So a fun tournament to get some swaps in, you know.
I hope for everyone who didn't make day 3 that they got some swaps in. Long way to that final table still. Good old-fashioned minefield.
Oh, okay. Moneymaker just out here, hand 1.
Very thick, right? Yeah.
Make your moves.
They're bigger and thick. Yep.
I only wanted to protect this card, not this card, so I just put it on there.
No, that's the one good card. Yeah. I got two good cards, so I got to protect them both.
All right,
I
Chris.
just want to win the first hand, so
I'm gonna only protect 1 card per hand. You know, I'm not gonna like.
I'm gonna look like an idiot today. I got to switch out between glasses so I can see the cards and then I can see you guys, and then it's gonna be fun today.
Old people shit.
Old people shit. Dude, you're looking good, man. You lost.
Appreciate that.
I mean, you've been working out and
I've been.
yeah, look good.
Cut down the alcohol, everything. Eating good.
Love it.
Yeah, it's amazing. I like it.
Good woman will do that to you.
Hmm?
Good woman and baby and stuff will do that to you.
That's the reason. That's the reason for sure.
It doesn't look like it, but I've lost 20 pounds, so.
You did. I know. It looked good.
No, I got a long way to go, but
You look good. Yeah. You're playing poker a lot or staying more at home?
stay more at home. I mean, I don't think I'm going to play another tournament probably until like the main event. So,
Okay.
You?
I'm staying more at home as well, but I play a bunch online. So.
Well, I don't count that. I'll play online.
And let's say one, 2 trips per semester.
Open here
Not that
from Franco. Joseph on a short stack, just
Now,
12 bigs
there'll be
coming back to
Wsop
today.
just announced in
He's going to
France,
defend the
which is-
6-4-0.
But it's very near my
Try and
house,
flop a
so,
piece.
Okay, so you're in Europe now.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. How long have you been in
Well,
Europe? I
he's
thought you
flopped
were
a
in,
piece, but Franco's flopped a bigger piece. Top 2
I,
against
we
bottom
have our
pair.
stuff in
And
Brazil,
it's one of those board
so
textures,
still
Kev, where it
there.
just feels like,
but I moved to Europe.
you know,
10 years. 10 full years.
even though you've got a pair,
Yeah, it's bad
I haven't
news.
seen you in a long time.
Yeah.
See what bet size
Probably
Spitali
since you kicked me off a bridge.
puts out here.
Yeah.
Larger size, maybe.
I mean,
When?
Wsop can get away.
Russia.
Oh,
Oh, 250.
that's true.
I'll never forget that.
Basically just one big
It was a great
blind.
day. We had a lot of
It
fun.
was not a great day. It
You
was
had
an
a
actual.
great day.
it was
Feels
a
worth
miserable
taking one
day.
off.
You tell your grandkids about that day. Come on.
My kids think it's a
How-
blast watching the highlights.
See? You
No.
see, that's what I mean.
I don't think it's a blast. I still get
No?
anxiety just watching.
I need to show my daughter. I haven't shown my daughter. I need to
How old
show
is
my
she now?
daughter.
Like 5, 6?
6.
6, yeah.
This card should bail out Joseph. As long as Spitali keeps
One in
betting.
college, one's a high school
This is the
senior,
thing, it
one
just
that's,
feels like
about ready to go to
there's
high school.
so few ways to improve and so many
50
turn
years
cards
old,
where it's
gets
going to
play
be
seniors
impossible
now.
to even get to showdown.
Ooh. Franco with no spade and blockers to top and second pair. He checks this back and opens the door. See if Joseph feels the need to turn this 6 into a bluff on a queen river. It's not unreasonable. You can target pocket 8s, 9s, 10s. Maybe something like Jack 9 suited. Joseph has all the flushes. in his pre-flop range.
475.
And that's another 2.5 big blinds that he won't get back.
Yeah, are you surprised by this, or we're just trying to get like pocket tens to fold? Is that the idea?
Yeah, I think so, and I actually kind of like this. He's got no spade blocker, and those last few big blinds are quite valuable, so you don't want to just jam it in here every time.
Back in the day,
I think this is a
we
nice
check
bluff
when's the
size.
next tournament.
Nowadays,
Is he ever getting those hands to fold, like eights,
I was
nines,
looking last
tens?
night. If I bust today,
Oh, for
'cause
sure.
they're possible that I can get out of
I
here
think it's a
tonight.
really tough spot with those hands. Very hard to find the call.
It's funny how that changes, isn't it?
Change everything.
Oh, Franco against the small size. Happy to jam it in. No showdown for this one. Just the start Franco was looking for. Up to 6.6 million.
Jesse,
Already got 10,000
explain
people
to
with
us.
us.
How do you always have chips? They don't believe you?
This tournament, a lot of buy-ins. That's how. How many are you in for?
10.
It's a lot of buy-ins.
That day 2 late reg.
Oh yeah, that can add up fast.
That's what got me.
For sure.
So everyone's guaranteed $70,000.
You mentioned your next tournament is main event, right? You don't have any.
Wow, who's this
Money
Kev?
Maker series during the. before
Just
that?
#1
Well,
for
I'll be honest,
Francois Billard.
I haven't scheduled anything for the Moneymaker Tour.
You know much about this guy?
The new tax law that's coming out.
Yeah.
I really don't. I'm just not
You
gonna
know I
play
do,
it.
Henry.
I mean,
Honestly,
until they change it. I mean,
Human
I'll play
me.
online and
It's just
play
gonna
very limited schedule.
rip it in
so,
with the aces.
last
Francois,
thing I want to do is go.
Canadian national, some know as Rue.
Pay a ton of taxes on extra
Rue
taxes.
400, I want to say.
That
He
sucks so bad.
It does.
he was the first man to beat me heads
Well,
up
you
in a
had
live
in
tournament.
Montreal, you know.
Wow.
Quite a lot of return too, right?
We've got a lot of return.
is he like a heads-up specialist?
The problem is I can't do a Moneymaker Tour. Basically, what I've discovered is I have to
I don't
be
know
in
why you're
all-
laughing. It's a genuine question.
And
He's going to get a spin.
Whoa, nice. Nice people.
Look like a genius now.
Yeah, I look like a genius.
Messi.
It's always been a genius in this field card
I
game.
had ace deuce.
Always been a
So
genius.
Nice.
less likely he hits that.
Franco calling for Messi. Oh!
Messi.
I mean, when the Argentinians call for
When I
Messi,
was on the TV table, I lasted 2 hands too, so now 3 hands.
Believe.
just get a heart on the turn. And you got life.
Francois has only got one ace left in the deck. He's going to need to find it on the river. Case ace needed for Francois, the heads-up specialist. Doesn't find it. That's rough. You make it through to day 3, you get aces.
Yeah.
You go all in, you get called. You're like, okay, here we go. Spin up time. Gets 2 outward.
Goal.
Messi coming in clutch for the Argentinians once more.
That is a tough one. I know 10 bigs, you know, you come in with modest expectations, but
Just a human being, you want
You are
guaranteed
not
those
a
expectations
gamer.
shot up when
I
he
I will bust you not the
got dealt
not the last,
aces.
but almost the first.
First.
Yeah, almost. You are safe for
All right,
now.
well,
because
you
Bogdan
might,
is here.
Kev.
He's like
Enjoy
your
the show.
savior. He's like your guardian. Bogdan, you like this guy or why are you protecting him? But why is everybody so happy? Except JRB boy.
Raise 400,000. Pass.
Bogdan, you are not wasting time. How much you play? Can you tell me, please?
5.1.
5.1? Wow, you know exactly. It looks like 5.125 actually, so I am not sure if you don't lie.
Call 400. Pass. Pass.
What's
there's a
bothering
collision
you
coming.
today, JRB?
Yep, Lee flats the hijack, and
10 seconds.
Oscar Lima Bio. Very attractive squeeze spot with the ace king.
Raise 1.9.
Don't think Bogdan
What
can
is
get away
this
from 2
table?
jacks.
It's like full of boom, boom, boom. Full of boom, boom, boom. I don't want to play here anymore. Mackenzie, can I get a new table, please?
All in?
It's all going
Bogdan, you have no
in
tasting time, yeah?
over here.
Okay, Bogdan.
All cards table.
Good. Very good, but actually.
Hand 1 of the palm table.
Well played, Bogdan. Nice hand.
26 bigs
Do you want hippo power?
Do I want
for
one?
the Serbian
Hippo power.
against the Spaniard's ace king.
Ah, you are doomed then.
Yeah.
I would give you hippo power because I like you.
Oh, you do a prop sometimes?
JRB, how much you wanna bet? 2 million?
I didn't have an ace.
I bet on jacks. 2 million? JRB? No? Maybe I save 2 million. And maybe Mackenzie don't slow roll. Mackenzie don't slow roll. Ozzy, can I get new table, please? Please? New one.
2
This is too
rounds
tough.
for Bogdan. What a grim start to this day. Blackjack needed. 11 million chip pot.
No.
Not today.
GG Bogdan, I would like to say that pleasure playing with you, but I don't even have the feeling for one hand.
Oscar's up to 16.5 million.
There's more, yeah? You check it, like, yeah? It was obvious, yeah? Okay. Okay, so this is the cursed seat. This is the cursed seat. Whoever sit there, immediately out. Okay, JRB, put straddle. Show some class. Let's do that. One time straddle. You can afford. JRB not happy. I hope he double up soon and then his mood improve a lot. Were you sleeping good, JRB, or not? Not really? You look like you sleep very bad. Right? Right?
No comment.
No, I think so. That's my read. But yesterday I read him for the fold with Queen Jack, and I was right, but then he called somehow. So I don't know what happened. Poor guy with 5-6.
Raise.
It was a great bluff, but against wrong player. Great bluff, but against wrong player.
6.9, I think. 8.
Long-time tournament pro, Taylor Black.
10 seconds.
He's a WPT champ.
1.25?
1,025,000. Raised.
1,205,000.
Has a second place finish in World Series of Poker event as well.
50, yeah, whatever.
The flop was Jack 9-8 or Jack 10-8?
250.
The flop was Jack, 10, and 8. And you had Queen Jack, and then blank, and then ace. And then I correctly predicted that you have folding face. But then you call for some reason.
Close spot with the ace-jack offsuit. Could flat out of position. Hijack versus button,
I feel like I had
relatively
a bluff
late
for it.
position spot.
He has like value, but small value.
Looks like Taylor's even thinking about folding, perhaps. It would be a lot of chips to put in 4-betting, unless there's some dynamic here. 35 blinds effective.
Early day 3. Send a message to the table that you're not here to get pushed around. This is tough with ace-jack. And we just saw Oscar 3-bet with ace-king, and you know.
Sometimes the player who just won that big pot gets a little bit out of line going forward. This king-jack just kind of standard looking. Perfectly reasonable 3-bet option on the button.
10 seconds.
On.
All in.
That's gangster. That's really cool. Great find. Great find, Taylor.
Queens? Queens, yeah? I put you on queens actually.
Dude, we might be
Hippo
down to
told me
24
queens.
and just like 3
Oh,
levels
Hippo,
of this
Hippo
place.
told me. Hippo smelled queens.
Good read, Hippo.
Hippo, he's like.
Back over here, the Lagoon table, Joseph with just 6 bigs. Could be in trouble if he decides to run this.
Very hard not to. Even against an early position open. Ace-10 off, just very strong high card hand for 6 bigs. You're going to get it in good a fair chunk of the time.
Good luck, gents. No ladders to speak of until we're down to 144 players. Just some straight up poker right now. Felipe Ramos with the best of it. Still the case on the Jack 8-3. Some fun turn cards for Joseph. That's one of them. There we go. From 3 to 7 outs. 10 or a 9 needed. Upside down.
Thank you.
Felipe holds. He's up to 6.4 million.
How's it going, man?
GG.
What happened was,
Ah, they are dropping like flies here today.
so we chopped for 5K, and then whenever it was the end of the year, I quit my job to try to play poker, right? And then I went to Vegas the very next year. So when I played the main, I was like, I just want to do this, you know? I just want to play this tournament, and that's all I want, nothing else. And now we get to play 2 main events a year. Like, this is insane.
Oh, it's crazy.
This is insane, seriously. This is insane.
We're really privileged.
Yeah, really privileged. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, Rays,
Let's see.
to everybody.
Let's see how the table's going.
Allison Piakazowicz
Let's test the water.
Yeah.
gets the Brazilian welcome from
Started
Felipe
like 3
Ramos.
3.7.
Thank you. I make a joke that if we were born in the dinosaur era,
Yeah.
we wouldn't be playing poker. No?
No, for sure, yeah. I don't know.
Best time to be alive if
We
you're a
didn't
poker
have
player.
good quality cards back then. Yeah, no.
Best time to be alive.
It's like, imagine like...
Jesse had a close spot with the ace-jack.
Stone.
This looks committing. Probably enough to convince Allison to fold the 5s.
Hard to shuffle to it. Fine.
We need to be pretty sure.
All in.
Oh, wow.
3-7. Supposed to be.
I think Allison might be expecting more fold equity than he's got here. He just says run it with the 2 5s against Lonis. I don't know that he was 3-betting this with the plan to fold. Sizing was pretty large. Sub 20 bigs. 6.5 out there.
3-7-2-5.
And Allison had 14 million. About an hour and a half left on the clock yesterday. Baffling to me that he's all in for his tournament life here if Jesse calls, which he has. Huge pot. What's the idea here, Kevin? It's so top heavy. There's no ladders in sight.
Oh yeah, this is basically cash game
Take a chop, let's
environment
start. 3, 4, 5.
for the majority of the day.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh wait, no, not wait.
Wow.
It's not. Yeah, I meant.
I think I have a good chance on this table now.
Gotta add a jet.
And Jesse's 2 cards away. Make that 1 card away from being up to more than 20 million.
Oh, the trick. Wow. Do you want my backpack?
Went
Here.
for that extra 15%.
It did add some. Doesn't hurt to try. That was quick.
Man, we've lost 20 players already.
This may not be a good seat.
No, this is the worst seat
You know,
5 seconds, my friend. Be careful.
I call. But you did resist.
Just seeing that
But you see,
the
Stefan, I was right. After the blob, he's in much better mood. Can you see that? In much better mood. I'm so happy. It was even very well invested chips from my side.
You know, Martin.
Yes, please.
You're right. I'm in a much better mood. But
You are, yeah?
but I wasn't in a bad mood.
No, but
I was just
hey,
grumpy
but the
'cause-
mood goes like to the roof.
Listen,
Hey, I am so happy I gave you chips.
I woke up at 9 o'clock, wanted a haircut because I figured, you know, what if I get on TV table and I'm looking like this again, right?
Round of applause
want a
for the
haircut.
JRB haircut.
In the Atlantis, you can't get a haircut.
So you didn't get it or what? I
They-
think it's awesome.
Oh, I didn't get a haircut?
No, I think you did.
So no. So I
Oh,
I
he
called-
didn't.
So I called the concierge to have a barber come in. Barber can't get here till noon. I'm like, well, that doesn't work because I have a tournament at noon.
Hey, tough life.
But it would have worked if I had known that the tournament was starting at 1.
Hey, first world problem.
Which I found out, you know when I found out that the tournament's starting at 1?
Yes.
At 12:30 because I fell back asleep and I was on my way here 30 minutes late, thinking I missed 2 orbits. And I was happy to get the news on my way here that
So you were the only player happy about the delay. Actually. Hey, JRB, you play almost 0 mistakes today. I see maximum like 7 mistakes so far. 7 mistakes maximum. You really play great today. Really playing great. I'm so happy you win the flip. I'm so happy.
if I make 7 mistakes today, how that's
I said maximum.
I know if
I said maximum.
if I make
Maybe
if
zero.
I make only 7 mistakes today, I'm in genius mode.
It's a very difficult game, this poker. I'm telling you.
0.
oh man, this could be a long day.
Where else would you ever get these players at a table together?
It's just so good. It really is good. You got Cabral needling JRB. JRB's in a good mood. He got an extra half hour's kip. Couldn't get a haircut. Fortunately for JRB,
You know what's funny because
made it on time.
I used to listen to stuff, even audio.
Also, I just saw that the
1.5x,
WSOP announced their
2x.
WSOP Europe 2026 calendar
2-3 weeks ago.
to their website.
I was
Tell us what you
listening
see.
to a doctor
And their brand new
Telling-
payout calculator. Well, it's going to be in Prague.
because that's very bad for your brain health.
Yeah, it's going to be in Prague. Kicks
And,
off with
It's a little bit scary, the results of the
main event.
when you speed up things.
March
try to catch
31st
up,
until April
what does
12th
it
with
to your body,
15
though?
bracelets,
I mean, but it's
including
good
a
mix, though.
5.3k
I was
main
very used
with a
to it.
10 mil
I was
guarantee.
used to it, and it wasn't. I mean, it
Damn.
didn't have any big
A lot of
repercussions.
schedule shakeups next year.
Yeah. Prague
It's proving
in
it's no
spring.
good for us.
Sounds dreamy.
Proving
I've been wanting to go back to Prague.
Prague's great. Prague's one of my favorite cities.
I never played in Prague, but I
but
have been in Prague to play at Wsop before. I really enjoyed my time there.
I do like 2x speed and then like 1.5x. And then if if there is like an important part or something, then I slow it down.
You take that one, I'll take the next one.
Fair. I'm not greedy. You can have all the ones I don't take, as long as I'm not involved.
Oh, that's pretty greedy.
Chris
Mild-
Moneymaker
mildly
back
greedy.
at the World Series of Poker Paradise Super Main Event. What you been up to for the last 3 days?
Just actually sitting in the room for the most part, trying to get ready for today. It's been a little bit, the weather's not been the best, so I haven't gone outside, but I've been hitting the gym every day, which is always good, and just been relaxing.
What do you make of this turnout? More than 72 million in the prize pool and 10 million to first.
It's insane. Like, this is, it's a can't miss tournament. I mean, you get into something with a $72 million guarantee, it's just absolutely insane. So, or $60 million guarantee, $72 million prize pool. I mean, yeah, you got to show up for this, and if you're a poker player, you got to play.
What has to go well for you today besides card distribution?
I mean, this can be tough. I mean, you got a lot of really, really, really good players in this field. I just got to play my game, be confident, and follow my reads, and hopefully I'm seeing things clearly, and hopefully the cards are friendly.
I'm wishing you the best of luck. Go get them.
Thanks, buddy.
You got it.
We don't deserve Jeff Platt. We don't deserve Chris Moneymaker. Two just great ambassadors.
I love what Chris has been doing.
One of them really, really good looking. And the other one, Jeff. You know, he's got other things going for him.
Just really nice.
Second nicest guy in the industry. That's what I heard.
Glad someone's keeping track.
Threatened me with a lawsuit yesterday.
Okay, that's a hard pivot.
It's the truth. I have proof.
You must have done something.
It was because when we were in the booth the other day for day one, I said that he didn't speak with Espen during his main event run. And he and his lawyers reached out to me.
Slander.
That he did, in fact, speak with Espen on day 5, apparently, of that main event run. And, yeah, let's just say my legal fees have skyrocketed. I need to start running good on the UTH.
Ace Queen High going to show down good for Spitali. Not Sakanian, not going to bluff at that one. Even though he had the gutter, I think it's a reasonable check down on the king turn.
Can I get a stack of green from you? Okay, I'll start with that for now. Yeah.
I will sue him, guys. Don't worry.
Can I get some green?
If everyone donates $1 to me,
You want me to?
I can cover the legal fees to sue Jeff Platt.
Gonna take this seat next.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate it.
That's
Yeah,
whenever-
whatever you want to do.
Whenever
you want
he
me to
sits
change
down,
anything,
we
let me
talk about how bad that seat is.
Yeah, of course.
I got a bunch of pinks, do whatever.
Well, I found one of them at his
Must
expense.
be nice. Nice.
Safe travels, Bobby.
Trying to get the big ones. I like the purple.
Enjoy the show. Saw you've been having one hell of a end to the year.
Good color.
Is it like a little 600K upswing in the cash game streets? You love to see it. Maybe I've
That's what I mean.
exaggerated the
Like,
numbers, but I
you can
remember
never
it
play
being
for
like
that
healthy
amount of money.
6
Now you
figures.
play
So
twice a year.
good luck, good luck, good luck.
Wow. Last year wasn't that much, right?
No, last year was 6.
Six.
Yeah. This is the best tournament ever.
I didn't think. I thought it's gonna be like 7 something. You know, they must have changed the.
It's usually if you have like a 72 million prize pool, you normally pay 12% first place, something like that.
I just thought since last year was 6 million at 60. Was overlaid last year or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just 60.
Okay, so
Yeah.
if it was 60 and then it was like 6
Yeah,
million.
but the payouts are different
Yeah,
whenever it's lower.
Okay.
You pay.
I see, yeah. Makes sense.
Players also
You
forgetting
pay
we
more, actually, than you
boosted the
pay-
guarantee this year
you pay
compared to
little
last year.
less.
It's 50 million, not 60.
Okay, that changes things.
Chris Moneymaker got 10th in this event last year. Is that final table bubble?
Yeah, it was.
Remember him making a run, didn't realize it was all the way to 10th place, $500,000 score.
Yeah, it was pretty sick as well. I remember he was at a table with Liv Barry and Mustafa Kanet, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I went on the feature table yesterday. That was my first time ever. And for the first time ever, my mom saw me playing poker, you know.
Nice, man.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, you know, and she doesn't understand much, but, you know, she was just so excited and it just, like, meant a lot, you know. She texted my girlfriend. You know,
It's very nice. Very nice.
That's really cool to hear.
That's how poker gets popular.
Yeah.
You know, you get your close ones to cheer for you, to talk in the family gathering, like, oh, my son is a poker player, you know. I love that.
I mean, I had an open-minded parents, but I think initially they, like, honestly, like, obviously, like, in vacuum gambling might not be the best thing, obviously, right? So, like, they were worried, you know, but after some time they see I can make it, you know, and then they supported me, you know.
Cool.
Nice. Very nice.
Even my dad, like, he told me, like, I let you play.
Did he get changed? Oh, it's 100. I'm sorry. No, what I was saying is
levels to this.
Yeah, that's a good dad. That's a good dad right there.
Shout out to Pasha.
Oh,
Met him a few times playing in Canada. Looks like he's having a nice year too. He took down a WSOP circuit event in Montreal a few months ago. 5K high roller for 244,000.
There was some other tournament, Jeep. So my wife asked me if there was a stream of the final table. And then I said, maybe, I guess.
Cool.
And then my daughter was in the call. And then she said, watch poker on TV. No, mama, I want that to win, but it's hard for a kid to watch.
I think my mom only watched because it's me.
Yeah.
It would have been funny if, you know, she just messaged me. Son, that was
Lonas with a seabed here, 3 ways.
Why did you do that?
My wife and kids have never watched me once.
Yeah, I mean, it's natural.
Pretty good second pair.
There's nothing against us. Yeah,
Oh, it's
He's
boring.
interested in something else.
Looks
And
like
we do
he's
something,
continuing.
We're allowed to do something as well.
Yeah. And I'm blessed with a great
King 10 definitely
like, comes with me to every
good enough to ask for value. This is a non-standard bet size for the board, but
My wife, we both choose
I think
not
Jesse
to
just
be
kind
on
of
each other's rail.
exercising a bit of hand play here, out of
So then we
position
get too nervous.
against an unfamiliar opponent.
wife also plays.
Yes.
These are some of those moves where if an unknown
Yeah?
player
Brazil? Yeah.
was pulling this off, we'd maybe raise an eyebrow too. But for me, it just goes to show just, you know, the diverse range of moves that someone like Jesse has put together as his overall, you know, strategy, part of his strategy.
Yeah.
Out of position, coming in with the small bet. Gets good equity to fold there. The king-queen hitting the mark.
I like to give credit to players like Jesse for just having more tools in the toolkit than a lot of players who
Walking by and they're like, oh, 2 champs.
maybe restrict their strategy,
Yeah.
you know, to all of the things that they've studied.
Like you're talking to me.
I was like, no, I knew you were talking to me, but like, who else was he talking to? Like, who was I sitting
Not to
next
suggest
I was
that
sitting next to Damien
the studies
Salas. No idea.
lacking in value,
Online
but
one, right?
Huh?
you don't want to come with a rigid game
COVID
plan.
year.
Yeah.
Final
That's
table
how I
was
feel
When you're out in the
Final table,
minefield, you
yeah.
know, like you
Yeah.
don't want to be rigid.
That's how I feel about a lot of like the GTO end bosses who just seem to almost
What's that now?
refuse to
Next to me, they notice,
deviate
so,
from
you know,
you
whoever-
know, the baseline game theory strategy, leaning more
don't
into
know
theory
yet.
than
I said I know his
intuition.
name.
Okay,
You
that
see
was-
people
yeah,
like Jesse,
on the app.
Yet.
Bring Kenny's another one that comes to mind. Like these guys just seem to navigate these fields so well.
No, my results got really well in hand em up, so they had to reset it. Yeah.
But that happens to me a lot too.
Prestiged. Yeah.
Happens to me a lot too.
Right. 425.
Prestige too now, yeah.
I'm on my 10th birthday.
Fold.
What a start to the day for Franco. To
I'm playing Call of Duty.
13.5 million.
sorry, yeah.
How about this for
I haven't played
Amami
COD
was
in a
saying
while,
that his
but
parents
this
were
new
watching
one
the
my
other
friend
day.
was playing, and he told me to
That's
get
a
it.
shout out.
So I fired it up the other
Amami
day before I
Pasha's
left.
family.
It was fun. Good flashbacks.
Yeah, no, I'm always.
Less than 180 players left. Day 3 of the World Series of Poker Paradise Super Main Event. We're out in the field where our defending champion is still alive. Now, last year, Enon won $6 million along with that World Series of Poker bracelet for winning the WSOP Paradise Super Main Event. This year, that first place prize is just a little bit bigger. Let's talk more about the payouts as I take you guys kind of around the tables. We'll see who we still have left. We got my guy June. He's always a fighter. Fight, fight, fight. We haven't seen Alex Kulev in a couple days. Hope he's enjoyed his time in the Bahamas, but he is still in the mix on day 3 of the WSOP Super Main. You see a lot of killers still left. You see Nick Petrangelo and Michael Wang and Sergio Ido all still in the hunt for what is a $10 million first place prize in the 8th biggest poker tournament in history. More than $72 million in the prize pool. Now, you make that final table, you make at least $1 million. Unfortunately, for a lot of our viewers, I have some sad news to report that Lexi Gavin will not be a part of that final table. This was her seat. She did get the chips in with kings against ace-king, with an ace already folded, I do believe. But Daniel in seat 2 going to play the role of villain, ace on the river to end Lexi's dream. We say good game to her. We say GL to Gabby Andrade, who continues perhaps the most miraculous run of poker success in the history of the game. We don't know how he's doing it, but he finishes second in the 250K Trident Invitational. He has...
I misclicked on the registration. I didn't know. I thought it was a 2,500. I misclicked on the registration. That's the truth.
I'm not surprised, and somehow he still has an absolute pile. So I mentioned that final table. I mentioned where you could at least win $1.1 million as we move up the ladder. 7th, 1.4, 6th, 1.8. 5th, more than $2.3 million. We get to our top 4, and it is clean, and it is pretty. $3 million for 4th place. $4 million for 3rd. $6 million, last year's first place prize for 2nd, and a grand prize of $10 million that will be awarded on this stage, along with that priceless World Series of Poker bracelet. Guys.
Thanks, Jeff. Whoa, is Jeff giving us the evils there a little bit at the end?
Sports,
Hang on.
Mountain Dew video.
Thought we were about to just fly straight into his forehead.
Yeah.
Little close-up. Interesting angle of Jeff.
They really did him dirty there, didn't they? That interview, I mean, I don't think I've ever misclick-regged a 25K before. In fact, I'm fairly sure I haven't, thinking that it was a 2,500. But here we are, day 3. I mean, turns out that it was a profitable misclick. That was a great interview.
$1.2.
Red, 1.39.
Bloodied Horror saying, I like how chill and laid back the WSOP announcers are. Thank you, mate. Always trying to just give the players their flowers. Don't want to over-talk when they're chatting. That's what you guys are here for, let's be honest.
This is a bad seat.
Yeah,
bad seat.
You got to roll
You're
that
not,
seat.
you're not here for
Everybody makes their own destiny, you know.
Kevin's questionable banter.
I like that.
Aces twice.
I like
Nothing to do with mine.
Aces twice.
I like that.
Both busted.
5 seconds.
I like to think that I've drained my brain enough in poker not to be results-oriented, you know.
Well,
Pasha
you can do what
clearing
you
out
want.
the
You can't
eights.
defeat the seat.
You wait one hand.
Time will tell.
Pretty big fold there.
I hope you turn it around against someone else.
Exactly, not me.
Who moved in here?
I think
I
it was
only care about
Rana.
results,
Yeah,
so
there
I
we
don't
go.
care, you know.
Yeah,
All right.
If I go all in with aces pre and I lose, I have messed up.
I'm gonna burn the whole room.
Yeah.
Rano Sutla.
Getting
Shout
odd.
out to
I
him.
tell you- I tell you
Back
something,
over here.
yeah, I know somebody who is getting odd as well.
What are you talking
Why
about?
is everybody so unhappy except the JRB now? Because
Yeah.
only JRB double up. You guys are too much chips oriented in my opinion. Too much chips oriented. But pay jump soon, and then we will all order a round of beers and JRB will be drinking his wine and everybody will be happy. Why is everybody so unhappy?
How can you see the pay times?
What time do we start the wine? Are you going to do wine with me?
When we do pay jump.
Are you going to start the wine with me?
When we do pay jump, is it okay?
Are you going to go with me?
I will
Yes, when we do
order
page up.
a beer for everybody and for you wine.
Okay.
Deal?
Yeah.
When is it? Soon, yeah? It's like 2
Some
minutes.
nice wine?
Huh?
Some nice wine? Wine that I can't afford? You get some nice wine? Some nice wine?
Whatever you like.
All right, buddy.
When we make like page up to 100K, when is it?
There we go.
There is no pay jump now, but when is it 100?
Page jump to, we go to 80 at 145, probably go to 100.
124? So it's close, yeah?
124?
No, 79. No, over 100K I said. So 79 people. You know what I'm saying? But it's quick, yeah? There are so many short stacks, so many. This one we will reach in 2 minutes. You know how many people already busted? Like 30 something, yeah? It's like so quick. And with TI at the room, people busting because they just wanna get rid of the room. You know, they just wanna go out. I don't know why. I think he's adorable. My opinion. Just my opinion. But I can buy myself.
Guys, I just want to say, if any of you ever hear me complaining, please feel free to just humble me and remind me how privileged a spot this is. To just sit here day in, day out and listen to the likes of Martin, you know, at the table. We're awarding 10 million here, lives being changed. It's so fun. It really is so fun. Martin's just one of the most entertaining. 3.3 million in the middle here. JRB cannot win unless he gets Jung to fold.
Oh, he shuts it down. One of the few hands that would have been in a nasty spot there. King Jack getting counterfeit on the river. JRB recognizing there was some opportunity there. I still like his turn bluff. You know, anything shy of 2 pair and likely to get Jung to fold.
What he open?
King Jack.
King Jack? And you can't beat that, yeah?
I played the board.
It was a straight or 2 pair? 2 pair, yeah?
2 pair got counterfeited.
But he gets still 2 pair on the river, like 3 pair, yeah? 3 pair. Wow, one more barrel and I think you can take it down.
Not with that river.
No?
No.
The river was like good one.
Yeah, but now my story changes. First I'm saying I got the straight, now I'm saying maybe I have a flush.
Wow, you play really good.
I don't know.
You play super
It's
sharp
possible.
today. Super sharp.
But so far not believing me has worked out for him.
It's those little needles that crack me up all the time. He's like, what was that? Was that a straight? You can't beat 2 pair? 2 pair's good on that board?
One of Martin's go-to bits is just,
2.5-ish.
let's get the full post-mortem from whoever lost the hand. Caesar opening Queen 10-0 off of 15 bigs, verifying the count there. Oh yeah, this is the view we need. We need Martin getting loose.
Wow, what are these flops, Stefan? It's always Casino Royale. Crazy, really.
Don't think Oscar's going to be able to do anything here. Great board for Caesar. C-bet incoming.
$4.25. Do you think I would ever complain about you? Be honest. You think I should ever complain about you? Be honest. There is a super small chance, yeah? Super small chance. Stefan, what happened? C-bet fold? Yeah, thank you. So, let's gamble, guys. Nice. Big blind and empty. Huh?
JRB.
Let's gamble. JRB, please.
JRB.
JRB, new hand, please. Don't miss a hand, please. Come. No, really. I'm not bluffing. Come, please. I don't want you to miss any hand. It's very bad for me. Please. Please don't miss any hand today. Please. Don't smile, Malaga. This is not cool. Malaga. Malaga, I think I will bust you second.
I like it.
JRB, please don't miss any hand today. Thank you.
That's brilliant.
Okay, now you can go for the Plateus.
Got 15,000 people with us for this day 3 coverage. Shout out to everyone over on YouTube. Let us know whereabouts you're watching from. Let us know who you're rooting for. Let us know who you're rooting against.
12? Thank you.
We don't mind a little bit of controversy every now and then.
You are not supposed to stop the time.
Got 700 likes. It would be amazing if we could get that up to 5K by the end of the day. So if you haven't already, please do. Just take a quick second, click that like button.
425, 1.8, yeah?
This is a pretty telling 3-bet. A look into Oscar's approach here. Big stack versus big stack. Ace-8 offsuit. Activating out of the small blind against the button open of Jung.
All good, JRB? All good?
It's a big 3-bet as well.
I'm here for you.
4.5x. I mean, pretty standard from the small, but...
Yeah, I think it's nice with how deep they're playing. There's 60 big blinds effective. Martin behind even deeper. Makes the ace-3 suited kind of marginal, but still, in my opinion, defendable. Or, you know, Jung might even be thinking about a 4-bet bluff. There's room.
Hang on. Those are 500K chips.
I think a 4-bet's incoming here.
You just clicked.
3.8.
Oh, baby, we're cooking today. We are cooking today. Jung with the 4-bet. What is going on, man? There's just nobody believes anyone.
That's a nice one. I mean, button versus small blind battle.
Most crazy table I ever played during Bahamas. Like most crazy, yeah? So many big bets.
I thought Oscar might just pitch the ace-8 in the first place. He was a little light there.
Like seven-way multi-way pots. Just pimpy limpy, like Daniel-san, but not possible on this table. Not
Pimpy limpy. That's a new one. Cordial saying, Henry, can you give us an update about the Martin bingo card? Yeah, I did promise Martin yesterday that we'll get him his very own bingo card like we did for Nacho Barbero during the Triton series in Montenegro. If he makes the final 24,
we could draw that up.
We'll draw up a Martin Cabral bingo card. I'll post it to Twitter. Yeah, that's my promise. And also, don't forget, we've got the Randy Lou roulette parlay giveaway as well. Randy lost more money to me yesterday in the booth. We got some numbers. We're going to put it on roulette. If our number comes in, then I'll do like a $1,000 WSOP merchandise giveaway live on air. We got Texas in the building.
Martin, give me
We got Bulgaria.
off the table.
Dobar večer, Kalumjan. We got
please.
Romania.
Martin, please, off the table, please.
Minnesota.
Thank you.
Whatever makes you happy.
North Carolina.
Thank you, buddy. Thank
Whatever
you.
makes you happy.
Portugal.
I'm here for
Romania.
you. But please,
UK.
do me a favor, don't miss any hand, okay? It's a deal?
You got it. You got
If you
it.
don't
buddy.
promise, I will put it right back.
I'm going to try not to miss it.
Please, please, really concentrate on it. It's
We're on,
very
the,
important.
we're on the same page, bro.
Absolutely no idea what they're arguing about. But Estonians in the chat. People are in for Daniel Charlton from Macclesfield. Who else we got, Kev? We got Austria, Canada, Croatia, Netherlands. Jeez, man. Let's go.
Big crowd today.
Yeah, loving this.
Montenegro, Poland.
Card protector.
Got Bangladesh rooting for Santosh. Got South Africa, San Diego, Ireland.
I can't breathe.
Thank you so much. Appreciate each and every one of you. Apologies if we missed the shout out as well, of course.
Jarvi, why are you happy?
Nothing.
I want to smile as well. Please share the joke with me.
Nothing.
Oh, JRB, okay.
Okay.
I did everything for you and you don't even share the joke that I can have good mood? Unbelievable. I am not supposed to have good mood or what?
I always love this from the Americans. They all give their city. I do this too.
It's great.
Someone asks me where are you from, I always say Chicago. Ask anyone else in the world, they're like Australia.
No, but that makes sense.
Finland.
Like, I always, every time I go to America, I always forget how big that country is. It's insane.
Yeah.
I always love telling the story, and it sounds like so ignorant from a European point of
You
view.
picked the wrong person to scare. I'm telling you.
First time
I'm telling you, you picked the wrong
I reach
person.
America,
Is it me
I reached
already?
the New York state border, and it's
So,
370
I'm gonna
miles from the border
something.
to New York City. That's the length of
You don't
England,
mind.
mate. Like,
12
where I'm
million?
from, that's the size of my country, just to get from the state border to the city. It's insane.
Why is everybody so happy except the JRB? I really don't understand.
Well, Cabral's going to get to spin this 3.2 million here.
Very bad.
Good luck.
One of the worst call in poker history, because I had casino, royal, 2 outs after flop.
Oh my God.
2 outer after flop.
Martin,
Malaga,
very lucky
good luck
to have
you.
a flip here.
Maybe you can hit your 2 outs. Mister, please. We want to see 2 outer after flop. And then, Andy. 2
Rough
outer.
start to the day for
I'm
Cabral.
happy. Can I celebrate?
If he
this
loses
victory?
this,
But is it possible I celebrate a little bit? Because he has how many outs? No outs now, yeah? There is like no cards which can help him now. People think that 60s are ahead in this spot, but it's not true. GRO, it's like done. It's like done. Mamma mia. Such a crazy call, Malaga. But it's never easy.
that's
Never
actually a really
easy.
bad card.
Casino Royale. Casino.
Martin, Queen would now chop it. Ace, King, 10, 7 needed. Queen for a chop.
Royale. How much?
Martin's down to 13.3 million.
Somehow finds the hold.
3,425. He said
Worth
3,200.
mentioning.
More
Martin was only
more
risking the
big
3.3 there.
You don't need to apologize, my friend. You play great.
Stefan even
it
shorter
was
in the
one
small
of
blind.
the greatest or worst call in poker history, my opinion. Luke, how are you? Thank you for your service, my friend. You can enjoy other tables, and now we have Luke Skywalker here. Huh? Even Kyle.
Wow, look at this spot for Pasha.
1.8.
No.
He's flatted 7-6 out of the big blind, flops the straight, and leads.
Not like this.
Vanush understandably raising kings, king of diamonds, but now that you face the 3-bet, you understand that we're not exactly ahead of value anymore.
Does Vanush just go broke here, or can he find this fold? Feels like it's an impossible ask.
It's really hard to fold already. Maybe take one off in position and see what develops. There are some scenarios where Pasha just has like 2 pair and you can get some counterfeit cards. There's obviously combo draws.
Cool.
Call announced. Pot size bet behind.
Oh,
wow.
My word.
Yeah, 4 purples, right?
Right.
What is this turn card dealer?
Big time cooler.
King of clubs, Vanush turning top set. I mean, silver lining, the guy is drawing live now.
Yeah.
He was looking pretty cooked on the flop. We're just going to see a 15 million chip pot, and it has been absolute fireworks from the start of the day. It's like laughing almost. Look at this. It's like he knows that he's behind, but
Which
he's
is
just
wild.
turned top set.
I mean, he should beat value quite often. 5s, 4s, 3s, 5-4 suited.
Put you guys on the exact those 2 hands. Crazy. Oh my God.
15 million chip pot. Amir Pasha and Mami, 1 card away from being up to 22 million if he can just find the hold here. Needs to fade the board pair. Oh my word.
What a run out.
I mean, what a legend. Taking it on the chin like that.
Yeah.
I like do better
You-
with less shit. Let's just change. Just change.
Can I put it first?
Fair play, mate. Not many people can just laugh it off like Amir Pasha just did.
Fact that he still has equity.
You might have seen our announcement earlier today, the World Series of Poker Europe main event, a €5,300 buy-in and a €10 million guarantee. We have one player now registered for that tournament, and it is indeed the Basketball Hall of Famer Tony Parker. They bring you this idea of a massive main event at WSOP Europe. Why do you want to be a part of it?
So first of all, I was at the first one in the Bahamas. They convinced me.
Yeah,
It was
right,
like,
right.
it's going to be something big. You'll see. Come to the first one. So I came to the first one, came to the second one, came this year, and you can see how massive it is.
Huge.
So when they told me about the Europe, I was like, okay, let's do it. Where is it? Prague? I was like, I'm in. Love that city. So I can't wait.
It's a nice place to be. Do you expect any poker in these next couple months to lead up, to warm up, to build up to that?
Yes, I think after my performance, I didn't make day 2. Last year I made day 2. So I'm not improving. I don't like that. So as a competitor, I'm going to do a couple more tournaments before doing the one in Prague.
Well, you know this probably better than anybody. We don't have to be results oriented. We can be process oriented, right?
It's okay. You know, I can live.
Oh,
I like
that wheel's going crazy.
I love
The
that
sparks.
Wheel. It's a good idea. No, I can live with the losing with pocket ace. So I can live with that. But I'm still going to do more tournaments before Prague.
And you didn't fold kings, right?
No, I didn't fold
You
kings.
didn't fold
Actually,
kings.
I played, but nobody played it. So
Okay.
nobody played with me.
And finally, Tony, you mentioned this earlier, but what do you make of a tournament? And there's more than $72 million in the prize pool and a $10 million first place prize.
It's unbelievable when you see the growth of that game. When I look back in 2003 when Chris Moneymaker won and got that big boom, you know, it's impressive. And they started with 50 million. And so when they say 60 million this year, I was like talking to Greg. I was like, you sure? I was like 60 million. And sure enough, 72. So congrats to everybody. Congrats to the whole team. Congrats to everybody who puts that tournament together. It's just an unbelievable feeling, great energy. Love the vibes here. All the best players came through. So I think everybody can be proud.
Can you believe that Chris Moneymaker guy is not only still around, but he's still in?
Still doing good. Still at the main
Jesse
table.
Lonis sly smile after beating you in horse
I know.
last year.
Last year, I know.
And he retired from horse immediately after that. Thank you for the time. It's always
Thank
great
you.
seeing you
Thank
here.
you.
Guys.
Thank you very much.
Cool.
Thank you, Jeff.
What's up, man? How are you? Good to
Thank
see
you, Tony
Yeah,
Parker.
you too.
So first player regged into that WSOP Europe main event in Prague. Buzzing for that one. I might have to just go.
1,125,000.
Uh-oh.
Okay. We got a mystery hand and two
What?
players flop top pair.
Yeah. And Cabral's come out firing on the big side. I mean, multi-way, 1.1 million into 2.4.
Looks like Oscar, the original raiser here, Cabral flatting the hijack, and then it goes 4 ways to a flop with Caesar and Kiat. That C-bet definitely feeling strong. Wouldn't blame Oscar for just flatting. I mean, do we really want to get 13 million into this pot with top pair second kicker given the action? I don't think so.
He's got the Queen of Hearts as well. Is it safe to assume that Martin never has ace queen and only one combo of 8s left?
Martin could definitely have ace queen, and he could also just have kings and aces. I mean, those probably the most unusual pre-flop holdings, but like given hijack flats generally kind of strong across the board, you do see some players just mixing in flats with a bit of everything. But yeah, it really, you know, generally speaking, should be more weighted towards pocket 3s, pocket 8s on the flop as far as big hands go. Maybe some massive draw like 10-9 of hearts.
What size do you come with kings, with aces?
How much I owe you? One?
We can remove 8x, right? Like no one's over, unless it's like specifically ace 8 of diamonds, but even still, I don't think. I don't think Caesar's in here with like ace 8 of diamonds versus that size. He had 2 players behind
On
left to act,
flop
right?
with
On
2
flop.
behind. Yeah, he probably pitches it. It's hard to continue even one more street here. Martin's betting about 30% pot, and Queen Jack suited is feeling very marginal.
Yeah, and you've got Oscar behind, by the way, the initial raiser, who can still just be here with aces, kings, queens himself.
Yep.
Wow, this is really sticky. Maybe Oscar folds now.
Eyes trained on the calf.
Yeah, this, I told you, this is that weird stuff that's been going on recently. Danny Tang does it as well. People just staring under the table. What was he looking for, a calf read?
I mean, by and large here, Cabral betting into this many players is just quite strong. As we see King, Queen out of there. Queen X of Hearts not a possibility. This is going to complete Cabral's bluffs quite often. I mean, bluffing here without hearts across multiple streets, very unlikely to begin with. Del Pino has Jack of Spades in hand as well, and in case we're worried about removing a couple combos of Jack 10 suited.
I mean, maybe I'm being a bit results-oriented, but
wow.
It felt like to me that the fold is meant to happen on the turn for Del Pino. It's cost himself an additional 1.8 million. I'm going with 8 of clubs, 8 of diamonds. Quad 8s, daily quads.
It's very possible.
What do you think, chat? Get your guesses in. Antoine saying ace, king of hearts. Does kings jam now? Kings, aces. Aces with the ace of hearts.
It's uncomfortable to value bet that thin, but keep in mind, Cabral covers by a good margin against Del Pino. There's 3.6 behind this into an effective. This bet of 7 million was into 9.3. So really what's on offer here is 3.6, creating about a 13 million chip pot. Almost 4-1 on the end.
Do hearts keep barreling turn as well against 2 players on a board pairing turn card?
It really doesn't feel like thin value. Cabral's either stone bluffing here, which is so hard to do on this board.
I was about to say, like, where do those stone bluffs come from?
Or he's just flopped huge, rivered hearts.
1 in the chat if you think he's bluffing. 2 if you think he's got the goods. Oh, he's let it go. Oh my word.
Wow.
Just stone bluff, no heart blocker.
Because pay jump, yeah? So I can put pressure because of pay jump. Don't worry, JRB, you can do that pay jump. Don't worry, be happy.
Wow. Just stone bluff. Ace of
Queen,
diamonds.
Malaga? Something
10
like
of
that?
clubs.
Good play. One of the greatest laydown in poker history. You join JRB club. No, really. Joining the JRB club, it's not bad. It's not that bad.
Not like that.
How much I bet on the river? 7 million? Yeah. I wanted to bet only 6.5. Can you correct it in the system? No, really. I overbet. I'm sorry. You understand, yeah? It was a mistake. It's okay, Kyle? You don't have problem with that, yeah?
All good.
It's okay, yeah? Okay, if you don't have problem, then I'm happy. Who is playing now?
Wsop.
Always who is asking, eh? But I'm stacking my chips. I can get some time for stacking the chips or not? No? Oh! This is even bad luck to play the hand now. I don't even know what to do. You know what? Call!
Call.
I'm so nervous. I had the nuts, but I'm still so nervous. Malaga make a very good laydown. Very good laydown, actually. I'm surprised. Well played, my friend.
Wow.
Well played.
I can't believe he just shows up with a complete airball there. And Del Pino, I guess, byproduct of his call on the turn.
Beach time. Beach time. Go. Send my greetings to Jessica, okay? You can?
What's the count?
You can or not?
Yes, I will.
Do that. And tell her that I didn't want to bust you, okay? Tell her that I did it with like with a heavy heart.
3,425,000.
This guy, I would enjoy bust a lot, but not you. How much is the count, please?
3,425,000.
3, 4, 25. Thank you.
Oh. Kelly's like, what's the count again, dealer? 3, 4, 25.
Sorry, one more time, can you tell me? 3,
3,425,000.
yeah, 3, 4, 2, 5. Yes. And he did call, yeah?
Yes.
How much more you have, please? Like an 8?
Start with 12 or 13. Something.
Start what, 12?
12 to 14.
That's a nice stack. That's a very nice stack.
Well, it's 250.
Oh, wow.
Wow, what a call. And what a...
You're in for 250.
I didn't know that. I wouldn't call. I wanted only to play for 200. No, I'm not joking. I didn't know. Can I get to like discount? Because I didn't know. Kyle, you are so bad to me. Give the guy like 2 jacks at least. Okay? Give the guy like 2 jacks at least. Huh? Ah, you want beach? Okay, no, he doesn't want 2 jacks.
Yeah, no, I wasn't really going to call. But no, but if he doesn't,
Wow.
I was
Queen.
going to limp.
Malaga, queen. I wouldn't fold the queen like you. What do you had? Queen jack? Queen jack?
Yeah?
You had queen jack? Not even, yeah? Queen 10? No?
Dead on the turn.
Nines? Nines, yeah?
GG, Stefan.
Good call. Okay.
You send my greetings to Jessica, yeah? Tell her that she can come and cheer for me and give me a hug and everything, okay? Tell her. Thank you.
Oh, shout out Jessica Tootle.
Huh?
10 jack hat.
I had flush on the river. You know that, yeah? On the turn you make good call.
Martin trying to image build. Moneymaker's in trouble over here. Pot behind. Nakai has checked it over, setting the trap. Chris could go broke here.
Looks like this was a single raise pot. Moneymaker flatting the king-queen. Second barrel here. Don't blame Moneymaker for continuing to bet for value with queen of hearts in hand. Maybe check king-queen without a heart. We'll see if Nakai sets the trap. Would be typical with an unbeatable flush, unless you read a lot of strength into this barrel from Chris Moneymaker.
Which I wouldn't fault him for, right? Like, Chris is betting more than a third of his stack. Actually, don't hate going for it now. Just given the ball texture, out of position. Is Moneymaker just trying to buy himself a river where he's going to check back a lot of the time?
Ori.
Yeah, I really like this. There's the call, and he's going to earn the full 3.4 million.
Good luck, guys. It's a fun turn. Lost twice.
Pleasure playing with you.
Enjoyed it.
GG's Chris Moneymaker. The legend himself, the man responsible for the biggest poker boom in history. Took down the main event in 2003. Final table bubbled this event last year. Finds himself inside the money, but an early exit on day 3. Oh, Chris Moneymaker.
This pains me. I had talked to you at the beginning of the day, and I actually, for once, didn't want to talk to you a few minutes in. Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. I have no real questions.
It's poker. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, I came in, you know, got 20 bigs, and, you know, flop top pair, it's really hard to, you know, not go with it.
With that stack size.
It is, yeah. I mean, he caught the nuts on the turn, so be it. I had a really good experience and I had a lot of fun. I only fired one bullet, so it was a good trip. Other people didn't have such a good trip, so pretty happy with the result.
It was a pretty good trip last year for you as well with the 10th place finish. You're building quite the resume at WSOP Paradise. Does that mean we can see you year after year? For somebody who has cut back significantly on the traveling, this still going to be a stop for you?
Yeah, I think it's basically going to be summer, winter for me a lot. Great. And I mean, I'll be back for this one for sure.
Okay, and this summer, not like just the main event thing. Could you come and see us for?
No, we got World Cup. I'm taking my kids to World Cup games.
Okay, great. And then you'll come about a week before the main.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah,
okay.
Not a week before, like a couple days before.
A couple days, good enough. Good enough.
You're getting close to the semifinals and all that stuff, so
That's right. Well, speaking of soccer, WSOP Europe is early April, and just maybe write it on the calendar.
Are you gonna be there?
Yeah.
Maybe.
There we go. Chris Moneymaker.
As much as you pain me, I do like seeing you.
One of our favorites out in the Superman. Very sad.
GG's Moneymaker, GG's Jeff. The sideline reporting. Sounds like some World Cup games for Chris Moneymaker.
Has Jeff started a new travel agency that I'm not aware of?
See the cars. Yeah, of course.
Just signing people up as soon as they bust the main. Can I book your flight? What date are you coming out? June 28th?
No penalty?
No problem. Penthouse room?
Friendly banana. Next one, they're gonna take you out and talk to you there.
And Jesse up to 19 million, nice and early. Couple of cowboys for the man they call Guerrilla Styles.
Ooh. Nakai just put together this 15 million chip stack after eliminating Moneymaker. Something good's coming in the big blind here.
Middle set for Jesse. Whatever it is that Nakai's got. Got a funny feeling he's in big trouble here. Never traps aces at this stack depth, right?
No. I do think pocket eights would flat the big blind. 60 effective against the cutoff. That's top of range for Nakai. And Lonus. Is he sized up here? No, just 375. This is a board where you don't get check raised very much by the big blind in general, so thought maybe Jesse would just go for the big bets right away when you flop second set, but keeping it small.
I mean, that's a spicy turn card. Jack 10 gets there. Clubs now presenting themselves. Ace-X of clubs seems like a potential holding here. 8-7, 8-9.
Still, Lonus's hand worth 3 streets. You unblock top pair. You have that aggressive image. Wide range in the cutoff. I wouldn't expect like overbet, because Jack 10 is there, but 2 sizable bets could easily get paid off by worse.
In before check raise.
Does feel like repping Jack 10 is coming. Not even mandatory to check raise Jack 10 on the turn, but obviously with the nut straight, Nothing wrong with trying to build a pot here. Just a call.
5.4 in the middle.
Wow.
3 of diamonds, the cleanest river card. Jesse only losing to aces and Jack 10. There's the third check.
On a river this blank, Lonis could really justify almost any bet size here. I mean, king's just super strong. Nakai's going to call turn with most top pair combos. He's in the big blind. He's just got ace-deuce offsuit, ace-4 offsuit. That stuff adds up quick.
It's a pot-sized river bet from Jesse. He knows what his image is like. He knows people like to call him down light because of how aggressive he is.
Yeah, I mean, any two-pair combo is just a snap here on the end. But we've got a feeling that production dialed this one up because a
you think the
additional raise is coming now.
Yeah?
I mean, Ryuta's sizing up his chips. That head tilt there, trying to figure out how much have I got back.
Yeah. Did feel like it. It's like the most underbluff spot in the history of poker. Oh my.
Looks like he's leaving some behind. He's left himself a few big blinds.
This is huge. What a disgusting spot for Jesse. Only losing to Jack 10, we're just removing aces because we always expect aces to raise pre.
Still, I don't know how you fold at this price. I mean, there's an outside chance that Ryuta's got pocket eights and decides that it's too strong to just flat on the end.
Doesn't look like, but it's still guaranteed, don't worry.
What do we got here?
Oh my God.
Sure, don't worry.
I'm gonna flip this desk.
They'll send it back. They must. We got a 20 million chip all in here.
Yeah, this is huge. Oscar just needs to fade a red ace or king, which he does. Taylor's out of here. 40 big blinds gone.
He played super Tyler.
Pound that one.
Unfortunate.
No, pound that one.
So back over here. I mean, Jesse knows that this is this ever a bluff, Kevin?
It's so tough to execute a bluff here. I mean, what, Queen Jack sometimes just gets a wild idea. Put Lonis in the blender on a very strong looking raise. It's worth noting that Jesse is the type of player who is going to really value having a big stack in this tournament. So, like, sure, the math might say this is, you know, you're getting 4 to 1, you just need to be good 20% of the time, just flick the money in, but the difference between having 11 million and 5 million for him is so huge.
How much do I owe? 2?
I'm sure he's thinking about the cost of calling and being wrong here. Lonis really wants to make the right decision in these spots.
Value button worse.
action out of Nakai there.
Raise.
Crazy.
Jesse asking if it could be value raising worse. I mean, what, 8 specifically makes the fold. Oh my word.
Wow. I'm pretty sure he bluffed. I'm pretty sure he bluffed. Yeah. I don't know. I could be wrong. I might read that.
You're absolutely right, Pasha.
What?
Queen 10 finds the raise.
You're pretty sure my read that was he bluffed. Like,
Was what?
I could be off, completely off. I thought he's bluffing.
Oh.
Oh my word.
Yeah. I know.
That is a sick effing bluff. That is one way to put it. That's got to be one of the bluffs of the tournament. I don't think you'll see anything quite like it in a spot that big. Clicked it back, got the set of kings to fold. I mean,
that was just savage from Ryuta. What a find.
Nakai, take a bow. Absolute beast.
I don't know why I felt that. No, I didn't.
I didn't think that he was bluffing. I was just, I could beat.
Yeah, I was thinking
I
that
could
you
beat value hand.
You had 8?
Huh?
8?
I could beat 8. So.
Oh, okay. I was thinking that you might be thinking that.
What'd you say the most underbluffed spot in the history of poker?
I mean, Jesse's gonna...
Japanese player pool just has a different view of that one. That's an incredible bluff.
I'm not even, like, if I'm Jesse there, I'm not even gonna lose sleep tonight. Like...
Yeah.
Show
Hats
me how
off to
many.
the guy.
Yeah. Show me how many people find that bluff in that spot against pot on the river.
Yeah.
That was sick.
Most of the time I'm wrong.
Man, what a day of poker it has been. We're not even 2 hours in. Just absolute carnage. Seeing some epic bluffs, some hero calls, some crazy stuff. I mean, Martin's bluff with the ace-10, now Nakai with the queen-10. It's just, it's all happening.
Little background on Ryuta. All of his biggest cashes come in this year. He has a WSOP final table from the summer. He came 3rd in the Super Turbo Bounty for 400K. Came 2nd in a high roller, EPT Barcelona, for about 310,000 euros. Cashed the Triton Main as well in Jeju, March of this year.
Pocket 8s. 8-8.
He's like, no, mate.
I
Third
don't know why
pair.
it felt like, I know it sounds crazy. He has a nice bluff catcher. With
It could be. He could have like.
It felt like ace-10. I don't know.
No, he could have like fucking Jack 9 of clubs or something. I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, I did bet pretty damn big.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I could have the Jack 10
I think
too.
it's such a tough spot to bluff that I feel like it's such a great spot to bluff.
I agree.
Story checks out.
Because every time I pull that move, oh, nice, huh? You know, every time I do it, like if I bluff there, it's like, it's, you know, nah, it's, I don't know, man. To be honest with you, I could, like, I think, yeah.
Raise 525.
Does Jack 9 of clubs make sense there? On ace king 8 rainbow?
I'm gonna look real stupid or real fucking smart. I'll tell you that one.
Man, I don't think no matter what you look stupid.
Small size on the flop, cut off
No, I
range.
meant
He might peel that one. But I do think the queen jack and the queen 10 are the more natural finds, if there are such a thing as natural finds in that spot.
Amir Pasha thinking about it here in the small, ace 10.
Yeah, his hand could just fold, I think, after the cutoff flat. With 24 big blinds, a squeeze, non-all-in is still an option. I don't know if ace 10 is exactly the kind of hand we want to make that play, but it is a fringy defend, so that's what Pasha comes with. That's about 7 big blinds, non-committing squeeze. We expect it to get through the queen jack of Natsakanian, but probably not these nines.
Back jam from Franco.
Not the most exciting thing to do, but I do like the idea. Yeah, like we don't get to fold on that many flops unless it comes double Broadway. Oh, he's making the fold. Giving him credit there. Nice find from Pasha. Showing off the spots that he knows.
I sound so professional when I say 1.8. 1.8, whoa, you know. The only reason I said because if I say 1,800,000, I'm gonna mess it up with my accent somewhere, you know.
This guy's great energy.
Yeah.
Took that beat on the chin like an absolute champ.
On top of that.
Like a really fun guy.
Honestly,
Yeah,
like,
my name is Bone James.
I want you to be my vocal coach. and another 50,000.
Yes.
Longest verbal raise of all time.
Raise 525. Pass. Pass.
Jesse needs to rebuild. Is Nakai? No, Nakai's going to get out of there, so I'll just take a pass this time.
Kind of a snug fold, to be honest.
Yeah,
I
it
think
felt like
he's
it.
maybe just taking a breath to recover after getting that bluff through.
Riding the high. Talk about being willing to die by the sword as well. That was like for his entire stack.
Yeah. It's a scary bluff to make.
King and queen now for Estonia's Rauno Sutla. Love to see him go on a deep run here. Feel like he's been knocking on the door for big FT.
I won't tell him either.
Had a fun one. Triton Monte Carlo.
Throw the chips a little bit closer.
Gambled all kind of
Because we are very fast.
rose to fame.
No, I'm saying on my own.
I thought she asked me for it.
Checks through on the ace-6-3.
Yeah, I don't mind this from Lonis. You got a small blind flat that's going to contain a lot of suited broadways and pocket pairs. Small c-bet with range isn't quite as attractive of a strategy as it would be against the big blind. And with just like queen 10 offsuit to the board, you block some of the worst hands that Rano will defend. Although on this run out, maybe Sutla even steals the lead. No, he checks it over. I'd like to see Lonis bluff now. Betting flop isn't that successful with queen 10 of hearts, but I think betting river once we've checked down will be quite successful.
Oh, he's checked it back.
Huh.
Rauno just allowed to see a cheap showdown. Jesse maybe thinking that jack of clubs interaction with some of those suited broadways you mentioned.
Sorry, you said like my card, right?
King,
Yeah.
Jack, Queen,
But
Jack, Jack
Martin,
10.
why are you asking him stuff you already
Everything is
know?
good.
But why are you asking him stuff you already know?
Because he's
Could
annoying.
even just be a little
Why would he say anything?
Seriously, I didn't
shaken
know what
from
was
that
the
king's
action.
fold.
I just don't see that. It's other table. I don't have such a good eye. But it's all good. Just relax, guys.
The thing is, if you do it again to the poor guy, he's gonna call it afterwards. So maybe he should call him now.
Concentrate on your hand.
Don't worry about me.
You say
I'm
relax.
fine.
Huh?
You said others to relax.
Relax, yeah?
You to relax.
I am not relaxed.
No, and I'm saying.
I want to go out of this stage because it's too big stage for me. What is it? 5? Pass. Dave?
Sounds like we missed something juicy. Martin taking a quick walk.
Yeah, it seems like potentially some verbal jousting.
Benny Glazer moving into this table.
After level 26, so basically you were right, yeah? Basically you were right. Thank you so much.
Looks like the seat that Stefan Lenner evacuated earlier.
Okay, guys, pay jump, everybody relax. We need to put the Opino in the money. How much you
Sound
play the
like-
Opino, please?
Like Benny had some choice words for Martin.
Am I right? 4 million behind, yeah?
Yeah.
You have like 8, you said? 500, please.
Please, 500,000.
Possible rejam spot here for Caesar. Any offsuit ace for 16 blinds against a button raise. Should qualify.
Is he just thinking of ripping it in here against the very active Martin Cabral?
Between that and flatting, although I think flat is a bit too conservative against the button. Delpino's chewing on it. This is an important spot.
Carrot left. Apple snow. If you want carrot, let me know, okay?
Does choose the conservative route.
Heads up, gentlemen.
Well, that's all Delpino.
Yeah, pretty comfortable flop when you've got the 6 of hearts to go with your hand.
I'm sorry.
And it's a board that Cabral might go after. 2 broadways against a big blind defend.
250.
That's 250,000.
Not even 20% pot.
I like this from Martin. Just clear out the trash.
And by the way, he's owing 1 time bank pre-flop dealer. Thank you.
Not this again.
Martin doesn't miss any details.
Wants to dance with a Spaniard this time. So Martin drawing dead. Delpino with the check mark. Some chop outs, of course, any heart above a 6. Martin could still win this. It's tough, but...
Yeah, having raised the button, he can represent all the bigger hearts. But a good chunk of what Caesar's going to defend in the big blind on this flop will have turned to flush. you are going to bluff at this spot, you're kind of hoping to run into like King X, no heart, 9X, no heart. Exceedingly difficult on this run out for Del Pino to have missed. Don't think he's checked yet. Might be thinking about seeking value from the small flush.
Rainbow.
This is never going to work. Not for
No.
this size. I felt like if it was going to happen, it would have to come in all-in form. So Del Pino up to 6 million.
I like that check on the river with the ace in hand as well. Harder to get called on a value bet. Blocking Cabral's top pair, just check call the end instead.
If I go all in, you call Del Pino? Yeah?
I put the time bank, but call.
Huh?
I put the time bank for the bait, but call.
You are a crazy gambler, my friend.
Oh, crazy gambler you?
Crazy.
Stop laughing, you are crazy.
No,
He thought
I
it through.
misread my hand. I was thinking I have flush. Unbelievable. On the bubble, that's crazy call.
You are a fold with my hand?
Should I go all in? Yes.
Why?
Because I would have flush.
You are a fold with my hand with you?
I never bluff. I never bluff.
I don't know.
I just make donation to Malaga, a little bit of donation. It's good, yeah? I am happy, you are happy, GRB happy. Why is everybody so happy?
They are on a direct pay jump. 145 left. Worth 70,000,
How much
144th
you have
will
now?
get
Like
80.
5?
10K ladder.
Little more. Have here 4.5.
5 seconds, sir.
Maybe 6.
Raise.
Raise 500,000.
Benny could get involved with this one.
Of course. I mean, it will be all in anyway, so it will be showdown.
Fringy hand, cut
No
off first
problem.
button. Could flat, could 3-bet.
Raise.
Oh boy.
1.4 million.
Well,
Unfortunate timing.
yeah. Benny's about to get slapped on the wrist.
15 million.
Didn't even have time. I was
Yeah.
about to say, what number do you think Martin's going to announce?
Benny didn't even get the
playing with you?
opportunity to
GRB. It was a good bluff, but against wrong player. Good bluff. But
didn't even get the opportunity
very
to
wrong
enjoy
player.
the 3-bet bluff.
Well said, well said.
How much you raise? 1.2? 1 point? 1.4? Like this, yeah? So why I get so small money? Why I didn't even win anything. It was like not even victory. Empty pot, complete empty pot. But I'm happy it was not Malaga there, because I don't want to bust him.
Hitting the guy with the nice playing with you as
Unbelievable.
well.
Everybody
after
bluffing
the
me.
snap faults.
I don't know why. I don't know why. Even Del Pino. I don't understand really.
I raise.
Raise 500,000.
Oscar's up to 21 million. Can you imagine Barbero, Kasuf and Cabral all at the same table?
I'd rather not.
We got to make it happen. And then just Juno Barra in there, just laughing the entire time.
I don't know if they make earplugs strong enough.
I'm all in.
JRB. Strong enough hand to commit 6 million against
How much is all in?
OLB.
About
5 million. 5 million.
I think 7 million.
7? About 7 million, yeah? Dealer, you don't know?
About.
Yeah, thank you. Thank
Hayden
you,
saying
Jarvis.
add Eric Persson. Wow. Yeah, that would be. And Scott Seaver. And Jungle
Oh, I
Man.
thought he had less, but it's the same.
Six-handed.
In my hand, it doesn't
Oh,
matter.
you thought I had less than 7 million?
Yeah,
Sit and go,
Maybe
play
I-
down
fold
to a
anyway
winner.
for me, so no
2,
worries.
5, 6. Yeah, I did, because I have 7 now.
Now you
I
have
did.
7?
5, 6, 7. Yeah.
Oh, you had like 6, yeah?
I guess so. I have 7-2 now. Wow. Man, I was short.
Huh.
I guess that wasn't
What do you
right
mean
move.
short? 6 million is a lot, man. You double up and you are more than average, right?
I did that already, and I was. But,
Huh?
but the money runs out quick in this
Did
game.
me?
I find that the money runs out quickly in this game.
No, I don't think so. I think the money is not here, it's only chips. That's my opinion. I think it's only chips. Raise 500.
Raise to 500,000.
He's got a legit hand. Don't do it, Benny.
This would be light. Ace 9-0 in the hijack. Don't know if it feels like Martin's getting out of line, but he hasn't really been with his pre-flop play. Just that savage ace-10 bluff. Oh boy.
Oh my word. Good luck, gents.
So it's like 7, yeah? Roughly 7, yeah?
He's going to slow roll JLB.
7 plus this.
I mean, it's definitely not like 10 million, yeah?
Oh my.
Okay, give me count. Give me a quick count, please.
Oh my word, no, not like this.
With 68% equity, Martin?
Just
Is
roughly.
this the spot?
I just don't. Yeah, it's like 7.
Not
yeah?
like this.
Yeah, yeah. That's good. That's good.
Wow.
Good luck, Jabby.
Good call.
Let's see.
Yes, good call.
It wasn't 9.
Hmm?
Right, it was 7, right? I didn't want you to accidentally fold your hand or something.
Yeah.
Well, king high flop with 2 hearts. Is this all she wrote for JRB? He's dead
GG.
on the
Good luck.
turn. Martin Cabral is up to 27 million. We're down to 140. Everyone's guaranteed
more, yeah?
$80,000. That was all class from JLB. All class. At least the time bank wasn't thrown out, Kev, you know? The time bank call would have been...
Just a little mini slow roll, you know? Mini slow roll. It was a pretty dirty one.
10 seconds. Pass.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Pasha was thinking about that one, maybe a 3-bet bluff candidate. Looked over at Jesse Lonis and thought, not this one. Ramos likely to commit here.
Raise.
11 big blinds at risk.
2.5. 2,500,000. Pass. Pass. Pass.
So far, so good for Ramos. Going to fold round to Rauno Sutla in the big blind. That's that fold. Vamos.
If I had aces there, I would have snap called it.
Play
I
poker,
definitely
have
do
fun.
not have ace.
No, I said.
Do you think that's a custom hat?
Looks like it.
Raise 525,000. Pass. Pass.
Lonis with the hand that's going to haunt him. Pocket kings. Very incorrectly folded. Second set.
10 seconds.
See if Pasha decides to activate this time. Saw him take a pretty thin one with the ace-10 offsuit not long ago. Small blind squeeze. It's fringy on the button, could flat. Don't think it's 3-better fold.
What's he thinking, like 1.2?
1.4 million. 1.4 million.
Raise to 1
Goes
million.
bigger, 1.4 million. Ill-timed aggression
Pass.
from Amir Pasha. Things really not going his way today. Thought the nut set against runner full house earlier. What's going on over here? Danilo, all in at risk, he's out of here.
Too many outs. The overcard flush draw.
GG's, my man. 14 million chip pot, couldn't convert. Milosevic gone. What's Foxen playing with there? It's got about 8 million.
I lied.
I can't believe we've lost a third of the field in the first two levels.
Bro, your mom is watching the stream. She
Yeah.
would say,
She's like-
stop lying,
she's
my
like-
son.
Chips are still flying out there. Long way from that $10 million first prize.
Yeah, plan is to play down to 24 today. We've already lost a third of the field. Somehow. Stacks are flying. I wonder if after this next break, people will just, you know, chill a bit. Recognize that this is a marathon, not a sprint.
I doubt it.
So far today, we've had what, two of the sickest bluffs. Slow roll. Some bad beats. It's spicing up here.
10 seconds.
Huge hand, blind versus blind for Ramos.
Falling.
Falling.
Good luck. Thank you.
He's just gonna jam. Won't get action from Lonis.
I can't wait to watch the stream and then see every decision I made was the wrong one.
Limp would have been nice there as well.
Probably me too.
Big enough hand to
It's
trap.
like,
Me too, bro.
there's only one way he could have messed it up, and he did that. Good job.
It's hard to play this game perfect, man. It really is. It really is.
I have a long way to go personally. So.
Everybody does.
Did he just find results?
Jesse's
That's
done
the
a
beauty
pretty
of it.
good job at it this year. Cashing for over 13 million.
Always a way to
Practically
get better.
tied. It's the all-time money earner, just 50K behind Kyan Mokri
Raise 550,000.
on that leaderboard. Not that anyone's counting, lost 50K between friends.
Pass. 6-7, you played very well.
Thank you. Did you? Can you tell me now? Can you tell me the thing now?
We're on break.
Sounds like Rauno was watching the stream before he came over and joined the feature table, saw that bad beat. Well, this man, Vanush, was incredibly lucky. With pocket kings on a 5-4-3 board, he was up against the flop straight, turn king, river 4. Go runner, full house. 7-4-3. Perhaps Vanush will pick up some more chips here. Double gut shot.
Bet 450,000.
450K is the bet from Nakai. You can see the players in the background already going on break. So this will be the last hand. What do you think, Kev? A little check raise here?
It is a pretty good board for Vanush in the big blind. Ace-5 could clear out better ace highs. Harder to have showdown value with the ace high against a +1 open. So yeah, I do think check raise was a nice option. It's still an option even here on the turn, given how deep they're playing. Not a given that Ryuta is going to find a turn barrel here, but the jack's a pretty nice card to bluff at.
Wow. High card versus high card. Turn went check, check. So Vanush now going to come out firing, turn his hand into a bluff. He's reaching for chips.
1,200,000.
Well, hold on, because normally I would say this hand's over and done with. Nakai's sick enough to do something crazy, especially on this run out.
He's got good interaction for it. Can rep a flush, can rep 10-9 suited.
He's just going to let it go. He's all right. Enough.
Yeah, not the time.
Enough savage bluffs.
I get
for
the
this frame.
image management a little bit right. You got your one big play in there.
Huh?
Credibility reduced. Time to ease off.
So here we go. Chip counts when we go back to break. Martin Cabral had a swingy day. Was down to nearly, what, 11 million. Had that bluff not got through on the Del Pino bluff. He would have been down to sub 10. We're going to welcome you back to the break desk. Yeah, a third of the field out.
It's just a continuation from the end of day 2B that we saw last night, right? I mean, all these stacks are flying. It was so far from the final table. Really top-heavy payout structure as well, with it, which is worth mentioning. That's encouraging these players to just fight for the top.
Yeah, and you were saying that as well, that it just makes sense, these guys taking these 15, 20 big blind jam spots, because they're not looking for these small ladders. They're trying to build stacks.
Yeah.
Case in point, Jesse playing big pots. Martin Cabral also playing some big pots there. Do you want to hit us with what's your best Cabral impression?
Oh, I don't know if the viewers want that. It would be so such embarrassment.
How much are you playing JRB? 7 million, 8 million? Oh, I got kings, so I'm going to wait. We've got a fun little clip coming up on break. We've got some of the poker superstars, Hall of Famers, doing their best Martin Cabral impressions. So you're going to want to check this one out, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes' time.
Excuse me, lady. Excuse me, lady. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? I am friends with Daniel Negreanu.
Not like that. Please give me attention. I need more attention. You're not paying attention to me.
You overplay? Yes? You show. Show. Okay, I pay. Show. Aces, you overplay. This is so embarrassment. Casino Royale.
Queen. Yes! Not like that. Oh, just like that. Stop. I did not give you permission to film me? What are you doing? Hello? Do you have a badge? I did not see the badge. Okay, I'm all in. You come see film? Okay. I'm all in. Casino Royale. Not like that. Come on. Floorman, is this allowed? I think he needs penalty right now. This is crazy.
Excuse me, lady. Excuse me, lady. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? I am friends with Daniel Negreanu. Daniel Negreanu, you should date me because I'm a very famous man. The most famous. Everybody loves me now. I'm the best. Right? So don't say no. Not like that. Not like that. You have to give me your phone number.
Daniel,
They asked me for impression.
Are you doing parody?
No, they told me
You are
to say,
terrible.
if you are going to pick up a girl, how do you do? You say, do you know who I am?
I think you should.
Everybody loves me.
I think
I am Martin.
You should do stand-up career, but not the parody.
Not this
career.
one.
Not the
Not
one.
parody. Not way. Not like that. You're leaving? There's Casino Royale.
Oh my god!
Stay loose, play 7 dude.
Just number one
Well,
for
I'll be
Francois
honest,
Billard.
I haven't scheduled anything for the Moneymaker Tour.
You know much about this guy?
The new tax law that's coming out.
Yeah.
I really don't. I'm just not
You
gonna
know I
play
do,
it.
Henry.
I mean,
Honestly,
until they change it. I mean,
Human
I'll play
me.
online and
It's just
play
gonna
very limited
rip it
schedule,
in
so,
with the aces.
um,
Francois,
last thing I want to do is go.
Canadian national, some know as Rue.
Pay a ton of taxes on
Rue 400, I want to say. He
So bad.
It does.
he was the first man to beat me heads up in a live tournament.
Montreal, you know.
Wow.
Got a lot of return too, right?
We've got a lot of return.
Is he like a heads-up specialist?
The problem is I can't do a Moneymaker Tour. Basically, what I've discovered is I have to
I don't
be
know
at
why you're
all-
laughing. It's a genuine question. He's going to get a spin.
Whoa, nice. Nice people.
Look like a genius now.
Yeah, I look like a genius.
Messi.
It's always been a genius in this two card
I had
game.
ace
It's
deuce.
always been a
Nice.
Less likely he hits that.
Franco calling for Messi. Oh!
Messi.
I mean, when the Argentinians call for
I
Messi,
was on the TV table. I lasted 2 hands too, so now 3 hands.
Believe, believe, believe.
Just get a heart on the turn and you got life.
Francois has only got one ace left in the deck. He's going to need to find it on the river. Case ace needed for Francois, the heads-up specialist. Doesn't find it. That's rough. You make it through to day 3, you get aces.
Yeah.
You go all in, you get called. You're like, okay, here we go. Spin up time. Over here, the Lagoon table, Joseph with just 6 bigs. Could be in trouble if he decides to run this.
Very hard not to. Even against an early position open. Ace 10 off, just very strong high card hand for 6 bigs. You're going to get it in good a fair chunk of the time.
Good luck, gents. No ladders to speak of until we're down to 144 players. Just some straight up poker right now. Felipe Ramos with the best of it. Still the case on the Jack 8-3. Some fun turn cards for Joseph. That's one of them. There we go. From 3 to 7 outs. 10 or a 9 needed. Upside down.
Thank you.
Felipe holds. He's up to 6.4 million.
How's it going, man?
GG. So what happened was, it's an ear. Like, this is insane.
Oh, it's crazy.
This is insane, seriously. This is insane.
We're really privileged.
Yeah, really privileged. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, Rays,
Let's see.
to everybody.
Let's see how the table's going.
Allison Piakazowicz
Let's test the waters.
Yeah.
gets the Brazilian welcome from
Started
Felipe
like 3
Ramos.
million. 3.7.
Thank you. I make a joke that if we were born in the dinosaur era,
1-3? Yeah.
we wouldn't be playing poker.
No, for sure, yeah. I don't know.
Best time to be alive if
They
you're a
didn't
poker
have
player.
good quality cards back then. Yeah, no.
Best time to be alive.
It's like, imagine like...
Jesse had a close spot with the ace-jack.
stone.
This looks committing. Probably enough to convince Allison to fold the fives.
Hard to shuffle to it. Fine.
We need to be pretty sure.
All in?
Oh, wow.
3-7.
Supposed to be.
I think Allison might be expecting more fold equity than he's got here. He just says run it with the 2 5s against Lonis. I don't know that he was 3-betting this with the plan to fold. Sizing was pretty large. Sub 20 bigs. 6.5 out there.
3-7-2-5.
Man, Allison had 14 million. About an hour and a half left on the clock yesterday. Baffling to me that he's all in for his tournament life here if Jesse calls, which he has. Huge pot. What's the idea here, Kevin? It's so top heavy. There's no ladders in sight.
Oh yeah, this is basically cash game
Let's
environment
start. 3, 4, 5.
for the majority of the day.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh wait, no, wait.
Wow.
It's not. Yeah, I meant.
I think I have a good chance on this table now.
Gotta add a jet.
And Jesse's 2 cards away. Make that 1 card away from being up to more than 20 million.
Oh, the trick. Wow. Do you want my backpack?
Went for that extra 15%.
It did add some. Doesn't hurt to try.
That was quick.
Man, we've lost 20 players already.
This may not be a good suit.
No, this is the worst seat in the room.
You know.
I always love this from the Americans. They all give their city. I do this too.
It's great.
Someone asks me where you from, I always say Chicago. Ask anyone else in the world, they're like, Australia.
No, but that makes sense.
Finland.
Like, I always, every time I go to America, I always forget how big that country is. It's insane.
Yeah.
I always love telling the story, and it sounds like so ignorant from a European point of
You
view.
picked the wrong person to scare. I'm telling you.
First time
I'm telling you, you picked the wrong
I reach
person.
America,
Is it me
I reached
already?
the New York state border, and
So,
it's 370
I'm gonna
miles from the border
something.
to New York City. That's the length of
You don't
England,
mind.
mate. Like,
12
where I'm from,
million.
that's the size of my country, just to get from the state border to the city. It's
Malaga.
insane.
Why is everybody so happy except the JRB? I really don't understand.
Well, Cabril's going to get to spin this 3.2 million here.
Very bad.
Good luck.
One of the worst call in poker history, because I have casino, royal, 2 outs after flop.
Oh my God.
2 outer after flop.
Martin,
Malaga,
very lucky
good luck
to have
to
a
you.
flip here.
Maybe you can hit your 2 outs. Mister, please. We want to see 2 outer after flop. And then, Andy, 2
Rough
outer.
start to the day for
I'm
Cabral.
happy. Can I celebrate?
If he
this
loses
victory?
this,
But is it possible I celebrate a little bit? Because he has how many outs? No outs now, yeah? There is like no cards which can help him now. People think that 60s are ahead in this spot, but it's not true. GRO, it's like done. It's like done. Mamma mia. Such a crazy call, Malaga. But it's never easy.
that's
Never
actually a really
easy.
bad card.
Casino Royale. Casino.
Martin, Queen would now chop it. Ace, King, 10, 7 needed. Queen for a chop.
Royale. How much?
Martin's down to 13.3 million.
Somehow finds the hold.
3, 4, 25? He said
Worth
3, 2.
mentioning.
Three?
Martin was only
More
risking the
league
3.3 there.
For you don't need to apologize, my friend. You play great, huh? Even with Kyle.
Wow, look at this spot for Pasha.
1.8.
No.
He's flatted 7-6 out of the big blind, flops the straight and leads.
Not like this.
Vanush understandably raising kings, king of diamonds, but now that you face the 3-bet, you understand that we're not exactly ahead of value anymore.
Does Vanush just go broke here, or can he find this fold? Feels like it's an impossible ask.
It's really hard to fold already. Maybe take one off in position and see what develops. There are some scenarios where Pasha just has like 2 pair and you can get some counterfeit cards. There's obviously combo draws.
Cool.
Call announced. Pot size bet behind.
Oh,
wow.
My word.
Yeah, 4 purples, right?
5.
What is this turn card dealer?
Big time cooler.
King of clubs, Vanush turning top set. I mean, silver lining, the guy is drawing live now.
Yeah.
He was looking pretty cooked on the flop. We're just going to see a 15 million chip pot, and it has been absolute fireworks from the start of the day. It's like laughing almost. Look at this.
All in.
It's like he knows that he's behind, but
Which
he's
is
just
wild.
turned top set.
I mean, he should beat value quite often. 5s, 4s, 3s, 5-4
I
suited.
put you guys on the exact those 2 hands. Crazy. Oh my god.
15 million chip pot. Amir Pasha and Mami 1 card away from being up to 22 million if he can just find the hold here. Needs to fade the board pair. Oh my word.
What a run out.
I mean, what a legend. Taking it on the chin like that.
Yeah.
I like do better with less shit.
It was just change.
Yeah.
Just change.
Can I put it for a second?
Fair play, mate, with aces.
How much I owe you? 1?
If you remove... Oh, very warm welcome back. Continuing coverage here. Day 3 of the $60 million guaranteed WSOP Super Main. We've lost a third of the field somehow, Kevin. It's just been like, I don't know, these guys got flights to catch. Yeah, they got buses to chase after.
Other tournaments to play, you know, just chips move quick around here.
Yeah, I guess we were talking before break that the idea of this is it's so top heavy. These guys are just, you know, they don't want to wait around. They either want a boss stack or, you know, max late reg, the other 25K running in the room.
Yeah, I mean, pay jumps relative to the buy-in are small at the bottom here, right? We just hit 80K level. We're going to 92.5, 107. There's a lot of runway until we get to the big numbers that some of these guys have been thinking about since the start of the tournament. As you heard, some of these players, you know, Lona saying he was in for 10 bullets on stream earlier today.
Yeah.
To get to 270K, you got to make final 4 tables in this thing. So there's a lot of runway left, a lot of reason to fight for chips.
Yeah, we're still a long old ways away as well from that next ladder of 12.5K, just half a buy-in. So with that in mind, we just don't expect to see these 15, 20, 25 big blind stacks kind of stalling to try and get that ladder.
No, and there's not much need in a field this big. There's not much need to really hyper focus on those mini pay jumps because they kind of just fly by. You don't really notice. We're not sitting on 145 for a long time. It just moves along.
We've got a couple of new faces coming up. Nacho, he's going to be over on the Lagoon table. We've got Papo MC. He's also over on the Lagoon table. Daniel Rizai, fresh off his bracelet in the 50K. Took down the 50K turbo for 1.9 million. Got Matt Franklin. Came 4th in the 25K this summer for 626,000. Best score for him. And, well, he was involved in the carnage of the WSOP main event bubble, Kev.
Frankie, yeah, it was just a circus. I was there during the main event bubble. in the room listening to them announce that there was going to be a super main package
Yeah.
given to the Bubble Boy. Normally at the World Series main, anyone who's been there a few times expects, oh, maybe I'll get an entry into the 2026 summer main event, 10K back if I bubble this thing. So not the worst problem to bubble that tournament, but then the whole room finds out, oh, actually you're getting a 30K package
just if
you bubble this thing. And now it's like a race to bubble. Everyone's like, oh, sweet, I'd love to go down to the Bahamas in December.
Yeah.
26K tournament paid for, so let's try and bubble. Franklin was one of 3 players who was eliminated there and won the flip 3 ways to win the package to come out here, play for this super main title.
Yeah, his bust out wasn't intentional, but it was a spot where he defended, like, was it 9-8 offsuit, flopped a piece, and just went with it in a spot where...
Yeah, normally the bubble, you're doing everything you can to...
All right, players and dealers, welcome back from break in day 3 of the super main event. Small blind, 150,000. Big blind, 300,000. Big blind ante, 300,000. Good luck, everyone. Dealers, shuffle up and deal. That's 150,000, 300,000, 300,000.
Tillman sounds like he's scuba diving. That, like, you know...
Yeah, I hear it.
Just like Bane from Batman when he breathes in.
Just an underwater auctioneer.
Yeah, there we go. So, chip counts. Looks like Chad's been doing all right. He struggled with that bubble yesterday. Now playing 33 million. Natasha Mercier's bounced back in the right direction. She also struggled a bit. She was down to, what, 7-8 million at one point. Nice to see Gergonage also in the mix.
4,075,000 I'm playing, guys.
Okay, Papa.
You scared me. Do you want to play Winner Show 1?
I'm fine with that.
For the TV show?
But like, make it like quick. Let the dealer pick a
Yeah, the
card.
dealer-
Like, not
dealer-
like,
they- no,
oh,
the
which
dealer
one I
pick
want to
randomly.
show. Not that bullshit.
Yes.
Like, it's like whoever wins the hand,
Yeah,
the dealer
the
picks
dealer
a card
pick
and
one
turns it
randomly.
around. Everybody in?
Yeah.
Show 1?
Yeah, for me.
Show 1, Matthew. Don't
mean,
be
if everyone says yes.
Like, the dealer
Yes,
picks one
everybody's
card of
in?
the...
It's okay?
Okay.
Dealer
Every
will come?
time?
Yeah?
Like post-flop, not pre-flop. But post-flop,
post-flop.
post-flop, whoever wins the pot, like the dealer just grabs one card and turns it around. It's on stream anyways, and it's like 30 minutes delay, so it's not
Dealer
like...
picks, yeah.
Go, everybody in.
Yeah. Have to look at my app. What's this?
Lococo playing his big blind with the 6-3-0.
Lococo could be in trouble here.
Yeah, this is a decent piece to have flopped. King high board. Certainly not gonna make him too excited about bottom pair. But you got a backdoor straight draw. Maybe even a chance to put in a little check raise and clear out some unpaired hands. +2 range of me high.
Check raise, try and get some visibility. Feels dicey on a rainbow texture where you're just going to get floated in position by a bunch of ace-jack, ace-10, ace-queen with a backdoor.
Yeah, but I think a lot of people underestimate just like how sticky you have to be against those check raises. Do you think they work well?
What can you gamble though? Gamble on. Let's gamble on something.
Looks like we're going to be
Gambling
moving
for 10
over
million is not enough, Nacho.
Yeah, it's a lot.
to the other table. What's this? Hijack versus big blind. Looks like Binder just open ripped.
Yeah, 13 bigs in the hijack. Runs into the 2 queens.
Yeah, got really
Mercier.
silent now.
Couple of ladies for the lady. Aceless flop. Natasha 2 cards away. Make that 1, but does now need to fade diamonds. What a turn card for Binder.
Oh.
There it is. Running diamonds. Wait, hang on. It
Oh,
says
it's
the
like
pot's
too many.
12 million.
I think it's 8.4 total.
Is it, or did someone call and then fold to Natasha's jam?
Oh. Is it possible that he got the triple there?
Doesn't look like it, though, based on how many purple chips he has, unless there's like a bunch more hidden in there.
I don't know. They just want to get this thing finished, I guess.
To go home for Christmas.
5 seconds.
Yeah.
Nobody
1.8.
250, 300, right?
Yeah. No. No, it was 250.
What you say? Why? No, I didn't get it.
Yeah, I just said it goes up every hour.
Oh, it goes up every hour. Oh yeah, my first tournament. I might retire next year. This is not for me. If I don't win this, I retire. What are the odds of me retiring?
No.
0, right?
No, 0.
There is no line.
No.
Nacho somehow
I
the
love it
total
so
opposite
much.
of everyone else in poker.
I need to find
Also,
something that
who
I
would
really
probably
like.
retire if they won this
I remember
tournament.
when I
Nacho
said,
saying he'll only retire if he doesn't win this tournament.
And that's it, you know? And it's over. So 5 months later, I finished 7 in the main event. And I won the million. And it's like, I never gonna quit.
I could play less, but I always say that, and then I played it more.
I would play
Papa's
like
had some
20%
sick
less
runs lifetime.
You were?
20%.
Came like, what, 5th
If I
or
win.
7th in the main event?
That's a good.
Shipped the Invitational here.
If I just win this,
I believe he made 2 deep runs
1,400,000.
in the main event.
Fuck you, Nacho.
Yeah, 7th
20%
place
less poker in a year is
in the
exact amount I would
2021
play for fun, you know?
that's a big one.
main
Peter.
event.
Don't forget.
Yeah.
And looks like 39th the following year.
Wow. That's tough.
6. Raised to 600,000.
Oh boy. Adrian Mateos with kings under the guns. Amani 1 seat over
10 seconds.
with the ladies. The good news for Martin is that they're only 17 big blinds deep. The bad news is he's got 20%.
And still 6 players behind to act. Samani, of course, happy to commit queens for 5 million. See if anyone wakes up behind.
Aces.
Just 1 ace.
We're never getting away from this, right?
Don't think there's much need for Mateos to trap here, Pri.
All in.
All in.
Please, one time, let me be Adrian.
Like I said, you could all suck out.
You can't even smile. You don't think this one's a little funny? That's funny. For the first time, I was.
I think it's pretty funny.
Ha ha ha. So it's a marked card. It's not real. Try. How much?
Adrian, true professional, as always.
Should have flatted. You could have bluffed them.
Is that what you teach at Jocko coaching? Oh, please. It's the chop. Adrian, a chop is fair.
Ace for the chop. Queen needed.
Wait, is an ace a chop?
Yeah.
Ace, 6.
Yeah.
Ace or a 6 for the chop.
Say something.
Adrian's not interested.
So close.
Now we can talk. 5,075,000, I think. 575.
Is Adrian superstitious? Is that what it is, Kev? Doesn't want to talk,
Martin, even
jinx
with
it.
7 people rooting for you, it didn't work.
Dude, I know. It's unbelievable.
75.
I don't know. It could just be. Maybe this is the
Adrian
biggest spot of
Mateo,
Adrian's
sum
career.
up for us how excited you still get for a day 3 in a big field main event with a massive prize pool.
A lot. I enjoy always main events a lot because you face new players, new faces that I don't know many of them. This 25K is middle ground because there is a lot of pros too. But yeah, I always enjoy a lot these main events because it's life-changing money for many of the people, and that is way different than the high rollers we normally used to play. Because people who play high rollers are more band roller into it, and here is one shot for many people, and I love it.
We're, of course, at a point where every pot feels really important. How do you ride the emotional roller coaster of winning and losing these pots?
I mean, experience helps for sure. It's a lot of years playing this tournament, but it's still hard. I mean, emotion in these tournaments are special, and I still really want to win. I try to perform. Today I wake up with a lot of energy. It's a special day for sure. Not every day I can play for $10 million, and yeah, I will try to do my best.
Best of luck. Thank you for the time, as always. Genuinely appreciate it, guys.
Thanks for that, Jeff. Adri. Yeah, it is one of those life-changing tournaments. And 10 million is life-changing money for a lot of people. Maybe not Adrian.
Dare I say even for Adrian.
Stop steaming.
Not Adrian, but
55 million in lifetime earnings, 9th on the all-time money list.
God damn it, Adrian. It's so much.
He would need
so
to finish
hot here too. There's no phone.
third.
Until, you know, all I have is water. I don't have any food.
To set his lifetime high score.
This is my time. This is with the time bank.
10 seconds.
Have I used one yet? Okay. Now that's the one I gave you, right? Okay. Wish I had some sports cards to open or something.
Simone living in the moment.
Okay.
10 seconds.
wait, he's in the hand.
Yeah, he burned a time bank.
Yeah, I want whatever Martin's on.
I think they sell those waters here.
No. No, they don't.
Call 400,000.
Coleman just going to flick in the call. 2.7 in the middle. Snap check from Martin on this ace of diamonds turn.
Yeah, I thought maybe a bluff candidate from these positions, but I think we're kind of improvising this spot with the 400K flop bet. Hijack range, definitely pretty strong. Overall, Coleman going to have a lot of pocket pairs, a lot of ace high, turn top pair.
I was really hoping you were going to bet. I'm going to be honest.
Bet 300,000.
Min bet. Would be hard for Coleman to find a value raise, but I don't think sevens are going anywhere.
Well,
Should have used another time bank, maybe.
Alright guys, that was it for me.
Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you.
help me out here, please, Kevin.
I've played a lot of poker with Martin. He is
intergalactic.
One of the most talented players who chooses a different decision at every node of every hand than any other player in the tournament. That's how I would describe Martin quickly. And that's the strategy part. I mean, we've, enjoyed the show for all the other stuff.
For all the other stuff.
Love having Martin at the table, personally.
Just really enjoying the Bahamas.
How much you have? Thanks. Call. Can I trade a time bank with you? Go ahead.
Wait, what? How is Faraz up to 9.9 million?
You saw his chip count before at like 700K.
But
It was just written wrong.
It was?
Yeah, he had this same stack before when
Thanks.
he came to the table. Meant to bring it up, but we panned away for a little bit. Standard procedure thus far, small c-bet for Faraz, called by Zamani. Turn a card where you typically polarize and start setting up stacks, queen-jack, a little bit marginal. But Faraz looks like he's going to include this one in the value range. At 30 big blinds effective, Martin is going to check raise a lot more king X on this board than he would at deeper stacks. And against the button as well. Getting paid by queen 8. Not a mandatory call, but Zamani's suspicious.
That was a pretty quick call from Martin as well. 6.3 in the middle.
8.
8 no good. Faraz taking down a very healthy 6.4 million chip pot. He's up to 14 mils. Zamani is slipping. When we came over here, he had 20 million. He's lost half of his stack since we joined.
Queens versus kings against Adrian. Not a bright start to this feature.
Must be the tism.
Huh?
Must be the tism.
It must be the tism.
Raise.
He's lost 10 million in 5 minutes. Not going to lose any more here. What about Constantine? He's got 10 bigs, queen 7.
Very defendable, even against +1. Pretty much any suited should qualify. And Coleman should win this one. No need to do much checking on ace-jack deuce after you open from +1. Pocket five's happy to clear out some overcards.
Coleman just having the year of his life so far. Shipped the 125k just the other night. 3.1 million. Bracelet, Triton Trophy. Now he's running deep.
Even more impressive, the year he's having, was he not? He was either GPI #1 or #2 last year.
Something like that. I know he won the purple jacket, if I remember correctly, the PGT. Nine of diamonds on the turn. Zai with the best of it. Franklin looking at his stack.
Is this a big blind 3-bet from Frankie?
I mean, there must be. It's saying there's 5 million in the middle.
I think that might have been. No, I think this just oversized. 2 million on the flop. Check call flop.
How is it?
This one's single raise pot, Dan Rezai.
1.4?
1.4 million.
Calling check raise on the flop. Pardon the mistake there. So not a 3-bet pot. This is a check raised pot on flop.
What,
now
ace
Frankie
four, ace of
giving
clubs?
up. Yeah, now giving up turn.
One card.
Zai up to 31 million.
Wow. Pocket kings. So boring. Playing the game, huh? Playing the fucking game, huh? In TV. He wants the whole world to see him.
I think we're making poker history here because we have somebody who's on 2 poker streams at the same time. Now, if you're a true poker sicko, you probably have on our stream, of course, on WSOP's YouTube channel. You might also have on the GG Millions on GG Poker's YouTube channel, and that's where you will find this man, Gustavo, is heads up for the title while he is still in the 25K Super Main Event with less than 130 players yet. I'm not going to bother him. I'll bother him after this heads up match is completed, and it almost was a little bit earlier. So again, less than 130 in the Super Main Event, and down to heads up in the GG Millions, and this man, Gus Campos, is in both. Incredible.
Wow. Good luck, my man. Heads up as well. That's pretty strong.
Now I feel bad for suggesting this was day 2 of some mystery bounty bird. That's a big spot.
Was it like 300k, 400k up top?
Usually, yeah. That's a 10k buy-in online. It's a big-time tournament.
Well, hang on. We're on a delayed feed.
Keep dumping.
Yeah.
To my fellow Argentinians.
So he might have actually won it already.
Quite likely the outcome has been determined, yes.
All right. Yeah, he had a healthy chip lead. Looked like 54 bigs playing
It's okay,
20.
everybody's easy like on the cards that you folded ace check there.
It's okay, don't worry. You would never fuck up and say something silly on TV.
Nah, never. It never happened.
No.
Never will.
No chance.
I will never misclick, never say anything stupid on TV. Bro, but by the way, with all the things I say, I mean, obviously something stupid. I mean, I cannot be like the most smart.
I mean, you have more chances.
Yeah, bro. I speak non-stop, like for 10 hours, bro. Like, yeah, of course. I had a feeling he had I folded ace-10 because I felt he had ace-jack.
I mean, you're one of the greatest minds poker brought like in the last couple of years, so it's easy that you can make folds like that.
Huge fold. No, I'm lying. I had a 3. No ace. I was not folding an ace. Luxon Pay, where is my money?
You didn't got your payout yet?
All disappeared. I don't know what happened. All the money disappeared.
I mean, it didn't disappear. It's just like removing wealth a bit.
Yeah, it's going to the main event winner.
I got some of it.
You got some of it for sure. Danny got some. I didn't play the 50.
You did?
You got a fair bit of mine.
I was on the PLO. I was so tilted, bro. I was chip leader with 10 left and I finished 8.
When will the downswing end, Nacho?
Insane. I don't even
Reza.
know.
He won the GG Millions online.
What?
He won the GG Millions online now.
Whom?
Playing.
Who was it?
The Brazilian. I don't remember his name.
One Brazilian guy?
Yeah, it's the final table right now going on.
Yeah, I saw that he was on the final table.
Yeah.
Just won 200K while like playing for 10 million left.
Not
Like
every day.
a boss. Like a real boss. Multi-tabling.
1.75.
Raised to 1.75 million.
Quick follow-up to this story. He won. Round of applause out on the tournament floor for him. The media was all around him. Congratulations. How good does that feel?
Yeah, I was very, very happy and very proud. So I'm focused now on the live now.
I think you celebrated for 10 seconds and you said, okay, now focus.
Okay,
right?
now another game, another focus. So made it day 4 now.
That's such a cool accomplishment. Congratulations.
Thank you so
really
much.
cool.
Thank you.
Best of luck rest of the way, okay?
Okay, thank you.
There he is,
Let's
the
go.
GG Millions champ, hoping to become the Superman champ.
Well, GG, sir.
You have like 5 of that.
5, yeah.
Oh, what you have now?
Looks like his best live score was $47,000 prior to this, so clearly
Yeah, should
an
be
online
10.5.
crusher. We're seeing a lot more of that, Kev.
Yeah.
Good eyes.
A lot more of these guys that have just quietly
Good
been getting
person
it done in the online arena, venturing out onto the live scene. A couple of names come to mind, like Dejan Kelajerjevic, Danilo Vilicevic.
Some of the other Brazilians as well that we saw having success in the week of Triton events. I forget if it was Pedro Padilha who made reference to
that's right.
More Brazilians competing in the live field gradually as they've built up quite a lot of success online, but maybe didn't have the financial network to play some of the bigger buy-ins live in the past.
I had a 9. Rest are fucked. Wow, I made a 6 for
What it?
10-9 off.
It's the classic.
That's for the game for me. My whole life.
Brazil versus Argentina. Alejandro Lococo against Neville Costa. Well,
Never
advantage
easy.
of Lococo.
Never fucking easy against
4%
La
or
Bestia del
4%.
Hardcore. He runs very well here, watch out. Ah.
Chop it up.
Never liked it. I almost had it straight. Never, Papo never lucky. Never fucking lucky, this guy.
A lot of love in the chat for Jeff Platt. Super Watt saying no commentators. I'll be honest with you.
Where are you guys from in Brazil?
We're just chilling whenever the players are talking.
Me too.
Try not to talk over them.
Floripa.
Seems like every Brazilian
A lot
poker
of
player lives
players
there.
in-
Yeah, a lot of poker.
Now
First
the Portuguese are
Floripa y
flying
Camboriú,
too.
no? The most.
1 hour.
Huh?
1 hour.
No, but
Very close.
the poker players, no? Most party in Floripa and Camboriú, no?
Yeah, yeah. Are you in that area where Renan lives also? Brucey? Internet 9 free? Renan.
Yeah.
What? It's the same area, right? Like.
Yeah, more to the south, him.
Right.
Like Rio Grande do Sul internet.
Zeno with a decision here. 3-bet candidate. Two of his 10 million chips. See what Nacho thinks about this spot. Very 4-bet worthy suited wheel ace.
How much you playing?
You reckon he's going to piece him up? See if Barbera can find it.
I think there's going to be some matchup specific to this decision. I don't know how much these two play against each other. Nacho maybe not
Started with 7. I'm not sure.
certain. But Zeno's going to be light there. Just passes on the ace-4 clubs.
Pathetic.
You would have jammed. Click back.
Of course, I can see the cards.
What was the flop going to be?
Doesn't matter. I would have got it in good. Curious to see this table kind of ease in a bit to being on the feature. There's definitely, firstly, there's a lot of chips on this table. And secondly, there's definitely potential with these characters to see a massive implosion.
Is I not one to shy away from letting the chips move around the table? He's going to bluff raise the king-5 off here into 30 big blind effective. Tabach.
Sick value raise from Daniel.
Does happen to dominate this 9-5 of clubs.
Manages to find top pair. We've got some absolute legends left in the field. This could really shape up to be a classic.
I mean, I was talking to some people who were on the fence about playing this, and with the way the structure goes and the people who come out for this series, you really do expect to just see like half the final table to be superstar talent.
Mm.
We're going to get to see some really good poker.
Yeah, it does feel that way.
It's Mihai. No, okay. That would have been an ambitious float with just the backdoors. Not really his board.
To grab a card. Okay.
Went to show that one.
Oh. Shows the bad one.
Pick the wrong card.
So, what was this? About 30 minutes or so into this frame. Coleman, chip leader over on the palm table. Rizai, chip leader on the lagoon table, and Chad, chip leader on the reef table. Looks like Natasha's lost some.
I think Yergo Naj went on a spin. He was lower on the chip counts to start the frame.
Yeah, he was indeed. Good eye. Kyan Mokri's over there as well. Hussein Ensign. Current payout 80,000. About 25 spots away from a 12.5K ladder.
Wait, 625. 625.
Don't worry, chat. The players not shown on those 3 tables are not all out the tournament. We got 124 left in this field. That just highlighting the 3 features.
Like 11.
11? Okay, thank you.
10.
Oh.
We still in that cash game element you were talking about earlier?
Oh yeah. From my point of view, that lasts pretty much all day. We'll get to some jumps, 50 left, 40 left, that are notable. We got a few 50K pay jumps. You know, that'll create some mini bubbles late today. But on the whole, even if we play down to 24 players, there's just too much separation from the payouts on the final table versus the payouts with 24 left.
It's so crazy hearing some people like Jesse earlier on say that he's in for 10 bullets, and he just has to cash top 1% of the field in order to break even.
Yeah. There's players who need final 2 tables.
No.
Yeah.
Post club, yeah.
Fuck.
Did Nacho just get that
Not
one
that
through on flop?
Was that King 5?
That's a big fold from Ribeiro. Facing the +1 half
You know you're
pot
losing
c-bet.
now. Mais fácil.
Not sure you still have the purple chip or not?
Tenía que pegar el 2. Dama 2 suited.
Yeah, he has one.
Imagina.
Impossible, this fucking card.
He's hitting it on the bottom. That's
What?
No, I asked if
I
you
didn't
still
bet.
have that purple one. The
Yeah,
one
I have this fucking purple here. I don't know what he's doing.
Pretty big fold against half pot there. Against like pot, sometimes you see big bets on that texture. You do fold those hands, but
you have a 500K in play.
would have liked to see a call.
No, probably because they didn't. I don't fucking know.
Thought it well through.
Bro, this tournament they did everything wrong.
Not everything. They hit the guarantee.
They hit the guarantee by a $50 million. I'm happy.
Collision incoming.
Yeah, it's going to be a crucial one for both, not to state the obvious. I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it. Queens have been running good.
1.9.
All in against Ace King. There's a king folded.
What's he playing?
8.
How thrilled are you? Yeah, under the gun. Is our opponent 3-bet stacking off with 10s and jacks?
I think jacks for sure. 10s are questionable.
So you're crushing one of the hands, you're losing to 2, you're chopping against 1, and then you're flipping against 1. Doesn't feel like a great.
It's still a pretty winning
All in.
scenario if you can think of one pocket pair below yours that's going to get it in. You've got edge against ace-king, and ace-king's far more common than kings and aces. 16 ways to make ace-king.
16 ways
He's never
to make
sucks
ace
when
king
he
and
does
16 million in the middle. What a huge, huge swap. Barbero just looking to hold. Ay, ay, ay. King on the flop. There could be a meltdown here. If he doesn't win this flip. Which is looking pretty likely. Mikai, a couple of cards away from doubling up. Nacho has picked up outs. He's looking for a Messi.
Boom.
Oh!
Messi always
Good Diego.
Good luck.
GG, bro. Unlucky.
Holy smokes.
Diego.
I swear, tennis is the card that comes the most. I have more than him.
Runner, runner.
That's brutal.
Nacho Barbero.
It's a good coin flip to win.
What a way to go.
Messi, Diego, pam.
Small money. Small money.
Just
Small money
million.
flip.
What an absurd run out.
I had a feeling that I was going to win. I don't know why. Even though in the
How
king
good do you
flop-
run, Nacho?
What?
How good do you run?
Yeah, I haven't won a flip since fucking...
Stop, Nacho, stop.
yesterday. Since yesterday. Since the dinosaurs were alive. Now I'm telling you, the technique is even when you win, you
Cry.
Yeah, you have to cry. Cry a little bit. Yeah, I've been running. Exactly. Then.
I swear to God, the only times I see Nacho laughing and being happy is when he's texting with all the girls. Like, as soon as he gets cards, yeah.
What? Well, you never see me happy, bro. I'm so happy.
I said, like, I see you always happy when you're texting with girls.
Yeah.
And it happens a lot.
No, but I'm usually very happy. I have a very good energy usually, even when I'm losing. Same motherfucker, we don't lose. Same motherfucker, we don't lose.
Call.
Okay, I'm a really good winner. Okay, lose.
You have a great energy when you're winning.
I usually win, so
Bluff of the day.
We talk about this being such a life-changing spot for some, and
Wow,
you
that
know,
was wow. Oof.
not perhaps for others.
You felt that one, huh?
I swear I felt it. When they have to give me the 10 to win, I was like, oh, this is it. Bro, 10.
When
I always
Messi
flop
has
a
to
10
come.
times. It's insane.
On the flop, your face looks like you don't feel anything. You're dead. No, but in the
Bro,
shot,
and against
on the
me,
drum.
every time they get in against with 10s, against my aces, they always hit the ace. I think it's the 10 is the card that comes the most.
Check.
It's something weird. We gotta check the decks. Maybe there are
Like there's
5.
one more 10 there.
Maybe there are 5.
There's 5 10s in the deck. Put it in the solver.
Bro, I swear
That makes
it's
sense.
insane. The most money I made in my life is with set of 10s.
450.
How much?
450.
Sure, bro. Take it. Valencia
Story,
alto.
story checks out, right? There's more 10s
The
in the
most
deck.
money I made in my life is with 10s or ace 10 suited or ace.
Feels that way
It's
for
always
Nacho.
a 10. It's
And the
something with
most
that.
money you lost is with aces?
Not probably the most money I won. No, but I'm just saying that even against me, when they have 10s in huge spots, like infinite.
I think before you're up to something, we should follow up and like check the decks. I think that there must be like one more 10 in like most
No,
decks.
but I don't know, because I just channelized that hand it's like weird. Like so many times, like I had huge spots with kings against tens, and they hit the 10, or I had tens against.
I feel like I'm going to need to just go and rent a cabin in the woods or some forest for a good couple of months after this trip. You know, you feel me? Like at least 6 weeks. Because the amount of brain rot that I've been forced to listen to.
Chad, I think this is the moment when we remind Henry what he said a couple hours ago about how lucky he is to sit here and listen to some of these characters on the stage.
Fair. I mean, come on. Barbero, though.
I think I'm happier than not. The long pause didn't really help sell it, but I'm glad to have listened to as much Barbero in the booth as I have this year. Add that to my gratitude journal.
Comment saying, Henry, stop reading the chat. No, it's not the chat. You guys have been a lot of fun. Just the complete and utter nonsense that Nacho continues harping on about. Yeah, it's a great reminder, Gary. De Souza. Come on with the block. Nice to see Faraz running deep in this. Really cool cat.
Real entertaining feature table, huh?
Carry us.
I tried. Adrian ruined my day.
If you had 25 million, this would be the most entertaining table here. Your mojo's going.
You gotta put some more gossip out there to make it more fun.
More gossip. Ah, you're talking about the bench, the rope.
Allegedly.
Alleged rope. Look, we got Adrian laughing. We did it.
Wait, I want to hear about this gossip.
All right.
I think that dealer is dealing to him right now that we were talking about it with, and she couldn't breathe. Right over there.
Coleman's asking for a
she
count.
can't stop smiling too. She's so breathless.
Just 8 big blinds for
I
Bonstein.
think he's talking to her right now in the 1 seat.
Coleman likely to call this.
All right, well, Scott's in trouble. They are going to chop a decent amount of the time, but as things stand, Coleman, pretty significant favorite here. Scott standing up, final 8 big blinds with the ace-8. Both flush draws working for him. Already saw 1-8 folded, and with the 9 in the window, that's going to be tough. Case 8 needed. One pull at 1 out. GG, Scott. Space in the booth for him. Although maybe after busting on day 3, he's not interested. I do think Scott's brilliant in the booth. You listen to some of his stuff?
No, you worked with him before?
I've heard him in the booth for WSOP before, I'm fairly sure, unless I'm somehow getting him confused for someone else, but...
I believe it. It's been around the game a long time. Long as I can remember. But I suspect he's headed to just straight to the airport, hop on a quick flight back to Florida.
Yeah?
You know, it's one of those tournaments. Nearing the end of the series. You put all your hopes in this one.
So you can just...
That would be me.
You just be home in like an hour and a half.
It's like a 40-minute flight to Miami. It's a pretty sweet deal.
What a life. Takes a little bit longer to get back home to Dubai. Wow, Coleman just going to have people out-pipped. These short stacks. Moving all in. Constantine with his 7 bigs. Got 20,000 people watching over on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel. Pretty dope. Hope you're all enjoying the show. Plans to play down to 24 today. Well, the man with the best shirt in the field is all in at risk.
Just busted. I was going to say to try to grab his patch. Oh, you got his patch? He gave it to you? Yeah. Oh, okay, sweet. Yeah. Try to not stick it to anything. I don't know. Because it doesn't have much stick left, but...
Can you find a 9 high flop? No. 10-8 deuce. Okay, 8 is fair. 8's fair, right? I got 10, okay.
Start.
That is a good start. Deuce or an 8 for a chop. 9 for the win. Otherwise, Constantine is out of here. GG, sir. All right, Coleman, just like that, back-to-back KOs. He's up to 17.6 million, and we're closing in.
Bulls, when you win this tournament, are you ever going to be at the studio again, or just the bowling alley?
Studio is my second home, buddy. I'll never leave.
Thought it was the bowling alley.
That's my third home.
It seems, you know, like maybe you just get your own bowling alley.
Cooney style?
Yeah.
Maybe. That could be my future.
Bowling a bowling alley?
Yeah.
All right.
Would you attend?
Sure, why not? Is there a smoking section?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. You got me.
You don't even need a section. The alley is smoking area.
Or lower.
Fold.
The other star of South America. Sweating you.
Vinny Boy saying not showing Cabral is so embarrassment. Look, Martin was in the booth, and he even said, "Don't put me at the feature table for too long. It's not fair. Got to try and keep it balanced." Trust me, I understand the desire to just have the most entertaining players on the table at all times, but from an integrity point of view, it would be quite unfair.
Yeah, I think most professional players would rather not be on that table, but they are obviously part of this tournament like everybody else. Will oblige if required. But it's exhausting to be up there.
It's so tiring, man.
Being on the ground is just, like, by comparison, it feels like a nice private environment, not too stressful. For I was trying to represent River Ace here. This was limp check and check down to the river. See if Adrian can sniff this one out.
Blind v blind. Fourth pair. Wow, lets it go. Fair play for Az. Getting one through. Just not giving him credit for bluffs in that spot.
I don't know if it's that. I think it's also, you know, he's got a 4 as his side card. Blocks some bluff candidates. No diamond. So no value blocker. Mateos can be bluffed. Did you know?
Enjoying the party.
Faraz not just going to sit down with a player of that caliber on his left and think, okay, I'll just give Adrian a walk for the whole day and hope for the best.
Welcome.
He's coming out swinging.
Oh. Yep.
So saying, let's get actual expert commentators such as Ryan DePaulo in.
Is he available?
It would be pretty fun to have RDP in the mix. Could ping him, actually. Let me message him.
Zabani in the mix with 10-6 offsuit here. Unlikely to find success on ace 5-5 rainbow. Faraz could check a hand like this. I mean, king high has showdown value, but stabbing on the paired board, just such an attractive option with range.
I messaged him, chat.
Silly table. What's going on? In what way is it silly? In all the ways. Literally all the ways. Thanks to this guy.
Trade sunglasses. That'll make it more silly. Okay, I'll wear sunglasses.
Looks like Leon Sturm's working a healthy stack.
More, you know, I can't see
Long overdue.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I use mine to. Wow, this is quite a different world right now, it feels like.
I don't feel like that.
I haven't even worn mine once.
I'm glad to be.
Jesse wore them yesterday. The gorilla.
Wow. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Right. I'm gonna try.
Archer's passing on the king 10 up front. Opportunity for D'Souza.
Man, Faraz is up to 16.7 million. Queens for Adri.
And tempting sizing for queen 10 suited. Just 5 big blinds. D'Souza covering.
Some big cars.
Wouldn't be wild to fold here, especially against Mateos out of position, but wouldn't blame Bellarmino for taking his price and seeing 3. He will fold.
Chat, I've asked him. I'll let you know if he responds to me. Yeah, it would be cool to get Ryan in. Hussein's all in. What was this? Blind v blind. 19 bigs.
Ace. Ace.
You should say a 10 now. Don't be greedy, you know, or a 10, jack.
Ace and an ace only. As the main event champ is out of here. Doesn't find it. Gentlemen, as always, is Hussein Ensen. Handshakes all around. You love to see it. I've got a lot of love for Hussein.
Yeah. Great guy. Always a pleasure to play with.
Pair for Arturs. A Latvian flag. There we go.
Okay, 550.
Haven't seen a lot of Arturs in the live tournament scene. His biggest lifetime score coming at Battle of Malta last month. Just about 110,000 US. So he's inching closer to his all-time high score in this tournament. And he's leading here on a pretty reasonable card. Sizing may be slightly large, but might even serve him well to clear the ace-4. See a lot of that these days. Third low card straight completer. Big blind takes the betting lead on the turn. Nice hand.
The elimination of Rania Nasruddin, that means we have one woman left, and that last woman standing, Rudy, you can follow me, would be Natasha Mercier. I'm going to see if I can steal her away. Big hand going on right here. Natasha, I know our timing is bad. Can I steal you for a quick question? We'll keep our eyes on the hand so you can still watch the hand. Hi, last woman standing is you. I know it's good news, bad news, because the bad news is Rania is eliminated.
Friends in there. I know Rania's Lebanese too. I was rooting for her.
Is that a title in this event that means anything to you?
I mean, I would just love the final table and then see what happens.
How'd you utilize the bubble last night to your advantage?
I had a table with a lot of stacks that had the 25K bonus.
Yeah.
And I kind of asked people like during the day, and then I found out who these people were, and then I kind of utilized that during the bubble.
Bigger bubble for them. We're watching Chad Eve Sledge here winning another pot. What's it like to play again with him?
I almost just 4-bet him.
Yeah, I saw you tanking for a while.
Right. He's my friend. I mean, we've been playing forever. Yeah. So he's a tough player. And we played the last tournament at Hard Rock together like 2 weeks ago. And he also went super deep. So I'm staying out of his way right now.
Best of luck rest of the way. I appreciate the time. Thanks, Natasha. Guys.
Coleman may be thinking mischievous thoughts with this offsuit king in the big blind. I think he was considering a 3-bet. Goes for flat.
And flops best. Zamani with a pretty key card here, King of Hearts.
8 of diamonds not bad either. It wouldn't shock me to see Martin just kind of blast at this texture. It's a good one for big bets. And here he is just checking back, trying to improve.
Maybe it's just the Coleman effect.
You think he's not trying to tangle with Coleman in a big pot?
Yeah, it's just like there are certain players that I feel like some people just get a bit, I don't want to say scared of, but
yeah,
not as trigger happy to try and like run. Like Coleman's not the guy you're looking to try and dunk one on, is it?
Yeah, I mean, you look around this table though, and it's like, well, if you're not going to go after Coleman, you're picking who? Mateos, Jaka, Sturm.
Yeah, of course.
And just surrounded by easy spots, obviously.
I mean, I would pick this lineup over any other table.
Zamani also just someone who, as I suggested before, likes to send hands down the less traveled paths. Gonna lose the minimum here if Coleman bets the river.
3.2.
Yeah, 3.2 million.
A very unorthodox style.
You know, I really shouldn't be jumping to conclusions about Zamani losing the min. Okay, he does fold.
Make it very obvious.
I thought that meant you were gonna hero call him.
No, no. Didn't really have anything to do with my hand. I was bullshit.
These two have played a lot of volume in the Poker Go studio, no doubt, against each other.
That thing is way too American.
Huh?
That thing is way too American.
Why? It's cold in Germany and you guys don't need fans? They have a heater version of it.
That's not the reason, but it's for American. You like your ACs. It's just that.
What is this device?
A fan.
A fan.
I thought.
Cooling device. I'm already cool.
Yeah, well, you're not steaming from Adrian.
Thought Sharper Image was out of business.
Watched the stream and didn't understood what is
It's a fan. I'm hot. It's hot under here. I'm out of my mind.
So I take it you don't want these?
Well, it's hard for me to wear them. It was funny to switch.
I can go back into the metrics, it's okay.
It's very hard to see out of them. It's like the top part.
Maybe your nose is shaped differently than mine.
I mean, yeah, I got a big nose.
I see fine. Maybe for you it's like this.
Coleman gonna try to sneak this limp through, blind versus blind.
So that would also.
D'Souza's hand looks strong enough to raise and even call a limp shove. 25 blinds in position.
I got me some carrots, so
He's gonna check though.
I just try to prepare for this moment.
Maybe not rating it as high as I am.
Told you, I entered the metrics.
That threat of the limp jam discouraging a raise from ace-8 suited.
I mean, blind v blind, 24 bigs. Are we supposed to just be happy to get ace-8 in?
Well, I'm not going to tell anyone how to feel, but I think they should do it.
Played a bit of werewolf with him the last few days, and he would indeed be a very good candidate.
Does open the door for Coleman to outplay you. Bows flop, fortunately for De Souza. Top pair, top kicker. Who's in for 18 bullets? Wouldn't surprise me if someone is. I mean, I know.
You fucked on me last hand.
Yeah. Joe Barra
You fucked on me. Clearly you didn't fuck up.
was in for 15. All right, quick dealer change. Guys, I did message Ryan the Polo. Currently getting ghosted.
2.2.
Wow. Guy doesn't get text back for 20 minutes. And he says he's getting ghosted.
Oh, Resign trying to dunk on the Cheeto.
Yeah, a little 3 to a straight flush. Out of the small blind. This is not trying to target a hand as strong as what Nacho has right now. Rezai hoping to run into unpaired ace high, queens, jacks, tens. But that's a pretty nice turn card now that we've gotten here.
Oh, we're going blasting.
Rezai with the covering stack. Lots behind here and reasons to continue telling the story that he's flopped a set, or maybe king 8 suited for 2 pair. Half pot might even allow him to keep king queen in the value range. No chance that Nacho releases this early, and 16 million's a lot of chips to think about jamming this hand for protection. I suspect we're seeing a river.
There's the call. 14 million in the middle. SPR less than 1. We're playing big pot poker. Brick City. Both flush draws bricking. Does this earn Nacho the double up? Is Rezai going to empty the clip?
There's a real chance.
Oh,
Backdoor clubs.
Hang on. We'll be back over there. It's like Kyan Mockery's all in for his tournament life. He's got the best of it. Still got the best of it.
Mine for a sweat.
Chop it up most of the time.
Next day.
Fair. Oh, we've got another all in. Blind versus blind. 13 effective.
Oh.
And Faraz just gets there.
Yeah.
And he got it in good. What a river. It's up to 22 million.
Wow. Rezai went for it. Nacho in the tank. I like this follow through from Daniel. He unblocks hearts. He unblocks ace, queen, or ace, jack of clubs.
10 seconds.
Nacho does have one of the suits where he blocks king 8 suited. Small point in favor of calling, but it's so hard to do.
This is so sick. I mean, Nacho clicks call. He's just playing 40 million. It's just going to be one of the tournament chip leaders.
Pure bluff catch with the ace king. Rezi never has worse for value.
10 seconds.
Where does the value come from? Don't forget this was check raise flop. So deuces and eights. That's all I'm thinking of.
King 8 of spades, king 8 of diamonds. Only other hands, really.
Well, Barbero has the king of spades. So pocket eights, pocket twos. One combo of king 8 suited.
There's not a lot of bluffs either, though. Rezi might give up hearts on the end. Blocking too many front door flush draws. Once you get up to the higher club draws, he might not check raise flop.
Oh, I just don't think he's ever folding here. Rezi is just too good. He's going to have so many of these club hands wrapped around the 8. Nacho clicks call. He's going to be one of the tournament chip leaders. He's folded.
So who picks the
Alright.
card now?
I don't know.
No.
Either
It's like
a deuce or like
There's
a jack
no
of
good
clubs.
one to show.
Oh.
6.
6.
Savage.
6, 7 of clubs.
6,
Yeah, I'll turn it around.
7 of clubs.
I was
yeah.
thinking.
I can turn it around.
Turn it?
He called it like he called the card.
7
So.
of clubs? That one?
Oh.
Okay.
You called my
I
hand.
said
like,
jack of clubs. I thought that would have been a little less gangster, but I underestimated your gangster.
6 of clubs.
Daniel.
Wow. Savage.
Made a bad call, I guess.
I mean, he called out my hand.
You could beat 7 high?
6, 7?
6, 7 clubs.
Yeah.
He called out my fucking hand like once the 6 is down double.
It's, yeah. Basically, it has to be.
Raised 800,000.
Awkward silence.
I guess I made a bad fold.
See if Nacho can shake that one off. We kind of predicted that if there was ever any table where we'd see some savage bluff be run, it would be on this one.
10 seconds.
The show one game gets
2
a
million.
little painful
2 million.
in moments like that.
Yeah, where you just...
It's all fun
Sorry.
and games
Oh,
until
sorry.
you fold a chip lead pot and get shown the 6 of clubs.
Oh, sorry.
And actions 8.
No reason for Ribeiro to get involved against this 3-bet. Same story for Franklin.
The new chip leader. Looks like, yeah, of course, I'm sorry.
That was absolutely disgusting.
I'm the big line or you are?
And savage.
So his largest stack is 33, you have 30 stuff.
Yeah, but it was like on the after the break. They don't update the stacks in between.
They don't?
I had 32 on that and Chad had 33. They don't update the stacks in between. Just do it on breaks.
Right. I thought the feature table stacks, they
No.
might update at least.
See a glimpse there of what
But
Rezi
you
is
must
capable
put it in
of.
manually on breaks in the tablets. And it's,
He won his first World Series bracelet earlier this trip in the 50K Turbo. Got a nice $1.9 million cushion in the account. Always a nice start to the trip.
Raised 800,000.
You know how much you have?
About 12-ish.
Yeah, when he's on the heater that he's been on this year, or more recently, last couple of months, that confidence to pull off those bluffs, even in big spots like this. This one could be fireworks. Matt Franklin defending out the big, flopping top two. Benny's got the open ender.
No ball Gregor for this.
Could be a big bet spot as well for Glazer. You don't generally take the 10 high board and stab small with your whole range. This about 33%. Could have been worse.
GRO approved.
Depends what happens next.
No, yo lo jugué con él, no está tan pasado. Está con la confianza muy alta.
Raise 2,700,000.
Big raise from Franklin. I like this sizing on a board that's so dynamic, all the straight draws and a front door flush draw available. You don't want to offer a good price to the in-position player. I don't think Glazer can fold an open ender.
Looking for a jack or a 6. 7.6 in the middle. Clean turn card for Franklin. Just checking the itinerary, see what he's got behind. I mean, on a turn like this, what do you like, Kev? Just going Geo?
Yeah, I think leaving chips back or even checking it over is a nice option. When you've got a 10 and a 7 in your hand, it's harder for Benny to bluff catch you. Here's just jam. Kind of no nonsense. Hope to run into the nut flush draw.
Left or right?
Nearest to me.
Nice one to see.
3 of spades?
Always
I
value.
went to the bathroom and
3 of
they was
spades,
playing.
God.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would have liked a smaller bet there, I think. We just stack pocket queens, like no matter what.
Could have checked back flop, then I'd see a river, but want to rabbit hunt that.
¿Quién te dio?
Resumate.
David with a good recommendation, saying it would not hurt to include average big blinds in the overlay. Duly noted, mate. Yeah, I'll pass that message on. That's a great point.
Could do a little back of the envelope math.
Yeah, you could.
500K starting. We're down to like 3.5% of the field.
Yeah.
So multiply that by what? 30 or almost 30?
Yeah, about 15 million. Story checks out. Always hovering around like the 35 to 30 kind of average stack at this stage of a tournament. More fireworks here. 2 pair against an open ender.
There's reasons for Nacho to check raise this one as well. Those couple of low cards on board means that Costa from early position will have a number of pocket pairs below the ace, a number of Broadway cards that have totally missed this flop. It's common for the big blind to apply pressure to those hands.
1.4.
Raise 1,400,000.
Costa with options. I look down at that Brazilian flag and I wonder if the 3-bet click is part of the arsenal for this man. Just a call in position.
Does always feel tempting because we know that when we do get check raise, that Barbero's likely leaning towards draws, right? Like,
Yeah,
yes, we lose the 7s and 6s, but
no, we beat 7s and 6s.
no, pocket 7s and pocket 6s.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. There are a few hands, but I agree. A lot of the bluffs come from open-enders and gutters. Sometimes a hand that's totally crushed, though. Sometimes a hand like 6-4 suited.
Bet 1,300,000.
This is interesting from Nacho. Feels a bit exploitative trying to buy a river at this price, just hoping that raises are not part of the strategy for Costa.
Costa the type to recognize that for sure. He's just happy extending the rope.
I mean, if you had a marginal pair, what would you do here? You would always call. There's reasons for Barbero to think about bluffing this river. 9-8 has completed. If you think that cheap turn bet kept Costa in the pot with something like pocket queens, he's going to have a very hard time calling a river shove.
The demise of Nacho Barbero was one call away from being tournament chip leader. If he jams this, he's going to be down to just 8 bigs. Unless by some miracle he gets Costa to fold.
4.5.
Oh my word, he's done it.
4,500,000.
He's left Costa some chips back. Shake of the head from Costa. I mean, surely he can be up against 7-6.
I don't think he is at this point. I don't think 7-6 goes check raise, barrel turn, commit river on this run out.
Strong enough to. Costa has a bad feeling, though. 4.5 also nicely sized by Barbero, one of those bets that mirrors value extremely well. You don't put your opponent all in, you leave him a few chips so that he's a lot more likely to call.
So against +2, you're happy to check raise 7-6, barrel turn, and effectively jam river is what you're saying.
Yeah, I think it's worth it.
Wow.
We're playing 22 big blinds effective to start the hand. Something like that. 23.
Costa in the hurt locker right now. I thought he was just going to get snapped, but Barbero has found an opponent that is not a fan of this run out.
And if he's got it in his head that he's up against a better 2-pair or a set, even 9-8, it's so hard to shake that feeling. Like, you can just see it on his face that he's convinced he has the worse hand.
He's made the call. Barbero is down to 12 bigs. Put Neville in the blender. He got put in the blender by Daniel Rezai.
obviously a frustrating one for Nacho to lose. But when he sees that tank and then the ace-6 gets turned over, might even make him feel a little better. Like, okay, you picked a good spot.
And
Pat
Mr.
yourself on the back.
And Mr. Straights for 5.
Buena mano. No esperaba que fue de 2 pares.
Yeah.
English only, please, guys.
Have a good price. Huh?
800.
I'm sorry.
800.
Raised to 800.
Henry, I don't think the fans at home know what an extreme athlete that our co-commentator Randy Liu is as he walks in the room.
Tell us.
Showing off his injuries.
No, I mean...
Well, you know, in a valiant effort to save an extremely competitive and high-stakes pickleball match.
I wasn't expecting him to fold.
Randy incurred an injury that, I mean, maybe I shouldn't even talk about on stream because I don't know what the medical bills will be that he's racking up to recover that bruise I just witnessed.
Sorry to bother you. Like, they have nothing, no business being back there.
Raised 800,000.
I must admit, now that I've seen the damage that was inflicted on Randy, maybe he would actually beat us at pickleball because he played 4 games with that injury.
Yeah, he did. And I'm feeling a bit cheated because I paid out on those losses.
So did Randy. Just came and handed me 110 bucks. So I'm going to be going straight to the roulette table and try and spin it up for the viewers. I want to do like a $2,000 giveaway on tomorrow's stream.
You're going to do what?
I'm going to try and do like a, I'm just going to go for the max spin.
So you're saying that money's going on numbers?
Yeah, the fans chose some numbers last night.
Whatever you win gets given away.
Yeah. Who's going to win this one? Makoko. Just ripping it in.
2.9.
Goes for the stop and go.
No, it's a little bit more.
3.1.
Oh yeah,
pretty
extra.
Pretty reasonable find here on the low board.
3.75.
Out of the big blind, Lakoko started under 10 bigs. Flop's a good enough piece. Glazer recognizing he would do this with like weak pairs, weak draws. King, queen, a real decision. You just don't expect top of range to open shove.
It was a pretty quick jam.
Like Glazer doesn't expect to be up against 2 pair ever, maybe even not a strong 10. Still, gets it through. And that's an important type of hand to get to fold.
Just wanted to go.
For that play to be successful. Doesn't take much.
Oh, sorry.
No problem.
I should show it or
Like
no.
Yeah,
somebody
I would've
next to you
chosen one card.
you choose and I show, no?
Yeah.
I have 5-6 of suited.
And next time you show both, yeah.
That's the truth. Not bluffing.
No bluff.
5-6 of suited with 1 diamond.
I mean, it was a bluff. But he's not bluffing now.
Yeah, he's not bluffing at the conversation.
About the bluff.
Dude, you imagine Lakoko final tabled WSOP main event in Vegas.
I think my stack is a bit.
Won the WSOP in Triton Invitational for 12 million outright, no deal made. down to the final 104 players in this 25K. He's got 15 bigs.
Let me just do it.
Yes, 6 million.
No, I know. I just felt like very biased. Like, yeah,
It's like flipping,
I just
flipping
felt like
versus
it
the
was
draw.
super weighted to a draw. But it's slight favorable. Yeah.
Comfortable policies on, drugging children.
What?
No, not that.
Right. Let's have a look.
When in doubt, you
Innocent until
Out
proven
the
guilty or
tables,
whatever.
out the table bust
Innocent
outs.
until proven guilty or whatever. Yeah. Okay.
So we are almost down
What's the
to
bit?
double
What do you-
digits.
There's no bit. I'm trying to not have the story die. Eight.
Some bust outs from the outer tables. Max Neugebauer, who took down the WSOP Europe main event, 137th. Tom Middleton, Jonathan Jaffe, Sergio Ido, Mark Hammond, Nick Petrangelo, Tun Mulder, Ines Parsonen.
But we've got
This time we get him.
an all-in and call.
Maybe we're flipping.
This time we get him, says Sturm, and he's going to see the good news.
You want to swap 1%, Adrian?
Jesus
You
Christ.
still wouldn't. What does that say about what he thinks of you?
What an offer.
I feel like he jinxed me now. Or maybe the anti-jinxed me.
No, absolutely not.
Wow. Leon's superstitious as well. Oh no. Maybe for good reason.
I'm not worried.
You can't be this chosen, can you?
Chosen?
He's like a chosen.
Oh my word.
Okay. Really. But I wouldn't
How
mind.
much is this pot worth?
No. Okay.
Again.
You sure?
GG.
I should count it.
I'm reasonably confident. 8.4.
I'm 9.5. 9 point.
Typical Mateos.
It's about 35 starting stacks in that pot. Is that right?
Yeah.
Brother.
So
just 875K.
Seat open.
yeah, give or take. You think Zamani willed that into existence with the swap offer?
Yeah, Leon even said, like, wow, you just jinxed me.
All I wanted was anybody but Adrian to sit down. Here we are.
GG's, Leon Sturm. When will it end? When are we going to see this young man in one of these large field 7-figure, 8-figure top prizes run well?
It's been a little bit. Leon did have a breakout score, World Series 2023. He won the 50K high roller for his first bracelet and $1.5 million. Took down a super high roller event in Barcelona this summer as well. But you know he's competing in big buy-ins regularly enough that, as you suggested, the run has not been as pure as it needs to be. We are inching towards our next pay jump. Once we get down below 100, players will jump from 80,000 to 92.5.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. $80K locked up. Everyone dreaming of that $10 million top prize. Here we go, some fireworks here. Jack on the button, ace-4 of hearts. Bartles opened under the gun. Flopped top pair and checked it over.
Yeah, the Jack-10 suited is good but not great on this board. 25 big blinds back. After raising from under the gun, I would think this is a little pot control strategy. Well, how about this? I stand corrected because Arthur's is raising this flop, and it's very hard once you've opened the action and committed 2.2 million to get away from top pair. See how Faraz approaches this. You could argue for a 3-bet jam, recognizing that flop sets will want a fast play on this texture, and also he might want to fold out like an ace-queen, queen of hearts type bluff. There's some better hands that'll raise fold. Nothing wrong with call in position though.
All in.
Wow.
I mean, good luck calling with top pair.
We've come this far. I thought check calling was the line that was coming, but how do we get away from top pair after putting 2.2 in? This is just about a pot size raise. All the extra chips that Faraz has counted in the total pot right now. But effectively jamming 8 million into 7.5.
Trying to think of the hands that we lose to that do this. 8s, 6s, do they ever jam? I don't know. Or is it always just like Queen Jack of hearts? Ace-4 of hearts?
Wow. Let's it go. That is the challenge with raising when not planning to play for stacks. Nothing wrong with check call there and evaluate turn and river. As played, that's a huge pickup for Faraz with just ace high.
Tell you what, Faraz has been
You shoved
bossing
after
it
the
on
flop?
this
What'd you have?
feature table.
Oh, what do you think I had? I didn't even see the board. So even if you told me, I would have been okay with whatever you said, really. Do 7 of hearts. I believe you. I've seen that other do 7 hand. Yep. As someone who also plays to do 7.
Zamani with a hand that could potentially try and go after Bellarmino here. Yeah, there's the jam. And this is going to work. King 10 won't be calling it off.
Nice find from Martin, facing the early position raise. Tighter calling range required. That's usually when you want to use the wheel-suited ace to bluff.
We're even from day one.
Wow. Bellarmino's been living in Martin's head rent-free for the last week.
Sounds like it.
Back on over here.
Ahí le represento solo. Él tiene. Le represento solo escalera, boludo, ¿saben?
You hold any grudges in poker, Henry? Got someone you've been waiting to slow roll for like 3 years?
No, definitely not.
Good man.
There we go. Benny down to 13 bigs. Saw a couple of snug folds in front of him.
8.
See if he gets some action out the blinds. Not from Ribeiro. He's going to get it from Franklin.
Yeah.
Spin the wheel, lads.
That's just a rejamming hand.
¿Haces all-in?
Yo seiseo más grande turno y termino all-in con las dos.
You don't love getting snapped off once the button min raises.
Más grande con todas las manos y voy all-in con todas.
We're on a pay jump, but
Oh yeah, they are on a pay jump. 12.5K.
You've been telling me of ace and calling.
Pero tío,
I don't mind just telling Franklin, like, hey mate, I'm calling.
Yeah, I think Benny being generous here.
No, it's being very generous. 12.5K is 12.5K. It's got the best of it though. So maybe no need to sweat. Well,
Is that a good car or a bad car?
Franklin's gone from 2 outs to 4 outs.
Let's wait for the river that we can tell.
Breathe.
it's 5, 3, 5.
In case that went over anyone's
The
head,
patience is
Benny.
at 90, right?
No,
Not wanting to
99.
stall for a pay jump.
Really?
Yeah,
With
yeah.
an obvious nutted hand.
What is it, 12K?
Yeah.
It's a 12.5K pay
Wow,
jump.
you're crazy, you got like that.
Don't think anyone would have blamed him for taking a little time there. And just making it clear to Frankie that
That's right.
he was going to be calling.
It's the one hand I've had to do it with, but it's probably a punt. So.
Go spot.
I think that's a fault.
As in to not.
Or at least the 4-time thing.
Yeah, I mean,
You should have used a time bank, that's for sure.
Matt's a nice guy. I don't want to make him sweat.
You just tell me I'm calling.
Yeah.
Just tell them, like,
That's
basically
what.
I'm calling. It's like,
Yeah.
wait 2 minutes for it.
Pass.
See, you made it.
So one more elimination. And everyone will be guaranteed $92,500
Pay jump.
Yep.
for their efforts. Sounds like we just made the pay jump. Just waiting for the graphics to update and confirm. Nacho in the big blind on the short stack against Costa. Well, this is fireworks. Open-ender against top pair and a flush draw.
I feel like I'm just more likely to just get fucked somehow.
This is going in. It's Barbero.
What, like?
Gonna spin back
Like,
up.
I'm not going to use
9 million.
When I see Costa checking flop, but there'd be nothing wrong with just getting it in for 3.3 million.
It's almost, well, good luck.
Yeah, it just rips.
Almost like a comet.
Here we go. This would be so brutal for Barbero. Just an hour and a half ago, he was a call away from being the chip leader. Folded the best hand. Then he lost that big pot against Costa. Now he's one card away from elimination. Needs to find a 6 for a chop. 10 or a club for the win. Did say that Messi has saved him many times throughout his career.
Did you, Nacho?
Doesn't find it this time. Neville Costa's up to 27 million. Offsuit 9 is brutal.
Just the whole sequence is brutal. You get shown the bluff.
Translate that one, Kev.
He sucked out. It's such a scam. 9 on the turn. Scam. 8 on the river.
Scam.
Scam.
It's gonna run out.
He can't breathe. Yeah, that's 3 brutal hands for Barbero. Does that make it official that the year of Nacho is over?
Wow. I think it might.
It's the 16th of December.
800.
It's been the year of Nacho as long as I can remember.
Yeah, Chad had 34 when they lost break.
Dangerous man.
It's nothing. No.
You can struggle.
Yeah, buttons. Yeah. Jesus. Just look around. I didn't know Coles was still in. Just had like
It was like
4 catches in a row.
Yeah, I mean, Colts is a good series for sure.
Yeah, but this is insane. Like, FT.
Let's tell some stories out in the field. 97 players left. Everybody's path different. TJ Reed is here. Your path, I would say, is a little more unique. So why don't you give us the first part of that? As I see them returning to action, let's do this. We're going to keep it here.
Okay.
You're going to put your hands.
No
No pressure
pressure.
at all. Better win. And when you're done with the hand, whenever that may be, you're going to jump up and join us. We're going to just call the action live here. Got 97 players left, all guaranteed $92,500. Next pay jump is worth $15K. I mistimed that one. That's on me. Apologies. Sorry, I'm getting in everybody's way. But it's going to work. We're either going to watch a hand or talk to TJ. It's going to be great. Just pulling this table up on my trusty WSOP Plus app. And while Fisher is under the gun. Oh, great. Terrific. I just caught him on bubble of a table break. I was like, said maybe he doesn't. So maybe he doesn't know it's on him. You experts in the commentary booth have to explain to me why you would tank before a break. It's not a pay jump, but I don't get that. But I'm not at this level of 25K Superman. I mean, he used a time bank. I don't. We really don't want to interfere with hands. How about we talk right here? Is that okay? Yeah, that's good. Okay, that's fine. As long as you're cool with it. Okay. So tell me at least the first part of your story, like kind of what got you to poker. I know we could talk for 20 minutes about it. Give me the 20 or 30-second version of it.
Poker, I grew up in a way that I didn't have any education, lost my family because I grew up super religious, and then, was looking for a way to make a living in this world, and I always liked playing games. I was bartending at the time, figured out I could make more money playing poker than bartending, and then here we are. Yeah, and then once COVID hit, I started playing tournaments and never looked back.
It's just such a drastic change, right, from the world you were in to the world you are in. Is that something that you think about on a fairly regular basis?
Yeah, big time. My life took a big shift in my early 20s, and I'm pretty much opposite of everything I grew up with, in a good way. I still hold those lessons valuable, and I still love my family and love the way that I grew up, but I'm a very different person. Wouldn't recognize myself 20 years ago.
And are you almost, do you almost take some pride in the route that you took? I imagine a lot of people in your exact position just stay in that position whether they like it or not.
Yeah, for sure. It's tough to get out, and it's tough to live your own life. But I think poker attracts a lot of people who want to go their own way and forge their own path and be their own boss and that sort of thing. So it's not surprising that I ended up here, but at the same way, it's very random. No one could have predicted this from where I came from.
It's a good way to put it. There's a lot more to go, a lot more story to tell, of course, but we'll get you back to this action-packed hand. We're under the gun, just folded. Guys, let's send it back to you. Don't worry about staying here. Please take it back to the feature.
Well, thank you for that, Jeff.
All in.
Any ideas why you would stall on a potential table break? Is it so that your table doesn't break and another one does?
No, it'd be so that it breaks before you pay your blind.
That's why they pay you the big bucks, Kev. Back over here, Lococo, all in with kings. Matt Franklin with ace king. So far, so good for Alejandro.
Oh wow. The guy who won it last year, boss.
Ace and an ace only needed for Matt Franklin, otherwise he's going to be down to 4 million. It's official. He was playing 16 mil not too long ago, lost that big blind versus button spot, fives against aces. Now ace king against kings.
6-8 I have.
Papo.
I had 6-8. Maybe in one
on a bit of a run. Knows how to win 8 figures here in the Bahamas. He's done it before.
Tough together.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he does owe a time bank for pre though. Boss? Dealer? Boss? He does owe a time bank for pre.
I owe you a time bank.
So did I didn't even realize. It looked quick to me.
It says raise, and then it's on 0 for 6 seconds, and then amount will come.
Ah, okay. If there needs to put them on.
You need to say an amount.
Even if I say raise?
Yeah, you have to say an amount.
Yeah.
If you're out of time banks, for example, and you did that, it's automatic min raise.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is a detail that throws some people.
You don't know what the click is.
Yeah,
You just say raise, and the dealer has to tell you how much the raise is.
You can just say raise and then just put in that.
You want the smallest chip, and then
Yeah, that happened on the trying final tables a couple of times.
Yeah.
Does make sense that the action's not complete until the amount's stated.
All in.
Franklin's just 11 bigs now. Ripping it in from the hijack.
Somewhat snug fold, but understandable for Zeno. Don't think King 10 suited is quite good enough in the cutoff. Maybe a little bit later. Button or small blind.
5 seconds. I at least waited till you won the hand before I said anything.
Thank you.
Still a ways to go before the next ladder. Once we get down to 79, everyone will be guaranteed a 6-figure payday. What's going on over here? Ryan Mockery all in for his tournament life. Chad's got 39 million. Oh! Oh!
Chop it up.
Yeah, we gotta get it from one of the waiters. Oh, okay. Okay, well, I'll get it done.
Ryan Mockery bailed out by the river. Looks like the players are going on break. So second break of the day.
End of the road for our defending champion. Made the final 100. Again, what was it like to make another run at this title 1 year after winning it?
Actually, it's surreal. I run so deep for 3 years in a row. Yeah, but this time, it's another experience that, people will say hello to me when they find my profile, and I can still play with such a huge field, more than last year. Many good players surrounded, and battle against such a huge tournament. It's exciting, and every day I find I enjoy it, and also is happy to be the final 100.
Sure.
Yeah.
What'd you bring with you?
I bring my lucky piece.
There it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still so pretty, right?
Yeah, I prepare it for day 5. I will take it on day 5, but it's a pity that I finish now, not going to day 4. But
We'll see you deep in either the WSOP Europe main event or WSOP Vegas main event, or we'll probably see you deep again at WSOP Paradise next year. Thank you so much for the time. Congratulations on another great run.
Thank you,
really.
Jeff.
Thank you, Yunan. Guys. Perfect.
Thank you, Jeff. Jeff, okay, he's starting to scare me a little bit. He just needs to smile at the end of the interviews. He's got this like death glare. He's breaking the fourth wall. There you go, Benny. Find out a little bet here. Zai hasn't let go of ace deuce yet. And he's going to make the call.
Getting sticky here, blind versus blind.
Fortunate run out for Benny. Now has value on his mind.
Yeah. If Daniel even checks it over. Maybe thinking about the spade run out favoring him.
million.
He's finding a lead here, basically repping a small flush. Benny should just have a snap.
Deuce.
Deuce, no good. Benny's up to 14 million. Nice little bounce back for him. All right. Second break of the day. We're down to 93 players. So that just means in the space of 4 levels, we've lost more than half the field. Look at this. Faraz Jaka, 41 million.
Wow.
Daniel Razai playing 32. Chad also playing 42 million. Some boss stacks out there. So we work our way down through this field. Welcome back to the break desk. Kevin Rabichow alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Kev, let's talk about it on the flip side of this break because I want to jump into some of the pay jumps that we got coming up. We're going to grab some coffee and we'll see you guys in 10-15 minutes.
Oh my god! Stay loose, play 7 dude.
Chips or not? No? Oh! This is even bad luck to play the hand now. I don't even know what to do. You know what? Call! Call. I'm so nervous. I had the nuts, but I am still so nervous. Malaga make a very good laydown. Very good laydown, actually. I'm surprised. Well played, my friend.
Wow.
Well played.
I can't believe he just shows up with a complete airball there. And Del Pino, I guess, byproduct of his call on the turn.
Beach time. Beach time. Go. Send my greetings to Jessica, okay? You can?
What's the count?
You can or not?
Yes, I will.
Do that. And tell her that I didn't want to bust you, okay? Tell her that I did it with with a heavy heart.
3,425,000.
This guy, I would enjoy bust a lot, but not you. How much is the count, please?
3,425,000.
3, 4, 25. Thank you.
Oh. Kelly's like, what's the count again, dealer? 3, 4, 25.
Sorry, one more time, can you tell me? 3,
3,425,000.
yeah, 3, 4, 2, 5.
Yes.
And he did call, yeah?
Yes.
How much more you have, please? Like an 8?
Start with 12 or 13. Something.
Start what, 12?
12 to 14.
That's a nice stack. That's a very nice stack.
Well, it's 250.
Oh,
Wow, what a call. And what a...
You're in for 250.
I didn't know that. I wouldn't call. I wanted only to play for 200. No, I'm not joking. I didn't know. Can I get to like discount? Because I didn't know. Kyle, you are so bad to me. Give the guy like 2 jacks at least. Okay? Give the guy like 2 jacks at least. Huh? You want beach? Okay, no, he doesn't want 2 jacks.
Yeah, I
I'm sorry.
wasn't really going to call. But I don't know, but if he doesn't,
Wow.
I was
Queen.
I was going to limp.
Malaga, queen. I wouldn't fold the queen like you. What do you had? Queen jack? Queen jack?
Yeah?
You had queen jack? Not even, yeah? Queen 10? No?
Dead on the turn.
Nines? Nines, yeah?
GG, Stefan.
Good call, guys.
You send my greetings to Jessica, yeah? Tell her that she can come and cheer for me and give me a hug and everything, okay? Tell her. Thank you.
Oh, shout out Jessica Tootle.
Have that inject?
Huh?
Inject hat?
I had flush.
And Jesse up to 19 million, nice and early. Couple of cowboys for the man they call Guerrilla Styles.
Ooh. Nakai just put together this 15 million chip stack after eliminating Moneymaker. Something good's coming in the big blind here.
Middle set for Jesse. Whatever it is that Nakai's got. Got a funny feeling he's in big trouble here. Never traps aces at this stack depth, right?
No. I do think pocket eights would flat the big blind, 60 effective against the cutoff. That's top of range for Nakai. And Lonus. Is he sized up here? No, just 375. This is a board where you don't get check raised very much by the big blind in general, so thought maybe Jesse would just go for the big bets right away when you flop second set, but keeping it small.
I mean, that's a spicy turn card. Jack 10 gets there. Clubs now presenting themselves. Ace-X of clubs seems like a potential holding here. 8-7, 8-9.
Still, Lonus's hand worth 3 streets. You unblock top pair. You have that aggressive image. Wide range in the cutoff. I wouldn't expect like overbet, because Jack 10 is there, but 2 sizable bets could easily get paid off by worse.
In before check raise.
Does feel like repping Jack 10 is coming. Not even mandatory to check raise Jack 10 on the turn, but obviously with the nut straight, nothing wrong with trying to build a pot here. Just a call.
5.4 in the middle.
Wow.
3 of diamonds, the cleanest river card. Jesse only losing to aces and Jack 10. There's the third check.
On a river this blank, Lonus could really justify almost any bet size here. I mean, king's just super strong. Nakai's gonna call turn with most top pair combos. It's in the big blind. He's just got ace deuce offsuit, ace 4 offsuit. That stuff adds up quick.
It's a pot-sized river bet from Jesse. He knows what his image is like. He knows people like to call him down light because of how aggressive he is.
Yeah, I mean, any 2-pair combo is just a snap here on the end. But we've got a feeling that production dialed this one up because a
you think the
additional raise is coming now.
Yeah?
I mean, Ryuta's sizing up his chips. That head tilt there, trying to figure out how much have I got back.
Yeah. Did feel like it. It's like the most underbluff spot in the history of poker. Oh my.
Looks like he's leaving some behind. He's left himself a few big blinds.
This is huge. What a disgusting spot for Jesse. Only losing to Jack 10, we're just removing aces because we always expect aces to raise pre.
Still, I don't know how you fold at this price. I mean, there's an outside chance that Ryuta's got pocket eights and decides that it's too strong to just flat on the end.
Doesn't look like, but it's still guaranteed, don't worry.
What do we got here?
Oh my god.
Sure, don't worry.
I'm gonna flip this desk.
They'll send it back. They must. We got a 20 million chip all in here.
Yeah, this is huge. Oscar just needs to fade a red ace or king, which he does. Taylor's out of here. 40 big blinds gone.
He played super Tyler.
Pound that one.
Unfortunate.
No, pound that one. 3-1.
So back over here. I mean, Jesse knows that this is... Is this ever a bluff, Kevin?
It's so tough to execute a bluff here. I mean, what, Queen Jack sometimes just gets a wild idea. Put Lonis in the blender on a very strong looking raise. It's worth noting that Jesse is the type of player who is going to really value having a big stack in this tournament. So, like, sure, the math might say this is, you know, you're getting 4-1, you just need to be good 20% of the time, just flick the money in, but the difference between having 11 million and 5 million for him is so huge.
How much do I owe? 2?
I'm sure he's thinking about the cost of calling and being wrong here. Lonis really wants to make the right decision in these spots.
Value button, where's...
Got a little reaction out of Nakai there.
Please. Crazy.
Jesse asking if he could be value raising worse. I mean, what, 8 specifically makes the fold. Oh my word.
Wow. I'm pretty sure he bluffed. I'm pretty sure he bluffed. Yeah. I don't know. I could be wrong. I've married her.
You're absolutely right, Pasha.
What?
I guess that was
What do
the
you
right
mean
move.
short? 6 million is a lot, man. You double up and you are more than average, right?
I did that already, and I was. But,
Huh?
but the money runs out quick in this game. I find that the money runs out quickly in this game.
No, I don't think so. I think the money is not here, it's only chips. That's my opinion. I think it's only chips. Raise 500.
Raise to 500,000.
He's got a legit hand. Don't do it, Benny.
This would be light. Ace-9-0 in the hijack. Don't know if it feels like Martin's getting out of line, but he hasn't really been with his pre-flop play. Just that savage ace-10 bluff. Oh boy.
Oh my word. Good luck, gents.
So it's like 7, yeah? Roughly 7, yeah?
He's going to slow roll JRB.
7 plus 6.
I mean, it's definitely not like 10 million, yeah?
Oh my.
Okay, give me count. Give me a quick count, please.
Oh my word. No, not like this.
With 68% equity, Martin?
Just
Is
roughly.
this the spot?
I just don't. Yeah, it's like 7.
Not
yeah?
like this.
Yeah, yeah. That's good. That's good.
Wow.
Good luck, Jabby.
Good call.
Let's see.
Yes, good call.
It wasn't 9.
Hmm?
It was 7, right? I didn't want you to accidentally fold your hand or something.
Yeah.
Well, king high flop with 2 hearts. Is this all she wrote for JRB? He's dead
GG.
on the
Unlucky.
turn. Martin Cabral is up to 27 million. We're down to 140. Everyone's guaranteed
more, yeah?
$80,000. Well, very warm welcome back to continuing coverage of this Super Main here in the Bahamas. Second break of the day. Almost halfway through the day, we've lost more than half the field. We came back with 202 players. I think we're down to 92 or 91. There were a couple of bust outs there just before we went on break. And yeah, we've got what the fans asked for. Martin Cabral, day 3 chip leader coming in. He's going to be on our feature table. And it's a stacked field out there. I mean, this table alone, Alex Theologis, Lautaro Guerrero, who, by the way, is... he's a PLO specialist. This guy is also showing how to get it done in the 2-card streets. Eric Wasserson, Dan Charlton. I'm buzzing for this one, and it's getting to the stage of the tournament now where, we're starting to feel the ladders a bit.
Yeah, I mean, you got Alex Colonius, by the way, World Series of Poker Europe main event champion from a few years back. I agree, the payouts are getting big here. We're still a long way away from the serious pay jumps for the players who are comfortable here. Now there's that big disparity that we've talked about before where for some players this is a really big spot, life-changing money, and every pay jump matters. For a lot of these guys, like we saw Adrian Mateos collecting a bunch of chips on the previous frame, been there, done that. These are small pay jumps. They can zoom out, see the big picture, and think, there's a long way to go until $10 million. Let's just fight for all the chips, see what happens.
And what about that mentality? Not to put Adrian Mateos on blast specifically, but the lack of emotion in those big all-in pots, whereas, let's say, myself or, a satellite winner, you win that pot there with the ace-queen, you're out of your chair, you're ecstatic.
Yeah. That's
just purely, he's been there, he's done that, he's seen it a million times, he knows that it's way too early to start celebrating.
Yeah, I think so, but also, I wouldn't just draw the line at, he's not showing emotion, so he doesn't feel like it's a big spot. I think it's also just recognizing, there's a lot of work to be done.
Yeah.
Let's not count every chip that we earn now as if it's the end of the tournament, because there's just a long way to go.
That's very fair. All right. So, coming up to the halfway point of this Super Main AC, 93 players left. So we've got a couple of fresh feature tables, and then we've got Andy Tillman taking to the stage once more.
All right, players and dealers, welcome back from break. We're going to continue play with next level. 250,000 small blind, 500,000 big blind, 500,000 big blind ante. That's 250, 500, 500. Good luck, everyone. Dealers, shuffle up and deal.
All right, ladies and gents. Welcome back. You heard the man. Blinds 250K, 500K. So the big blind is now officially a starting stack. How many dreams down the drain, lads? As I welcome Jonathan Jaffe into the booth, which does mean that your dream of taking down this Super Main is also down the drain.
I've got a backup dream. Chad Eveslage is maybe my best friend in the world, so pretty cool seeing him up top there.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
He was having a bit of a rough time on the bubble yesterday. He had like a healthy stack, and it felt like every big pot he got involved in just didn't go his way, but nice to see he's bounced back.
Who do you like most? The Leia,
yeah?
Princess Leia?
Yeah.
Hey, man, this is so embarrassment. I can't even breathe. I can't even breathe. Really. This is probably the easiest tables I had through whole Bahamas, right? Probably easiest. You agree?
Right, to 1 million.
You agree, yeah?
Maybe.
Yeah, easiest. Because we have the bankrupt country guys. It's actually pretty good.
Sorry, my English is not very good, so it'll
No,
be hard to talk to
you speak crazy good English. Where are you from, actually?
You know where I'm from.
No,
we spoke about this last time.
From where?
We spoke about this.
So where are you from? Maybe I forgot.
He's giving me Bulgarian
Transylvania?
vibes.
I think he's from Transylvania. Hey,
Jonathan, are you buzzing for the Cabral show right now?
good luck,
Yeah,
Wsop.
somewhere in
But be
between
careful.
indifferent and buzzing.
He's too good.
Sometimes
But he's too good.
He's too good.
Kevin?
Say that you love me.
Strong endorsement. Oh, you're just asking if I'm buzzing. I'm glad to see Martin back up here.
How many chips has he got? That's what I want to see. Because, he was only one call away from being down to 8 million from his day 3 chip lead that he came in with.
That ace-10 bluff you're referencing that got through.
I mean, if that gets picked off, would have been in rough shape. JJ, we got a bit of a, I was about to say a nothing burger of a hand going on. We're going to see some spice potentially. I want to hear your story from day 3. Hate to see you here, not going to lie.
Yeah, pretty boring story for me, but Jack of Spades, a little excitement for Ivan, but turn, that's, I mean, Wasserson has a pretty natural check, so maybe we see a little magic on the river.
3.8 in the middle, there is the check.
Unbelievable. This final table with the two.
Looks like we're going to be ping-ponging over to one of the outer tables. It's Paul Wsop all in. King Jack, 5 bigs. Natasha just a couple of cards away from being back up to north of 20 million. Last lady standing in this super main. GG's. So what's the story, JJ? Lost the flip?
Yeah, I should have lost a flip, but I didn't. I 3-bet ace king suited, and Jack's actually called me pre. Lost 1 bet, and then that was that. And then for 10 bigs, I suppose it was a flip. Yeah, I got raised called 10 big blinds, button versus big. My ace 4 versus queen jack.
So where are you from, my friend? I forgot.
Calm day.
Sorry?
Nothing special.
They just get there with the 44% against you.
Yeah, I know. I know that.
Can you tell me?
And they dare to call it a flip.
Share with me?
If you tell me in another language, maybe I can answer the question.
But went to a good cause. Pascal Lafrancois, fantastic player. Great guy.
Ça va?
Mal.
Ça va très bien.
One of the funniest guys left in the field. Is he still in?
Can you share with me or no?
Let me check.
Then I'm going to punish you for
table.
that. Is it okay for you?
As far as we know, he's still in.
I'm going to punish you for that. Is it okay?
Yes. Always hesitant to check the
Hey,
app.
boss, I think he always
while we're
has
on
the
delay.
jet tender. That's my read.
Martin, I got something for you. So you can sing another song now. You know this song, surely?
Can you do me a small favor? Can you do me a small favor?
Friendly game.
Can you just be quiet?
Thank you.
What was on the mug?
Horrible, yeah?
Thank you.
The guy just making fun of you on the river, yeah? And then now he's like teasing you even more.
It's horrible.
I'm here for you. I have your back, my friend.
I know. Thank you.
What is this, Stredo? Hey, Daniel, this guy's.
I really want to know what's on the mug. I need to know what's on the mug.
By the way, are you like related with Daniel Negreanus? You are guys brothers or father and son?
Nah, man.
What are the odds that you are both Daniels? Right? Can you imagine that?
Are you Daniel Jr.?
I am, yeah.
Are you actually?
Phoenix.
Yeah.
Phoenix Jr.
Phoenix Jr.?
Yeah.
No, really, you are related, no? Are you?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I can't tell you, man. Might give away
You
my
from
name.
Transylvania?
Do you know what you've signed up for, Jonathan?
Yeah, experienced it many a time.
Does Martin know how family names work?
He has used that joke maybe a dozen times. I've heard it again and again and again.
Kyle Mockery is in trouble here.
That Chad smile is the smile of a guy who plays 12 tournaments a year and final tables 9 of them.
GG's. Kyle Mockery, #1 on Norway's all-time money list. Top of the 2025 money earner list. Over 13.5 million. What a year he's had. He can go back home to Norway, celebrate Christmas with the family after having backed up the truck
20 minutes? I have 20 seconds.
here in the Bahamas.
I think I let you win even. You want?
You were at that final table.
Man, you are too much money.
Was.
oriented, in
Kind
my
of took me
opinion.
out.
Yeah. How was that run? That was just insane. I think it was you actually who said you got down to 4
We'll go a game if you come to England.
And it took all of 5 hands from 8 to 4, if I'm not mistaken. Like every hand, it was just like all in, all in, all in.
It was crazy. Yeah, we just felt like dominoes.
You just like, oh, I just made $1 million.
Yep, that was fantastic. That was a day where I think I came in 3 of 16. I did not place or call, maybe not face a single bet on the turn or river the whole day, and somehow got fourth.
How much you play? Can you hold on?
I remember I c-bet and checked down and lost one hand. That was the most interesting pot I played that day, and then that was it. But you'd think that would have a much less happy ending than laddering 12 spots.
Yeah, a few hours later, you just, made a couple of million today. Like, go back to the room, chill out, hit the gym.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
You don't mind, yeah?
Minus the gym.
Hey, man, you are great.
What are your thoughts on, I've heard Jason talk about this on some podcasts about working out on these like long trips, like these 14, 15 days, especially like the Triton stuff that you do, where it can be, a 16-day trip plus travel to actually not go too hard on the gym and more so just try and preserve that energy for the longer days.
I think I'm great, my opinion.
I'm not sure that I preserve my energy. I play a lot of sports on these trips, but I enjoy that. I'm kind of trying to maximize my happiness knowing that most days you're going to be losing at the table, so I want to do something that
maybe even naked, guys,
feels productive to me. And
you
playing
want
some
it?
tennis usually makes me happy.
I do want you to do that, but I'm scared they'll kick you out.
Okay. But we will be dancing together?
Of course.
Okay.
But I keep my clothes on.
Let's do it. Yeah, both keeps the clothes, but we dance together, okay?
Can I use this one or no?
No.
It's not okay?
No.
Let's try. Let's see what happens for
No,
fun.
no,
This one's been unlucky.
No.
I think you can use any.
They've asked for that one.
Yeah. No, I object. Pass. Call the floor.
Assistant. Hey, when I say you stand up and we dance for celebration,
When you
okay?
say you, yes.
I'm actually quite curious
Maybe
whether
Tasha will join us.
But we
Wsop
have
got bluffed in that pot or not. Do we know if Ivan ended up stabbing River?
No, we need like nice table. Nice
We don't
quiet
have a way
table,
of finding that out, right?
No. That one will remain unknown, although it looks like Ivan has more chips.
Yeah, it's
Does,
horrible, yeah.
right?
Just horrible.
He had one of those
But I
hands I'd
hope
be
now
very
he can
curious
do the
about
dirty
because
job.
just
He can do the
being
dirty
so
job.
low in his range, it feels like you have to bluff, but it might be one of those ones
pay
that you
job,
actually
no pay
don't
job.
want to. The Jack of Spades, pretty bad card to be holding.
Wonder if he really bombed it on the
Be
river.
ready for dancing.
You should ask Natasha if she wants to dance with
No, that Natasha doesn't like to dance with me. I don't know why.
Lautaro's going to
Don't
be
know
at risk
why.
here.
Because I think I'm adorable.
I agree.
Just 5 blinds.
Good luck.
Okay, so we are favorites to dance. We are big favorites to dance because it's 3 out after flop. Nice call.
Thank you.
You think he hit it or not? I think he will not hit it. 3 outs after flop. Let's see. Karma. We good to go. I'm the dealer's assistant. Not like that. What's going on here?
I'll tell you what's been an
Daniel,
entertaining part of the Martin saga.
Can you please say 10?
Do that, man.
Just
Tell
say
me.
10.
The number of pros who, at one point or another, like, I actually don't mind
Not
him.
like
I actually find him
that.
funny.
Now we need
And they've
Bube.
all, one by one, rescinded that and said, no, this guy sucks. I don't know that I can like name a single pro
power?
who can tolerate him anymore.
Not like that. But you
I
know
have
what?
yet to
This
be
was like a
flipped.
free roll.
You've
I
yet
didn't
to be
lose
flipped?
or hero.
But,
So
you know.
we were like safe.
You're in the booth.
I'm just a talking head now.
Wow.
No, I think what happens is though, like you kind of establish a kind of funny buddy comedy with him, and then he turns on you at a certain point. He loves to kind of like bite the ally.
I would show them how to play. I would only sneaky
It's like
call,
the
you know, sneaky.
fable of the scorpion
don't,
and the
don't
toad.
like lose your customers.
don't know that
Don't
one.
like
You know this one?
scare your customers.
The scorpion goes up to a lake and he says,
Unlucky man,
Mr. Toad,
complete
can you
puller.
please
Complete
carry me
puller,
to the
pair
other side of the
against
lake?
pair, pair
And
against two pair, what can you
Toad
do?
says, well, if I do that, you're going to sting me and I'm going to die. And the scorpion says, no,
time
no,
I'll
no, Mr.
fold.
Toad, I
How much
promise,
was
I
it?
promise, like, because if I sting you, then I'm going to drown and we're both going to die.
2.5?
So he's
So
like,
basically peanuts.
okay, ums and ahs. And
Basically peanuts.
sure enough, he says, okay, hop on my back.
And now
I'll
it will be
take you
double
over to the other side of the lake.
Oh,
So going along, everything's fine. They're chatting, you know, they're getting to know each other, and then boom, out of nowhere, middle of the lake, Scorpion just stings the toad in the back of the back. And as they're both drowning, the toad says,
I love you, yeah.
why do you do that? Now we're both going to die. And the scorpion says,
Spectators loves you.
oh, I'm sorry,
Hey,
Mr. Toad, it's
the
just in my
girls coming
nature.
For you all
Like
the
that.
time after this
That's
stream.
great.
You know, coming
feels
for
very
you.
apropos.
Hey, man, you will have no like free afternoon. all the girls. Okay, show some love to the chat for the one and only Wsop guy. And especially girls. Girls, hearts to the chat. Call. Fold.
Theologus. Maybe contemplating some 3-bets there on the button. Looks mixable. 50 big blinds deep.
Ooh.
Okay. Above average.
The one and only.
Love to see Theologus go on a deep run here.
This is the
Feel
best
like
table you played at
at
Bahamas.
Triton he's had so many like
makes it worth
10th
coming.
place, 9th place, 8th place
You
finishes.
know, I'm happy you
A lot
are
of
enjoying. You are like my
crossbars.
customer, basically.
Ah, thank you.
I'm here for you. Can't say that about others, you know. But it's never easy, my friend. It's never easy. Sorry, I apologize. What is your name? I forgot.
Oh, that was the nicest he's ever said anything to anyone. You should just answer.
Can you?
Tony.
Jordan?
Tony.
Tony? Sorry. Tony, Daniel, Tony.
Hi, man.
He is like a brother of Daniel's son. You know the Daniel's son? The Romanian Dracula? You know him, yeah? Okay, good. I'm happy you know everything.
Stokes checking over to Poondiddy. Come out with, what is this, 20% pot? Not even.
Yeah, you rarely see large bets on the flop or turn on these monotone boards, at least from these new school players. Theologus, one of the more technical-minded, high-level players
So like 1.8 million, my friend.
these days. You see Ivan fighting back with small check raise. Kind of interesting for this 10-8 suited. How do you like this, Jaffe?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people might check raise a little bit too polar here. As far as 8x goes, this might be one of the better ones to call. I think the intuitive kind of like 8-7 of hearts, both with a little more equity, but also getting a little more protection.
Lights. I don't want to get a headache.
You know, we don't have too many 10x in our check call range, so it's kind of a nice one to slide into the call.
I mean,
But
I'm not super.
I
Like,
admire
You're
the
such a good
aggression.
advisor.
I mean, like, I can coach you, I think.
Yeah.
Life coach. For Tony and Daniel. Hey, Daniel, imagine if you come back to the Macclesfield and they all cheer for you. Like on the airport, there will be like, welcome back, Daniel's son.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Hey, man. You will be like local star, yeah?
I hope so.
How many people are living there?
100,000 maybe.
Gonna like the check raise a little more if he goes for check here.
Like 80,
We'll see
yeah?
what he does.
Something like that, yeah.
Hey, man.
Where do you live?
Last time
Yeah, it's
I
a
was
nice
at the
turn card for
Macclesfield, it was only
overpairs.
74,000 people.
Was it?
No, really.
Kind of.
5 million.
What did he say?
5 million. This is starting to overplay the hand quite a bit.
Yeah, that's a lot more
Just
than
for a
I
minute.
expected if there was going to be a turn bet.
Because the camera's not going to be on
So
me
now we're
right It's
seeing
going to be on them.
kind of less value and more,
because I
I
make
want
you
to end
promo.
this hand.
Yeah.
I'm putting you on a single club type thing.
With the live stream, they can hear everything we're saying right now?
Yeah.
Mike?
When you're whispering.
Definitely not a natural move with this hand.
That's the
Granted,
microphone.
Theolo just flatted the button, so he's low on overpairs, but plenty of big hands.
So but there's 3 features.
Sixes, eights, flushes like he has. Still 9s and 10s. I mean,
They can just choose which
I honestly would be folding red 9s a good chunk of the time here, and this would be kind of mergy.
I've never seen the live stream.
This might save Ivan.
I can't even like talk to you.
Looks like Casino Royale.
Nah, everyone's gonna hear it. I can't play with her no more.
Should it? In the sense that
What is this guy saying?
a lot of the ace-x, ace of clubs likely folding, right, on the turn, or are they always sticking around?
I think he has to kind of change his story if he fires money into this and say, okay, the turn call tells me that he had 9s plus. Now I'm going to go ahead and rep the club and try and get him to fold something like red 10s. Well, can't be red 10s. I mean, it's, yeah, he's in a very sticky situation where he knows a check cannot win the pot, but at the same time, doesn't have particularly good cards to be bluffing. You can say he blocks 8s full, but
Yeah, the only way I could see this being a good bluff hand is if we go for all of it, or
Yeah.
like just some huge bet, right? Claiming to have a
Exactly.
boat or ace of clubs.
yeah, you're just trying to get him to fold 9s or 10s with a club, 7s with a club.
Yeah.
Yeah, waves the white flag. I don't know. There was a moment there where I thought maybe he does empty the clip, blocking pocket eights.
It's one of those funny spots where Theologus is going to take some time and think, like, what do I really get called by when I reopen the action right now? He bombed the turn, check raised the flop.
You're gunning for like some weird queens, queen of clubs, very aggressively played jacks, jack of clubs, but the downside, of course, is ending your tournament in some fashion if he does happen to have sixes or eights full doing check raise. Wouldn't be surprised to see something around a third pot, even though you rarely see less than half pot closing the action.
Everyone does.
It's a pretty good board for that kind of size.
There are some exceptions, you know? Some exceptions.
I think the big bet
He's
is
going
good.
for it.
Yeah.
40 million. 5, 14, 5, 25.
Without knowing Ivan beyond what we've seen this hand, I think this is probably the right play. I think that the way he played this 10-8 was probably not too dissimilar from how he might have played queens and jacks, and those queens and jacks are probably going to have a club a good chunk of the time, asking for all of it, letting him have a chance to make a hero call. I like the play.
It's a good point. I think sometimes we get caught up in, like, how would I have played my opponent's side of the hand
and
Exactly.
dismiss
Alex,
the
not
huge
like
upside
that.
there might be
Alex,
if we just run into
you know
someone
what?
who
For
can't
you,
fold a big flush.
12% discount, not like the dot shop. WSOP 12, okay? Only for you.
I'll buy after.
And I think
Okay,
there's
what do
less
you buy?
concern walking into
This?
a boat with that
Sure.
massive
Buy
bet
it.
on the turn. You know, I think I kind of overlooked that, so I think Alex can feel even more sure that he's not punting his tournament off by putting it all in. Fantastic shirt being repped by Leonard.
Shameless.
Yeah. I mean, we're wearing the same thing, same color. Oh, we got hook, nice.
I love how polar
Is it check,
the opinions in the chat seem to be as well. There doesn't seem to be anyone in the middle. It's either they love Martin or they hate him. Some people calling for his mic to be muted, others telling us here in the booth to STFU whenever Martin's on the table. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm confused. Hook fresh off that 50K PLO bracelet.
Yeah, he's on his second cash here, too, in this tournament. He ran it deep on 2A.
I feel like Lennon's another one of those that at Triton specifically hasn't really had much luck.
Mm-hmm.
But definitely in the conversation, one of the more talented players in the field.
Wonder if he goes quarter pot here or plays check. He's got options. I really like the turn bet he found, where a lot of people, they're kind of betting 10 or better, and he found a nice linear bet.
And it really hinges on hands like King of Spades Jack just not putting you in the bin on the turn.
Mm-hmm.
Right, when you get the passive response from this hand, it makes you feel even a little bit better about finding thin value out of the small blind.
Yep.
Not that this is like some mandatory raise for Unlu, but it's the type of hand that could put a lot of pressure on Leonard here, and instead he just realizes equity and gets some value.
This is the first time I've got a pronunciation you guys don't. You guys are just going the North American way at Leonard, huh?
Is it Leonard?
It's Leonard.
Well,
Was that part of your prep for the podcast?
I was going to say, we're contractually obliged to butcher, at least 60% of foreign names. So
I've only heard the Germans call him Leonard, but I try to emulate.
we hear it from him.
Okay. Yeah, you're still thinking this might be a troll.
You never know with you.
And he is always just saying his own name at the table, like that's classic Leonard.
Need him at a table with Martin, so we can hear it from the horse's mouth.
Leonard is a truly hilarious guy.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone call him Leonard. Now I feel like you're definitely trolling.
We can't get producer James on this.
There you go, Alex Kulev playing 20 mil. Unlu, second on Turkey's all-time money list.
He's got options. Could shove this, could 3-bet. Kind of in that, sure there's ICM, but when's the next payout move, really?
Yeah, we've been talking about a fairly low ICM stage of the tournament.
We can.
Oh.
We are 4 spots away from a 15K ladder.
I definitely prefer the 3-bet, and I think we're seeing that more commonplace today. And I would be losing 4.3 million here if I was Anthony Hughes.
All in.
Really no way around this one when you've got 8.5 bigs.
Yeah.
Kulev should get out of here with Unlu behind, threatening a very strong range.
Yeah, well. Me neither. Good luck.
Any queens in this deck, dealer? Not on the flop. Good news for Hughes is he can't be turned dead. Bad news is he's way behind. He's got 3 outs once. Not a spot you want to be in deep on day 3.
There you go. Take care, man.
Buttons right. Thank you. Good game.
GG's. Anthony Hughes.
I want to see the name of the player.
I moved the button. Sorry, I said buttons good.
92,500 for him. What's going on over here? Bernard Binder. How did the money go in? Is it all in
Plus
pre?
one. I think it was just 5 million, right? Probably
Yeah.
open jam from Nick.
No, it was 10 million apiece.
Really?
20 bigs. It was a 20 million chip pot, no?
I thought 10.
Am I losing the plot?
I think just covered. And the rest of the chips counting towards the pot there.
Yeah, it says 20 million. That Bernard won.
I think you are
10
my
million
second
from that pot.
favorite guy from Michael's field.
Can you break it? Oh, right.
No, really.
Can
you break this? No, really.
Yeah, that's good though. Number 2 is good.
Huh?
Maybe flatted small blind, check raised on the jack high, and they got it on the turn.
I'll take that.
Sounds about right.
You know who is the first one, yeah? You know that, yeah?
No, who?
Hey, come on.
Wow.
Don't
Quite
be
a flop
ridiculous.
from
You know,
mine.
yeah?
I'm not sure, man.
Think your father.
Oh, my
Plus
dad.
one open,
He's
yeah.
good,
You
yeah?
know my dad.
It's a light one.
Do I look stupid or what, guys? What is this question? Sorry, my friend. You have like 15, yeah?
Martin does love to talk about pay jumps.
My time already? Hey, you put so much pressure on me, Francesco. But I scanned the card for you properly. It's good? I'm so happy for you.
2 off a pay jump here. He opens 6 high, plus 1.
Don't pressure me. I have already enough stress in my life. I need to deal with Alexios.
Speaking to the mic. I'm joking.
Not like that. What is this card? You can imagine. What are the odds that the 10 of spades coming? What are the odds? Think like
Turn this into an interesting
5%
spot.
about.
78.
Now, you see? Imagine.
3 more.
You move your hand, please.
I just know it is because I was late. I was locked in on it before.
What are my options?
Oh no, you're right. You are right. I mean,
79?
you are right.
Or 8, yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
Then you need new glasses.
Yeah, I know.
You help me on the
Sure,
road,
it's
Francisco?
78 as well.
Just say yes or no,
Yeah, I can
dear
see
man.
it's 78.
Yeah?
2 more. Another 15k.
We're going for first anyways.
Yeah.
Don't pressure me, really. It's a big pot. Call? Is this real life? Or am I think this is a Matrix. And this guy is Trinity. This guy must be Trinity.
Seabet would have taken it down on the flop.
But why is everybody so happy except one guy?
That's played.
Bossy boy,
Martin's gonna lose
gas
some
is down,
chips.
please.
So
I'm in the
tired.
middle of big pot.
Please, I'm trying to take a nap.
There will be dinner break. You can take a nap. How long is the dinner break actually? 1 hour? You don't know? Can you code the floor man, please, for me? Francesco, code the
I
floor
think
for
when
me.
we're holding that queen, pretty good spot to just kind
I
of
need
bet
to
the
know for
river,
Daniel, son.
rep the queen jack. We've
Is it
got a
me?
lot of missed draws with the 8x.
Excuse me,
but
how long will be dinner break? 1 hour
Yeah, I
or
would have
75?
liked a bet as
Can we
well.
make it 75? Everybody is tired,
if
especially
we're
my
looking
friend
to
Wolf.
induce a bluff,
Can
maybe
you please ask
ace
Andy,
10
yeah?
is
You
a
know,
nice
he
one
can
to check
tell
there,
him I need a nap.
allowing Martin to
He
have
needs
more
a nap,
king,
yeah?
queen, queen jack, king jack type hands.
I have your back,
Yeah.
my
I
friend.
know you do. My best friend.
Not like, I told you, 10 of spades. Where is this guy coming from? Maybe if I even c-bet the flop, I would win. I think I played terrible this hand. But,
You play really
can I
bad.
slow roll you, my friend? It's okay? Ah, he doesn't like slow roll. You know what? I tell you something. Everybody else, I would slow roll. To this guy, I would double slow roll. But for you, I muck it. It's empty pot. I don't like it. You are supposed to say thank you, by the way.
Thank you.
I make better hand for you. Hey,
Play of
boss,
game
sometimes you have
penalty.
to mug the best hand, right?
It's true. Sometimes you do.
Hey, man, I'm playing like, I think, really close to
You're
GRO.
playing so good today.
Tony, you play GRO? Daniel, you play GRO?
Yeah, a little bit.
Hey, man, I think you can do that. You are my second favorite guy from Macclesfield. How can I be running so bad? Like, he hit Miracle 10. How happy you were on the turn? Quite happy, eh? It's your brother? You guys brothers?
Yep.
Unbelievable. He has tough life to have your brother, right? So, who's playing? Always with asking, right? It's like amazing for me. I play like Grico. Life straddle. Grico, I learn from you. Learn from the best. The best from the East.
Let's continue to get to know some of our final now 81. Miguel's been in the Bahamas for a week and a half or so. I feel like we've talked every day. Might as well do it on camera. What's your entire WSOP Paradise experience been like?
Very tiring.
Okay.
Last night I got 6 hours of sleep. So
6?
That's it. We finished at 3 in the morning. So
Wow. Day 3 of the 25K feels like what?
you have to get some sleep and be very focused at the table because you only get the best players of poker right now.
Give us a sense real quick of your poker background leading up to this.
I've been playing poker for about 14 years. So let's just say I'm a well-informed recreational player.
Perfectly said. Jump back in the action so you don't miss a hand. Appreciate
Thank
the
you.
time. Thank you, Miguel. Guys.
Not like
Thanks
that.
for that,
How much
JP.
is that, can you tell me really? Just say roughly.
16-ish maybe.
16? I don't believe you. It's not 16.
Having a word with Miguel.
Like 15.5 only.
Ask me that.
Hey man, you are
No
trying
worries,
to deceive
guys.
me or what?
Plenty of time to get
Is it
back
me?
to Martin's hand.
Is it me who you looking for? Is it me who you looking for?
I've
Don't
been
smile,
defended
boss.
as
And
big.
put the glasses down. The ladies doesn't like.
Another
it.
top pair 8. This one
Yeah,
actually
please,
pretty
just put
nice
it
for
out.
a
No,
little
not
check
on the
raise
table,
if you
it's
do
not
see a
possible.
small bet.
Actually,
Kind of a texture where a lot of people play very large. We'll see what Martin goes
how much
for
you can
with.
bet, like, minimum like what, 500?
It's too bright.
What's bothering you today?
Pretty disrespectful size.
Yep.
And I'm
There's
not
a big
terribly
light right behind you.
surprised
It's like-
based on the
This
previous
guy
hand
would
we
like to
saw.
order something. No, order the beer. So you
I like
promise.
this play from Martin.
Yeah, disrespectful in
deal,
the sense that
Hey man. Sorry, he changed his mind. I'm
Ivan
sorry.
shouldn't
I'm sorry
really
for him.
let him get
It
away
was, like,
with
ridiculous, really.
setting
Okay,
this price and seeing the turn.
so
Yeah, if
At
you're
least not
Martin,
often.
you know, and you're sitting with
three,
tens or jacks or
4, 5.
queens, this
You
is
complete safe.
giving him way too much, you know, equity for relatively free. One big blind. Perfect.
Not like that.
Turns like that
Where
are
is
just so
four of
painful
spades
for your
coming from?
overpairs.
Like with this Greco guy.
Would
10
like
of
to
spades
see
and now 4 of spades. What are the odds?
a lot of leading on this
I think
turn.
it's like 2% or something.
Crazy.
Crazy, yeah?
8-5,
Very
a
improbable.
pretty good one. Still just one pair. Quite vulnerable.
River? River?
Yeah, I think
No,
Martin
it's
is
not a
very
check.
in
No, it's
control
check.
of the
I just blocked you.
dynamic
It's okay.
between the
Yeah,
two of them
you
here.
are a good
I
guy.
think
I saved
Ivan
you.
has
I saved
missed
your job.
aggression a
You
couple
should say
times.
Thank you, by the way. No? No, thank you? Well, you're welcome.
Could also be a little
Okay,
gun
just
shy
save
from
your
the
job.
Theologist hand.
True, that was a big hit.
So if you're Ivan, you still have plenty of hands that miss. You know, we've got 9-10 and
What's
9-7.
bothering
Those
you
are
today?
hands we're going to have offsuit, so
Bossy
lots of
boy.
combos there. Very
Glasses down.
reasonable for one big blind to float kind of anything suited with 2 overs. You know, Queen 10 of hearts
800.
could still be in there. I like a bet, but I would have liked a larger size.
Pay
there.
him. Pay that
Martin
man
could
his
definitely
money.
have a jack, but
I think he's bluffing. Open bluff. Transylvania, open bluff. Open it. Not like that. Not even one card he can open because 2 pair. This is so embarrassment. I'm running so bad, like so bad. Was like I'm asking you last time. If we are friends, put the glasses down.
Can you get them to take that light away?
Yes,
Over there?
yes,
You see
but
it?
put
Or
it
do
down.
You go first, and then I.
No,
take
no,
them
no,
out.
no. Okay.
It's hurting
Okay.
my eyes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now you are at the podium.
Yes. I've always wanted to make the podium. Yes.
Why is everybody so happy? Except the Wsop boy. Bubble. Now bubble. Ah! I think I know who will be the pay jump guy. The pay jump bubble boy. Pay jump bubble. No, pay jump guy.
This guy's
Wow, this is so embarrassment. I can't even breathe, really. I can't even breathe.
You really
I've
know
actually heard that one 5 times in the last 20 minutes.
How can I be running so bad against this Tony boy? Against this Tony boy. But he's waiting for the money. I can feel that.
5
Tony,
seconds.
the crazy guy. Ooh, that's serious. I
Get
think
the
Kite
sense
is right
that
because big pay jump.
Parmar might not be comfortable
100K.
min-raising this. Is he thinking about a jam?
100K. Boss, what do you will be
He's
doing
got
with
a
the money?
lot of
if you
chips
make-
in hand.
Thinking about that.
If you make 108,000, what do you will be
Is
doing
that
with the money?
a few gray
I think you
plus
should donate it to your
100K?
friends.
Oh, yeah, that's
Making
a good
like a
idea, but I don't
3x
have
or
any 'cause my
something?
glasses.
That's a great pass. I like that. Thanks, nice. He used the time bank, right? He paid already? Thank you.
5 seconds.
all in.
Not like that.
You were right.
Not
You just see this a
like
fair bit
that.
off of like 15 bigs where players who aren't as familiar with like min-raise and then
Roughly how
deal
much
with
is it?
future
Roughly?
decision making
Mhm.
think like, ah, well, if I had something
Count this,
marginal,
and
I
then
would
I
just
can
be
tell
all
you
in
something.
here.
This is,
Exactly.
this is
Trying
4
to
million
mimic
here.
exactly what I would do with
So-
my
I don't know
queen
what this
jack
is.
suited, my
So like 7,
ace
yeah?
10 off.
So like two, no, he said all in. So how much is the all in? Like 7?
This is 2, this is 3, this is 4. I can break it down for you.
It's okay.
You won.
Use. Open. Tony, open. No. Ace king.
Shows the massage.
Ace king. Ace king.
His assistant came over to us, and came over to her
And she
earlier,
told her,
And
she told her.
And she asked her what my hand was.
Oh my god.
No way.
Like, because we didn't know who she was. We're like, are you
And
his
she
girlfriend?
said,
She's not his
you
assistant.
told that?
Can you push this a little bit?
Wow, you are the best girl. Very loyal, very loyal. So, how much I can pay now? Why is everybody so happy? Except the one guy.
17.
You were like,
Why is everybody so happy?
Check.
Wow. Guys. My ears aren't ringing.
All right. Let's see two poker players play poker.
Jack high versus 7 high.
Leonard still with a pretty intuitive check here. Don't get too many better hands to fold. Blind versus blind and limp check line. Goes for 1 bet. Yeah.
Do think he can clear out like the offsuit jacks he's behind.
That's true.
But queen high plus, I would agree, is unlikely to fold.
Dude, we played the 2 nights ago. We played the 50K, and then last night we played the 50K till whatever it was, 1 or 2 in the morning, and then last night.
Yesterday it was.
2 days ago. Then last night we played the day 1B, or day 1, day 2B.
Yeah.
Charlie's had a lot of late nights.
I know.
Yeah, they said 12.
Like, oh, we asked him.
What was the point of doing that once you already told us, right? Like.
But it actually makes it worse because now we have to play an hour later on the same amount.
Yeah, that's true. Very good point.
There was a lot of complaining this morning. I don't know if you guys heard with the late start.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people look pretty
but I couldn't fall asleep
wrecked.
Also,
Yeah.
It was kind of obvious though.
They wanted the late start, but
how
tell
can
us
you
the
not-
night before, not in the morning after people already set alarms and find out.
Yeah, that's
But
very obvious.
Such is life.
They can't make it.
Got a loose open from Kulev off 20 big blinds here.
75% plus.
Going after Peter.
Yeah, a little disrespectful
Yeah.
from Kulev towards the table.
Yeah. Might not know that Peter's a player.
Any Peter
Not-
Chen fans in the chat?
Yeah, I just had the breakfast.
Yeah.
Seen a lot of Canadians on the stage this tournament.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Peter here, courtesy of winning the Ontario WSOP Online main event for 200,000 or so. Included a super main package.
Can't get the Jonathan Jaffe checkmark on this open, which is a very loose checkmark that I hand out. But Leonard button, hook, small blind, Peter big blind.
You haven't been to Eastern Europe before, have you?
I have not.
You need some.
Wait, does Montenegro count?
You guys get that Paradise parlay?
What's it? Yeah. Yeah, I guess it does.
Then Eastern Europe is my favorite place on earth.
They're honoring bracelets.
East of center? No?
He left. She's alone.
Yeah. Adriatic coast.
Ace king. Tony, she told me when we were away. She told me.
There's 10 million in the middle here, by the way.
Wow. This is 4-bet and called, I guess? What's the open? No, it's just
So yeah, I said to him.
Yeah, it must
open
be
to
4-bet.
1, 3-bet to 2.5, 4-bet to 5, yeah. Called the 4-bet with ace-10-0. And he's in commanding position.
Fucking story, weren't you? Yeah.
We are still seeing lots of action. Just 79 left in this tournament.
I say that you
You know, when your man calls a
Say
4-bet,
that you love me.
you're thinking a lot of 10s, jacks, maybe 9s, maybe queens,
Yeah.
maybe aces, but there's only one pair left. So this board
I
is
think
looking
he is loving me.
disastrous for
Like
Daniel, which
everybody
it
loves
is.
me, right?
It feels like he's just thinking, please have 10s, please check down.
Exactly.
Please have
yeah.
10s, please check down.
Maybe
Yep.
that's 2%. Maybe that's 2%.
Both players playing defense. Cross flop and turn.
I wouldn't mind just a small bet out of Daniel now.
big
It's so hard to get bluffed
Big jump,
into.
guys.
After Ivan calls a 4-bet pre, like what hand is he going to call pre-flop that didn't make a strong enough pair?
Wow. The next one is huge.
Not to say that tens shouldn't think about turning itself into a bluff, but
To what?
generally, if someone's checked down to this point, they're not going to start bluffing pocket tens now.
2 more.
True.
No.
2 more play.
Oh, I think it's 10 more.
Check. I think I would just check the ace 10 too.
Ace 10. Ace 2.
What was it? Check down to river?
Yeah.
Never been too careful. Never been too careful. Wow, what a play. Hey, Daniel, I think if you go all in, he would fold. I think.
Ivan is mixing it up.
Do you know at what point? This is 70 to 79. So it's
Hey,
69.
Daniel.
Yeah?
If you go all in on the river, you win. I'm telling you.
I think so too.
A GRO play is like if you go all in on the river, most of the time people fold. This is the GRO play. Right?
Yep.
Most of the time people fold.
Yep.
And this time for sure, because this guy, like very nice call pre-flop actually. Very nice call pre-flop.
Top of my range.
I think it was like he learned from you with the king 10, yeah? He's like learning from the Greco guy. Okay, last hand of the day. Last hand of the day.
That true, Jaffe? When you go all in on the river, most people fold.
Yeah, I think there's some wisdom there.
Hey, Daniel, you didn't learn your lesson? Tony, no more pay jump.
You know, given that Terran shoved
Tony,
those
no more pay
queens,
jump.
it's
Now you
kind of
can
stands
play.
to reason that he might
The
not
last
have
time you
3-bet
said
bluffs
that,
in
I
that
jammed on you
spot
and you didn't
off
call.
of 8 million. Might just kind of be jams and.
Yeah.
I don't want to bust you, man. I have other targets on this
Not
table.
that
like
King
C,
9 suited is
higher than 2, lower
mandatory
than
by any means,
high.
but
No, yeah.
I
No,
would
yeah,
have
lower
the
than
same
high.
read.
Lower than high.
Check what it is.
Apple pie.
Close spot for Ivan here. Can
2.7.
do either.
The other being flatting, of course. Not ripping it in for 40 bigs against +1.
True.
Guys, help the dealer, okay? Help the dealer.
But given the history,
This guy has short hands.
it's even kind of intimidating to 3-bet the ace queen,
Yeah.
Or hands.
opening the door to another
Actually, his hands
4-bet.
are kind of long.
Yeah, but maybe maybe you feel pretty insulated from the 4-bet bluff after you flat the last one
No,
with
I'm not
ace
just being
10-0.
honest. Just,
Why?
Just being, I'm not
That is
trying
the
to.
upside.
You know I love you.
Horrible.
Daniel,
horrible.
given
Don't
a
do it, Sean.
Would you
consideration.
rather have someone just to agree with you or tell you what's real, you know? Think about that, Martin. Think. I want you to think, okay? Hey.
Uh-oh.
Hey. Hello?
I don't even know if it's this might work. We might see the
Wow, every hand.
Wow.
I love it.
ace 10-0 call and the ace
These
queen off fold.
guys are really swinging for the fences against one another. Is this back-to-back 4-bet pots?
And he
Yeah.
showed down the ace deuce.
I'm really not a fan of the choice to 4-bet here because the vibe I'm getting from Ivan is not I'm ready to beat the crap out of you guys. Here's me and I'm looking to fight. I would really think that he picked something up on this one.
8.5 million.
The way he played that.
Wow.
Jeez.
Yeah.
No hesitation. I feel like I'm watching
I'm not sure we're done.
a broadcast of like the
remi-
2008 PCA main or something, you know?
Yeah.
This-
Like
this
Benny
6-bet
Spindler back in the day, bro.
could absolutely come in.
Yeah.
How often do you see a 5-bet pot 20-25?
He goes for
Oh.
a sip.
Yeah, that's a strong move.
Charlton's staring him down. If he jams, is Stokes folding?
Yeah, I think so.
This would be a huge pickup for Charlton. Finding a 6-bet jam, though, I mean, come on.
I didn't like the 4-bet, but I kind of like the 6-bet. Don't know the last time I felt that.
All in.
Wow. Oh, my word.
Wow.
What is going on?
Incredible.
70 players left in this Super Main. Hands down, the hand of the tournament so far.
Cool.
Wow!
King.
No way.
We were just wrong on every single decision.
Wow,
Oh my
guys.
God.
Classic quarter underway. Classic quarter. Okay. 10 of
Didn't even
diamonds.
take a time bank.
6-bet pot.
Yeah, yeah.
Stokes has
Yes.
called it off.
10 of diamonds. You want hippo power?
I need to watch more streams.
No, you don't want, yes?
Well,
there's clearly some dynamic between
let's
these
have
two.
it.
I mean,
All right, then.
credit where credit's due to Charlton.
Both times.
And he fucking raised.
Wow, so close, yeah?
What is that, a flush draw?
Any four-sider, okay.
Hey, man. Any foresight is okay.
Yeah.
You are a Baccarat player. You're good.
Thank you.
38 million in the middle.
Thank you.
One of the greatest
Stokes
all-in in poker.
5-bet called it off.
Yeah, so close, yeah? Three-side.
Kind of close.
7 or a 9 for a
Now
chop.
everything. Like, there are no cards which
10 for the winner, whereas Charlton's out of here and Stokes is up to 38 million.
Okay. Everything.
What are they waiting for? 10.
GG.
Wow.
GG, man. Good luck,
Game,
guys.
bro.
What a hand.
So many cool.
Ivan looked like he'd seen a ghost when he got shoved on, and then 20 seconds later says call.
Nothing you can do.
I mean, everything about what
Actually,
Ivan
maybe you have more.
was doing there made me think he thought he was bluffing.
More in a second, he'll figure it out.
He was inducing, guys.
He clicked back, I think wanting the fold. He grabbed the coffee, I think trying to look calm and confident.
Yeah.
And then he faces the jam and he's just like, all right, I guess we're just doing this.
Holy shit.
All three of us are standing up right now. That was amazing.
Yeah, that was real 2011. Like, just click wars. You'd love to see it. Man, Dan Charlton's out of there. Macclesfield represent.
These boys are going to get a lot of money in too, but not much will come of it.
The old reverse tell. Now with the 5-bet induce, bro.
It's one of those spots where Leonard's got a real choice. He can kind of polarize and rep exactly his hand, or he can kind of leave it at a size that still could be something like 9s, 10s, maybe even 8s. Looks like he's going the second route. Oh, no. That's a little heavy for those. I guess he's repping the queen. This makes Terrence's job a little easier. Don't see reason to raise this size.
These are kind of funny spots. Like, in an absolute sense, ace-queen doesn't seem that strong. Facing, like, all of the money. Like, you don't necessarily want to put 30 million into this pot with ace-queen. But at the same time, like, how does Maui ever have better than ace-queen on this board? Deuce, deuce, 3, flatting from the hijack. Like, he probably folds deuces and 3s.
Oh, you know what? I had thought he was the button this whole way. I was like...
So,
yeah.
I mean, maybe this
might go check, check now.
Yeah, it could go check, check on the end. There's a small
A lot
chance
of
Reed is
ace-king and
trapping
reads.
aces. He might get sticky on the turn with ace-king.
Yeah, I think ace-king's going to play it this way a lot. King-queen still very intuitive. Is suited. What is there? There's just the clubs. King-queen of clubs. I think we're either going to see right around half pot or a check.
Yeah, river bet
Ace queen.
would have been thin. Same.
But different. All right, Terrence Reed. Up to 35 million. Some big stacks brewing out there.
I think that's one of those hands that level 1 or 2 of the tournament, we're going to see Leonard probably bet the river more often, but at this stage, a little more caution.
Was that GTO Lab approved?
Yeah, I'm a fan of that.
At that point, you're not getting called by worse. You're not getting called by 9s or 8s.
Never seen it.
Nah.
You could get called by 9s or 8s, but did they check call the flop? Unclear.
Charlie's giving the check mark to the check.
Is that 9 minutes left on the clock for this level, I believe. I'm not commentating next year.
You're playing? You getting in there?
Yeah.
6-bet streets?
No, nothing to do with that, but It's just
One. But it's
insane.
okay, we will do
72
one.
million prize pool.
Yeah,
pretty
a
nice.
regular for me.
Excuse me, sir. Could you grab a few more regular flat? Could you grab a few more waters?
The sparklings for me, if you have one. That's the one I ordered. Yeah.
Okay, I'll give for the table.
Raise.
What do you have?
No hesitation with the queen nine suited.
31.
It's a fun one.
And you?
I don't know. I haven't counted.
Leonard holding the dustiest of suited aces.
Yeah, this would be pretty splashy from +2.
2.8.
Splash away.
Kulev's down to 11 bigs. How'd that happen?
30.
Opening queen 7 suited +1.
Pretty sure he won that pot, but
Might have found a few more suited queens.
yep.
Alex is one of the most enjoyable people to banter with on tour.
You two have exchanged words in the past?
Plenty. He's hilarious. He just has a funny nature about him.
Imagine spending all the day like that.
Insane. Like, I admire his energy. Yeah, but he also runs good. He wouldn't do it if he wouldn't run good, you know? Yeah, of course. I'm saying, put me on top of everything. I cannot do it. Yeah. Don't have that much energy.
Here you go.
Oh, you can take
Get your water? Okay.
Raise.
1 minute.
I'm good.
Thank you, sir.
Well, raise now is 2 starting stacks. I love to see it reach that stage of the tournament.
Kulev. Short enough that he has very little fold equity against this +2 open.
Looking for the call.
That's a call. That's a call. I'm calling my friend. That's what I.
Yeah, you didn't realize you put them.
It's a little unclear here.
I don't blame him for it. I didn't even see the form of motion, that's why.
Fair enough. Just trying to clarify for the time bank, I think, more than anything else. Reasonable flat, though. Kulev still thinks this is a game of chip accumulation.
Oh, this is a mystery hand.
It is indeed. We got a 4-way affair. 73 left. A couple of spots away from our next ladder.
Put me down for it's going to be hook and read here on the river. Oh, yeah.
You have like 5 behind?
5.6.
Kind of heavy size into 3 opponents here.
Yeah, that is
only
big.
3 big blinds, but
On the
do
paired board, you're thinking too many Queen X out there just among 6 cards. You're going to run into it kind of often.
I really like Charlie throwing a bet out, but he can whittle down the field with 500K. You know,
Yeah.
1 to 1.5 big blinds is going to do plenty of work there.
Reed calling out of the small blind, no hesitation.
Ooh. Getting low on hands we beat even with the flush.
I like this lead from Terrence. Very hard for him to
I'm stripping off the
have a weak hand, but he
so
could
it
have
will not be
been
receptive.
counterfeit, maybe, if he peeled here with, you know, the 6s that we saw Unlu folding, for example.
Sure.
Could have a flush draw here that's trying to bluff out a different bluffing hand.
Like a smaller size where if we had a flush draw, we would actually want to bet if we got there. I think similar to Charlie on the flop, we can actually do a strange amount of work for just over a mil. feel more comfortable if we do have a 7-8 suited type hand going for more value on the river. No surprise there.
Well, now we even lose to the counterfeited pocket fives that
True.
Kevin was kind of referring to on the turn.
Wouldn't it be fun if he just has the case sixes here?
It's not possible.
6.8.
Was there another? Oh, Alex had. I forgot. Good point.
Wow, guys. You do commentary. I'll start playing some of these high rollers you're in.
You're doing a good job paying attention to the boring stuff, like what cards have been dealt.
Thanks.
We'll sit here in our theoretical universe.
So if you're Terrence, best cards to be bluffing are going to be 2s, 3s, 4s. Nice hand.
Hook just got away from that flush, no problem.
You have a good hand? Yeah? All right. I believe you.
I'm putting 10 million in there. Pretty good.
All right, Terrence Reed. Here we go.
St. Louis up against Philly.
700K on his Hendon mob. Creates content. I love stories like this. You know, you see someone between like 100 to 1 mil in live earnings, and you just know that a tournament like this completely changes the trajectory of their entire career and life.
Definitely. I'm down for a Terrence Reed effect.
Yeah. Why not? Someone's got to do it.
Oh, Queen 7 of diamonds. Oh, Alex.
Not attached to those cards. Maybe just
situational.
First in opportunities is what Kulev's more attracted to.
Image building. He knew that you were in here. He knows that you're going to pay attention to that, and then next try an Invitational, he's going to get you.
Yep.
Verse under the gun. This is one of those few hands that could jam 24 bigs.
Could even find the 3-bet. Flat is pretty natural, but it does do work as a 3-bet.
Oh, wasn't betting on the muck.
Yeah, that's pretty tight.
Unlu was between all options there.
Look at this. You don't see this that often. 5x 3-bet, ace 5-0 versus under the gun.
Yeah, there's been a little bit. I don't want to read too much into the dynamic, but that previous 3-bet
So
from
1 million to
Leonard, was it
I have 30 million
+2 versus +1?
Costa clearly had this one dialed up and ready, by the way. I wonder if Unlu, even past just kind of glancing to his left and being like, this guy looks ready to play a big pot. Obviously, we can see that wasn't an indication of strength, but this is a big claim out of the big blind when you 3-bet versus under the gun.
Yeah.
You're kind of saying, like, what, queens plus, maybe jacks? Not super confident getting it in light there for 30 million.
Thank you.
I played with Neville the other day. He played well, played aggressive.
Cleared out the king-jack suited.
Yep.
Blind's going up. Every orbit going to cost you 3 starting stacks now. 3 dreams. Crushed.
Have we found out, has anyone volunteered, I might be the high bullet guy in this tournament? Do we know?
So I saw Jun put out a story on his Instagram. He was in for 15 bullets.
Who was that?
Junabara.
Junabara.
Okay. Yep.
I haven't heard higher than that.
Nobody's, okay.
Knew I recognized Tommy Wynn there. Another Canadian. from Toronto. He won the Monster Stack in 2018. That's a great World Series event to win. $1 million for a 1500.
Yeah. How many days does that play?
I think it's a 5-day tournament.
Which event is that, sorry?
The Monster Stack. That's usually like, I know there is a mini main on the schedule, but that effectively like the mini main for a lot of people.
All right, Chad. Chad can do it. Ooh.
Omaha for rolls, just one of the greatest gamblers of our generation. In here playing 2 cards. 1 card away from doubling up.
Are we allowed to root in the booth? Can I say ace of spades?
You're allowed to do what you want, mate.
All right, ace of spades. I've never seen Chad lose an all-in.
Does he run that good, does he?
There are many jokes. Chad is effectively a meme. Wow.
20 million?
20 million.
That's where the 5 mil size is going to cost him, although this time, yeah, getting out of position. Reasonable.
Man, these guys have been similar dynamic to Ivan Stokes and Daniel Charlton earlier on.
Yeah, I think Neville, you know, he knows he's up against a lot of ace-king here, but in the event, it's queens or kings. Just so painful.
Yeah, like, is this ever 10s after cutoff open, and this is like a 50-plus big blind committing 4-bet?
Pretty unlikely. Possible.
That's what makes this a time bank-worthy decision.
Yeah, this could be chip leader pot, huh?
The bright side is it feels very unlikely this is aces, maybe not even kings. The click back size definitely in Maui's range. Wow.
Power jam.
A lot of people, if they're going to play 2 sizes in Leonard's spot there, they're gonna put ace-king in that power size, and ace-king suited is going to kind of go along with the aces, maybe the kings at the small size, along with some bluff, maybe a ace-5 suited. Gets it done. That's a huge pickup.
I was wrong. It's almost 40.
You know,
I don't want you to think it's less.
it looks like 1 for 1, but Neville lost 5 million. Leonard lost 1 million in those 2 exchanges when they had to fold. That's a big difference.
Let us know who you're really rooting for.
Just saying, you know, folding to a 3-bet can suck, but folding after a 3-bet sucks a lot.
Man, Stokes,
My friend, I
Stokes
think you
just won
should
a
tip her. My friend, I think you should tip her.
decent sized pot.
Like
He's
10
playing
million.
around 30 million now.
Nothing too crazy. Just 10 million.
Steamrolling him.
Hey, Mackenzie, great river.
It's like more than 30.
Yeah, I was going to say that I'm way off there.
I think Ivan's playing 50 plus.
But what a bet and what a call.
Quite a spot for Martin and Alex here. This is a pretty good table for them.
Both, yeah?
Both.
Sorry. Well, it's okay. It's on the border.
3-6, right?
I'm taking one.
You happy?
3-6.
Yep.
3-6.
This hand or next hand? They didn't announce, yeah? They announced?
9 and what? Clubs?
So I'm owing 100, yeah? Okay. Bravo, boss. I will show you how to play.
Sorry.
I will show you how to play.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was your big blind when I said that. I never would have done that.
No, I am happy to play higher stakes. Higher stakes, more fun.
It's true.
Higher stakes, more fun, right, Tony?
Some recent
Higher
eliminations.
stakes, more fun.
Alejandro
Especially,
Lococo,
Seat 8, when you are on fire, you want to play
Matt
high stakes,
Franklin,
not like this medium stakes.
Ryan Chamas, also known as Barry Uzi,
You know my name.
Dan Kalajdodjevic,
I don't know your name either then. You tell me your name.
Martin.
I'm Ivan.
all on the outsides.
Ivan? And Ivan
Looking in, everyone currently guaranteed
No, I don't.
We had the conversation.
$107,000. We're on a direct pay jump here, by the way.
You do know.
We play already in the tournament together? Yeah.
$17,500 ladder.
Not that table, the other table.
So where are you from? Can you repeat for me?
Hungry, you know.
No? I don't know. I don't remember. Can you say?
This is the first one, right?
Can you say? I don't remember.
You do remember.
No, I don't.
This may be a poor choice of coverage right now. I think I heard we're on a page jump. Lataro's going to burn some time banks.
What? I really don't remember. Maybe it's true, but I play too many players.
No, 5 hours.
I don't know really. You joking or not? Just like you joking? We play together? Can you remind me?
With Foxen.
You guys make us play 14 hours.
End of the day.
And you were which position?
The one directly in front of you.
You had position on me? That's what you're saying? No, there was a middle.
You had position on me.
It should be 2 p.m.
I had position on you. I don't think so, really. It was Foxen, you and me?
Me, Foxen, you.
You were seat 1.
No, it's like...
Foxen was seat 2.
Yeah, actually, I was seat 1 then. Yeah, that's true.
And sorry, you told me where you're from. Can you repeat?
We were very specific as well. And you told me you knew the place.
Sheffield?
Chips are getting committed here.
Good luck.
Raise.
Can you say?
Thank you. Sorry, man.
So,
wanna help?
Lataro effectively jamming, doesn't want to burn through all of his time banks.
5.4.
I don't know. It's just I wear white hats that are nicer.
Raise to 5,450,000.
It's just the way it sits on
$17,500 ladder.
Who's playing? Tony? You race and he re-race, yeah? Okay, I think it's time.
He's straddled.
Welcome, sir. How are you? We were waiting for you all day.
I know, it's...
How are you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
Now much better when I see you.
I don't blame you.
What's your name?
Pasha.
Pasha?
Yeah.
Where are you from?
Canada.
Canada?
Yeah.
Montreal?
No, Toronto.
Toronto?
Yeah.
Even better.
Wow.
I'm gonna pass.
Welcome another Canadian to the stage.
Yeah, it's Pash from earlier.
I'm
Good to see him back.
Add Pasha to Parmar
You should take the free time back.
at this table.
Can I give it to you?
Theolo just commits
trying
with
to
the pocket 5s. We knew he wasn't folding for 9 bigs.
Pay jumps. I just love it. I just love it.
Theolo just snap jams
Okay,
as well.
1 more minute of my life.
Putting max pressure on Lataro is just like, hey mate, clock's ticking.
5-4-5, right?
It's
And
kind of
then-
the responsibility of the
Doesn't matter,
covering
doesn't
stack
matter.
to play fast.
Yeah.
Just like it's
I
the
thought 15 and
responsibility
yes,
of the
15
covered
and
stack to
5.
play slow if you want to maximize your individual edge.
Correct.
Yeah, I agree. Taro's called it off.
Good luck.
Wow. Gamble, yeah? You did it for me? Hey, you did it for me, yeah? You did it for me.
What do you mean?
Because you want nice and peace table, yeah? You did it for me?
That guy doesn't have that
Be
much.
honest.
You might be. I might.
You wanna make him
up,
bubble boy, yeah?
no.
Hey, great play. Great play.
Come on. It's
I wanna congratulate you to your victory.
okay, but
After the hand? Okay.
7.
After the hand.
It's a big
A little bit
pot,
over
Martin.
8.
Because I open your 9, you see? I open your 9.
Over 8.
Wow,
Ace
9.
high flop.
9.
Lataro
He had 9-0.
vaults into the lead.
But maybe 5-9 coming.
Just needs to fade the 2 ounce.
I don't think he's playing any. Oh, now he's got trip ace.
So close, yeah?
Yeah.
It was like 5 of spades, this ace of hearts.
Oh.
Not like that. 5.5, it's correct.
The 4-card specialist.
Nice hand.
Back up to 21 bigs.
Yeah, all right.
but it's
Well,
5.5.
PLO
right?
players
Everybody
crushing.
agrees.
That's gonna be like 15.
Yeah,
Here
he's,
go
he's
Naj.
okay, he's okay.
Yeah, that's true actually.
Laszlo
Yeah.
Boytosh. You think those two have ever been next to each other at a no-limit tournament before, by the way? Meant to ask that earlier when we were actually at their feature, but
I doubt it. I
Sorry for opening
saw
your 9.
Gergo post that he's played less than
Yeah.
1,000
Sorry,
hands
that-
of
Yeah.
Sorry,
no-limit hold'em
I
in the
really
last year
didn't
and a
want to
half.
do that.
That
Nice.
cost me a lot actually.
I know.
Can you pull it back so there's no? Because I want to throw in the ante.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it's never easy, my friend, never easy.
Nope.
As we continue to meet our final 72, you might recognize this man to my left has been on some GG Millions commentary. Anatoly's had quite the year online. Second place in the WSOP Online main event.
Really?
Yeah, that was you.
Okay. Yeah.
Also third place in the Super Circuit main. That was you also. How do you sum up what kind of a year you have had?
You know, just luck. Just luck. And I know what is going to happen. Like, I see the table, I know everybody, like, look at Kachov, this guy, like, I know he's the worst at the table, you know, like, some guys I know they are tough, some three bets. I know everything about anyone, you know, like, this is my, and online also.
But then why did you 3-bet him if you know everything and then you know he's going to 4-bet you and then you fold?
I tried to help him because if he have more chips, it will be better to get them later. You know, he 3-bet someone else, he raised his stack, and then I get it. Like, this is my plan.
Every time I see you, you seem like you're enjoying your time. How important is it for you to have fun during a poker tournament?
Yeah, it's by the way, sometimes I feel tilty and like for 2, 3, 4 minutes maybe, like, yeah, but most of the time I'm smiling and have some small talks and stuff like this. I don't know, like, I have fun every time. I love the game. This is the case.
We're having fun watching you. I'm going to send you back to the action. Appreciate the time. Thank you. Thank you very much. Anatoly Zlotnikov, there he goes.
Getting down to the business end of this tournament now. Thanks for that, Jeff.
I'm sorry, that's a messed up
That's
part.
bad. If you look rich and you are not, that's fuck up, yeah? That's really bad. It's bad.
Everyone's
If you look rich and you are
guaranteed
not, it's bad.
Oh, before, I mean...
$125,000 for their efforts.
I used to be a billionaire, though, so...
This guy is so good. So good. Boss, we will buzz him last, okay?
Never.
No, last, I said.
Yeah, never.
That means last.
Yeah. I didn't want Daniel to bust either.
Huh?
I like Daniel. I didn't want Daniel to bust.
Daniel was very enjoyable, I can tell you that. For that short while,
I like that
he
check
was
back
very
from
enjoyable,
Ivan.
actually.
Not a lot of 3
Because
street
why is
value. You don't
everybody
need the
so happy
protection.
except one guy, right?
Daniel was
very
good
into
energy.
it.
It's going to be
Yeah,
tough
hey.
to draw some money out of Theologus.
They can
with
even
this
make
one,
it to
though.
the 5th division.
Nothing about his combo screams
You
bluff.
follow football now? No?
Little
Like
bit.
Soccer, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
You don't?
A little.
Little? What's your favorite team? You don't know any football team, yeah?
Cordova. They're in the 2nd league of Spain.
No.
My favorite.
Cordova?
Yeah.
No.
It's my favorite team.
No.
Yeah?
They play 3rd division.
No.
3rd league, 2nd division, 3rd league. No, 2nd division.
Stokes doesn't even
third
have to open the action on turn,
There
but
is
when he
like a
picks up
Primera
the free
División,
roll
and
potential
there is first division
flush
and
draw,
second division.
feels kind of
They're playing
natural to
second
bet
division,
turn.
so it's like third
Exactly. Checking a lot of ace-6 seems pretty good, but this is the one to kind of start putting some money in.
Theologus will definitely just have bad ace-x here and check call turn.
I think
Very calculated.
I can buy myself flowers.
How's it going, man?
Really didn't
Why you
take
supporting
Cabral for a
Porto?
Miley Cyrus fan.
What is the reason?
My friend's own.
Your friend.
Maybe Theologus puts in 1 big blind sometimes with the pair of 10s.
Not impossible.
Just like a very small block.
Muy poquito.
These are spots when the pre-flop raiser's checking down that you just need to be very concerned. Like, it just feels like you're always beat unless you have top pair.
That's what I've been telling you.
That's why you check it down with 9 high and bluff the river, right?
Exactly.
16,000.
16?
Yeah.
3.5 million.
I bought
Actually, I did have 2 of these
I
today.
played a lot of satellites.
2
Just
pretty
like-
low frequency check down, bluff river. Those are the only pots I won. There you go.
You don't have to preach it to me. These are some of my favorite spots to bluff, too.
Yeah.
But you used to be billionaire, yeah?
Takes patience, though, to be pre-flop raiser, get this ace 5-5 queen and just check down in position.
What really saves you is they don't bluff the river very much out of position, and they feel kind of a compulsion to value bet the river if you've checked twice.
Thank you.
Kind of saves you a lot.
Thank you very much.
Don't give away all the secrets.
Kevin already gave my secrets away on that one. Thought I'd at least get a little credit for it.
JJ original.
And that blind level increase up to 600k. You know, some players now who were looking healthy now feeling the pinch a bit. Gergo Naj and Laszlo Wojtas over on the reef table, sub 15. JNT also over there. He's playing 30 bigs.
53 mil. What a hand.
That's,
6
yeah,
bet pot.
That's insane. I mean, especially if you think, say, Ivan goes on a final table this, or you know, goes on to win it, and you look back at a hand like that.
How many guesses does it take if you say, oh yeah, there was a 6 bet pot for the chip lead, and you got to guess both hands that got in? Ace Queen O and Ace 10-0 would not have made top 15 guesses.
Ace 5 would have made the cut.
Yeah.
For me.
Yeah.
Checking Ace 5, someone just going loco.
Mhm.
It was just the way the hand played out as well. Like Ivan, like taking the sip of the drink, like you said, when he 5 bet, looked like he was going to fold, and then Charlton's ripped it in, and it took him like all of 10 seconds to click call.
I think I made a prediction for every decision and was wrong every single time.
So bad.
That was impressive.
I get used to it in the booth, man. I mean, it's yeah.
I don't like it really.
Be tough
Somebody
in these
should
streets.
take it for the team. Somebody should do that for the team.
Taro's got a little breathing room here, up to almost 20 bigs.
I don't like you anymore.
You sad now? Why you sad?
Because of the 9.
Alex
This is so
proving my point.
embarrassed, man. Can't even breathe. How much you got? 20 now? A little more? Less? 15?
23.5.
Oh, it's perfect stack.
I thought maybe Alex was holding a grudge
You
for
are
the
depressed?
exposed card.
You will bust soon?
I think that was the joke.
The 9, though.
Ah, you,
Wasn't
you
it a
let
10?
it blind. Go for dinner break now.
Maybe that is the grudge he's holding.
Same, but different. Tower flopping top and bottom. Anyway, Pasha with an absolute powerhouse pre-flop.
40 minutes, yeah. And it's 75, yeah. Ivano.
Oh,
How are you doing, buddy? Can you ask if it could be longer? I think everybody would appreciate it. Thank you.
Guess we're still on that pay jump.
If you see a waiter, just give me a water.
Yeah,
I
it
just want
does
a
seem
water.
to be the case.
Range check
Yeah,
spot
dinner
for
break should be
Lataro,
75.
but taking his time
For sure.
just to make sure. In the rare case that he's all in at risk this hand, which could develop later.
Bit of a tell there, by the way, do you think? Because if it was a spot that he was just expecting to just
Yeah.
snap, check, fold.
You got to
then-
balance it. It could be a tell.
What's your stack? What you got?
And be
Surprising
careful.
check back on a flop that many players are going to range bet from early position here.
What happened? Did you have 2 stacks?
Yeah, ace 10 9.
You came?
I also prefer a small bet, I think, from the queens. It's,
He just wants everyone to have fun. Have a good
I
time.
mean, it's even strong enough to bet like half pot, but
Especially the Pasha guy.
once we check back, it starts to get harder to get value from like a 10 or a 9.
So happy.
Relatively easy to get one street on the flop.
Lataro probably not in
50-something.
love with the
50,
king,
55.
less so because of the spade, but
55
kings being one of the more intuitive checkbacks in a range that might have very few checkbacks. But there's no way not to get stacked by kings when you have aces and 9s here.
You did.
I shouldn't say no way. There's the jack and queen of spades, but still happy to bet, hoping it's more of a king 10 of hearts and
Maybe.
Pasha's range.
You don't like me?
It's kind of a strange
Love
spot
you.
for
I love
Pasha.
you.
You don't?
Yeah.
So why you don't answer my question?
Queen starts to look
Oh, love.
very weak,
Love.
facing a probe of any size here.
Yeah, not a spot that people open up their bluffing range in Lataro's shoes.
Guess you still have to just keep him honest in case there's some kind of low spade draw, low combo draw in there, but
Horrific river for Lataro.
She's not coming to Paris.
Now, praying Amir Pasha has 8s with a spade, jacks or queens.
So America, spade,
Maybe still room to block bet. Again, could also be up against king queen sometimes.
There's some particular reason.
I think that's one of those spots where intuitively most players, like Lulutaro, knows that his hand is still worth something, but they might worry betting one big blind or 1.5 big blinds will incite more violence than a check.
Yeah.
I thought it's 700K.
Yeah.
You do hear that a lot.
The metagame is always shifting in those areas. Whether or not it's true, I think people have pretty great fear of that.
Neville Costa's down to 18 million.
Yeah, we saw him lose that 5 million with jacks, folding to the cold 4-bet. Has slipped a bit more since. Does Tommy have maybe the option to flat the button there was what I was going to say, but fortunately he folded.
what?
Kulev's chips will be going in.
To keep it back-to-back 10K.
Yeah, I don't know that I'd play any loose flats on the button with Kulev holding just 5 big blinds.
Put it back
behind.
down because like they also tested it again, hit top price again, and now they fixed it or something. I don't know.
Oh, you think someone messed with it? That's what did it.
Maybe it was just I don't know, not
Rough
just
spot for
motherfucking
Reed here. The action reopened.
balanced, I don't know.
Tough to make a call with anything like that.
Someone put a weight on the other side. It goes past it and then comes back.
I can rig it, but I didn't want to pay 10K per spin, you know.
Yeah.
Trying to cost my man 17.5K here.
So.
Snap jamming. Expect to see multiple time banks used. What's the strat here, by the way, Jonathan, when it comes to time banks? Are you just using all of them, or is there too much value in winning the hand and needing them later on?
Yeah, it's tough to say. Depends how comfortable Alex is making decisions without time banks. I think, you know, he expects these 10s are going to win a chunk of the time, so he will be still in the tournament quite often. But 17,000, that's a lot of money. And you're going to get more time banks if you make it to tomorrow. Saves too. Maybe you got the pay jump.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I was right. 71.
Oh, there we go.
You win the money. I mean, in case.
All right. So Kulev, not only did he secure the 17.5K, he's got it in good here. To get back up to 13 bigs, just needs to fade an ace, which he does so successfully on the flop. Not a heart in sight. 4 for a sweat. All right, chop it up.
$3.3? 3.35, yeah? 25, yeah.
It's kind of a nerve-wracking tournament when it comes to those payout moves because in Tritons, they're working it out. Alex has had chip count issues on this trip already in all ends.
He said 2.3. He put more.
Sorry, he said what?
Oh, you have your phone?
There was a pot where Alex got underpaid by 100,000 in the Invitational, and they found out 5 hands later.
Oh,
It
wow.
was a really tricky spot. They chose to have the player pay him out the 100K, which I think is one of those rulings that is the most fair and a great thing to do at Triton, but probably something you shouldn't do at WSOP for the precedent.
So I should have
I think
7.850.
it's kind of the luxury of a small organization and the way they can run things. But yeah, here, this is a rare situation where you're seeing some really large pay jumps in a tournament where they're not tracking the hands. So the slow play actually is quite beneficial to shallower stacks, which is unfortunate. They're kind of put in a bind.
Well, no jumps for Tommy to worry about as he navigates these jacks. Just a question of whether he's going to induce with a min raise.
Yeah, I like it from the
Or
cutoff.
open rip.
Nice.
He's found the induce.
Ooh, you might have a taker here. The interesting thing is it's unlikely Kulev's flipping with any of the value that might induce. We'd see 9s probably just jam here. So then you worry that the 10 might block a lot of Tommy's opens that fold, but not worry enough. Because we also have an ace.
Yeah, when you've just got the ace and the 10.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to fold for 13 bigs. I mean, he has a hand that would have called the open shove. It's probably just fair practice not to fold any hands this strong.
Yeah.
When he's only risking min. Big opportunity for win.
Good luck, gents.
I have more.
These guys practically tied in chips. If Kulev is unable to convert this 29%, he's going to be down to less than 2 bigs. Well, picks up ounce on the flop. Any ace or 10. Would be a dirty way for Win to bust out.
Ooh.
That one stings. The turn always stings, man.
Again, my friend.
Alex Kulev has spun it up. He's back 3 mil to 16. Yeah, 16.2 in 2 hands.
Yeah, almost 30 big blinds now.
I have 7-8.
He is 5x to stack in 2 hands. More than.
We're down to 69 players.
Nice hand, buddy.
Thank you. So nice to be lucky.
Yeah.
Much good. Yeah, much better than being good.
Yeah. I'm glad you didn't get lucky on me.
I cannot promise that, my friend.
Yet.
I think you get like maximum.
No, maybe.
Complete maximum. I mean, if you bet the river, I would raise, you go all in, and I probably call.
So I definitely want maximum then.
Don't smile, Ivan, okay? Ivan, don't smile. Pasha, great play.
Thank you.
One of the greatest check on the river in poker history.
Yeah, it took you at least a second and a half to check back. It was great.
What?
It took you a second and a half to check back, so like I sweated for a second and a half. I was like,
He's
no.
saying he got a really nice sweat because you checked so slowly after he checked.
Wow, what a flop. So you try to bust me, yeah? Barcelona boy, okay.
No, I mean, I took
will remember.
600K plus 2 checks from him, so that's like.
I will remember this, okay?
That's pretty good
I
value.
will remember, yeah. Unbelievable, really. Why is everybody trapping me?
I wasn't
check all day long, yeah?
I wasn't trapping, but I was scared of small full house.
He trapped me. I had no king 3.
I was scared of.
King three.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the only thing I can beat. Smallest full house.
But you beat me.
Yeah.
Because I marked for you. It was empty pot.
No.
Empty pot.
Like.
Oh, man. What a sick setup this is. Small blind versus button.
Okay, pay jump.
Boss can feel it as
Pay
well.
jump. Only like 17 people and we are there.
Oh, you lied to me.
To me? No.
Supposed to remain impartial in the booth.
Yeah, I can't see.
I'm a bit of an Ame Pasha fan.
4 more people. Okay.
Yeah, go check for me. Go check.
All in.
And there's one right
Been
here.
really
in the back, too.
friendly,
Bravo,
took a
Pasha.
couple of really rough beats on the chin.
We are straight again? Probably, yeah.
It's bounced back up, but now
Straight again.
it's looking likely to
What
be
a flop,
left
yeah? Ace King Jack.
like 7 or
Must
8
be good.
bigs.
Must be good.
People slow playing straights here, slow playing straights there. We've jacked in before, you remember?
Where?
Your friend Ivan.
Oh.
Jammed the river for like 6 times the pot.
There's the call. Here we go.
Sorry, when? No, just say.
Queens.
When? Against who?
Earlier.
Good luck.
That's a good call.
You did not?
Against
Thank you.
Against who? This guy? No.
Please, we're all in, please.
Thank
Okay.
you for wishing me good
I think
luck.
it's like 50-50, close to 60-60. Either 10 or no 10, so 60-60. Okay, Pasha. Either it's coming
or not coming.
or
That's a
wait, straight draw possibility.
Oh, I have a flush. I have a diamond.
No, don't make fun of him. Hey, don't
Oh,
make
because
fun.
I just was looking. He had a flush draw, but
Jack
I
is
didn't
the
know
good card.
I
Otherwise,
just want to make a small full house. Maybe I did it.
finish. It's no, it's not interesting anymore. Yeah.
How do you call that though?
Sorry. I just had to read.
But you play very good.
Thank you.
But now it's problem because not short stack anymore. You
Yeah,
should
now
play
I don't know
short
what to
stack.
do.
Yeah. Wait before blinds go up.
Yeah. Nice one. Thanks.
It's the second time that Pasha's somehow managed to be the funniest player at the table while losing the all-in.
Oh, mate, he's an absolute legend. This deep in a tournament, especially the 7-6 against King's Hand, you weren't here for this, but he's like defended big blind against cutoff. They're like 40 big blinds effective. Comes 5-4-3, he's got 7-6.
50.
He leads, cutoff raises, he 3-bets, cutoff calls, turn king,
If I knew that's your
continues,
hand, I would have
cutoff
always
jams
folded.
all in, turning a set of kings. He calls river 4. So
you
just,
actually
cutoff
put
just
him on
goes
bench?
runner,
I
full
did.
house for like a 90 big
Can I know
blind
the
pot.
chip count, how much you had?
And he just gives it like the Shakespearean, like, Macbeth death. Like just
What a
in a
guy.
sport where most people are just, you know, flipping the table.
That's awesome.
No, it's good. Yeah.
4, 6.
Really, really great sport.
Very cool. These two tangoing again.
If you want to play the game of reverse engineering this pot, probably limp check pre and multiple bets going in. Could have been
Either. Probably Leonard. Nah, Neville's probably not check calling 9 high on the turn, so wow.
Yeah, maybe this was bet from Costa. Call in position.
I'll go with maybe Neville raise pre. Nah, I don't think so.
All paths just lead
Yeah.
to we would think Maui would bet for value on the end with the king, but
Probably.
keeps that one honest.
Costa's down to 9 million. What a roller coaster couple of levels for him.
Yeah, what a brutal spot he had with those jacks. That is, you know, he knows his man is sitting with a lot of ace-king, but the upside of calling and being right is not nearly as bad as the downside of walking into an overpair.
So you saying, Kev, that Peter free-rolled his way into this tournament? Not free-rolled, but he had to win a tournament.
He won a bracelet. He won an online bracelet, and,
Okay.
and the super main package was added to the first prize of the
Wow,
tournament.
that's pretty sick. What was the bracelet buy-in?
It was the 1K main in
That's
on
insane.
WSOP Ontario.
That's so he's in here for 1K, he's guaranteed 125K. It's 3 spots away from being guaranteed 150K. What a life.
Maybe a close spot for hook against a normal c-bet. Definitely a continue against just about every position, but Peter's under the gun range. Some people might find a fold here. You're not finding a fold, are you, Kevin?
You know I love to peel the one big blind c-bet.
Yeah.
This is
Right around 1.5 feels still probably mandatory.
Yeah, I mean it's a fair point though. It's hard against under the gun when Charlie can just be dominated by like King Jack offsuit as one of the weakest hands that Peter's gonna get here with.
Nice to have something to bluff when you see a 4, 5, 7 kind of run out. Any of
Yeah.
those cards. Tough to have something intuitive left to bluff.
Floor, dinner break is 75 minutes, right?
Peter's hand is kind of weird from under the gun. Like ace is just such a good card for him. Maybe he sort of bluffs at this, even though he rarely gets better to fold.
Yeah, get a little
really
protection.
Confusing bet. There's all the colors.
Oh, Peter hitting him with the speech play.
Yeah.
What did he say?
He said it's a really confusing bet. I used all the colors.
Good outcome to get the Jack-10 to fold.
Yep.
2 overs, gutter. Bluff candidate against check back.
Got a Martin limp under the gun. Is it a mystery hand? No, just a unintentional mystery.
We've seen Martin do this on different stream days.
Not show his cards or limp?
No, the limp with
Bubble.
low pairs,
Bubble pressure.
which could be trouble for Pasha's hand.
play very good.
Oh, he folds the 3s. I like that.
You play a similar style like
Under
Tony.
the
I think
gun,
we are
tough to
only
imagine
three
we're going to get many
solid players at
folds.
this table.
4.9 mil.
Tony, Pasha, Pasha, Tony. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you.
That's why I don't like to play super high roller
Tony.
Tritons, because it's too low quality of gameplay, you know.
You what?
It's like super, like, you know, so the super high rollers, the Tritons and stuff. The Triton, you know Triton?
What do you mean?
I don't play it because it's low quality, you know, they're not like solid like us.
Yeah, they are gambling too much, yeah?
Yeah.
These high rollers. Yeah, they
Uh-huh.
are crazy, like Alex.
Huh?
He gamble even with 9-5 when he gets the card change.
Yes. Alex, just in case, I was being sarcastic, obviously. I just like, no, I know. Just in case, you know what I mean? Just like that, like small chance that is like.
Yeah, yeah. How's the rest of the series been
Sorry,
for you?
Alex, how much you play? Can you tell me now?
6.8, I think. When I started. Mostly cash.
So 7 million before the hand, about? Is it true?
Did the big blind check?
6.8 behind. Thank you. Big blind check? I
Mystery
think-
hand or no cards on
Okay.
the
Okay.
reader?
Of course.
Thought for a
Ooh.
second there.
Quite a flop.
As Colonius just drills the jack high straight. Sounded like the dealer was advising Martin to scan the cards, but we're still going to play as a mystery.
Looking around at this table, I don't think we're going to see a very
960?
balanced limping range from Martin. I think he's expecting
950?
these are
Sorry.
players who are largely going to
950.
leave him alone and not choose him as a great target to pick on. So
When
I
was
think he
the
might
chip
be a
raise?
little
Long
more
time ago,
weighted
yeah?
towards the weaker end of the range.
I think I'm bad.
Maybe those
Yesterday.
low
I think
pairs
I'm
like
bad. No,
Henry
no.
alluded to.
It was?
Hands like
Yeah.
Jack-9 suited.
It actually was.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Hands that aren't really enthusiastic about calling a
Last time you
3-bet.
won 100.
I think also that mystery hand against Coleman from the 125K Triton
Sorry, can you move your
started
hand?
with an under the gun limp, and then he just ran a huge bluff.
That's right,
Like
yeah.
the ace deuce suited, right?
That's right.
So like 4
But
point
again, a marginal
something,
hand, just trying to get in cheap.
Big difference maker between Jack-10-7 flops and Jack-10-6 flops. Just so easy to have a piece of a Jack-10-7 that I don't think Martin can kind of just bulldoze his way through this flop quite as much. And I mean, the 9-8 is case in point here. The difference of what a hand like this looks like on Jack-10-7 versus Jack-10-6.
Martin's in trouble here, especially on this turn card. Don't know what he's got, but it feels like a card he's going to continue on.
Where'd you win the ring? Oh, same with me. How long ago? Like the one like last month?
Yeah, I can't be worried about Colonius having many ace-X calling the flop.
How much was that payout?
This could be a spot where he just runs a complete rager, but it also could be something like that Jack-9 suited, finding, you know, Queen-Jack, maybe finding a small value bet before checking the river. I'd still say there's a pretty darn good chance we're seeing a Jack just taking a little more value.
Yeah, no, it's if you only win a bracelet.
You'll get a high five.
Yeah, that's it. I think they were just saying that to me because during the
Announce the strength of our hand here for Colonius.
Send that to me just to like tilt me a bit.
So many rivers where he potentially loses value, right? Like any king, queen, heart, 8, 9.
Sure.
I was like, what? I didn't win 25K bonus?
Yeah, I mean, it seems reasonable to check shove a couple of, you know, 8x or 9x of hearts type hands. Can match up with this, but I think 2 pair is the more intuitive shove. This hand is just still pretty darn protected against a range that might just still have some suicide bluffs, not just equity bluffs.
That does feel like the big decision. Does he think Martin's just going to run it with like
Does he have more
pocket
time banks or
fours?
He has a lot? Yeah?
Yeah. I think, you know, I don't know how experienced Colonius is, but a lot of players in this spot, they've got the monsters under the bed in mind, and they're, Not so much thinking about, you know, the king 8 of clubs in Martin's hand as much as they're like, do I let hearts get there? Do I, you know, they're kind of imagining the worst scenarios.
Sounds like me.
Yeah.
4 million.
Mm.
How much?
Maybe the strongest
Move
of
your hand,
all
please.
plays he could make.
And I
Colonius
put
has
1 free.
played his fair share of high stakes.
Okay.
Maybe you haven't battled on the European turf as much, but
Yeah, he won the WSOP Europe main.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we're not going to get Cabral's whole cards. He does.
Looks like they were
I was
dusty.
thinking I had king
Hit the
queen,
mark.
really.
What do you actually have? King 4?
King jack.
Yeah, you would have no.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Nice blessing.
Like,
Can you ask him what he had in Greek? Can you ask him? Please. Can you ask him in Greek?
Just Alex to Alex, Greek to Greek.
Aquapanda would be fun.
Send a little info.
Yeah.
Can I make a request? Hello? Can I make a request? After break, I don't want to be on this table. 'Cause I need to use my phone and... Huh? Everyone's moving?
What's
Okay,
your
thanks.
We will be
I was
changing.
just, he asked me to give me a water, so I was
Oh,
pouring
yeah.
the water. Yeah.
One period, yeah.
Did Martin Zamani end up making it onto the feature table?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Yeah.
He was protesting that for a bit. It made me think of that. Did he end up saying anything out of line at the table?
Why everyone
This
is that happy?
The same Martin Zamani that we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except for one guy.
Okay.
except for
Yeah.
He made those those threats that you hear people make to try and get out of jury duty. So if you guys put me up there.
He did burn a time bank just to complain about losing a pre-flop all-in to Adrian Mateos.
His brother is a good friend of mine. I don't know if you know Ben. He is the literal opposite of Martin. They could not be more different.
Wow.
Silent.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. It's very funny that they're brothers.
5 seconds.
Don't see
X
cards
the
in front of
Stein
Pasha
X, if you
anymore.
remember.
He passed on the ace-deuce suited in hijack.
Hmm.
Feels like a shove candidate.
Not like that. First walk of the day.
That was Ben Zamani's screen
Yeah.
name? No, I don't think I'm familiar.
Tourney player.
From the Mr. I am short and cheap. Is this real life?
Martin was playing about 15 million, is that right? Maybe a touch less after losing that pot. So pocket eights is well good enough to try and put stacks in for 20.
Yeah. Goes for the trap. Gets a snap check from a pretty snap checky hand. I think by now Martin has realized Ivan is not a guy to screw with now that he has 50 mil.
Yeah. Solid read.
Not the board Ivan was looking for. He's got a very natural check, but you see a lot of people bet here saying, I have more ace-X than you.
Yeah, just a potential range betting spot with an ace and king on board when you expect the big blind to just raise with a lot of kings and basically any ace.
We just done that last night, so everyone could have slept for
I
another
do
round.
like that check a lot.
So choked. So we slept like 5-6 hours.
for sure, absolutely.
Like, especially if it's a main event,
Maybe
right?
Stokes ends up losing the hand now.
Yeah,
Players need
very
rest,
possible.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Because like nobody's passing out after the event. Who's going to bed at like right when they finish the event? They're gonna like chill. They're gonna probably get like maybe a snack, talk about the day. Like you're not going to bed till 5. You got to get up at 10, 11.
That does it.
I think.
Yes.
You like talking to this guy?
I-
He's pretty cool with you.
No, I don't mind. You know,
He's pretty cool with you.
All right, quick look at the chip counts on our 3 feature tables. J&T's chipped up a bit. Over on the reef table, looks like Gergo Naj is out of there. Daniel Rizai is down to just 15 bigs. Over on the palm table, Terence Reed. What a run he's having. Up to 77 big blinds. Neville Costa, on the other hand, down to just 16 bigs.
Terrence Reed effect.
You got any swaps left in the field?
I only swapped with Nick Petrangelo.
Oh, yeah.
My friends are gonna. I have no idea. Let's see.
How fun is that, though? You know, I mean, like, yes, you're annoyed that you bust a tournament, but you know, you got like a 5-ball of a good friend, and they got a healthy stack. It was like a big main event or something.
I would swap like 70% of myself if it weren't for the accounting. I love swapping with friends, but I hate doing the books.
Yeah.
I am, incredibly lazy with all that. So
Reminds me of someone I know.
What? I'm like the exact opposite.
No, not you.
Why are you looking at me?
Because you know who I'm talking about, but I'm not going to put him on blast on on stream. Here we go. That's why he passed up on the ace deuce. He's like, okay, I'm just going to wait for the blades. Now, I believe we're on a direct pay jump again. Yeah, 25K ladder between busting now and making it into the top 63.
Parmar just been getting dealt rags for the whole level. Trying to collect a few ladders along the way on that 11 big blind stack. I guess Pasha wasn't deep enough to min raise, really. Like, he only started this hand with 8 bigs. Anytime you get dealt aces, it's tempting to find something other than just all in, but this seems reasonable. And Ivan might give him action.
yeah, I mean, the way he's been running, it's tempting, but I like that fold.
It's 3,000,007, right? Nope.
About 2.5 too much.
That's what you were talking about, right? You know, like do it first and then in case.
Yeah, because if everyone folds, no reason to waste
that's,
time, right?
Yeah, that was. It sounds intuitive, but like sometimes like you don't think about it, right? You know, they're pretty. Yeah, thank you.
What did he thank you for? What he said?
Friendly advice there from Alex.
Yeah, I think he was helping him save the time banks there. Is that what that was about?
Yeah, and it also just saves the whole table time
Yep.
because, like you said, there's no reason for us to wait.
Some new feature tables coming up for you after the break. Faraz Jaka just got moved to what will be our secondary feature table. He'll be back up there once again, and he'll be next to Adrian Mateos. So Mateos versus Jaka once again. Star-studded table. We got Miguel, we got Pascal, everybody in the mix here. I'm going to flip around this way.
My man, Miguel.
Rudy, we're going to go this way to table 134. Excuse me, please. Thank you. And here, Santos just doubled up through Ari Engel, the 20-time World Series of Poker Circuit ring winner. He's here. This table goes up to the main stage. Biggest development here, David Coleman, Triton champion, a World Series of Poker bracelet winner, is up to one of the bigger stacks in the room. So plenty of compelling action that we have for you coming up after the break. Mateos and Jaka there, David Coleman right here.
Not gonna make me tired though?
DC.
Oh. Okay, thank you.
Coles
Tenderloin, grilled chicken
got
breast,
absolutely scammed in the
me.
main event here last year. If you remember, I think it was final 8 of the Triton WSOP main. Ace King against João Vieira's Ace 10, 10 high flop. Just like, okay,
This
come back a year
I'm
later,
raising,
win the
This I'm raising.
125K,
All
and make a deep run in the Super main.
Yeah, he's had incredible series, great year.
About 11
I think he started off with a ton
Purple
of wins
jacket?
at Poker Go.
Yeah.
Purple Jacket. That's the Poker Masters.
I think so, yeah. Fairly sure he got that.
Nice. Stevie looked good in that purple jacket. I don't know if he won it the year before or 2 years before, but I've got a distinct image when you think of Steven Chidwick.
10-5.
Just looking very regal in that purple jacket.
10-7-75. Start his clock, please. 10-7-75. Start his clock.
What's fingerling potatoes? Oh, those are those like sliced ones? Those ones
Ivan's going to want to get away from this one, no matter how badly he wants to win that pot.
How much he raised? 1.4? Yes, 1.4 he
I was
raised.
wondering if a spike call was possible.
Does this come with dessert, or
Not
is
this deep in a tournament. Come on.
It comes with it.
I mean, the
Or
way that
maybe
ace queen
yeah.
ace 10 was played, I don't know.
I guess maybe this is the time.
Not sure what else you could call that but a spike call.
Oh, you're going right now?
How long does it take to make the steak? Can they do it right away? Okay, perfect. Okay, let's do. I don't like creme brulee. I like. Let's try this.
Doesn't like creme brulee. Did you catch that?
Yeah.
Wow.
Can they
Send
charge
it
to
up
my
here,
room or
Pasha.
no?
I think it might be, yeah, it's the other Canadian. What's
Oh, sorry.
You look so handsome. What's up, my G?
Taran? Taran?
Thanks, brother. Just tell him.
That's
Oh,
right.
and then we're gonna tell you how you want the steak, right? Okay, so I'm gonna go medium.
Another nice hand for
And
Pasha.
I know she's medium rare. Right, Kaylee? Yeah. And then I need some
Another
barbecue sauce
min-raise candidate.
on the side.
Big suited ace.
Nice hand, Mark.
If you're going to build out a lot of min raises,
Right away, 'cause
it's a
I'm on
totally
break in
fine
7
one to
minutes.
put in there.
Thank you.
But you're supposed to use all your time banks before you go all in.
Nothing wrong with an open jam.
Obviously, you got to get the perks with the job today. How much is it?
4.9 million.
Every time I have a hand, somebody's going all in. Oh, did we hit the bubble thing yet? No. Fuck.
King 7 qualifies a hand, I guess.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm with
it's a
him.
poker hand.
Probably an open folding hand, but a hand nonetheless.
All in.
Oh no. Not like
what do you
that.
want to hear?
I'm not gonna make it count.
That's
Can I
disgusting.
get a count? Yeah, sorry, man.
No, that was set. I didn't even mean to do that. It's just like, you know.
I'm gonna try to
Nothing
get
wrong with it.
Yeah.
That's the worst when it just becomes natural.
Yeah, it does. It's just like, come on, not like that, you know.
Oh, you want all my chips? Yeah. Oh, okay, sure. 7.4 here.
That's a veteran move there from Pasha. Asked for the count from the guy who just went all in for 22.5 million.
I'll let it go. How are you?
They paused the clock for that.
Wow.
That's why you see that trend lately of people announcing arbitrary numbers. Can't ask for a count if the guy says 8 million.
Yep.
I might be priced in.
At least he's still cracking the jokes. Chop's fair. The day that Amir's had, chop is fair.
Got a text coming in from Dad Cell. Just out of curiosity, do you have a piece of Chad in the Super Main 25K event? No, Dad, I'm sorry, I don't.
Shout out Dad Jaffe.
Valid question.
Yep.
Sorry, guys.
Take your time.
It's big money. It's big money. No, really. I give
Good
you
luck,
some
buddy.
of mine.
How you have that many?
I think Pasha's earned one.
It feels like it.
Again, to your favorite,
I don't
is king
want
against
to
ace
root
queen?
against Was.
It's your favorite, yeah?
Of course,
Chop
yeah.
it up.
Fair enough, thank you.
Chop's
Appreciate
fair.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, queen.
Chop.
Yeah,
Queen,
I think
it's okay?
I think
For you, it's okay, yeah?
Good luck.
Thank you.
It's okay for you, queen?
Honestly, he's sitting beside
Nice
me,
guy.
and I've been getting queens all day. Ask her.
Queen of clubs. You want hippo power?
It's
Pasha,
100%
you want
queen.
hippo power?
100% queen, bro.
Queen of clubs.
Wow.
So close,
Maybe
yeah?
you can make a straight. You can make a straight, split the pot.
No, queen of clubs. Kyle,
If
concentrate,
anything,
okay?
you need an 8
Take
or
your
a 10.
time.
8, 10, or queen.
Like a slow roll. Concentrate. No,
Or a board pair.
Queen
8,
of
10, or
clubs.
queen.
Yeah!
Oh, shit. You need
So
the
close. Always club, yeah? Okay, queen of clubs for a flush.
Queen. Is he going to use his
3
one
out
time?
swans.
Can I use it?
Yeah.
Use it.
Now's
Use
a
it.
good
Say one
time to use your one
One
time.
time, one time.
Okay. Slow one, like slow. Not like that. GG, Pasha.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure playing with you. Pleasure. Good game. Pleasure.
playing with you.
Good game.
Very nice playing
Good
with you.
game.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, good game.
Great guy, yeah?
Good
Great
game.
guy. I can't say that
Absolute
about
legend.
others, but
Yeah, what a
great
guy.
guy.
Thank you.
Oh, and
Thank
he
you.
was
Nice
not-
to
he
meet
was-
you as well.
Really cool guy. Took a couple of beats today that
Really great guy, yeah?
most
sweet. I
people
can go
would
like this
likely
now.
flip the table.
They got all these fucking rules.
Hey man, you have already good life. With this kind of energy, you have already good life. Pleasure. Such a nice guy. I'm missing him already. You know what? Come back, I give you half of my stake. Come. No, it's okay. They will give me penalty, sorry.
Did they take him out? I don't. It still says 64.
GG's, mate. What a run.
Are we in
125k.
the money or not?
We are.
Are we in the money?
Definitely hope to see him
Oh, no.
run deep
wow,
in future big buying
280,000.
events.
How many for the next one?
Kyle, great job.
55.
But next time put the queen of clubs when I'm saying, okay? For my friend.
This is way better. Like this? Oh my god.
Hey.
I feel great.
Did I play that well? Did I play that well? Thank you. I played it good, right?
Because Kyle.
Kyle.
Give him
Thank
tip.
you.
Give him like
Here.
give him more. Is it me? Can I do something?
You can tell that Was just has a lot
I
of
do something.
private game experience, just dealing
Please
with
scan your cards.
I'm in the
Please.
middle. I'm in the middle of
Please.
the squad. Don't disturb me.
Please scan your cards.
Can you give him warning? I don't like his hair. I just don't like his hair. You got it, yeah? I will scan it. I will scan it for the camera. Good play, yeah? I think good play. Now this guy's in the money. He's playing like super fast, finally.
Alex has got to be pretty annoyed with the pace of play. I mean, he's got a good situation
That's
to be
the
playing
man.
some
6
poker.
million, right?
And
Ish. There's nothing back there.
yeah, Martin is milking it.
Think about your decision, okay?
That is the
Tony guy.
eternal struggle.
All in.
Big stack
What do you mean all
versus,
in? You put only 10 million.
well,
Well, I said all in
Ah,
first.
you said all in?
someone who wants
How
pay
much?
jumps.
Yeah.
Can I get a count?
Yes, of course.
How more?
That's
There's
it.
no pay jump for like 8 people, man.
Oh, we're already. No, there's one person.
Instead of
What are you in a rush for another hand?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I'm trying to kill the clock for break.
20, 28, 29.
Yeah, it's a break, guys, yeah. He's right, you're right. Take it,
Yeah.
take time back.
Explain
29.8.
that to him.
Last hand, yeah?
Seems like a good
We go-
table
we go for
change is
dinner.
30.
I want to go
going to be
for
great
dinner.
for
32.
all the
Otherwise, it's
viewers.
another hand.
Whatever.
No, you're right, you're right.
Something like that.
No, exactly, for my friend, exactly.
Sorry, how much?
30.
People have been here
30.
for a couple of
Here,
weeks
do you want
now,
me-
you know,
you-
maybe a
you
bit
need- you're
cranky,
Put it to him.
Here. Do it. No?
not much
Yeah,
sleep.
put it to him.
Ross
It's a big
missed
pot.
that move Kevin was
Maybe
alluding
something
to.
coming.
Just
It's like,
say
last
something
hand,
that
whatever.
covers him, and now
What do you want?
we
What do you
are
want?
out
matter,
another
yeah.
40
Huh?
seconds,
It's
and
last
whatever
hand,
this is going to
whatever.
take.
No, it's not his last hand.
No, it is.
No, it's
We
fold.
go for break.
Yeah, but.
Okay, fold,
Someone
fold,
send
fold,
that
fold.
advice
Let's
down.
go.
Oh, now you remember. Now you figured out that you don't want it to go up now.
It was last hand? Last hand, yeah?
No, you're playing one more, right?
I should have taken my
think not
time
one
banks
more. What do you think?
to get the bigger blinds on my button. What a fish I am.
Can we
One
go
more.
for dinner or?
One more.
Yeah, let's go for dinner. We have a longer break.
I think it's.
One more, one more, one more, one more.
No, we are supposed to, right?
One more.
We play one more? Okay.
One more.
I'm gonna have
I don't care, but I want to go for dinner.
realized, right? Because the
Let's play this hand fast.
And
I mean, he
I'm
played
not
it
supposed to
perfectly.
say that about the small
The blinds are
Just
going to go up on
another
his button.
100,000.
Yeah, he's right, actually.
Whatever, that's
That was
100,000.
Yeah.
I'm low, right?
Really? I'm sorry.
I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
No. He's really not supposed to do that. I would get penalty for that for sure.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't do it my least.
Yeah.
He was just actually being nice.
Just pissed that we can't go for dinner. Otherwise, I don't care at all.
Sorry if it was out of line. I didn't mean to influence the action.
What? Can you give me black chips?
All right.
One
Where's this guy gonna bring our food?
and two.
We got a
Close
real
spot.
hand.
Yeah. What?
2-3 hours?
Oh, sorry, 900. Yeah. No. I'm sorry. I'm idiot. Oh, give me this four. Give me this four. No.
4.5 hours?
Chips for it.
Lataro doesn't exactly have to be super snug against a big blind jam here.
Yeah. You paused it on the other breaks, right?
Call.
Kind of like call.
Okay, good. Holy shit. You know what,
My man just got the bill for a 4.5 hour massage.
They're not cheap here. I had one relatively long massage. And
Is it $2.50 an hour?
Yeah. I'd never seen over 2.
Yeah, you know, when in Rome.
When in
I've
Nassau.
I've never seen a protein bar for $9.50, but
That's
you know,
true. That's a good
There's a
point.
first for everything.
Two, three, four,
This
5.
slightly upsized c-bet. Colonius not deterred.
5.1. 5.1.
Doesn't want to see
Well, I can't. I'm
that
not.
card.
Kevin, I blame you.
Reaper over here.
For the ace of spades on the turn.
That was a little bit me.
Taro turning the joint, has Colonius covered as well. SPR 1.5. Do we just rip here?
Does feel kind of natural.
You know, from the cutoff, there's still some of these suited king. There's a queen 8 suited, queen 7, maybe queen 6 suited that can 3-barrel. I like calling, I think. You know, despite the draws, I'm a fan of that play. There are some very low equity hands we want to let Lataro empty the clip on. We're pretty low on ace when you consider. Wow.
Just no getting away now. We
certainly not.
Easily beat value facing jam. That would have been my main concern is, you know, does Lataro barrel turn with Jack 9 suited or Queen Jack off and end up checking a number of rivers? Yeah, this is unavoidable.
Just so many bluffs in Lataro's range here. You're actually beating value. Happy to put it in.
He's asking for a count.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Lataro with ace king, I get pretty tilted after this.
I think he's
Making
probably
sure
just verifying he's covered.
Uh-huh.
No pay jump. I'm astonished that he's taking any time.
What would you set the price at? Like 8 to 1 right now for a fold?
I'd 20 to 1.
All right, but he's already taken this time. All right. Let's see if you pay Henry 20 bucks.
Oh, I want more
Wow.
action.
All right.
He's
I was
really
setting low stakes.
He's really thinking about it.
I'll take 20 to 1 for 100. Like.
Yeah, I mean, now that the time bank's gone in, 20 is not the line.
No.
I got
Kevin
Brian
is on the
Rast
hook.
like this in the hand that you were in against Roman Kravitz in Monte Carlo.
Oh, yeah, his aces.
The queens against aces.
Oh, my God.
No.
No. Oh, yeah, okay.
All right. There it is. GG, sir. Really chewed on it.
Yeah,
His
that's rough.
spidey senses were tingling. It didn't feel right, but ultimately had to call it off with the 2 pair.
Nice count.
Be careful. Be careful.
So the 2019 WSOP Europe main event champion is out of here. He's going for an extended dinner break. He will collect $150,000 for his efforts. That felt like a really experienced, like large field live pro where his gut instinct was telling him that, you know, you just beat here.
Yeah, he did not like that spot. I would have been thrilled in telling him how much I'm doubling up for.
It's like, oh, you got Jack 10?
Yeah.
It's going to be 6.2.
Show me ace queen, baby.
Well, we are back at the break desk, and yeah, you're going to be saying goodbye. Any final thoughts? I mean, as they work down, we're 62 left, playing down to 24 today. What are some of the shifts we can kind of expect to see?
I mean, that ace queen, ace 10 is still stuck in my head as far as thoughts go. Shifts, yeah, we'll see as the ICM starts to become, you know, a little more important. Getting down, how much are we playing down to?
We're playing down to 24.
24.
So, yeah, by the end of the day, everyone's going to be guaranteed 335,000. They're all currently guaranteed 150.
Okay, so we'll be seeing some pretty normal tournament poker at this stage, but I think tomorrow, 24, things really start to shift. They've had a little time to sleep on the money, and we'll see who comes out firing and who wants the pay jumps.
Good night, guys. And yeah, Ali and Randy are going to be stepping in on the flip side of this 15-minute break. We'll see you shortly.
Stay loose, play 7 dude.
Just in my nature.
For you all
like
the
that.
time after this
That's
stream.
great.
You know, coming
feels
for
very
you.
apropos.
Hey, man, you will have no like free afternoon. All the girls. Okay, show some love to the chat for the one and only Wsop guy, and especially girls. Girls, hearts to the chat. Go. Go.
Theologus. Maybe contemplating some 3-bets there on the button. Looks mixable. 50 big blinds deep.
Ooh.
Okay. Above average.
The one and only.
Love to see Theologus go on a deep run here.
This is the
Feel
best
like
table you played at
at
Bahamas.
Triton he's had so many like
makes it worth
10th
coming.
place, 9th
This
place,
makes it
8th
worth
place
coming.
finishes.
You know, I'm happy
A lot
you
of
are enjoying. You are
crossbars.
like my customer, basically.
Ah, thank you.
I'm here for you. Can't say that about others, you know. But it's never easy, my friend. It's never easy. Sorry, I apologize. What is your name? I forgot.
Oh, that was the nicest he's ever said anything to anyone. You should just answer.
Can you?
Tony.
Jordan?
Tony.
Tony? Tony, sorry. Tony, Daniel, Tony.
Hi, man.
He is like a brother of Daniel's son. You know the Daniel's son? The Romanian Dracula? You know him, yeah? Okay, good. I'm happy you know everything.
Stokes checking over to Poondiddy. He's come out with, what is this, 20% pot? Not even.
Yeah, you rarely see large bets on the flop or turn on these monotone boards, at least from these new school players. Theologus, one of the more technical-minded, high-level players
So like 1.8 million. My friend.
these days. You see Ivan fighting back with small check raise. Kind of interesting for this 10-8 suited. How do you like this, Jeffy?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people might check raise a little bit too polar here. As far as 8x goes, this might be one of the better ones to call. I think the intuitive kind of like 8-7 of hearts. Both with a little more equity, but also getting a little more protection.
Lights. I don't want to get ahead of you.
You know, we don't have too many 10x in our check call range, so it's kind of a nice one to slide into the call.
I mean, I'm not super.
I
like,
admire
You're
the
such a good
aggression.
advisor.
I mean, like, I can coach you, I think.
Yeah.
Life coach. For Tony and Daniel. Hey, Daniel, imagine if you come back to the Marcus field and they all cheer for you. Like on the airport, there will be like, welcome back, Daniel's son.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Hey, man. You will be like local star, yeah?
Ah, I hope so.
How many people are living there?
100,000 maybe.
Gonna like the check raise a little more if he goes for check here.
Like 80,
We'll see
yeah?
what he does.
Something like that, yeah.
Hey, man.
Where'd you live?
Last time
Yeah, it's a
I
nice
was at the
turn
Marcus
card for
field, it was only
overpairs.
74,000 people.
Was it?
No, really.
Kind of. What did he say?
5 million. This is starting to overplay the hand quite a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a lot more
Just
than
for a
I
minute.
expected if there was going to be a turn bet.
Because the camera's not going to be on
So
me
now we're
right It's
seeing
going to be on them.
kind of less value and more, I want to end this hand.
Yeah.
I'm putting you on a single club type thing.
With the live stream, they can hear everything we're saying right now?
Yeah.
The mic?
When you're whispering,
Definitely not a natural move with this hand.
That's what
Granted,
mine does.
Theolo
That's what
just
the mic
flatted the
does.
button, so
Don't worry
he's
about
low
it.
on
Everyone's
overpairs,
saying
but
it. That's what the
plenty of
mic's
big
saying.
hands.
But there's three features.
Sixes, eights, flushes like he has. Still nines and tens. I mean,
They can just choose which one.
I honestly would be folding red nines a good chunk of the time here, and this would be kind of mergy.
I've never seen the live stream.
This might save Ivan.
I can't even like talk to you.
Looks like Casino Royale.
Nah, everyone's gonna hear it. I don't play with her no more.
Should it? In the sense that
What is this guy saying?
a lot of the ace-x, ace of clubs are likely folding, right, on the turn, or are they always sticking around?
I think he has to kind of change his story if he fires money into this and say, okay, the turn call tells me that he had nines plus. Now I'm going to go ahead and rep the club and try and get him to fold something like red tens. Well, can't be red tens. I mean, it's, yeah, he's in a very sticky situation where he knows a check cannot win the pot, but at the same time, doesn't have particularly good cards to be bluffing. You can say he blocks eights full, but
Yeah, the only way I could see this being a good bluff hand is if we go for all of it, or
Yep.
like just some huge bet, right? Claiming to have a
Exactly.
boat or ace of clubs.
yeah, you're just trying to get him to fold nines or tens with a club, sevens with a club.
Yeah.
Yeah, waves the white flag. I don't know. There was a moment there where I thought maybe he does empty the clip, blocking pocket eights.
It's one of those funny spots where Theologus is going to take some time and think, like, what do I really get called by when I reopen the action right now? He bombed the turn, check raised the flop.
You're gunning for like some weird queens, queen of clubs, very aggressively played jacks, jack of clubs, but the downside, of course, is ending your tournament in some fashion if he does happen to have sixes or eights full doing check raise.
I came for you here.
Wouldn't be surprised to see something around a third pot, even though you rarely see less than half pot
It's
closing
obvious,
the
yeah.
action.
Everyone does.
It's a
mean,
pretty
like,
good board for
pretty
that kind of
obvious. There are
size.
some
Yeah.
exceptions, you know? Some exceptions.
I think
Oh,
the
looks
big
like
bet
he's
is
going
good.
for it.
Yeah.
It's 40 million. 5, 14, 5, 25.
Without knowing Ivan beyond what we've seen this hand, I think this is probably the right play. I think that the way he played this 10-8 was probably not too dissimilar from how he might have played queens and jacks, and those queens and jacks are probably going to have a club a good chunk of the time, asking for all of it, letting him have a chance to make a hero call. I like the play.
It's a good point. I think sometimes we get caught up in, like, how would I have
Alex,
played my opponent's
not
side of the
like
hand
that. Alex.
Exactly.
dismiss
Hey,
the
Alex, not
huge
like
upside
that.
there might be
Alex,
if we just run
you
into
know
someone
what?
who
For
can't
you,
fold a big flush.
12% discount, not like the dot shop. WSOP 12, okay? Only for you.
I'll buy after.
And I think there's
Okay,
there's
would
less.
you-
I don't think I've ever heard anyone call him Leonard. Now I feel like you're definitely trolling.
We can't get producer James on this.
There you go, Alex Kulev playing 20 mil. Unlu, second on Turkey's all-time money list.
He's got options. Could shove this, could 3-bet. Kind of in that, sure, there's ICM, but when's the next payout move, really?
Yeah, this we've been talking about a fairly low ICM stage of the tournament.
We can.
Oh,
We are 4 spots away from a 15K ladder.
I definitely prefer the 3-bet, and I think we're seeing that more commonplace today. And I would be losing 4.3 million here if I was Anthony Hughes.
All in.
really no way around this one when you've got 8.5 bigs.
Yeah.
Kulev should get out of here with Unlu behind, threatening a very strong range.
Yeah.
Me neither.
Good luck.
Any queens in this deck, dealer? Not on the flop. Good news for Hughes is he can't be turned dead. Bad news is he's way behind. He's got 3 outs once. Not a spot you want to be in deep on day 3.
Take care, man.
Button's right. Thank you. Good game.
GG's. Anthony Hughes.
I want to see the name of the player.
I moved the button. I moved the button. Sorry, I said button's good.
92,500 for him. What's going on over here? I've been there. How did the money go in? Is it all in
Plus
pre?
one. I think it was just 5 million, right? Probably open jam from Nick.
No, it was 10 million apiece.
Really?
20 bigs. It was a 20 million chip pot, no?
I thought 10.
Play. Right?
Yep.
Most of the time people fold.
Yep.
And this time for sure, because this guy, like very nice call pre-flop actually. Very nice call pre.
Top of my range.
I think it was like he learned from you with the King 10, yeah? He's like learning from the Greco guy. Okay, last hand of the day. Last hand of the day.
That true, Jaffe? When you go all in on the river, most people fold.
Yeah, I think there's some wisdom there.
Hey Daniel, you didn't learn your lesson? Funny, no more pay jump.
You know, given that Terran shoved
Tony,
those
no more pay
queens,
jump.
it's
Now you
kind of
can
stands
play.
to reason that he might
The
not
last
have
time you
3-bet
said that
bluffs
I
in that
jammed on you
spot
and you didn't
off
call.
of 8 million. Might just kind of be jams and.
Yeah.
I don't want to bust you, man. I have other targets on this
Not
table.
that
like
King
see,
9 suited is
higher than 2, lower
mandatory
than
by any means,
5.
but
No, yeah.
I
No,
would
yeah,
have
lower
the
than
same
5.
read.
Lower than 5. Apple pie.
Close spot for Ivan here. Can do either.
The other being flatting, of course. Not ripping it in for 40 bigs against +1.
True.
Guys, help the dealer, okay? Help the dealer.
But given the history,
This guy has short hands.
it's even kind of intimidating to 3-bet the ace-queen,
Yeah.
Or hands.
opening the door to another
Actually, his hands
4-bet.
are kind of long.
Yeah, but maybe maybe you feel pretty insulated from the 4-bet bluff after you flat the last one
No,
with
I'm not
ace
just
10
being
0.
honest. Just,
Why?
Just being, I'm not
That is
trying
the
to.
upside.
You know I love you.
Horrible.
Daniel,
horrible.
given
Don't
a
do it, Sean.
Would you
consideration.
rather have someone just agree with you or tell you what's real, you know? Think about that, Martin. Think. I want you to think, okay? Hey.
Uh-oh.
Hey. Hello?
I don't even know if it's this might work. We might see the
Wow, every hand. I love it.
ace 10 0 call and the ace
These
queen on fold.
guys are really swinging for the fences against one another. Is this back-to-back 4-bet pots?
And he
Yeah.
showed down the ace-deuce
I'm
of
really
hearts.
not a fan of the choice to 4-bet here because the vibe I'm getting from Ivan is not I'm ready to beat the crap out of you guys. Here's me and I'm looking to fight. I would really think that he picked something up on this one.
8.5 million.
The way he played that.
Wow.
Jeez.
Yeah.
No hesitation. I feel like I'm watching
I'm not sure we're done.
a broadcast of like the
remind-
2008 PCA main or something, you know?
Yeah.
This
Like Benny
6-bet
Spindler back in the day, bro.
could absolutely come in.
Yeah.
How often do you see a 5-bet pot 20-25?
He goes for
Oh.
a sip.
Yeah, that's a strong move.
John staring him down. If he jams, is Stokes folding?
Yeah, I think so.
This would be a huge pickup for Charlton. Finding a 6-bet jam, though, I mean, come on.
I didn't like the 4-bet, but I kind of like the 6-bet. Don't know the last time I felt that.
All in.
Wow. Oh, my word.
Wow.
What is going on?
Incredible.
70 players left in this Super Main. Hands down, the hand of the tournament so far.
Cool.
Wow!
No way.
We were just wrong on every single decision.
Wow. Wow,
Oh
guys.
my God.
Classic underway. Classic. Okay. 10 of
Didn't even take a time bank.
6-bet pot.
Yeah.
Stokes has
Yes.
called it off.
10 of diamonds. You want hippo power?
I need to watch more streams.
No, you don't want, yes?
There's
You want
clearly
hippo power,
some
yes?
dynamic
Yeah,
between
let's
these
have it.
two. I
10
mean,
of diamonds.
All right, man.
credit where credit's
Ace
due
10 is
to
top of the
Charlton.
range. Both times.
And he fucking raised.
Wow, so close, yeah?
What is that, a flush draw?
Any four-sider, okay.
Hey, man. Any foresight is okay.
Yeah.
You are a baccarat player. You're good.
Thank you.
38 million in the middle.
Thank you.
One of the greatest
Stokes,
all-in in
5-bet, called it off.
Yeah, so close, yeah? Resight.
Kind of close.
7 or a 9 for a
Now
chop.
everything. Like, there are no cards which
10
pass
for the winner, whereas Charlton's out
seven,
here and Stokes is up to 38 million.
check, king, everything.
What are they waiting for? 10.
GG.
Wow.
GG, man. Good luck,
Game, bro.
What a hand.
So many cool.
Ivan looked like he'd seen a ghost when he got shoved on, and then 20 seconds later says call.
Nothing you can do.
I mean, everything about what
Actually,
Ivan
maybe you have more.
was doing there made me think he thought he was bluffing.
More in a second, I'll figure it out.
He was inducing, guys.
He clicked.
I might be the high bullet guy in this tournament. Do I know?
So I saw Jun put out a story on his Instagram. He was in for 15 bullets.
Who was that?
Junabara.
Junabara.
Okay. Yeah.
I haven't heard higher than that.
Nobody's okay.
Knew I recognized Tommy Wynn there. Another Canadian from Toronto. He won the Monster Stack in 2018. That's a great World Series event to win. $1 million for a 1500.
Yeah. How many days does that play?
I think it's a 5-day tournament.
Which event is that, sorry?
The Monster Stack. That's usually like, I know there is a mini main
How much you play?
on the schedule, but that effectively like the mini main for a lot of people.
All right, Chad. Chad can do it. Ooh.
Omaha for Rolls, just one of the greatest gamblers of our generation. In here playing 2 cards. 1 card away from doubling up.
Are we allowed to root in the booth? Can I say ace of spades?
You're allowed to do what you want, man.
All right, ace of spades. I've never seen Chad lose an all-in.
Does he run that good, does he?
There are many jokes. Chad is effectively a meme. Wow.
20 million?
20 million.
That's where the 5 mil size is going to cost him, although this time, yeah, getting out of position. Reasonable.
Man, these guys have been similar dynamic to Ivan Stokes and Daniel Charlton earlier on.
Yeah, I think Neville, you know, he knows he's up against a lot of ace-king here, but in the event, it's queens or kings. Just so painful.
Yeah, like, is this ever 10s after cutoff open, and this is like a 50-plus big blind committing 4-bet?
Pretty unlikely. Possible.
That's what makes this a time bank worthy decision.
Yeah, this could be chip leader pot, huh?
The bright side is it feels very unlikely this is aces, maybe not even kings. The click back size definitely in Maui's range. Wow.
Power jam.
A lot of people, if they're going to play 2 sizes in Leonard's spot there, they're gonna put ace king in that power size, and ace king suited is going to kind of.
I will show you how to play.
Sorry.
I will show you how to play.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was your big blind when I said that. I never would have done that.
No, I am happy to play higher stakes. Higher stakes, more fun.
It's true.
Higher stakes, more fun, right, Tony?
Some recent
Higher
eliminations.
stakes, more fun.
Alejandro
Especially,
Lococo.
Seat 8, when you are on fire, you want to play
Matt
high stakes,
Frankland.
like this medium stakes.
Ryan Chamas, also known as Barry Uzi.
You know my name.
Dan Kalajdorjevic.
I don't know your name either then. You tell me your name.
Martin.
I'm Ivan.
And welcome back to Paradise, where we have had ourselves a day here in the Supermain. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. Just then during the replay, we saw some spectacular things, and now we see a third member of the booth for this upcoming frame in Scott Baumstein. Scott, a regular face around the World Series, $7 million in career earnings. And Scott, I want to dive really quickly before we turn our attention to what we're going to have a chance to sink our teeth into on the back half of our coverage here today, to what your assessment has been thus far of this Paradise Festival, and then more specifically, the Supermain.
Well, first off, it's great to be here. Really an honor to be in the booth with you two guys. But the festival's been great. This is the first tournament I played here. Day one was really great. And now it's gotten a lot tougher as the tournament progressed, and that's the nature of this kind of tournament. A lot of rebuys. The pros really made sure that they got deep in the tournament. Now what we're left with is a really, really tough final 60 players.
Scott, you know, I feel like there was a measure of diplomacy being exercised when you said your day one there was a pause. I'm just putting a read on it. You called it great. It had to have been dizzying in terms of the just range of play that you were observing, right? When you say great, it's kind of like a, hey, guys, wink, wink, make your way down here to the Bahamas because there's opportunity.
It was different. It was certainly different than most main events I've played because people were in there gambling. There was a lot of day ones. There was a lot of, high rollers that really wanted to build a stack, which meant there was a lot of opportunities to really spin up your stack on the first day.
But the cream has risen a little bit, hasn't it, Randy, in terms of what we're left with? There are some very familiar names left in this field.
Yeah, and it's, with this structure, we've got multiple day ones. Players were able to get it into the money on day 2A, come into day 1C, now 2, and hopefully get into day 3. Yes, it is a lot of strong players remaining.
Yeah, and what's interesting is there's some people who had so few chips, even though they'd made their way to a day 2 in that 1A, 1B portion, they decided, I'm going to take another shot at this for 25K so that I can have a little bit of a healthier stack when I get there. And here we are on this day 3 where both of the day 2 fields have merged, and just 60 of our remaining 2,891 players, bringing the prize pool to 70 million plus. Just a staggering feat considering the $60 million guarantee as the resumption of Supermain coverage is set to get underway. And here's
All right, players and dealers here in the Supermain event. Welcome back from break. Going to continue the action here with 400 small blind, 800 big blind, 800 big blind Andy. That's 400,000, 800,000, 800,000. Good luck, everyone. Dealers, shuffle up and deal.
Sold.
Where's the gavel? Cards are back in the air. As per usual, multiple feature tables. Here's a glimpse at the chip counts. Brought to you by GG Poker. David Coleman. High stakes fixture, 41.2 million. That's good for 50 some odd blinds. William Blaze, also in the similar circumstance with north of 40 million for himself. And then Lukas Rutkauskas, he too, sitting in that just north of 40 million territory. Work to be done for the Brazilians over at the Reef. Felipe Ramos, Gustavo, also both south of 10 bigs. There's Ari Engel, 20-time World Series of Poker Circuit ring winner, 4-time bracelet winner, and a razor on the button to 1.6. That's the minimum with these blinds at 4, 8, and 8. And he's going to get jammed on by D'Souza, who is a covering stack here. Suvarna bows out. And looks like Ari may have a decision here. He's asking for the count.
Looks like it was a 15 big blind rejam, if I read it correctly.
17.1.
17.1, I believe I heard, so closer to 20.
Kind of a lot in this. With ace-3 off, I don't think he's going to be. He
Okay,
only
so-
has 13 or so
Yeah.
big blinds. I think Ari's going to fold here. He's going to wait for a better spot.
Yeah, 16 bigs is too much.
It was a very disciplined, not just shoving himself there. a lot of people in that spot where Ari is on the button for 13 or 14 bigs are just going to take the weak ace and just go all on themselves.
And probably be busto.
Yep. And I got to say, I love just seeing Ari here in this spot. I'm a huge fan of his. Nobody grinds harder than him and loves it more and really plays the circuit. And like you said, 20 circuit rings.
Right.
He's out there not, just because he loves it, not necessarily for the money. He just loves being out there. So, I mean, he's definitely an easy guy to root for.
Yeah, there was a stretch where Ari was playing in my mixed game in Vegas, and I mean, one of the first people to respond in the group chat every day, I'm in. And just emblematic of the enthusiasm that he has for the game. And you would think there might be some burnout when you grind as hard as Ari does, but he looks no worse for the wear, nowhere he'd rather be, and especially with a shot at $10 million up top in this one. What a humongous line item that would be on the resume, which is already quite impressive for Ari.
I mean, quite impressive is an understatement. I think he's now the leader in live caches, if I remember correctly.
Is that right?
And up there, and yeah, I think he passed Miami John last year, and up there in just in total tournament wins as well.
9.3 million in career tournament earnings, 204th on Poker's all-time money list. As we see Reddy take one, checking over at the other feature, or one of the two other features, I should say. Here's your chip leader, playing under that Lithuanian banner, which sort of puts people on notice. Faraz Jaka has been putting people on notice for many, many years. Seasoned tournament player, and you see the Jaka coaching patch. His skills are available for purchase, and perhaps this 1.6 as well. Mateos, El Conquistador, on the button, stuffs it.
Cutoff button, ace jack for just south of 20 big blinds. This is going to be tough for Faraz to get away from here, but certainly might. It's really on the border.
How much of Mateos' range is the ace jack performing well against?
I mean, I think Mateos shows up with ace 10 and some weaker suited aces. Obviously, he's going to have a bunch of flips and king queen. So, yeah, Faraz is just mostly concerned about running into exactly ace queen and ace king, and this is unfortunate for him.
It's a player you can't fold against, unfortunately.
Yeah. This is probably just have to call here with this.
Yeah, and when Randy says this, obviously it isn't because Mateos is out here splashing, but he knows the ranges, and in turn, Jaka knows them as well, and knows that the ace-jack does well on occasion, and it's doing well here. Jack-high board. This is pretty savage. Mateos earlier in this collaborative festival took an absolutely horrific beat against Jean-Noel Torel, who found a 6 on the turn with an underpair versus trips on a paired flop. Believe it was. It was a stone 2 outer, and
yeah, it was like a queen 8-8 flop or something like that.
Yeah, something like this. It was just surreal.
One of the greatest of all time. Out.
Yep.
Field got softer.
Guys,
and if you want to learn how to do that, go on to JakaCoaching.com.
Yeah, right.
The suck out chapter.
$119 a month. I am one of the instructors on Jaka Coaching as well.
Did you watch this lesson, though?
Yeah. I think we'll cover it next week.
Adrian being directed to the payouts. 150K will go his way. Payout bands rather broad for the time being, so the 30K jump not going to be realized for some time here. We are down to 58. This is,
really made me
not
feel
unlike
like a bitch for folding. We didn't even put out the 800.
the main event in the summer, guys. One of those where when you get down this far, day 3 sounds like the 3rd day of poker you've played, but for many of these folks out here, it could be the 4th, 5th day of poker.
It could be day
6th day of
poker. It could be day 7.
It could be day 7.
It could be day 7, actually, because there's,
and
4 starting, 2 day 2s and 4 day 1s.
Yeah, I'd like to believe that there's not too many day 7 folks that managed to get their way here, but I hear what you're saying. It is possible.
You didn't even get that.
And when you consider that, the heartache of a spot like what Mateos just endured, you work all this way, you make so many decisions, you make a good one there, and then poker just rears its ugly head.
I mean, even for someone as talented as Mateos, it's going to sting.
Yep.
And he's looking to sting with aces. Ari Angle, that is.
Pocket Aries.
Ari.
Right. 1.6 million.
Upstairs.
Fold.
D'Souza not going to come and get it this time.
Fold. 1.6.
Sigorna stepping aside as well. Now to ready.
Picking up this big hand on the river. Martin Cabral leading for 4 million. Met with a shove by Eric Wasserson. Board is ace 5-4 jack 9 rainbow board. Again, Cabral led for 4 million. Asked Dewas if he should even put the chips out. Eric said, yeah, I think you should. And then jammed. This could be one of the biggest pots of the tournament.
One more? One? Sure?
Cabral has a stack of time banks. Perhaps 6 left.
Wossi, you don't speak with me, my friend? Wossi boy, I make all the girls love you. And now you play like this with me? Wossi boy. Just say.
Again, ace 5-4 jack 9.
Wossi boy. Wossi boy. One more? Last one, yeah?
It's going too fast now. I don't know what.
Yeah, it's going too fast. This is not seconds. You need to fix it. You need
I
to
don't
fix
know.
it. Thank you.
What did you make
Please,
her do?
please.
It's like okay for 5.
The clock all of a sudden started going very quickly, so they're fixing the iPad.
Started going aggressive.
Fours or fives? What? I can beat fours, but not fives. No, really. Just say. Say that you love me. So this is the time now? Yes. If it is 30, I owe you one more, yeah? If it is 30,
They've
yeah?
switched to a phone to keep track of the
Guys,
time.
please, can I ask you? Thank you so much. Wossi boy, you really call fives? You really call fives? If you call fives, you are my new hero.
Cabral only has about 7 million behind. If he calls and loses, his tournament life has ended. Another time bank used.
Wossi boy, speak with me. We used to be friends 20 minutes ago before your dinner break in Nobu. You had like spicy sushi? Wossi boy, I need some help. No, really. Yes, please, I'm in the middle of big pot. Don't disturb me, please. Wossi boy. Fives or fours? I can beat fours, not fives. Just Wossi boy. Ace jack, Wossi boy. Think you win. One more I need? Like if I want more time, yeah?
Another time bank used.
Chaos. If you don't speak, I'm gonna bust you. Fair offer. If you speak, I don't gonna bust you.
Ace 5-4 jack 9 rainbow board.
Wossi boy. You know
Cabral
what?
in the
Don't
big
ask,
blind.
Tell me I have enough, okay? Don't tell me. Then ask how much you want. Okay. I said okay. Wsop boy. All the girls loves you, yeah? You need one more? One more? Wsop. I put 4, yeah? Yes. I put 4. You need one more? Yes. Not yet, yeah? Not already. I'm already owing. Now we are square, yeah?
Still has 3 time banks.
Not like that.
Lays it down.
Open.
Not like that.
Open. Show it. Please. My friend, show it, please.
I love you, but
Please. Please. No, really.
I tell you later, I promise.
No, please.
I
Oh,
promise.
please, I use 17 times. Do
I
that
promise
for me.
I show you
No,
later.
one time, please. One time do that.
I
I'm asking
promise,
you.
I promise. Next time.
Pocket nines.
I still love you.
You had it or not? Just say yes.
Of course.
What was it said?
Pocket nines.
Jack 9.
Jack 9? Really? I was better.
Fuck, I flopped
You had Jack 9? No, really. You had?
Jack 9.
Which cover?
Spade.
Say that you love me.
Good fold.
Huh?
Good fold.
Set.
And with that, we can send it back to you guys. Keep you posted of all the latest developments out here.
Why you go all in? Why you not on the call?
I'm not sure how long you're going to be able to send it back to us because it does seem like some storylines continue to develop at that former featured table where Cabral is really the cornerstone of all that's taking place. But Wsop snacking on him there. Meanwhile, Benny Glauser, as he corrected me earlier this week into fixing, and heretofore we shall refer to him as such. Finding the chip lead over at Reeve. Coleman continues to sit up top. Jaka, of course, on the ascent after claiming the pelt of the Spaniard, and perhaps the 2 remaining Spaniards will be looking for a pound of flesh.
I had aces. I didn't have aces.
Cabral with the seemingly never-ending string of time banks there. And I know there's no love lost between Wsop and Cabral, so definitely humorous to see him leaning over the table and in his face like that.
I mean, you know, I don't want to say a master in a way that I'm somehow laying admiration upon the process, because I feel like most of it is out of bounds. And I think most of the high-stakes guys don't really have a taste for it. A lot of the fans do because it's a pot-stirring, sort of discombobulating, content-creating wrinkle. But, you know, he is looking for edge. You know, some quotient of that isn't simply Martin being Martin. You know what I mean? This guy knows what he's doing out there, Scott.
He absolutely knows what he's doing, and you hit the nail on the head. This summer in the World Series, in the 10Ks, people just sort of had enough of this guy, and when he's playing the lower limit stuff, people are just eating it up.
Right.
And just loving it and egging him on and enjoying being at his table and taking pictures with the guy. So it's really, it really encourages him out there, because he is getting a lot of fans.
In comes 4-bet from Peaks with pocket 10s off a shallow stack.
Yeah, Suvarna started this party with the AJ. The suited ace of Coleman was running an exam, and then Peaks out from behind 11.5 with a real commitment in this 4th scoop application. Engel with nothing to think about. I don't know if this is just a supporting exhaustion.
Maybe a pay jump is looming. Otherwise, I don't know what he would be thinking about there. But even though Coleman's going to be getting a really good price here, but I think this is just going to get through.
Yeah, it kind of seems, oh man, it's like, it is an amazing price given it's only 2 million back.
But he's just always crushed.
Right, he's never, ever flipping. It's never up against 6s and lower. Those would just fold.
And he's never going to find them with king queen either. It's just always going to be a better ace or a better pair here.
And honestly, based on the stack that he's playing, the solver special, I would say it's not in there either for peaks, having ace-5. Just seems so unlikely with the stack depth.
Because if Coleman found himself with some of his better bluffs, maybe an ace-10 suited or a king-queen suited, he might find some calls here. But ace-7 suited is just going to be like his worst kind of bluff. Well,
He's calling, though.
Does find that call, and he's going to be the 2-to-1 dog like he expects to be.
I mean, obviously, some of this calculus is with such a deep stack that can afford to do things like this. But 22 million, pot laying 11-1 to Roland, I just don't know there's a world in which he is ever going to step aside. And with a piece here, Coleman backdoor spades, second pair. I think we'll wind up getting this one in.
Should be putting the rest in with 10s. I mean, just often the best hands, 8-7-4.
I think he's going to leave one chip behind and bet everything.
Just in case it checks down and he's got a loser. He's got a tournament life.
I have a feeling. Oh, no.
But roughly the same difference.
I was wondering if there was a pay jump looming.
Maybe only Ari's aware.
I'm always looking around the table for the reactions of the other players when they see that Coleman was willing to make the call with an ace-7 suited. What is their opinion of this?
It's never an audible reaction.
Oh, my God.
There's going to be reaction now.
Guys, the violence that we've observed already with Mateos's ace-queen versus ace-jack, and now trips 7s, no waiting for Coleman, who, many other operators in that spot would not have found the call pre. Obviously, post we get it. And peaks showered, and even David shakes his head. I mean, he knows that was just a dose of run good.
From a chip EV perspective, he did make the right call. It's just from an ICM perspective, if you want to keep some chips, and it was probably pretty close either way.
Perhaps it was what Ollie said, is that he's a bit deeper. He can afford it based on chip EV. I'd assume if he was like 15 big blinds left, he probably would have folded.
Also, this is a tough field now. I think we take some of these thinner spots than if it were perhaps the regular World Series main event. He might pass in a similar situation.
Are we allowed to take into consideration the I can afford it sort of calculus in situations like that to get us over the hump in spots that we feel we might be trailing a little bit in?
I'm not sure, because his chip stack was at about the 50 or so big blind level. If he loses that pot, I think that hurts him more than if he won it helps him. Because if he won it, if he loses that pot, he becomes the middle, kind of the middle of the pack in the table. If he wins the pot, he's still the chip leader.
That's an excellent point, by the way, and I think something that people need to be mindful of as they collect the ideas, courtesy of our coverage here and Scott's presence in the booth. As a successful tournament player himself, the upside not outweighing the downside, potentially. Well, the upside to 10-5 is you can make all the straights. Except some people like to step in and say you can't make a 9-high straight.
I strongly consider surrendering this.
And surrender Engel does.
Oh, he's up against the same hand.
Wow.
Bad read, sir.
I had to blink and make sure I wasn't seeing things there. Flipping over to the other. Palm feature. Aces for Oscar.
Is that how you say Oscar in Spanish?
It is.
Oscar.
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 No. You can still say the R, Randy. It's not. You don't have to say Oscar.
Okay.
Yeah, give me one more pass at it.
Oscar.
Lean into the R a little bit more.
Oscar.
Okay. You know what? Just don't say it ever again. Let's just go with Lima Bayo or something like that for you. King, Queen suited, a reasonable defense. And again, Jaka connecting, but this time in a problematic manner.
very problematic. He can't have ace-king. This is going to be his biggest king here. He can even find some check raises on the flop with this hand. Faraz can potentially get into a lot of trouble in this spot.
Keep in mind, we're about 50 big blinds deep effective, so we'll see if that changes the course of action for Jaka. I do agree with you that this is definitely a check raise worthy hand, but he might not do it just because of how deep they are.
Oh, I don't think that he's usually check raising, but he can certainly mix in a fair amount of them here.
I mean, it's immediately crossing his mind. It is a cutoff open.
Yep,
That's the raise.
And he is taking it. And knowing I've talked a lot of poker with Faraz, and yeah, this felt like a spot he was going to take here. He's not going to have a ton of better value than this. He's going to have a set of fives, set of eights, king 8 and king 5.
Right, and I assume he's check raise bluffing, so he wants to have more balance than just a
Sure.
premium.
And of course, Bio happy to reel in his customer. A board pairing 5 is a non-issue here.
It's going to be a good, I mean, as far as Faraz is concerned, he's going to think that's a good card. Faraz has a range advantage with the 5 here, still beating a lot of the kings that Oscar could potentially have here.
Now it's even better for Oscar as he counterfeits king 8. He doesn't expect a 5 to check raise too often, but like you mentioned, it's a good card for Jaka, and that's why he's going to reach for more chips. How much? 8 mil into 12.
Oh boy.
It's chunky.
2/3 pot, and these are a couple of big stacks tussling here.
Thoughts of aces? Are we just calling, ever raising?
I think we're usually just calling here. Faraz basically has the only hand that might call a raise here. Because if he was bluffing with, you know, some sort of straight draw or flush draw, he can't really call a what might even be a jam here. Use raise size.
About pot size remaining now.
And I imagine Faraz is going to bet the river for value. Maybe not all of it, but it might block him with a hand like he has, or ace-king, or aces.
Non-club rivers definitely open up those prospects for both parties.
Pot size here. I mean, I expect Faraz to bet 2/3 here. And hope and he's basically hoping he's up against king, jack, king 9. I mean, these are really the hands that he can beat at this point. Queens, jacks. Without a club.
Especially from a cutoff open, and those hands are more likely. This could be one of the biggest spots of the tournament if he bets.
Faraz might go for some sort of blocking sizing, but I don't expect Faraz to check here.
Oh, he's looking down at his chips. These chips are gone. Just how many?
That burning smell in your living room right now has everything to do with this barrel, but it's not quite an inferno, gentlemen. This is just a little brush fire for 4 million.
Faraz is certainly concerned he's beat here. He's concerned he's losing to ace-king, aces, king 10. He's trying to get a little bit of value against exactly king jack, and he's going to reevaluate if he's shoved down. And Oscar certainly should shove here. He's only losing to like a random 5 or 8s full that would have gone bigger on the river.
Yeah, I think there's no world in which value.
Just
He just
calls.
flat.
He
Wow.
did. That is a huge misstep from Oscar.
You know, listen, I'm not going to pretend that I'm the pro here amongst the three of us, but 4 million on the end as a punctuation point to the action up to that river never struck me as being the sort of value that beats the aces there. You're not going to leave meat on the bone potentially, right, in the interest of getting fancy and trying to induce.
I completely agree.
Especially
with
at that stack depth, right?
Absolutely. If Faraz did play a bottom pair of 5 the way he did, once he trips up there, he's going to hope his opponent has a king, ace, king, aces, king, queen, and just go for it all there. It was clearly a block sizing, you know.
You know what it could be? It could just be nerves. Like, man, this pot is so big. Am I really going to potentially make a mistake and be out of the tournament and jam aces in that spot? Because think about it. We're playing for 10 million. We've got, what, 60 remaining. It's not unreasonable. He just think, pot size big enough, just in case Faraz is getting cute and fancy.
You know what's crazy, too, is consider that even though it was a losing effort, that Faraz saves himself from having to call off a much bigger amount. He froze his man there. And if you look at the total investment, granted, it's not going to buff out, but maybe he loses more if he just takes the check call 3 streets line.
100%
So,
he loses more.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And he froze a 4K bet into like 28 million. That's very well done from Faraz. Should have lost more. Now we move on to Le Francois, ace king suited.
Pretty one. Upstairs we go. 1.8 just north of the min.
Contemplating if ace-8 offsuit. Looks like he's in folding.
5.4.
Oh, it kind of looked like he was going to push the cards forward, and he verbally announced 5.4. Lovely for the ace-king suited.
Again, a couple of heavyweights.
It's cutoff versus button, Scott.
We're definitely going to see a 4-bet here from Pasquale. The question is he just going to rip it here or go for a non-all-in sizing? I think with suited, I think we do see a non-all-in sizing. I think we go for a small 4-bet amount, 11 million. 12.6. I think when we're offsuit, we're more inclined to just rip it in, but I think our hand is just too strong to put all of our chips in the middle right now.
I think you can get your opponent to attack a lot more in these cutoff versus button situations, so I do like 4-betting, whereas if you're in earlier position, you know, people aren't 5-bet ripping you with ace-5 suited as much. So it's a nice play.
Pass with capital infusion here. As he continues to run his fund profitably, 44 million. I mean, he's been down deep in the main during the summer. And I think in particular, gentlemen, Super Main here in Paradise, main event in Vegas, probably the most similar experiences that you could have in terms of a multi-table poker tournament and understanding the adjustments, Scott, that need to be made in these specific types of fields is an important part of the ingredients for success.
Yeah, but these are wildly different experiences when you compare this tournament and the main event.
Tell me.
In the summer. Well, for one, these levels are a lot shorter. The stacks are a lot shallower, and of course the field of players is completely different.
You think the field of players are completely different in the Super Main versus the main? I mean, I only push back slightly because there are so many ways in which to get yourself into this one, even though it's 2.5x the buy-in is a 25K. You do have super satellite type of folks. There's, you know, a lot of paths, multiple tickets. So you still have all of the super pros, most of whom will play the 10K main during the summer. A massive field when you consider what's been, you know, cobbled together, 3,000 players nearly.
You have the super pros, but you have them times 3 or times 5 or times 10. The same people over and over again, and that makes it a very different experience with the re-entry than making a freeze-out tournament.
Experience for Jaka could once again be costly as he's found a flat with ace-10 but is up against an ace-jack. Big blind giving it a chew here, Alejandro Ganivet.
Don't be mad.
359K in career earnings for him, 7th in the Millionaire Maker this past summer. Not going to partake, 5.2 in the middle. Heads up to a queen-high board. Ace-highs failed to improve.
These are the tricky ones.
I don't think he's going to be flat.
So difficult to see that on this texture. Ace-jack.
Don't sweat it.
Might be opening himself up for us to take this pot, but he does decide to check back. Usually the queen-high boards favor the caller in position. A lot of the hands would have a queen in them. Hands like king-queen, ace-queen, queen-jack.
7 on the turn, placing backdoor spades on board, relevant to Jaka's ace.
Kind of a tweener spot where you have a decent ace, but then again, there is merit to trying to blow out a bigger one.
I don't think Faraz thinks there's a lot of hands he's going to win at showdown with, but with this ace on the river here, I think this will often go check, check.
Right, just in case you're up against some ace wheel type holding.
Board pairing queen does bring that backdoor flush draw home. Full shutdown.
Whoa, to Jaka.
Yeah, he's going to be down to 25 million in the aftermath as Miguel does some snacking. Capriles, just shy of $500,000 in career tournament earnings, $173,000 cash at EPT Monaco this year for him. He's got some reps under his belt.
All right, well, here we go. Let's show you Martin Cabral in for 4.2 million. Action on Eric Wasserson. He makes the call on the button. It's not all in. You see that hippo is right over the 100K chip. So Cabral almost all in.
So that's 4.2 and that's a call? That's a very good read.
US is called on the button.
One of the greatest reads in poker history. So you really
Goldman out of the way.
You really
Taryn Palmer, who has quite the rail over here assembled,
What do you have?
is out of the way.
I would love to get penalty. And please pay your no, I'm not saying. Can you say your opinion?
So I didn't
100K behind.
Does he owing timing? Yes or no?
So I should have paused.
Yes or no?
He doesn't know.
I think it's
As
mistake.
soon as the numbers came.
I think it's mistake, but I respect
I should
it.
have paused.
It's okay. Do your job.
I still have it.
We'll see a flop, as Cabral still does have one chip. Ace, King, 3.
I like that.
2 clubs. Just a guess, we'll sit here for 30 seconds.
Oh, there's a time. There's a page up.
We are on a pay jump, 150K to 56th, 180K to 55th.
Thank you, guys.
Again, Ace, King, 3, 2 clubs.
I have an 800.
You can bet 0 or minimum then is 800. 0 or 8. Yes. Or 0. How much is it?
Count it, please.
There's the bet from US. Cabral will get a count.
Jeff, please. You already bring me one time.
Okay.
Bet luck, please.
Okay, I will scoot to the side.
A big pot for me, okay?
I understand, yeah.
36.8.
Yeah, it is the thing that's.
But he's my friend. I want him to get the extra 30,000.
36.8. Looks like 37.8.
Ask for a count, which is allowed.
How many time banks do I have? He wants to know next. And 7 time banks.
35.
33.
37.8, yeah?
36.
36.8. Okay. It's 30 seconds.
A sip from the Not Like That mug. And we start the clock.
It's post flop. What are you talking about?
Post flop.
Post flop.
No, it's here's rule 20 seconds. Sorry, guys.
What?
20 seconds. Even if like going to.
What are you talking about?
Wait,
It's post flop.
Yeah, I understand. But like, it's 20 seconds.
Is that right?
What she's talking about? We play like this 7 days.
I understand what this is.
Okay, so
And it
pause the
says
clock
it's a
and
20
let her
second
explain.
clock.
Yeah, let her explain because she's saying.
Continue.
So, but
She does
post-flop
have
is
the
30
authority
seconds.
to do so.
Post flop, but it's another action is still 20 seconds.
What are you talking about? Please, call the supervisor, please. You are wrong. Can you stop the clock?
20 seconds.
But she's wrong.
That was one time bank. Time banks are 30 seconds.
But she's wrong.
So
Yeah.
you'll get
But
30
she's
seconds.
wrong.
No.
The initial
Of course you are wrong.
clock
Post-flop is 30 seconds.
was ruled as 20 seconds.
Your time banks will be 30.
Yes,
Post-flop.
sorry.
Yeah, you sorry now, but it cost me time, so I can't think. Can he stop the? Can he stop
I think you
it?
should pause it for.
Can he stop it for like 10 seconds for me? Can he stop it?
Yes.
not really not normal. I mean, you said 7 times mistake.
Yeah.
It's really not
Her
good.
mistake. She admits it. We move on.
I think I should get like 42 more. No, 42 minutes more.
This is your first time. Now you're on.
I owe one more? No.
This would be the greatest fold in the history of poker.
What do you have? Now you talk
I
with me.
can't say that. She's going to give me a penalty.
You bluffing?
I cannot say.
Hippo smells blood.
Give me it. I'll
Hippo
tell you.
moves over.
Hippo smells blood.
This would be the greatest, single greatest fold.
Please,
ever
can
done
you
in
be quiet, please?
You're right. I'm sorry. But that would be a sick fold.
Now I owe you one, yeah? Sorry about it. Guys, can you be quiet? It's like big tournament, you know, Sandy is nervous for me, I can see that. You are nervous for me? Don't worry, we double up, okay? And then you'll be smiling.
That would be hilarious.
What?
I said it's going to be very funny if you have aces.
Can you do me a favor? Can you just be quiet? No, right, like real, okay, guys,
I'm getting your back. I told him.
Please,
to be quiet.
please.
Okay, what do you want me to do? Alex, please.
So, I need to now...
Another time bank used.
Borrow me something.
Still on that pay jump. 56 still remain.
So if I go over
Next
time,
pay
I
jump
lose
worth
the last
$30,000.
And then I'm on my last 30 seconds, yeah? I don't know, it's a very tough decision. Hippo smells black, but I don't believe him.
Hippo trying to get a read.
Fucker, he's always trying to bust me from the tournament.
Me or the Hippo?
So I need to play one more to get another 30.
Did Martin win
I will play that, you can.
Another time bank in the middle.
So this is the last time? If it will be like 4 seconds, tell me I don't want to miss it, okay?
No, wait,
Great.
Some small ones.
And Anna, only seven mistakes in one hand, it's okay.
Hero Jack 8 on like.
Please don't say I think myself. Okay, sometimes you have to gamble.
Oh God.
And sometimes not. I think if I fought, I will be famous.
There's the call.
Casino Royale.
Iwas has ace 5
One of the greatest
for a pair of
poker in
aces.
Wrestle history.
5 only. What does he have?
I might be dead.
At Casino.
He's got a.
He's got ace 7.
7.
Royal!
Pocket 7.
2 sevens for Cabral. Needs a 7.
So close!
Turn is the
And now
jack
7
of
of spades.
clubs. Needs the 7 of spades exactly. It's not it. On the river, we say good game to Martin Cabral. Out in 56 for $150,000.
I had it. What do you have?
Never mind then.
He had ace jack. He had ace jack.
Good luck, everybody.
Good luck, Martin.
Say goodbye to Martin Cabral. Out the door quickly. We send it back to you guys.
Was he going for the emergency exits? Because I confess, I don't think you can turn right out of the room. As Wsop ingests the remains of Martin Cabral and quiet fills the arena.
This is embarrassment, as Martin would say. I mean, like, as you said before, Ali, like, he is a master craftsman of turning, like, what are effectively angles into endearing qualities almost.
Another 1.6 to get out?
It's debatable.
I mean, because he's obviously calling there. He's successfully convincing the floor to give him extra time in these situations. And, I mean, love him or hate him, you got to hand it to him. He's good at whatever he's doing.
I suspect that there's a couple of footprints behind the dealer chair from the floor needing to be parked in that position in perpetuity whilst Martin is up to his antics. Finally able to find other stomping grounds is Anna. Do have some other tables that may need her services. Another one bites the dust, and the pay ladder has been procured. That's the remainder of that field, 180K now.
That's why the pace of play is picked up, and these guys are folding really quickly. With Martin's bust out, everybody makes 30,000 more.
8-6 tray, couple of hearts here. Don't have our graphics packages up, so we'll see whether or not we get a sense of what's cooking. There it is now. 10-9 versus King Queen. Backdoor nuts. Second nuts, technically, for Pineda.
Yeah, no betting on any straight.
Yeah, there's 2 overs and a gut shot for D'Souza, and we're not so used to the Brazilians being shy on barrels.
Good no bet there with a hand that can definitely not win at showdown. Having a spade blocker could have been a spot where he leads and tries to take a pot there, but thought better of it.
Look at the small bet here. The nuts. Knows he's not up against an ace given the action.
I had a straight flush.
Has Martin made his way back in to
This
oversee what's taking place here between Benny Glaser and Jesse Lonis? Benny covering by a healthy margin. King Jack trailing the ace-queen suited until that flop. And Lonis now needs a lot of help, boys. Spadeless texture here. Martin might have company shortly. Turn bringing us a step closer to that reality. And the river ices it as Benny makes trips for good measure. And boy, I'll tell you what, a good bit of excitement has just been vacated from the affair here.
So there have been quite a bit of rumors going around about the number of bullets that Jesse Lonis fired in there. I heard from 3 different people, 27, 28, 29
No
bullets.
way.
Not true, and I'm sure I'm not talking at a school, and Jesse wouldn't mind.
Dude, I'm taking
He
the
was
under.
in-
He
no,
did
he was
say
in-
he thought somebody would have over 23.
No, he said he was in for 10 bullets,
Yeah.
and he wasn't shy about that. That wasn't a secret, but there was discussion amongst people. Everyone was talking about how many bullets he was in for, and those numbers were almost reaching 30.
I suspect that as those two walk out of the arena, which is something that the chat zeroed in on, their gaits are going to be somewhat different. Cabral with more of a Conor McGregor walkout, sort of arm flaily strut, and then Lonis likely with a more demure
He just was sitting there.
process. Ace-8 here for D'Souza, dominating Suvarna's King-8 off. Count requested. I don't know. Is this enough hand to get curious? I mean,
it is not.
Yeah, for 20 bigs-ish, just under. Seems a bit rich.
No, he might have said less.
But from playing with Santos, I'll tell you one thing, is he does not like to fold. He's not the guy that I'm trying to bluff or to shove light into.
No.
He's certainly having a
God.
wider
What
call
about you?
range than almost anyone else in this tournament,
Yeah.
but that
Obviously.
is definitely too light there.
Scott, where do you live these days?
I live in South Florida.
End of the road for Jesse Lonis in the super main event. Jesse, what kind of thoughts run through your mind after a day like today?
I mean, you come in, there's 3,000 people in the tournament, so I just come in, try to play my best, make, as many right decisions as I can. I had a few spots today. I got to find out, unfortunately, I was wrong in one of the big spots, but it happens, part of the game. I'm going to always follow my read and my gut in any scenario, so, we're playing for $10 million, 54 people left. It was a great spot and a great tournament.
How does following your read separate you from the rest of the pack? How does that give you an advantage?
I can, 90% of the time it works, 10% of the time it doesn't. It's easier to navigate when you're, playing a more field game, I feel like, instead of just going with a spot because it's the spot. So, I like to try to save my tournament life when I can, and big fields are fun. You can just navigate them different than like a small high roller. So it's just fun to go out there and just do different things and try to survive.
I know in the moment it might be tough. Do you allow yourself to take some pride when you look back at this year and what you've accomplished?
Yeah, of course. This year's been amazing. I think there were something on Twitter said that I needed 61st to take over the Player of the Year again.
Okay.
So that was cool. Got that right now. A few more tournaments left of the year, so hopefully can maybe win one more and take it down.
And finally, of course, I have to bring this up. I saw Sean Deeb chirp at you a little bit on Twitter, and you were happy to fire back, yeah?
Of course. I mean, you know, Deeb gets bored, tries to needle everybody. So, you know, anytime Deeb wants to bet any money and no limit hold'em, I would love to do it.
Appreciate the time as always. Thanks, Jesse.
Yeah, thank you.
I confess, boys, I'm not privy to this Deeb Lonis Twitter spat that apparently Jeff is alluding to. We are privy, however, to a spot here for D'Souza, a good one. And he finds the double. Ace-King getting the money in against Pineda. Boy, that's chopped his stack by more than half.
Jonas and Martin Cabrera standing next to
Now,
each
the
other.
reason earlier that I asked
What I
before we
would do
cut to
for
the
an
interview
autograph.
there, Scott, about
Wall,
where you live, I'm just curious, you know, you were talking about Suvarna doesn't like to fold. You have any pest control issues out there in South Florida? You know, I'm not suggesting that your house isn't sealed, but, you know, I'm not alligators or anything. It's just, I know it's not scorpions out that way. In Vegas, we have that. Mice, spiders, anything like this?
Not having any problems lately. Is he?
No.
Is he the man to talk to?
You ever use those sticky glue traps? You ever had to put one of those down?
Thankfully not.
I wish I could put one down and have you step in it, Ollie.
I'm just telling you, boys,
Because
because Santosh's game reminds me, if you ever get accidentally your finger into the adhesive, good luck getting it off. And a lot of times when he's out there playing, I do feel that sense
Woke up with the mood today.
that he's a more difficult character to dismount than average.
Do you remember those Chinese finger traps? Those were hard to get off. You have no idea what I'm talking about, Ollie?
Yeah, the little tube,
Yeah.
and then they were. Once you figured it out, it was pretty straightforward.
How?
Randy, don't tell me that if I pulled one out right now,
I'm in jail, basically.
Wowzers. Can we still call them that, by the way, or did we just go with finger trap now? I guess you're authorized.
Yeah.
I make fun of his kind.
Oh, okay.
Rumor has it, by the way, for the Martin Cabral fans, Jeff is tracking him down as we speak. Perhaps we're going to get an interview.
Probably a raise from David Coleman. No, not going to from under the gun.
Ooh, he was pipped by Pineda, who is bruised on the back end of the ace-king.
With the chip lead at the table, I'm surprised to see Coleman pass on that. Pineda takes the same hand.
And on pace to earn chips, unless D'Souza wants to get involved 10-9 suited. But against this stack, speculating isn't as nice.
Now over, yeah, 15 big blinds effective here. I think we should just fold here.
Like that.
Yeah, those suited connectors, so tempting. Queen
Brady's
Jack
got
offsuit.
Queen Jack, yeah.
Serviceable defense.
Absolutely, we're gonna have to defend here with this.
Martin Cabral, I pulled you away from a conversation with Iwas. Does it feel to you like you made the right fold in that spot?
It was a difficult spot, but I think I make the right fold. That's why I make fold, of course.
Do you believe him now when he tells you that he had the ace-9 of spades?
Yes.
Okay. How would you sum up your thoughts on how you played throughout this tournament?
I think I played decent, and I was very lucky, and yeah, that's pretty much that.
Does it feel different for you now this year, especially walking into a poker tournament and having people come up to you and having people scream your catchphrases, all that?
Yeah, a little bit different comparing to, like, I don't know, 1 year ago, 2 years ago. Yeah, a little bit different.
Player of the Year race has a $1 million prize pool next year. That's WSOP Europe, that's WSOP Vegas, that's WSOP Paradise. Is that any kind of goal of yours as we move forward in your career?
Yeah, I think if it would be like 20 million, I would look at it, but at 1 million.
It's just 1 million, you don't care?
I don't know. We will see.
How'd you enjoy jumping in the commentary booth with the guys last night?
Yeah, I think it was fun. It was fun with Henry, and yeah, it was very good.
I have to ask you just if you have any more thoughts.
Yeah, I think overall it was like a really nice festival, and this craziness with like $10 million for first. Yeah, better if I win it, but otherwise I can complain. It was really good.
I appreciate you taking the time. Thank you so much, guys.
See you.
Bye.
Thanks, Jeff. I gotta say, I mean, that was a more reasonable exchange than I anticipated. Dare I say, I'm even disappointed by the lack of drama, controversy, or even taking the piss from Jeff there.
He broke character.
Ace Queen, jamming here for Vanush.
Oh, Coleman's got ace king.
You know, how do they find the medicine?
No, for you. All good, all good. No, all good, all good. Oh, my
Pretty
girlfriend,
big jam here. Open jamming for 20 bigs early position. Might have gotten it anyway.
Coleman's got 40 million, and he's poised to get up to 56.
Yeah, open jam does make it harder to get called by worse.
I said 56. I meant 73. He already had the 56. Ace 10-7 board. Vanush needs to find a queen. Another 7 does the trick. Ace as well. Chop outs. That ain't it.
Good game.
Well, you feel the weight of the eviction as the Russian dispatched here by Coleman. 180K for the effort. You know, I normally would be able to say you're in the black definitively in such situations, but just not true of this one.
It's not true, but just utter disappointment because there's always that hope. Maybe I'm the guy that's going to win 10 mil.
Busto in the YouTube chat asking, where is Alan Keating? Well, he's no longer involved in this one, and before I hopped into the booth, I was actually hanging with him, and he wanted to come in and join us here in the booth. There were no slots available. He is going to be leaving the island allegedly tomorrow, but he certainly will be back playing some stream cash games, if I had to guess, in short order. Keating, one of those other fan favorites, for different reasons than Cabral. His appetite for gamble, legendary.
I was at his table yesterday.
Okay.
When he exited the tournament. Definitely took a couple of liberal calls to be out on his way.
Don't get judgy. You know, I aspire to be able to make liberal calls. You know, I want my net worth to get to the place where I can be a whale. You know, and that's not what I'm calling Keating.
You're calling him a whale.
No, but I'm just saying he's unbothered. By the way, if I'm to understand him correctly, he showered a guy in this one, and the guy tweeted at him and said, "Hey man, you busted me. Can I get a free roll on another bullet?"
Right.
And he was like, "Yeah, sure."
And then he upped the amount. That was Ryan DePaolo, actually.
Oh, was it RDP?
Yeah, he asked for 9%, and then what ended up happening was Keating and Negreanu put him in and gave him 15%.
Okay. Leonard Malba, dominant hearts here. Royals won't be achieved. Boy, Kanishka looks like some gears are turning. Unclear in what direction. Is this a 3-bet candidate on the button off of these stacks?
Maybe. Basically, it kind of depends on how loose Leonard's opening. It's also a hand that can consider flat.
Suited Broadway here. We're going to do a lot of flatting here with a hand like this on the button.
In general, you flat suited hands more and 3-bet the offsuit variety due to playability. He's actually gone a completely different route. It's just 3-bet almost all in.
Huge jam.
25 bigs, and I don't think Leonard's going anywhere with ace-queen suited.
Well, the ace-9 suited is an easy fold, and you see Mala's like, not this one.
Ace-queen suited from the cutoff. I don't see him folding here. He's way too high up on this range.
It's just always that fear of, is it just some ace-king that happened to jam rather than 3-bet induce? And it could be, but you got to call.
All right. Ready. He's apparently ready to dig in for his life here in this super main with 51 remaining. 3 removed from the payout, and he's hoping he doesn't bring the field a step closer. 36%. Trying to stay calm. And, well,
I think he's panicking now.
Yeah, calm is going to give way to panic, Randy. You're absolutely right here on a queen 8-3 board where the 10 no longer an out. 3's not going to cut it. And 3 is the number of outs remaining for Kanishka. Not going to happen. GG's, young man.
They're going down, just like that.
There you
That's
go.
a significant
Put a
boost
smile
for
on.
Malwa, by the way. Not quite a full double, but brings him into a different strata.
Change the running system.
So he's trying to
Never change the running system.
give Coleman a run.
Okay.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, probably close to the 50, 60 big blind
The other hand
territory.
I really liked it.
Which one, the ace king?
The ace king,
Said,
yeah.
oh, I
That's the
call?
one I was looking for, you know, actually. But you found it, you know.
That was
the skill.
That was expert level, so.
Yeah.
Leonard, $7.6 million in career tournament earnings. Got 4th in the 50K in Paradise a year
What you have,
back.
Ari?
I got 10-9
total. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Leonard does most of his work on the online felt in high stakes tournaments. Taking a shot here in Paradise. 50 remaining out of 2,891.
Certainly starting to get really, we lost a quick 10 here this level.
So right now they're guaranteed 180,000. If they can get to top 47, you get 220K.
Same payouts, seemingly, at least at the final table, as the WSOP main. Pretty top heavy. Very disappointing if you really get this far and are just short of that final table.
How does top-heavy structure manifest itself for some of these pros in terms of the approach, or how should it if you're offering tutelage?
It means you have to go for it more, especially at this part of the tournament. It means they paid a lot of places. The min cash was big, so they're paying 15%, which is high. And they're paying 2 times the buy-in, which is on the higher side as well. So it creates a flatness in the early part of the payout structure until you sort of get very close to that final table. So once you're in the money, you sort of have this long, runway, as it were, until you get to that final table. So you sort of have to go for it and start build the stack, and it doesn't really matter as much if you bust out.
Even now, though, it is starting to get juicy in terms of payouts, just given the number of structure, because if you get the next pay jump, it's like 2 buy-ins, 2 bullets. right? And then we get to multiply
one?
that bit, but obviously at the final table it's
What was the board?
much more. And
Oh, I
we got
forgot.
here.
Flush draw versus gutter,
At the bottom
blind
of my
versus
value range.
blind. Engel sticking around here, not just on the value of the gutter, but also keeping an eye
should
on
know
maybe
better
some
than
zero
to know
equity leads
I'm the
from
slowest
Julian
person with value
that
or
shut it
bluff.
down.
You said
I didn't say you were slow.
I thought you said timing.
I like double barrel here with the clubs.
Yeah, Pineda agrees.
Well, that's weird
You
because
can
I had a
shake out
decision.
the gut shots like 8 and 9x. You can put heavy pressure on 7x. And even Jack X might even raise in position for Ari.
Ari's going to have to
Confirm your count before I look. at my cards.
fold here, do a little bit of raise bluffing. He can't call here.
What do you think I had?
Just a 9.
Just gotta give it up. You only got 9.3 back. Floating
You
seems
only have
crazy.
2
And
nines? You don't think I would take
raising
nines?
seems a bit too much of his hand and his stack.
Well, I didn't.
He's grinding that 11, 12 big blinds.
I didn't.
Trying to grind it back to what it was before he had it lopped in half.
Ace 10 off, maybe.
What'd you have?
Blinds up.
Ace 2 suited.
Half
Stop.
a mil, 1 mil.
I think it's fold.
Shares diluted here.
I would not fold.
And that is a decent hop, by the way.
That's why you're the best.
25% on both sides.
Stop it, please.
Definitely a sexy blind level. That million chip big blind.
Easier to count the big blinds.
Sure. Kind of an easy one to navigate.
Those who can't do math love this level.
That was also a complaint
You got
people
ace
were
two
having
suited.
earlier on, that a lot of the chips, the 500K and the 1 million chips, looked very similar. It was hard to count people's stacks. There was
Oh my gosh. Guys, these two hands don't look similar. And for
Jesus.
Tomas Kubaliak, he thought kings were all Georged up, but instead they're about to get dressed down. Jack, Jack, 6 board. Swing and a miss on this turn, and Glaser might spin this thing up to almost 80 million unless a king shows up.
Christ.
wow.
Now let's maintain a little bit of perspective, as the king jack did end up showering an ace queen last time we checked in over here, taking the worst of it, and he was quite humble, shaking his head going, man, you know, it is what it is. So perhaps a little bit of balance, but you know, we just expect to win in that spot. Ace queen wasn't holding over king jack in the same way aces were over these kings.
It's a punch to the gut. You think you're gonna have a monster stack and run over this table, and now you just got to send all these chips over to your opponent.
It's a coin flip, though. And what I mean there is, when you run aces into kings, it would have gone the same way either way. You just sort of have to get all of your chips in either way. It wouldn't have mattered.
I don't think I want to flip coins with you, Scott. You got a strange perception.
No, I mean, I look at these things if like you're basically a coolers or coin flips. Like it could go either way. You could be on the good end of that, or I could be on the good end of that. Versus hands that should never get in, aren't.
You strike me as someone who never tilts, Scott.
I don't know.
I would have
I don't know if
punched
that's.
someone.
I don't know if that's a good read.
Pineda punching up from the cutoff. King 9. D'Souza darting his eyes over at Suvarna here before making his mind up.
He has been one to take his time pre-flop, even though he's got a healthy stack.
Pretty sizable pot developing. Let's take you to it. Eric Wasserson versus Isaiah Goldman. Wasserson 4-bet pre. Open on the cutoff. Goldman 3-bet. Ewas 4-bet. Goldman made the call. Was bet on the flop. Drew the fold, and I believe that means Eric Wasserson is one of our chip leaders out here. Let's send it back to you guys. We'll keep you posted out here.
Thanks, Jeff.
tried.
That would be the businessman, Eric Wasserson.
I think I know what you're talking
yeah,
about.
you know. Scott,
waiting
no
for
need
my
to be
close
green with envy over the appointment of Was to the invitee side of the Triton Invitational. Listen, I've long maintained, as Randy and I do work the Triton Super High Roller Series, that invitees and Triton Invitationals, on the whole, I would put up against any other collection of recreational players that you might be able to scrape up from some other tour. I mean, mostly because osmosis is a real thing, and even if you don't understand the mechanisms behind some of the procedures that they have front row seats to, the number of reps that they have, the friendships that they forge, the conversations that they get into, and a lot of honesty from the pros, sometimes in real time while they're out there battling, you know, with teachable moments, does leave them improving and doing so in a hurry. And Santosh Suvarna is a classic example of that. I mean, the strides that he has made from his first appearance at Triton up until what we're observing right now, which is a run at this $10 million first place in the Supermain, are just, you know, leaps, bounds.
Well, of course you're going to take the invitees over any other group of recreationals. That's because half of them are professionals.
Oh boy, shots fired.
I wouldn't say
And Santosh, I think, has like 2 bracelets. He won the 50K last year.
Well, Zeno
certainly gotten a lot better.
Glaser.
Benny again with a bigger pair. You know, Benny's like, don't do me dirty again.
There are ways.
Yeah, the 6, an ace, but the 4 is not going to cut it. And Zeno, who's a World Poker Tour legend of sorts, been around the game for a long time. No, don't make it weird. Let's get a fist bump. Let's make sure there's contact.
Did Benny shower his fist bump?
No, I think he actually expected to get one, and Zeno, I think it was out of reach, if I'm being honest.
He did a fadeaway.
It was a little bit of a, just in case you got one for me as well. GG's, Anthony.
Next time. Walk of disappointment. Oh,
yeah.
There's a smile now.
Meanwhile, D'Souza smothering the spades of his compatriot Neville Costa, who has defended the big blind and found not just the inferior flush draw, but an open ender. Good news for him, still 35% equity.
This is a hand we're going to actually check back a fair amount here with 10 Jack of Spades. We don't want to sort of get blown off our equity. But we could probably jam over a check raise if that does happen.
Yeah, given he's got the bigger stack, he's more threatening and probably expects a little bit less check raise bluffing from his opponent.
But all sorts of possibilities are open for Costa here. He can definitely call. He can definitely raise, get it in.
With the passive line.
These chips become more and more precious the deeper down this one we get. Oh, wow. The 8 comes in, but it does so in spade form, as improbably both parties have found the flush. 8-9 in the middle. Costa once more checks. And D'Souza is going to make this expensive.
Costa still does have 2 outs to the straight flush, but they may very well get it all in here on the turn.
Well, surely there must be something exciting brewing over here. And an all-in from Gabriel Andrade. Had a runner-up finish during the Triton portion of the program, and it looks like he's going to have a #1 finish here as he fades the ace-9 from the freshly doubled Tomas. Fills up on the turn. Valiak drawn dead. All right, let's get back over to this flush over flush situation. Glaser uninvolved in that one for a change. Okay, here we go.
Swipe right.
There it is. We're on the river now. You can see that roughly 4.5 million, I think, must have been the sizing into that 8.9 on the turn. In fact, spot on from D'Souza.
And I don't think it matters what sizing D'Souza chooses to take here, because Costa's going to go all in after check. He's just going to snap off here. That's it.
How can you not?
Yeah.
Howie.
There you go.
GG's. Costa.
Cool there, man. Correct.
Cannibalism in the Brazilian camp. But at least those chips
Achei que tu podia estar ganhando.
still fly under the same banner.
Pareceu que era flush.
If there's any silver lining, is D'Souza showing some sympathies. Meanwhile, Rodrigo Darceluan, also of Brazil, finding himself all in here, ace high against 10 high. Still safe on this turn. Oscar Lima found the call. Almost 21 million chip pot. And a safe river for Rodrigo.
Well, this Brazilian survives.
There's a lot of Brazilians here who made their way to paradise for this tournament.
Okay, it's to the point where you start asking yourself, is there a Sao Paulo to Nassau direct?
Still would be a long flight, right?
I think they came via Miami. I think there's a lot of Miami to Brazil
I would
direct.
imagine it goes through, yes, Miami, but it's got to be at least 8 hours or so from Miami.
Listen, 8 hours is nothing, especially when you consider how many hours of poker has been required for these guys to find their way down to the business end of this super main on the hunt for $10 million. Blinds did recently go up. Obviously, that does keep the thumb upon those at the top of their relative chip count or relative feature tables. You see, in spite of the uptick, Glaser still sitting on 52 bigs, kind of where he was at the top of the frame. Coleman has really surged, though. 75 bigs in front of him. And Oscar. Don't try to say it, Randy.
I'm not.
45.7 million in front of him. Sub 10 big blind stack now for Ari Engel as he tries to fight. A7 off here for resident lifeguard, or perhaps nature documentarian Lucas Rudkauskas.
I like the nature
Yeah,
documentarian.
like you could see him kind of like a Baltic Steve Irwin, you know. Here we have the brown bear, although I guess that video might not end well. Did you ever see the video of the dude? They put himself in a glass box in the Arctic somewhere, and
sounds like an idiot.
And was just like, and a polar bear came by, and quite a determined polar bear, by the way. I mean, it definitely tested the durability of that glass box. And he's like doing the commentary of, you know, from inside, and I'm like, you know, I don't think I'm ready for that appointment. I do want to go, you know, cage diving, I guess, with the great whites.
You want to do that?
In a way, that's what we're observing over here, if I'm being honest, just with some of the names remaining over here. But yeah, I'm ready. Randy, you with me? You want to go? Let's go do it. What could go wrong?
Would you stick your hand out the cage for
no, dude.
Like, you know.
I've done that before in South Africa.
Did
Scott,
you? Really? Yeah.
Talk to me. All limbs appear
Yeah,
still
let's check.
intact.
Okay.
I mean, you got jeans on. There might be something plastic. Can I
Prosthetics?
knock on your shin?
That was it
situation?
was really cool. Yeah.
See, Randy?
Yeah,
What are you scared of?
Let's do it. Let's have a last longer. How long you leave your arm out there?
And you can definitely get all of your appendages through that cage.
When you say all of your appendages, how exciting was it, Scott? I mean, you know, hopefully that wetsuit doesn't have a cutout. You know you can just pee. Like you don't have. Anyway.
Oh my.
King Queen is suited here. Rodrigo. 4.5 million with the inferior suited king. Is this an idea from the button off of that depth?
It's not something you see too often, and it's actually one of these strategies the Brazilians kind of employed. Is playing these shallow stacks, still having 3-bet folds in range, and you know targeting the stacks that have to respect a lot of 3-bets. That's an amazing play with King Queen suited. What a response!
Alejandro backs the truck up.
Wow.
And that's a nice feeling to just take it uncontested there. You know, I asked if it was an idea. I should have asked, is it a good idea? Because, of course, it is an idea. But, you know, I'm the one that always defends moments like that. Because when you see the Brazilians who obviously do skew toward the aggressive side of the spectrum, look how many of them have gotten down here deep. You think they did it because they weren't taking that spot? No, they did it because they were. So to great effect, some positive reinforcement can happen on an aberrant basis that create bad habits out there, but these dudes are polished. They're studied, they roll together, they talk the game. Queens now for Jaka. He'll do some talking. 2 scoops. You know, Scott, I'm not going to be unable to ask what exactly that was that we just listened to.
I was pulling up the video from the cage for you.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I thought you were just looking at like a montage of toilet flushes or something on YouTube. Now I'm realizing you have a video of yourself in the shark cage?
Yeah.
And great whites circling?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm in. Scott.
That was from the GoPro.
Was this supplied by the expedition company, or you just brought one with, as we see Alejandro going to play the role of shark here with the jacks.
10 seconds.
Let me see this here. Okay.
In comes raise.
Yeah, your aircraft, Randy. I'm watching shark videos.
Did he stick his hand out?
Oh, dude, this one looks hungry. That's a big fish. That's a big fish. What happens if you poop in a wetsuit? Is that a...
God.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Here we go, Oscar.
Seriously?
I'm telling you, I'm asking for you, Randy.
Oh.
I'm going to be fine. I think you might have a little duty, though. 5's here. Oscar, set mining. He's got the chips with which to do so. Lucas will take another one off. Inter-Spaniard collision. 6.5 out there. But no 5 on the all-diamond board. Neither party with the flush draw. A couple of overs also problematic for Alejandro. Doesn't waste any time checking.
Oscar gonna have an opportunity to win this spot and position here.
Yeah, I was pretty happy I came here and I got wheels on my chair.
1 mil. Well played. It's a min bet.
Take it, sir.
That was an amazing price on that bluff.
I mean, just the white flag was waved.
Targeting exactly the kind of hand that he had there. Just a hand that didn't contain a diamond, that wasn't a king or a queen. It's just going to fold there.
By the way, just going back to that question that we asked about Rodrigo Solowan's choice with that king 8 suited, multiple people suggesting that he's a human solver, Poison Master in particular. S-Deeks saying he's super aggro online.
Monster hand.
An online crusher,
Yeah.
says Slash. So Best not to question the procedures of people that have that many reps under their belt. And Oscar's going to ask a question here.
I am in it. It's true.
Not unlike what he did with the 2-5s moments ago. Here he is with
No,
the
I can't play my
ace-9
favorite
suited.
hand. Oh, no.
Take it, sir. Did you clock the Sriracha T-shirt?
I saw that.
Randy, how did we sleep on that for Chien? I mean, that's got to be the shirt of the tournament. Can you name the brand that makes the famous bottle of Sriracha with the green top?
I don't know it, but I know you've told me before.
I have?
We've had this conversation,
Yeah,
right?
something weird happened with them. Oh, there it is, by the way. I'm not going to try to pronounce it. But there was a dispute whereby the person that grew the peppers for them wasn't getting paid enough, or there was some problem, and he was like, you know what, screw you guys, and he stopped producing peppers. So all of a sudden the taste of that Sriracha changed, and then that dude created his own Sriracha, which is what everybody is saying is now the better one.
You're right.
But I haven't been to a pho place that's buying that other dude's Sriracha. They're ride or die with the rooster.
I mean, you probably can't really tell when you're mixing it with the black stuff too.
The black stuff, Randy? Are you referring to the hoisin?
Yeah. They call it, isn't plum sauce? Is that the right?
I don't think it's plum sauce.
Plum
I've
sauce
heard
is
that.
orange.
That's orange. You know this. Sounds like you got East Coast background. Plum sauce is indeed orange.
You're gonna trust him over me.
You know,
Colin.
Scott might actually be more Asian than you based on what I've come to understand through the years we've worked together, Randy. You know, in turn, maybe you're more American than he is. I don't know.
No. But I do like my burgers.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this about Randy Scott, but he's gone to Shake Shack every day since we arrived.
Twice today.
Okay,
I mean,
there it is.
It is the best restaurant on the island.
I call. Nobu's good. Peranza's good.
Overrated.
Yeah, listen, I'm not pushing back on any of this stuff, but I think Peranza is very, very good. The Nobu isn't the finest on Earth. There's many outposts across the continents, but, you know, I'd take it over Shake Shack, especially if my arteries sort of were in the condition yours are, Randy.
Something happening here.
Yeah, it looks like Daniel Razai's got himself in a uncomfortable condition with pocket threes here, all in for his final 6.5 bigs. Now up against an open ender, could get counterfeited. A favorite with two to come, and you see Blaze now leaves Razai hunting jacks and trays as the only way to find a double and keep his seat. Won the 50K. But he's not going to win the Superman. And GG's to Razai, who's had a delightful trip. That's one less pesky Austrian to have to battle. As the pace of these bust-offs, gentlemen, I confess, is a bit more expedient than I anticipated.
Yeah, absolutely.
Meanwhile, LeFrancois has picked a poor time to take it upstairs against the Lima Open. Nines versus King 9. 13.5 in the middle after Oscar flats. 10-8 deuce. One heart.
Definitely the kind of board Pascal is going to continue to bet here. He's got all the back doors. Nines isn't going to be going anywhere on the flop anyway.
Yeah, I like a c-bet here. Also, on blocks like ace, queen, ace, jack, that probably will fold to a c-bet. Assuming he doesn't have spades, of course.
Bet 4,500,000.
I think we have an easy and clear just call here for Lima.
Yeah, it feels like raising doesn't really accomplish anything besides getting him bad.
Not much more than pot here heading to the turn.
That looks like a mandatory double barrel for me with king 9 suited.
Agreed.
It's just so dangerous, right? A player calls a 3-bet out of position. They have pocket pairs like this, 9s, 7s, Jack 10 suited. And the ace is scary. How often can you really have an ace in this spot?
Takes away some of the, you know, ace, queen of hearts, ace, jack of hearts he might have floated that flop with because the ace of hearts turns.
Mm-hmm. That's a very good point, actually.
Ace X of spades oftentimes just gets it in on the flop.
True.
So he could potentially just go all in here because he doesn't want to bet and get blown off his hand if he does run into something. But I think we're certainly going to see a bet.
I mean, it's such an inviting development in terms of his hand specifically here. Repping the aces, the 3-better, picking up the nut flush draw, but deciding he wants to realize equity. Don't know whether or not he thinks that king high has showdown value. Board pairing deuce is something that the 9s don't mind whatsoever.
And now when it's checked to him, he's gonna bluff and represent the delayed c-bet on the ace, because oftentimes when we do make that ace on the turn, when we do have a hand like ace king, ace queen, ace jack, certainly our weaker aces like ace 4, ace 5, we might have checked back on the turn here and would go for some value here in the river.
10 seconds. Check.
So I think we're gonna see maybe a value bet bluff here on the river to try and fold out a hand like Lima has. Maybe he can go for 8 or 9 million, maybe 12 million.
Right, because even if Pascal has jacks through kings, given the line, he can actually value bet against 10s and 9s very easy.
Certainly looks like he could have an ace here with the check back on the turn.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think he'll go super healthy just to try to widen his value range. There we go.
Yep, see that 11.5 million, I like it.
And the snap fold from the 9s. Well played, Pascal.
You ever feel like when the dealer says pass, 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 that she's cheering for you?
I just got it.
You got a good name.
Not cheering, but I feel quite strong.
I've been trying to say pass instead of fold because sometimes it sounds like call over the microphone.
Yeah.
Nothing of any interest. Facts remain through to the hijack. Peter Sriracha Chin.
Like 14 more.
With an ace on the button. Spicing things up?
Spicing things up. You've seen his passport or something, huh?
I don't think it's his actual middle name. Hoi Fong Foods, by the way, the manufacturers of the OG Sriracha Underwood Farms of the new alternative. Shout out. I'm too far down in the chat now. To whomever it was that supplied it, though, you know who you are, and I'm talking to you.
Do they still have the green cap?
Underwood did not do the green cap, from what I understand. Selawan. 100% of suited combos worthy of defense, boys?
From a button open, yeah, this is really in the bottom of the suited combos, but I think it's fine here. Oftentimes people on the button here with about 15 big blinds, the a6 offsuit would just choose to shove it in here, but I think potentially raise folding is probably the best course of action.
Yeah, I think it would be raise folding had he got jammed on with a6 off. But here we are against 9 deuce suited. Little min bet.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pinch of salt, nothing more.
Does have the back doors, but this is close.
The problem here is he's only working with 13 mil, so if he speculates here, it's actually quite detrimental to his stack.
You guys ever more inclined to run a test on that c-bet versus that stack depth? I know it can be catastrophic, but, you know, just like click and just be like, how into this are you? Or maybe like 3x, you know, check raise, just kind of what's what.
We're gonna see where you're at right here.
Yeah.
You're one of those players.
No, I'm not, but I'm just saying, like, that's the old school mentality once upon a
Right.
time. As you pointed out, Scott, the chips are very precious, and, you know, you do enough of that and get it wrong, you're going to regret it. But
I wouldn't expect him to do it off of the 13 big blinds, because if you do that, 2 big blinds is very meaningful. But if you had like high 20s, 30s, sure, maybe.
But yes, we can do that occasionally with these kinds of hands. And when we turn more equity, maybe we turn open-ended or a flush draw. And we, at this point, we're pretty committed to the pot, and we just go with it then.
Snap call by Faraz's 10s. 32 big blind effective here.
If Faraz was just a little bit shallower, if he was
Said your
maybe
full name that time.
27, 26 big blinds effective, he might start to 3-bet here and call off.
He's in great shape, of course, and 1-9 is in the bin. Pardon the interruption.
Deuces.
In the bin. Okay, looks like both nines have found the muck, and now Miguel has found ace-king in the big. Squeezy, squeezy?
Absolutely. Miguel's going to get all of his chips in here, and I don't know what Oscar's going to do. If Oscar then gets it in with him, Faraz is going to fold. If Oscar folds, Faraz is going to call.
This is complicated.
Well, they're not both going to get it in here. One of these two guys is going to call him.
Yeah, but there's a situation where, like you mentioned, Faraz doesn't get the chance to get it in against ace-king. But if Oscar folds, he's calling.
Yes. But Faraz is not going to overcall.
30?
Yeah. This is an awkward spot for Oscar. Faraz is going to have a very trivially easy call if it does fold to him.
And you see him ask Faraz how much he has behind, despite, you know, he's not the one.
He's worried
putting
about
test.
some traps that Faraz can have. Tens is not exactly a trap. He is concerned about better hands here, but he's concerned about Faraz effectively calling with jacks or better in this spot.
Faraz did snap call pre. I'm not sure if Oscar is going to read into that at all. Maybe if Faraz had aces, he would think a little longer if he was considering trapping. He's going to jam the nines in.
And Faraz is going to fold. I don't see any way Faraz can call with all that action.
He's going to be so upset when he sees the nines.
Get an ace.
Maybe, if an ace or a king shows up, obviously. But granted, there would have been a side pot that he would have been domineering. So off to the races, pair versus ace-king.
No.
Some inquiries being sent Faraz's way. He's declining.
He wants to see how the board runs out.
Yeah.
He's a bit in shock.
32.7 in the middle, top two, and as we know, nines are unavailable.
Great fold for Oz.
Diamonds are covered, and I think it's a wrap on Lima's hopes. Pardon the anticlimactic nature of this one, given that we still have the 9 outs listed. Unseen cards are not removed, and when I say unseen, I'm talking about by the players, of course, not by the RFID. And what Miguel's going to see shortly is a healthy 30-plus bigs.
I mean, Faraz is going to be happy. For sure. He lost chips onto this one.
Yeah, chips flying all over the place now. William, the covering stack with an ace high on a 7-7-6 board, has Jose Serralero in trouble here. And now it's a wrap as trouble becomes death. Turn ace. Sheds yet another member of this one. Field down to 44, boys. Payout band, 220,000 from 47th through to 40th.
They keep flying at this rate, we're going to hit the next pay jump soon, which is top 39 for 270K guaranteed.
Next ladder, once we get up to 39th, is going to be 50K.
5 seconds.
Bulgaria's Alex Kulev in the small, limping into David Coleman's big. Fairly deep stacks, colliding in its top pair against bottom set, boys. There will be blood.
And you know what's dangerous is Kulev knows how to get max value out of his big hands.
That's, of course, Randy, as you and I know based on Triton coverage, due to the reputation that he has garnered in the high-stakes community as playing all parts, being willing to find some heroic bluffs.
I mean, you build a reputation to exploit it.
Yep. Cash in on it. He's going to lead. And while you may lose a customer really quickly, and some would say that's a mistake, let your opponent pick up something, you know, don't lose them right away. It's tough to give the man a set when he brings 1.2 on the flop in a limp pot.
Coleman probably just calls here.
Would be the standard course of action.
With his weaker jacks.
On the turn.
What a great turn card. Doesn't bring in clubs, that changes things.
And Kulev's going to size up here.
I think he might even overbet, to be honest, on blocking the jack. If he's got some kind of limpy traps, like king-queen type holdings, they pick up draws to double.
I think we're going to see a bet close to 5 million.
Yeah, at least. Seems smaller. So this bet is designed to always get the jack to call, but to get the 5 to hang in there sometimes too.
Again, we're going to see a call from Coleman.
I mean, how can he not? If it comes blank, my expectation is Kulev goes for a larger sizing now, because 5x would have paid off probably at a max for 2 streets, and then you start to target top pair a bit more.
Call here brings us up to 12 million. You feel like the overbet is inbound, Randy, on a clean river?
That's a very big possibility, or very close to pot. That's an interesting one, actually, because clubs come in, but you got a full house.
Of course, you're praying that Coleman was on the flush draw.
Unlikely Coleman has a 10. He could have clubs. He could have a jack. I think either way, Kulev does go for a big amount here. An amount that a jack could call, let alone a flush.
Yeah, I don't think he goes like bet 3-bet like towards third pot. Well, he is going to go for it. He's betting small to try to induce the clubs to raise. Yeah, and get the max.
And get called by a jack always.
Of course, on the smaller, the downside to the smaller sizing is jack would have paid off a little bit more.
Yeah.
He left a little bit of meat on the bone, boys, in order to keep the door open to a much bigger payday in the event he was up against the flush. And that was certainly by design. You know, it was a little bit of a trade-off for him.
Yeah, it's a trade-off because when he goes small, a flush will raise, and then he can get the whole stack, hopefully. But let's just say he full pots it or overbets it, then if Coleman has a flush, he just calls rather than raises.
Also might induce some hands like 4-6
Bro, if
that
you call with a
Coleman
flush
could have
there,
got to the river with.
I'm going to declare
Deuce a
you
raise there.
And it's going to work out very well with
As a
your
bluff.
recent results. I think they might take me seriously.
I really hope the RFID didn't work then.
Hard 8 here for Winlay. Under the gun, quite a bit of pressure, and you see a lot of people opt to bin these.
Yeah, I agree.
Do we have like 30 seconds?
He is among them.
Oh, 20.
Boy, Angle's been pretty card dead of late.
Someone's running away.
I think that's Andrade.
I think you're right.
I don't think that was the kind of run associated with a bust.
No.
Wait a minute, guys, that's his seat.
He's got
here. He's jammed for 12, and
He ran to the bathroom. He ran to the bathroom.
And he's
my
sprinted
God.
to the bathroom, and when he comes back, he's going to run right back into a stall and maybe pray to the porcelain gods as he's been devastated by this Queen 9-6 vomit-inducing situation, but hang on. Spade on the turn. He could make a flush. Hunts more than just the king now. 26 million in the middle. But no spade or king on the end. And I don't know if someone's going to text him and say, don't bother coming back. Okay, look at Felipe is like, look, I'm going to document it for your sake. You got to love.
I don't care at all. I was just saying it was
You
really
know.
funny. It was just really funny.
I mean, the commitment to holding it was pretty acute there for Andrade. You really are, you know, if you sprint during an all-in, maybe it was too nerve-wracking.
He just checked the app. He doesn't need to go back to his seat.
That is a first. That really is. It beat a player who wasn't at his seat. King, queen into queens now, and Ceylon's in trouble.
Open jam. 12.5 bigs. Lucas has been very quiet and uninvolved when this flat or potential re-raise from the small blind comes forth. It's going to mean business. Okay, he does flat.
Yeah, as he should.
Yeah, re-raise would be unnecessary. King 10 of hearts, also unnecessary in this spot. Faraz bins it. And there is one less king available to Rodrigo. As only we know. Jack 7-4. The climb uphill for the Brazilian. Can he find a little straight draw potentially? No, he cannot. And he's going to need to find one of those, as we know, 2 remaining kings in the deck if he wants to avoid becoming the 44th place finisher here in Paradise. Not to be.
Good luck, guys. Okay, man.
Boa noite. Ceylon. GG's to him. I'm being told, by the way, that Jeff Platt is going to be standing by with Andrade.
In the bathroom.
Is it going to be from the restroom is really the question. I think tapping a man on the shoulder or knocking on a stall door, for that matter, would be a really mic up and under the door? Or how does that work?
One time, please, in the toilet.
But do you go to the next door stall and then stand on the toilet and go over the top? I mean, I'm not really sure.
It's also no video
Bad
feed.
news, all in a call, and then you ran off, and you had the kings. He had the 9s.
Fuck.
And you did not care to watch the run out.
Because I'm supposed to win. And I was peeing on my pants too.
Yeah, so you had to go, and you came back to the news that a 9 and landed on the flop.
Well, that's one way to bust me.
That's the only way they can get you, though.
It's about right.
The good news is, if we sum up your week overall, we have 44th in the Superman for $220,000.
Man, for real? Not a lockbox.
And second place in the 250K Trident Invitational for
Yeah,
a lot more than that. How do you? I know it's tough in the moment. How do you sum up this last week and a half or so?
I can't complain. I cannot complain. Absolute blessing. Even when I was short, I got some pay jumps. And I went for a bluff over there that was the correct bluff, and I gave a complete idiot called me off, and he gave all the chips the next hand. So that was great to see all my chips go away. And what a blessing. Yeah. The organization of the Triton, unbelievable. You guys are amazing. WSOP, pretty good. You guys are great, and very grateful to be here. Incredible that you man up and put up that 60 million and you crushed it. That was amazing to watch, and we hope that you man up again and put another 70 million next year. We'll all be here, and I think it's fantastic. And thank you guys. I love you, brother.
I love you too, man. And, your newest poker star, really. You stay on the tour.
He really hit a 9?
Yeah, he did. It's not a sick joke. I kind of wish it was. If I were allowed to pull a joke on you, I would have.
yeah, like you. But I'm a great guy, but
a terrible poker player,
terrible
but a great guy. Gabby Andrade, ladies and gentlemen.
Like this guy a lot. Just met him here on this trip. Ran into him in the lobby of the hotel, and he was just flying so high after that second place finish in the Invitational, and I know his family was watching, super proud. Ace Queen offsuit now. Up to 48 million is Lucas. Putting it to work here. Up in range for a cutoff. 2 mil. $7-5 off. Alejandro.
Probably doing a lot of defending at this depth to a cutoff open here from the big.
Hello, Trips. Ace of Diamonds, an important one for Lucas in terms of his decision making from here on, with 5.5 in the middle, playing 24 effective.
Good hand to check back with, and he does find that check.
Give yourself a free swing. A miss, of course, on the 3 of hearts.
Expect to see a lot of betting here.
Alejandro. See what size he goes for.
Be going for a size that can get called by ace highs.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, because a lot of Jack X would strongly consider betting flop, especially the over pairs.
5.5. You'll get 2 streets from the.
Wow, he just said 5.5.
I think he went. I think he got a little greedy here. You'd basically need his Jack X, Jack plus almost to continue here.
You have to rely on Jack X checking back the flop a lot, or milling pocket pairs or ace highs to make crying calls. Ace Queen is thinking about it. It's in there. Max value from the 5 so far.
What's wrong about this one?
Non-believing is the Lithuanian drawing dead. Is there ever a world in which Alejandro's up against Jack's full as played?
Yep, but he's still going to bet. He's still going to bet, hoping to get called by ace high and some pocket pairs that beat the 5.
You know, when you open the action,
bigger than 5,
bad things can happen. If he does bet, is he supposed to size down?
I would think so, because if he jams, he's basically praying his opponent makes a really big hero call with a hand like an ace high or like 6s, 2/10s. It's meaty here.
2/3, yeah. Leaving himself 7.5 behind.
I think it's a little confusing for Lucas, because when an opponent full pots turn after a flop check through, is it all jacks? I'm not really convinced. He's kind of was selling the story he's got a 5 on a turn, and he's still betting when it's technically a bad card for him on the river.
Yeah, but a 5 here is still going to bet. I think he is generally representing a 5 here, even with this bet. And he could have some jacks on the turn that he would have bet. But I do agree that the turn bet size was a little bit bigger for a jack.
Probably why Lucas is tanking, is he's trying to break down how his opponent would play a jack. How would he play a 5? Does the story make sense?
I think he's regretting calling on the turn at this point in his thought process. He's thinking, if I call the turn, do I have to call the river here? If I was good on the turn, I'm good on the river.
You're allowed to change your mind.
Is the presence of that ace of diamonds in his hand something that makes it easier to fold here, just given the way it blocks those busted flush bluffs?
Yeah, but if he did have the ace of diamonds, ace
Meaning
X
his
of diamonds,
opponent?
Yes, if his opponent had the ace X of diamonds, he wouldn't have needed to go so big on the turn. He's got ace high, which independently is often the best hand. And then he also has the nut flush draw.
Ace high? Possible.
Everything is possible.
What?
Everything is possible.
Yeah, of course.
6-4?
No, I have 5. You see later. So I'm 5.
Confirmed. Honest claim. Ace on the button here for Peter. So 20 bigs, 2 of them deployed. Pretty one here for Alejandro, who's now up and over 30 million.
A slightly deeper stack before when he opened a 6 offsuit for him in. Peter, that is. Divided by the small blind 10-9 suited. Might be thinking that Peter's been min raising quite a bit off of this stack. Looking to get in there.
Small blind flats tend to take us toward a narrower range.
I would say it's never pocket pairs because they probably would just 3-bet pre ace highs. Seems unlikely too.
Swift check fold in the face of the c-bet. Backdoor flush and wheel prospects aiding Peter there. Guys, the air is beginning to thicken. Understandably. As with each successive bust out, not only do you grow a little bit more, I don't know, excited about the prospects of winning this Super Main and the $10 million, but also, you know, a little bit more pressure.
It's one step closer to the finish line.
You know, when level 1, day 1, you can absorb so many mistakes. But mistakes, and even for that matter, bad beats, a lot tougher to fade down here.
I mean, in another table or two, even amongst high rollers, this is potentially the biggest spots of these guys' careers. You know, you'd have to make the main event final table to even match this.
Hard to overstate the gravity of the moment. Sugar Sean says, how late is this going tonight? I need to go to bed. Oh, listen, Sean. You can always go to bed and then just keep the phone kind of propped up on the nightstand.
Don't go to bed. Stay awake with us. That's my recommendation. How often do you get to watch this live? But I do believe we're playing down to 24 tonight.
Yeah, that is the intention. And I don't know that we're going to come off of it.
That's not going to happen before 2 a.m.
Look at this. Suited Doyle wins it.
Little frisk there from Coleman. Certainly happy to be on the left of Kuleb versus other way around.
Yeah, I would say this is actually a terrible seat draw for Kuleb because Coleman is hyperactive with a huge stack directly to the left. He can't really open as wide. He's going to get attacked or at least get called by Coleman quite a bit. And in blind versus blind spots, he's just got to play passively and defensively. But, you know, you do bleed a bit out of position.
Mama, we're the same age, right?
30.
1995.
How old are you?
30, 1995.
Sorry. 32.
I love Grant's
You're looking
response
good,
to
Thanks, buddy.
discussions
No, you're
about
right.
going to bed. Says, I've been forged in the fires of watching Triton at ungodly hours of the American night. This is light work. Tend to agree, by the way.
32.
Coming up on 11:20 local time right now as David comes up on an ace-king suited here, folded around to his small. Let's see if he's thinking naughty things. It appears that way. Limps.
Try to get the trap in there. Try to bait the 14 big blind stack.
Yeah, versus Pineda's 7-4, which comes up empty on a king-high board. All Coleman.
Probably just fast plays top pair, top kicker, expecting the 14 big blind stack to have less stats when checked to. Look to build a pot around the jack and 3Xs that the big blind would have. You agree with that, or do you think he's going to go more passive, Scott?
I think Coleman has a range advantage here, so he's supposed to bet this flop. 2 high cards. This board hit Pineda, he would have jammed pre-flop.
Sorry, does he have anything? Do my eyes deceive me, Scott?
No, Randy, they don't.
I think
let me
Scott's
step in. Let me step in for Scott here because he's dumbfounded at the vision
but this
of
is
2.5 bigs off of such a lean stack, trying to get after this pot.
I know this isn't going to work out for him, but this is I really actually like this raise here. Pineda knows that Coleman is supposed to bet this board. Coleman has this range advantage. The fact that he completed pre-flop and he wasn't jammed on. He has more king X's, more jack X's, more queen tens and ace tens and ace queens and all these bigger hands that he could have here. And he has the backdoors with the backdoor straight and flush draw. And this is a turn card that he's going to give up with.
None of those backdoors showing up. Queen of Hearts saying hello. Coleman content to flatten check.
I don't think there's any way Pineda bets this turn. He might do some bets on the river, but there's no way he's going to put a chip in here on the turn with a total air ball.
Red time bank deposited. Let's see. Decides whether to go for a suicidal bluff.
This is precarious.
I think he checks here and may choose to bluff the river or give up. Now
Knuckles back and finds a skosh of showdown.
Yeah, he's certainly going to check back now if given the opportunity. But I think Coleman's going to bet here.
Yeah, because he probably expects if Pineda had a king X, he would just keep firing on the turn with that texture. So it kind of seems like Pineda's in the check down mode with the turn check through. Need to kind of just charge something that raise and hit a piece.
2 million.
And now Pineda can only really beat missed spades, and a flush draw would often have just gotten it in on the flop.
Right, and 3X isn't supposed to bet. It's played. Not for 2 mil, I would think. A lot of busted spades actually have a random pair here and there.
Coleman knows his customer, betting so small like this.
It's like, I know what you got.
Yeah, I know he rivered a 4 somehow. Might get a grind call from a jack. He's probably trying to target maybe, but a jack wouldn't have raised on the flop.
I don't think so either.
Maybe potentially trying to induce a bluff, but he thinks better of it.
But enough resistance in there on the flop.
A hide-saving decision there for Pineda, not to get ambitious beyond what he did on the flop, and he will head to the break, but do so with less chips than he had prior to tussling with David Coleman, who has a whole lot more than he had when we started this frame, boys. 82.8 as we head to 600,000, 1.2 million. Players on a break. Penny Glaser now second over at the reef table as Blaze back up top. Ramos still 10 bigs, and Pineda in the same territory. As we come back to the desk, Randy, Scott, yours truly, Ali, here with you. And, well, pace fairly brisk in terms of the bust outs. I know you had sort of predicted that during our discussions before we came on air. At the kind of clip that you would have imagined?
A little faster than I thought, but, you know, it might slow down a little bit the last 2 hours of play for the night.
To be fair, I think the deck had a little something to do with that, Randy. Anything stand out in particular in terms of what we saw? Obviously, nines versus kings was savage.
No, I mean, just mainly we're getting to the business end. It's all seriousness out there.
Yeah, very much. Still going to try to bring you some fun and games and do so well into the evening. As Scott, you going to stick around, or is Scott checking out? Producer James, talk to us. Checking out. All right, thank you for joining us, of course, and thanks to all of you who are burning it a little bit on the deep end here on a school night. But we're going to be back in about 15 minutes with more of Day 3 of the Supermain.
Oh my God! Stay loose, play 7 dudes.
Are available for purchase, and perhaps this 1.6 as well. Mateos, El Conquistador, on the button, stuffs it.
Cutoff button, ace-jack for just south of 20 big blinds. This is going to be tough for Faraz to get away from here, but certainly might. It's really on the border.
How much of Mateos' range is the ace-jack performing well against?
I mean, I think Mateos shows up with ace-10 and some, you know, weaker suited aces. Obviously, he's going to have a bunch of flips and king-queen, so yeah, Faraz is just mostly concerned with running into exactly, you know, ace-queen and ace-king, and this is unfortunate for him.
It's a player you can't fold against, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is probably just have to call here with this.
Yeah, and when Randy says this, obviously it isn't because Mateos is out here splashing, but he knows the ranges, and in turn, Jaka knows them as well, and knows that the ace-jack does well on occasion, and it's doing well here. Jack-high board. This is pretty savage. Mateos earlier in this collaborative festival took an absolutely horrific beat against Jean-Noel Torel, who found a 6 on the turn with an underpair versus trips on a paired flop. Believe it was. It was a stone 2-outer, and
yeah, it was like a queen 8-8 flop or something like that.
Yeah, something like this. It was just surreal.
One of the greatest of all time. Out.
Yep.
Field got softer.
Guys, you know.
And if you want to learn how to do that, go on to JakaCoaching.com.
Yeah, right.
The suck out
chapter. $119 a month. I am one of the instructors on Jaka Coaching as well.
Did you watch this lesson though?
Yeah. And I know there's no love lost between Was and Cabral, so definitely humorous to see him leaning over the table and in his face like that.
I mean, you know, I don't want to say a master in a way that I'm somehow laying admiration upon the process, because I feel like most of it is out of bounds. And I think most of the high-stakes guys don't really have a taste for it. A lot of the fans do, because it's a pot-stirring, sort of discombobulating, content-creating wrinkle. But, you know, he is looking for edge. You know, some quotient of that isn't simply Martin being Martin. You know what I mean? This guy knows what he's doing out there, Scott.
He absolutely knows what he's doing, and you hit the nail on the head. This summer in the World Series, in the 10Ks, people just sort of had enough of this guy, and when he's playing the lower limit stuff, people are just eating it up.
Right.
And just loving it and egging him on and enjoying being at his table and taking pictures with the guy. So it's really... it really encourages him out there, because he is getting a lot of fans.
Well, In comes 4-bet from Peaks with pocket tens off a shallow stack.
Yeah, Suvarna started this party with the AJ. The suited ace of Coleman was running an exam, and then Peaks out from behind 11.5 with a real commitment in this fourth scoop application. Engel with nothing to think about. I don't know if this is just a supporting exhaustion.
Maybe a pay jump is looming. Otherwise, I don't know what he would be thinking about there. But even though Coleman's going to be getting a really good price here, but I think this is just going to get through.
It kind of seems, oh man, it's like, it is an amazing price given it's only 2 million back.
But he's just always crushed.
Right, he's never ever flipping. It's never up against 6s and lower. Those would just fold.
And he's never going to find them with king queen either. It's just always going to be a better ace or a better pair here.
And honestly, based on the stack that he's playing, the solver special, I would say it's not in there either for Peaks having ace-5. Just seems so unlikely with the stack depth.
Because if Coleman found himself with some of his better bluffs, maybe an ace-10 suited or a king-queen suited, he might find some calls here. But ace-7 suited is just going to be like his worst kind of bluff. Well,
He's calling though.
Does find that call, and he's going to be the 2-to-1 dog like he expects to be.
I mean, obviously, some of this calculus is with such a deep stack that can afford to do things like this. But 22 million, pot laying 11-1 to Roland, I just don't know there's a world in which he is ever going to step aside. And with a piece here, Coleman backdoor spades, second pair. I think we'll wind up getting this one in.
Should be putting the rest in with 10s. I mean, just often the best hands, 8-7-4.
I think he's going to leave one chip behind and bet everything.
Just in case it checks down and he's got a loser, he's got a tournament life.
I have a feeling, oh, no.
But roughly the same difference.
I was wondering if there was a pay jump looming.
Maybe only Ari's aware.
I'm always looking around the table for the reactions of the other players when they see that Coleman was willing to make the call with an ace-7 suited. What is their opinion of this?
It's never an audible reaction.
Oh, my God.
There's going to be reaction now.
Guys, the violence that we've observed already with Mateos's ace-queen versus ace-jack, and now trips 7s, no waiting for Coleman, who, many other operators in that spot would not have found the call pre. Obviously, post we get it. And Peaks showered, and even David shakes his head. I mean, he knows that was just a dose of rum good.
From a chip EV perspective, he did make the right call. It's just from an IC.
That was a more reasonable exchange than I anticipated. Dare I say, I'm even disappointed by the lack of drama, controversy, or even taking the piss from Jeff there.
He broke character.
Ace queen, jamming here for Vanush.
Oh, Coleman's got ace king.
How do they find the medicine?
No, for you. All good. No. All good. Oh, my
Pretty big jam here. Open jamming for 20 bigs early position.
Might have considered it. Coleman's got 40 million, and he's poised to get up to 56.
Yeah, open jam does make it harder to get called by worse.
I said 56. I meant 73. You already had the 56. Ace 10-7 board. Vanush needs to find a queen. Another 7 does the trick. Ace as well. Chop outs. That ain't it.
Good game.
Well, you feel the weight of the eviction as the Russian dispatched here by Coleman. 180K for the effort. I normally would be able to say we'll be back playing some stream cash games if I had to guess in short order. Keating, one of those other fan favorites, for different reasons than Cabral. His appetite for gamble, legendary.
I was at his table yesterday.
Okay.
When he exited the tournament. Definitely took a couple of liberal calls to be out on his way.
Don't get judgy. You know, I aspire to be able to make liberal calls. You know, I want my net worth to get to the place where I can be a whale. You know, and that's not what I'm calling Keating.
You calling him
game.
a whale?
No, but I'm just saying he's unbothered. By the way, if I'm to understand him correctly, he showered a guy in this one, and the guy tweeted at him and said, "Hey man, you busted me. Can I get a free roll on another
That's
bullet?"
right.
And he was like, "Yeah, sure."
And then he upped the amount. That was Ryan DiPaolo, actually.
Oh, was it RDP?
Yeah, he asked for 9%, and then what ended up happening was Keating and Negreanu put him in and gave him 15%.
Okay. Leonard Malva, dominant hearts here. Royals won't be achieved. Boy, Kanishka looks like some gears are turning. Unclear in what direction. Is this a 3-bet candidate on the button off of these stacks?
Maybe. Basically, it kind of depends on how loose Leonard's opening. It's also a hand that can consider flat.
Suited Broadway here. We're going to do a lot of flatting here with a hand like this on the button.
In general, you flat suited hands more and 3-bet the offsuit variety due to playability. He's actually gone a completely different route. It's just 3-bet almost all in.
Huge jam.
25 bigs, and I don't think Leonard's going anywhere with ace-queen suited.
Well, the ace-9 suited is an easy fold, and you see Mala's like, oh, not this one.
Ace-queen suited from the cutoff. I don't see him folding here. He's way too high up on this range.
It's just always that fear of, is it just some ace-king that happened to jam rather than 3-bet induce? And it could be, but you got to call.
All right. Ready. He's apparently ready to dig in for his life here in this super main with 51 remaining. 3 removed from the payout, and he's hoping he doesn't bring the field a step closer. 36%. Trying to stay calm. And, well,
I think he's panicking now.
Yeah, calm is going to give way to panic, Randy. You're absolutely right here on a queen 8-3 board where the 10 no longer an out. 3's not going to cut it. And 3 is the number of outs remaining for Kanishka. Not going to happen. GG's, young man.
They're going down, just like that.
There you
That's
go.
a significant
Put a
boost
smile
for
on.
Malva, by the way. Not quite a full double, but brings him into a different strata.
Change the running system.
So he's trying to
Never change the running system, but
give Coleman a run.
Okay. Speak for yourself.
For them are professionals.
Oh boy, shots fired.
I wouldn't say
And Santos, I think, has like 2 bracelets. He won the 50K last year.
Well, Zeno
certainly
versus
gotten a lot better.
Gosler.
Benny again with a bigger pair. You know, Benny's like, don't do me dirty again.
There are ways.
Yeah, the 6, an ace, but the 4 is not going to cut it. And Zeno, who's a World Poker Tour legend of sorts, been around the game for a long time. No, don't make it weird. Let's get a fist bump. And welcome back to Paradise. Ali Najad, Randy Lewin now, YouTube content creator, poker player, Ryan DiPaolo, big beaming smile. First and foremost, day 3 action going to be getting back underway a couple of minutes from now. Ryan, how did you wind up packing a beanie For the Bahamas, just out of curiosity, because I don't know anyone else that did.
Well, the bad packing and the hair situation's a little framist, as you could see. So I
Yeah.
just threw everything in there in the kitchen sink, and then I was a little cold when I woke up from a nap before coming here. So
Well, listen, you want to talk about situations. There was one that caught a lot of people's attention here earlier. And since you have the platform and we've got a minute, it did involve some people thinking that you had done something untoward in a spot with some all-ins going on. What exactly went down quickly, briefly, just so we can exonerate you once and for all?
Martin Zamani is a piece of trash, liar, and I'm the greatest there is. I don't know. No, it was a drunk guy. A drunk guy didn't know the rules for somehow in a 25K.
Yeah.
And
It was three-way kind of all in, but he had called, but
he called me, but didn't call the other guy. Is what
Right.
he was saying. He
Right.
had called the smaller all in. I don't want to call the other one. And we
Yeah.
were like, okay. And I was like, you could still fold, like maybe being a little bit guilty. I just wanted to make sure he knew the option was available that was best for me. Yes,
Mhm.
I'm maybe guilty of that, but I didn't lead him towards that. And then when he said, we were like, so you don't want to call the bigger all in? He said no. Threw his cards in. The dealer took them, and then once he sees our cards that he was live. He goes, I didn't fold, and then it was a whole scene, and then Zamani changed his tune, and it was chaos.
Yeah.
But the raw video, thank God I was filming because I was being slandered out there, and I really didn't do anything wrong. It was really nothing.
guy would have wound up making the nut flush, so he had some regret, and it would have been up against a set. I believe you won the pot, is that correct?
Yeah.
Ultimately? And you did so with the best hand pre.
Kings against jacks,
That's
and
right.
then the drunks ace 5 suited.
Yeah, who would have made the flush, of course. So he's looking at that golden opportunity that was missed.
All right, players and dealers, welcome back from break. Have a new level here with 42 players remaining. That's 600,000 small blind, 1.2 million big blind, 1.2 million big blind ante. Good luck, everyone. Dealers, shuffle up and deal. 600,000, 1.2, 1.2. We're playing down to 24 players, guys. Good luck, everyone.
Andy getting us back underway now on the backside of the break. Blinds have escalated as they've done so quite mercilessly. Hour-long levels, and there's a glimpse at the new crew, including Eric Wasserson, who kicked Martin Cabral out of this one. 56 bigs in front of him. Franco Spitali, 56 bigs as well. And there's Charlie Hook, who took down the pot limit Omaha, if I'm not mistaken here.
That's
that was
right.
the event he won his bracelet in. 70 bigs, 83 million. What a great spot for
Look
him
at
to find himself in.
The international diversity of those flags. This is, the whole world is here.
It really is. And, you know, hence World Series of Poker.
Oh, nice, yeah.
Well played.
No, that wasn't me trying to suggest that it's self-evident, you know.
No, good job them that they already knew.
Pocket tens here. Wilson knows it's time to go up. 2.4 now, the minimum. That was the Estonian banner that we saw a moment ago there in front of Sutla.
Thank you for telling me. I wouldn't have actually known.
Oh, it's all good. This isn't a pop quiz. It's just a hang.
This
Oh,
hat.
I like this, guys. Is this Toy Story?
Toy Story? Are you
Didn't
serious?
Woody rock one?
Do you
like
see
that?
a star on that hat?
You know, on November 1st, you can actually get a real discount on those Halloween costumes, just for those trying to prep extra early. Nines, a problem up against the tens for Wilson on a king-high board. Big blind defense, big stack for the Dutchman. Checking over. Let's see what the Brit has in store. C-bet the standard way forward, Randy?
I think it's reasonable, although obviously it's one of those hands where if you do bet and get check raise, it's very dicey immediately in case your opponent is fast playing a king.
1.8.
But you bet small enough to get value from exactly like what he has, right? Like 9-6s continue.
Exactly. Those hands don't look to check raise.
Another 3.6 into the middle as the pot grows to 8 figures. And now Reimer's interest grows as well, courtesy of an open ender produced by this 7. Gutter, of course, for Wilson.
Look at the lead incoming.
And I suspect you kind of like this idea, don't you, Ryan?
I do, because it's not going to be fun for Wilson. It's like every spot is so tense now. The ICM feels bigger than it is when you're at the feature tables. This final handful of tables in the main.
Is it because you know the world watches?
Yeah, I guess you feel stupider calling when you're just drawing dead, but no, I think it just the spot itself. Although it does happen so much faster here. This isn't like 7 days in, you know? It's just like out of nowhere. You're just final 42 on the main event. So maybe it's too quick to realize. And maybe that shouldn't even matter to good poker players who are better than me. Like Andrew, who makes a call.
Pot now grows to 17.2 as Daniel was able to freeze Wilson. Reimer, by the way, Adam Levy in the chat advising an OG Dutch online player. Looks like he's got plenty of swag, by the way, too, the hand tats. This is not a man who has an office job. Nor does he have an appetite for another barrel. Checking over to Wilson, who is happy to check back and hear the word 9. Nice pickup for him to start the frame.
Still has the upside down smile on.
Yeah, that there is sort of a. Okay, now he's sorted
He's
it.
trying.
There we go.
I don't know what cards he would continue, you know, bluffing with. Like like I would think. I don't.
Daniel, that is.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Daniel. Like Randy may know what. Maybe people know on one street. Okay, I'm supposed to lead on some turns here, and then that's as far as a lot of like people will study. I'm not saying that's as far as he's studied, but
He's not actually blocking with the turn lead. He's freezing the action on a card where it improves his range, and even a King X is a little bit worried about raising into like 2 pairs and straights. And he also forces hands that have, you know, 2 overs to not check it back and take down his vulnerable 9. And his hand can just, you know, it's got a lot of outs. It doesn't mind forcing a bet in.
I don't get it.
It's all good.
I was pretending to listen, but I'm trying. Oh, look at this security.
JNT, Jean-Noel Torel. Sitting this one out, which allows Martinelli.
Is that the Australia flag?
To open. See, Randy, you live in Australia. As Charlie Hook has the 2 kings.
Oh,
I mix it up sometimes with the New Zealand flag because they're so similar, and you know, at that font size or whatever.
They got
good
different
luck.
accents at least. I just can't tell you which one's which.
Randy, you live there. You can tell which one's which. Charlie, by the way, naughty thoughts here. Flat calling,
Ren
1
Lin.
king into the bin, and Ren could find himself in trouble here. 18.6, and no gamble, no future. The war cry as he puts almost all of his stack into the middle. Luke easily binning.
Kings.
And Hook
Again?
once.
Okay.
Plants a hook in the cheek of Ren Lin in a very big pot.
You said like 20?
19 something. You think you
Perhaps
lose?
one of the most well-known
Gotta
Chinese
go prepare
poker
for the
players
worst case scenario.
is Ren.
You have an
We
ace?
should be happy that this pot won't be decided by any arm wrestling.
Oh, there's a future.
Yeah, decidedly in front now is Ren on an ace-high board. Club's working for Hook, rolling his eyes.
You're at the final 42 of the Superman with.
Ooh, and now you got a flush draw to go with the draw to a set. Was this just a tease flop, or is Ren going to haul in 43-3? Let's find out. Haul it in.
How lucky.
I feel like Ren has had so many of these huge spots in the Tritons that he's been in
Not
and
against
whatnot,
Ace
but
Queen.
this has to be up there. Like, this is the most exciting time of a tournament. Like, under 50 in the main or the super main, this is the best time to watch. It's the most intense time to flip. And it's approaching the max pain zone. Between, like, 29 to like, 13 players is the most devastating. Like, any players that lose here, this is the hand that haunts you for a while.
Yeah, especially when you take the best of it. Something like aces versus kings. We saw kings versus nines for Gabriel Andrade. He runs to the restroom after jamming. And then he just gets showered by a set of 9s on the flop. Came back, the hand was already gone, and so was his stack, and he thought we were trolling.
Charlie can barely take it, and he only lost 1/4 of his stack.
Yeah.
The wheels might come off on him.
I don't think I've ever seen it, but if he simply took a tournament chip and broke it in half,
Just
as sort
snapped
of a
it.
demonstration of steam and a purge switch, if you will, that would be something. Yeah, he wasn't amused. Such a fierce competitor, super high stakes cash game player out in the Houston area. And by the way, you can't get too steamed up if you did win a 50K. Well, it was the 50K PLO that he won. I mean,
That
you
means
know,
it's been a good week.
It's been you're in the black, which is more than we can say for a lot of people here.
And you have 160 stacks in the super main, so you're okay.
Yeah.
He's allowed to be annoyed.
No, some of us want to be. It's like jealous. It's like, no, you don't get to be annoyed. I'm annoyed. And then the people I eliminated earlier in day 2 are like mad at me for being annoyed. It's like a 3-bet of crying. This is why everybody is miserable looking in poker rooms half the time in tournaments. That I think it's just called the misreg nature of tournaments. That it's not until, well, I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm so excited to be here. All right, let's just watch this flop. Jesus.
Ace
Oh my
5
God.
defense for JNT here. He's got the Broadway gutter. Little heart dangler. 6.8 in the middle. Martinelli's found top pair and a gutter. Luxuries afforded us from under the gun when we sit deep. Opening hands like this, 1.8 follow through.
Yeah, even though he would hate to get check raised holding queen A, it just rarely happens when you raise him under the gun on a queen jack 10 texture. Ace king is always re-raising pre, so cap ranges don't tend to raise against you.
Absolute brick, as you see the masonry on the turn.
Just hate putting in more chips here with ICM, with ace 5 in the big blind. Even though you know you have to technically, it just feels like even when you get there, you're not going to get paid much. By the book, you're supposed to, but like.
Right, it's just so obvious you have a straight like king, queen, jack, and how can you get paid?
Yeah, you have very little implied odds because you're not going to get paid when you get there. Even if you hit an ace, you're going to be too scared to try to get value, even if you theoretically should. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it sucks. It's like a call that I make that I don't know why I hate doing it. Well, I guess I just articulated why, but it feels like the type of change I might make this deep in the main to just fold those spots here, even though it seems really nitty with the gutter.
I guess if it's close, it's okay to fold if it's deep because ICM is very important, clearly of 10 million up top.
Gentlemen, nothing nitty about the baby suited ace, which I often refer to as solver bait, choosing to 3-bet to 6 million over the top of an under the gun razor. As Wilson's jack 10 of hearts being dressed down.
Four-bet candidate? Maybe LP versus LP might be more likely to just get spicy with this, or?
I don't really feel like he's going to 4-bet this spot. I mean, technically speaking, you're rarely ever getting called by ace jack, ace 10, so if you were to 4-bet a hand like this and rip it, you're still usually live against, what, ace queen, ace king that calls off?
Yeah, I like going way too hard with the queen jack. Like, these are the exact 2 hands that I might be caught 4-bet bluffing with.
Jack 10 suited and
ace 5 suited. It's really supposed to be ace 4 suited and maybe queen jack suited. You know, a lot of late position spots that, I don't know. But then again, when the lights are on you and you're this deep, everything feels so much more tense. Everything feels so much bigger. It's like funny. And then having so fewer physical chips for some reason makes it also not feel like it's going to get through as much for some reason.
Fair.
These are all really silly like I'm giving analysis on the level of like a monkey, but these factors do play into a lot of people's minds.
King queen here for Sutla.
10 million?
10 of his 10.8 stuck in there, right around that threshold that we always zero in on, and unfortunately the timing is poor for him. Garby looking down at ace-king suited. Well, I suspect we know what direction Ravid's going to be taking us in, and he's going to be taking way the best of it. But we've got an all-in already sorted here, and again, it's a domination situation. Ace-Jack versus King-Jack, and Isaiah Goldman finds trips. And a new lease on life potentially against the covering Terrence Reed.
Oh.
King's full for good measure as the ace-jack. Drawn dead. 33.4.
It's all right,
Balance
Terrence.
transfer.
Stay in there, Terrence. You got it.
Friend of yours?
Yeah, well, acquaintance, but nice. I thought Zamani was an acquaintance until yesterday, though, too. You know, you never know.
I think you guys are going to make up.
You never
That's my
know.
read. 24.6. Can Sutla get lucky? Unlike King Jack, his prospects considerably worse. 13% with 2 to come. Eye on the 9. Now eyes off of it as only the queen will spare Rano. Not there.
Good game, sir.
Emphatically wrapping the rail as he wishes those who
Happy
remain
for you, you're happy for me.
well.
You happy for you, I'm happy for me.
Sutla. Gonna collect $220,000. Immediate pay ladder upon us now, gentlemen, is 270, goes to 39th. We see Charlie Hook pipping here.
You got the pay jump?
Yeah.
You got the pay jump.
Oh, okay.
Get
So
in
now
there.
no reason to stall for Cesar Del Pino, but there is reason to be concerned as his 11.1 does not rate to do so hot against Hook. He took the best of it already. Didn't work out. Is the deck going to be frosty once more for Hook? For his sake, or for the deck's sake, rather, I hope not. Cesar, 22%. That's cut in half now.
Time to use the one time if you believe in that. You may have already used it 7 times.
10 needed. Now a queen as Hook hits the jack, swapping 3 outs for 4. Is it all over for the Spaniard? Yeah, it is.
I hate to see because I can't say it.
Adios.
I saw paint.
Oh, when it was coming out.
That's my water, right? Oh,
Yeah, I can only see paint
Stay open. Stay up.
from this angle. You guys all get to see it before I do.
Slow roll from the dealer.
I don't like when people are in shape and playing poker. You're supposed to have a nerdy physique, but GG. This is our sport, or whatever it is.
You know what I'm saying? If you're in shape, but you're trash and you're just punting, okay.
Yeah, that's
but
fine.
But you know what I mean? If you're some kind of Adonis and then, then you come in and you just beat the tail off of everyone, that feels somehow in the fabric of the universe.
This is where we're supposed to beat him up, not him beat us up.
Yeah,
both
it's the
physically
one
and
place.
mentally.
I get it.
Look
Brian.
at his Steve. He's just chewing the gum, all confident. His neck is muscular.
By the way, I'd hate to come back to life as his gum. That would be a really poor sort of reincarnation.
Maybe he bought those TikTok jaw trainers,
What? There's a TikTok jaw
It's like a
trainer?
rubber ball that's supposed to make your face look better. Look, you don't have the fat face like I do that I need to
I
be
promise
served
you-
these things.
Have you tested it?
Don't chew rubber balls to try to sort your face out, Ryan. I mean,
Well, other kinds, they say, but
2-5.
Ace King.
2,000,005.
Ball's not required to open to $2.5 million. This is very standard fanfare.
1 million.
100,000.
Ryuta Nakai, by the way, part of the Japanese delegation that included
That's 100.
Masashi Oya,
Okay.
Misato Yokosawa. That game does continue to grow in popularity in the land of the rising sun, where Understanding that some casino licenses are being jockeyed for by American casino operator conglomerates, and eventually legalized poker is supposed to be headed that direction. Maybe that will be the next hotbed. Though the Dubai, right, is coming up. UAE, the Win.
You guys are the
casino.
international guys. I'm just a
Randy,
dumb
is that-
American.
I've heard about this. This is really your department, though, Ali.
What do you guys think? I'm
Not that way.
I'm on the board.
thank
This is you know.
Just saying you.
I'm not as cranky today. I'm just tired.
You know what's going on around in the world.
As well, to be fair.
Oh, Benny's in this. Oh my gosh. And instead of preparing, I took a nap, so I'm learning what's going on in this main event along with the viewers right now, who may just be tuning in and adjusting on the go.
At least you have a nap as an excuse
Yeah.
for not preparing. What do I blame?
That you don't need to, and you'll still be the greatest of all time.
Aw shucks, RDP.
Greatest idiot of all
Appreciate-
time.
Thank you. You know, I was waiting for it because Randy's never going to let that sit, and I love him for it. That was the right direction to take us in. Pocket deuces, taking us north here.
He could have folded. Like, I mean, I understand opening, but
Well, off of that big stack, you know, trying to maybe dictate pace a touch.
I think he expects players to play back him a lot less, given how deep he is.
He's the Reaper, man. I mean, you've been there, Ryan, with some frequency. Boss stack late in a tournament. It's like the Mario star a little bit.
then I don't like hands like that when I'm in that situation almost, because then it just sucks to start. You know, say right now you get jammed on. It's just not.
I mean, but is this a candidate Queen 9 suited?
Threes are significantly better than twos, because at least they could have ace deuce, I feel like. But yeah, I guess, you know, when you're in YOLO mode and feeling it, I guess you're right. Or Aussie mode, New Zealand. Which do we decide?
Aussie.
Aussie. Randy knows about that.
Oi, oi, oi. As they pass the sugar to Martinelli.
The pocket jacks there.
That does not sound Aussie at all.
Oh, all of a sudden you're an expert, Randy? You
Well, I
said
don't
you
know.
couldn't even tell between the two a
Well,
second
I can
ago?
tell that's not it, mate.
Maybe it was a bit Boston.
You been down to Australia, Ryan? You been for any Aussie Millions back in the day, or
Nah,
does that
I'd
kind of predate?
Yeah, a bit. It's before my time, but I'd love to go down there.
That was much better.
It's a different world. They have like their own ecosystem. Not ecosystem. Yeah.
The toilets do flush backwards, Randy? You
They
ever paid
have
attention? Is that a real thing?
Saltwater crocodiles
Yeah.
It's a black one.
To all of that.
in the toilets.
Yes, in the toilets, and when you're taking a dump, they just eat you.
Who would choose to go to that wacky place to live?
I love Australia.
No, I
It's
want to visit so
great.
bad, but I feel like I'm way too not tough enough to live there. Charlie probably could survive
Well,
there.
you don't have to go to the outback. I mean, there's like
Yeah.
cities. What do you think, Randy's roughing it?
I'm in a
You think
tent,
he's out
you
there
know?
in a sport ute with a freaking dagger? Just, you know, with kangaroo carpaccio keeping him afloat?
That's right.
10 cents the hard way. Hook snacks. He actually doesn't look like a guy that snacks. I think he's just more, he counts the macros. You know what I mean?
I'm tired.
Just making sure he gets the 4,000 to 5,000 grams of
my
protein a day. I think
Literally,
that's-
yeah.
I mean,
That's why I got some sugar.
you think he's one of these, what was the
Drinking
Liver
coffee.
King on Netflix?
Oh, wow.
This guy.
Good luck for your sleep.
You
tonight.
think Charlie's in there just raw meat? Just, nah.
Tiger King was Netflix. Liver King was. Oh, maybe there is
Liver
the
King
Liver
was
King.
also Netflix, but Tiger King was a very different animal altogether, which got me through COVID.
Tiger King ate young boys that he got converted on meth, right? That was the difference, not meat.
I don't
Excuse
think
me?
he. Yeah, I mean, there was that show had it all, and you know our broadcast doesn't need to try to compete, so we'll leave it slightly alone.
Protein is good.
Okay. Ace Queen. Meaty holding. Deuces.
It's a strange move time for me.
I'm trying to fit in the flow. I'm nervous here, but I'm very excited. This is so tense. 37 left in the super main event. It just happens out of nowhere. It's so much faster in 3 days that just like this, you're this deep in such a big event playing for $10 million.
You know, hour-long levels, I want to say that this structure allows people to sit back and relax, man, but the nature of the blind pops.
Nature's behind.
you really find yourself short in a hurry if you're not picking up pots. And that would explain why Nima
Ace Queen's been hot.
has decided to jam, and he's hoping he doesn't get the shaft.
Back to back. But he went from 10 mil to 40 mil.
He went to 10 mil.
No, we have to
Ace
stop.
Queen versus Kings both times, yeah.
I the one time he cracked me and he cracked
2 pips ahead of the Ace Queen.
That's how it goes.
And they're talking about the crazy swings, the structure.
Well,
Wow. All of it.
boys,
Ace Queen's running hard.
I think the corpulent woman is beginning to sing for Nima shaft. He hasn't been shafted just yet, but it's going to take a black duck. That's not the one outer he saw. Ren Lin, first to shake the hand. Jean Noel looking up like, don't touch me. No, he didn't. That's not a real thing.
So what, he got 270. That was a 50K jump they got to recently. 39th. The next jump is not till 32nd.
No.
Congratulations.
North of $250,000 unless you're in for 11 bullets.
But either way, it doesn't
which would be kind of break even. Then you
or
should be in the black here. That didn't look like an 11 bullet kind of guy.
No. He looked like 2 and then maybe 1 max.
Not that I didn't respect tournament players. I'm saying like I didn't.
Wouldn't that be a great?
I've never played like a series.
You know,
I've played.
if you're a
8 days
content
in
creator,
row,
you
I've never done that
make a
in
video,
tournaments, and I just realized
just
how grueling it is.
screen grabs
Like,
of different
it takes a
players.
whole
And you're like,
nother
how many
skill set
bullets
than
is
does
this guy
stuff
in
like
for?
that.
You know,
It's
just
a
put a
whole
read on
different
it.
level.
But we would need to pay off by actually having the answer.
And you're never.
Yeah.
You're never
Well,
just
there was I got
Like,
shamed
buys
the
you
first
one
day
and,
that
you know, you're just like,
ACR
you don't
started
get
to
gutted.
put
Losing
in the
sessions,
lobbies how many bullets each person was in for.
Okay.
I instantly got shamed that day. My friend was like, "What are you doing?" And it was just like, "Why is Jadakiss 7 times in a row?" And he's like, "You cannot do this and like be good. Just wait to max late register after the first 1 or 2."
Okay.
And I have not learned. Charlie was just talking about that he doesn't respect tournament players. I think like Alan Keating maybe type of situation, but you know, we respect you because we're afraid of you and you're good looking.
And I would imagine rolled as well.
Yeah. Dude slammed 50K cash in our argument yesterday at the table at some point in there.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Took it to the casino, I heard. I got a report
You
from
love getting impossible.
This is Caputo?
Your favorite
Keep,
thing.
keep losing.
Yeah, Caputo.
You're the only
You
person
ran
with
it
high
up?
beat.
But I don't know if I should still be mentioning him because he said, if there's any dirt in your past, my people and associates will find it and bring it out against you.
Are you suggesting that there's some soil available?
No, but I'm afraid that he has associates that could do
It's gonna
that.
continue now, apparently.
King high. Follow through from Charlie, and boy, he is on the uptick now.
Where you stay at in the summer? You have a place in Vegas?
No, just
Rent a place?
yeah.
You go to Vegas for the
Please.
summer?
Not this summer. I usually go there.
Thank you, sir.
He miraculously found a way to win 3 bracelets, and nobody cared. Sorry, do you need to do this read?
No, there's no read actually associated with this. The pictures tell the story, carry on, if you
GG Poker, 1K accommodation, 1K to nothing like that, no?
Nah.
We're good.
Then he found a way to win 3 bracelets this summer, and it felt like nobody cared, right?
Well, I mean, I don't think nobody cared. I think, you know, what are you supposed to do? I mean, the guy plays lights out. He obviously would be the first to tell you that he ran probably somewhat well to make it happen. But Seaver won 3 bracelets as well when he called his shot. It's shocking to me because if any given summer you come to me and you say, I want to place a bet that someone wins 3 bracelets, I got to take the other side of it. Yet I'm a little bit nervous because more and more events continue to be added to the schedule. So that creates more opportunities. And people like Sean Deeb will multi-table and run back and forth. So, you know, and there's some great players out there as well. Great hand here for Daniel. Ace-queen suited. Not so great for Wilson, but suited. He will defend.
Yeah, convinced himself to make the call from the big.
Oh, nice. Good
flop
job.
the flush.
Good call.
Oh, guys, is there something happening somewhere else? The graphics coming off the screen. Are we about to swing over? Or?
We're going to help the people out here and also show you all what we have going on. Okay, so Taryn was just all in. little bit shorter stack. Now he's got a rail also. So my job here is to go back and forth with the rail and keep them updated because they can't get super close. So let's watch, let's see what he does, and then we'll relay that information to the rail. Then we'll come back here, and then we'll go back there. It's going to be awesome. He folded, so let's go give the news to the rail. The Terran Parmar rail, right here. Okay, so we got the all-in through. Everybody folded.
Yes.
He just folded that hand.
Okay.
It's a pretty...
He's doubling up here. He's doubling up. We got.
You think he's doubling up soon?
He's doubling up. Guaranteed he's doubling up. How do you feel that he's doubling up?
It does feel like he feels no pressure.
He feels no pressure at all. We're already winning, so he's doubling up.
Okay, let me get you one more update, okay? I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back this way. I'm going to go back this way. Yep. I'm going to go back. We're still pre-flop. Let's go ahead and tell him. Let's go back one more time. Okay, guys, so we're still on the same hand. It was just very boring up there, so I figured I'd come back and let you guys know that absolutely nothing is happening.
Let me know when there's an all-in. I want to see him double up.
Okay, that's fair. We'll let the Terran rail know when there is an all-in, and we'll let you guys know as well.
So we can celebrate the win, exactly.
So you can celebrate. Okay, sounds good to me.
I don't know, by the way, if that gentleman in the blue is on the Terran rail as well, but he looks like he might be holding a marker that he's trying to get, settled. Anyway, flush here as we left Wilson flopping versus Daniel's ace-queen. A lead of 6 million on this turn. Oh, and Reimer finds the fold.
Yeah, it seems like there was probably a check raise from the flop flush.
Based on pot size?
Based on pot size.
Yep.
So that would make ace-queen an easy fold there. That's played.
I might just bail on the flop if I got check raised on that board in this spot with the... I don't know. You think you continue? You're forced to with middle pair?
I guess the other option is maybe he led a flop flush too. Obviously, we have no idea.
Yeah, you seem surprised that he defended or chose to defend with this 7 deuce of clubs. You don't think you would defend any suited at this stage, at these depths?
No, I mean, I would. It's just, obviously, that's one of the worst suited hands you could have off of that stack.
Chad up in there. It's good to see Benny, by the way. Well, I should wait till we're on him to talk about him again, right? That's how you do commentary. Wait for the context.
Do I look like the kind of guy that's been following rules?
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll just wait. I'm learning.
No, you're welcome to.
No, we're telling you go ahead.
Guys, all right. No, it's cool to see him in a big field hold'em tournament because it was all little mixed game bracelets. That it's like sick to see him in the super main event.
Listen with the whole little mix game. I understand what you mean by fields or whatever. We don't need the pejorative adjective attached. As a mixed game player.
I mean, people who run mixed games got to be the lowest of the low. Like, I mean, it's so like lame.
Wow.
I'm never getting invited. Although I am bad enough. I'm a deuce player now. I've cashed the 1500 no limit 7 deuce 4 years in a row.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Look at you. Single draw?
Single
you
draw.
Like it?
Yeah, I love it.
That game could also be rechristened Guts.
It's the best gateway drug for any Hold'em player to get into mixed games, I feel.
Well, meanwhile, look at this from 8 deuce off.
Doesn't look like a narcotic, and yet Tomas taking a puff. 3.8, and that'll do it for Wilson 7-5.
I guess that is in the limp fold part of the range, but you know, hands that are bad enough that you're not going to call a raise with after limping, maybe you just raise yourself with the pressure. I mean, I would have liked to widen up maybe the range and take a stab, go 2.2 might be enough to get it done there. Instead of normally maybe queen 4s, queen 5s, and then the worst hands go 3x.
Yeah, I guess it does look very weak for him to limp in that spot against a player who's playing, what, 10 to 12 big blinds.
Yeah, and you can leverage your whole stack because people have been doing it and getting fancy with 2.2 instead of needing to go full 3 or even 3.5. Or Aliam Servic was going 4 for a while a couple years ago. It was getting trendy. Looks like Coco, right? The Brazilian rapper.
Alejandro Lococo?
Yeah, doesn't he look like him right now?
Nah, Papo MC looks a little different for me.
We need some shades on.
Yeah, and a lot more ink on the hands. Ace-2 suited a pass.
It's a hand that could have gone in with raise.
I'm surprised none of these guys are taking their pre-flop time, even though it's still 4 away from the jump. You might want to have a speech to the table as a short stack and say, can everyone slow down a little bit and we collude as a table to get me another 65K, guys?
I mean, that's more than 2 buy-ins.
Is that collusion?
Chad Evesledge, a fantastic mixed game player. Checking back his 9-7, given the limp from Tomas. He finds a Broadway gutter.
I thought he was gonna continue. I was gonna say this is like, whoa, next level.
Would have
One
been
of
an
the great
out-of-line
players.
float.
Yeah.
But you know, we see some great players pick some spots, and the problem is we're not necessarily parked across the entirety of a day at a table where dynamics begin to develop potentially, a lot of blind versus blind opportunities. Maybe you observe something where a guy likes to barrel and then come off the throttle too often. So exploits can have a lot to do with that.
Yeah, and blind versus blind specifically, like, is where everything's wild. You combine ICM with blind versus blind, and those are 2 excuses to do like the most insane things that you ever see in poker tables and the least standard stuff.
By the way, I'm trying to grind my way back up the chat. Al Marjan is the location of the forthcoming Wynn Casino, which will be opening in 2027. Shout out to those who came in with that. In the UAE.
Where the hell is that?
In the United Arab Emirates. Where the hell is that? In the Middle East. Where the hell is that? Asia. Where the hell is that? Earth. Wow, Randy finally found the one piece of geography he was comfortable stepping out on there.
I've heard of it.
Don't spend too much time on it, though.
Yeah. Sounds familiar.
Tomas. 10-7.
Call.
Whoa.
Yeah.
This is not a 10-6. That was Eve's ledge hand. It's not exactly a lot different, though. 8-7 dominated is Ribeiro.
He's in the big, so it makes sense.
He's a 10-7 on the button.
He's found himself an open-ender, boys, on a queen-high flop.
Both guys have a piece. This could get, who wants to get spicier, but we got something else going on, I reckon.
Red light's on.
And here's why. Lautaro Guerra. Top pair. King, queen, outperforming the ace, queen. Boys, nearly 52 million is in this pot.
Oh, wow.
Bernard Binder was drawing live to aces and jacks, but instead, his pulse grows quite faint, down to 11 million, sub 10 bigs, on the heels of that exchange as the Austrian delegation gets chomped on.
Oh my. Do we know if that was all in pre somehow, or what was that on the flop? If we don't know, I won't ask again.
We do not know.
Okay, then I'll never ask follow-up questions.
If you had to guess, though, Randy.
I didn't see the positions, but they had 20 big blinds apiece. I could see a situation where the king queen reshoves and that gets it in pre.
Or not all in 3-bet and then just a jam from ace queen and a call.
Possible. But let's get back here.
Yeah, where we're on the turn.
Out of line, 10-7-0 though. The open, it's
a gut shot.
And it's ahead.
Yeah, provided we get to showdown. A lot of times you show up with 8 high on the river, though, and you take a crack at things. Of course, playing 16.8 effective, 13.4 in the middle, unclear.
Everything's so much scarier this deep. The light's on. Not surprised to see a give up. But he may be bluffed with the best hand, obviously, thinking he's surely not good enough to win with 10 high at showdown, but you are.
Kind of feel like he needs the bluff.
Yeah.
King is his card, and his opponent's shown so much weakness. Can really put a lot of pressure on 9 and 6x. Even Queen X wouldn't love it if it's a big bet. So fortunate for Tomas to,
Yeah.
Not have the 8 high
Right.
stab at it. I think I would have preferred maybe a smaller stab from 8 high.
But listen, 10 high's got similar feelings here. The 10 of hearts, interesting as we can close our eyes and decide we've got the king high straight or a flush.
10 hearts is actually really good for him to follow through with a bet because it prevents traps,
All in.
you know, from your opponent.
All in.
Oh, and he just
Jam?
jams.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Imagine he calls.
Yeah. let's get the count.
But that's got to feel better than checking and winning, because either way he would have won this pot, right? But now he got to really feel like he did it, and he's tapped into what's going on. And
I mean, it builds confidence, right?
It
Like
does.
he thinks he just folded out a better hand.
Right. But bluffing with the best hand is good for the psyche sometimes. So well played. 10-7. I can't get over the open pre-flop. But good for him. They know something I don't because they're still in and I'm not, and they're good Euros.
Well, if you're going to open 10-7, you need to find ways to be aggressive post-flop and, you know, kind of make up for the looseness pre-post.
Can I get another 1.2, please?
35 remain in the super main event. Oh, it's so exciting.
You're giddy.
I'm giddy. I love poker tournaments this deep at this stage. Sub 50 people, like between 50 and the final table, is the most exciting time to watch tournament poker.
And even the most experienced pros, right? They feel the tension too, and they're the ones that are supposed to have a competitive advantage technically this deep. But even then, can you perform?
Yeah, and can you correctly gauge if the other guys know their role with ICM in play when they don't know what you think they know and they don't know they're supposed to fold, or all these dynamics going on?
You know, those dynamics can cause you to level yourself into some missteps too, which is what makes this an even more treacherous situation. Never mind just the inherent pressure, delusions of grandeur, dare I say. Reimer?
Go here
King
and
5 defense. Fruitless flop. Same story for the ace 10, of course.
Bet 2,500,000.
Case closed.
You have to help me,
Sorry,
man.
sorry,
I'm
sorry.
vertically challenged.
Sorry.
Tomas and a little heater.
Send it to Jeff.
What do we got here?
He gets it in with ace king and ace five. Yeah.
Let me tell you a story.
Please, we
Let me
got
tell
time.
you a story. I come from the tough tournaments where they give rings. This easy game. They just, I mean, it's so easy. Look at these guys. No rings, no nothing. What are we even playing for here?
When's the last time you lost a flip?
I did lose a flip, it's true. In 2014, I lost one. I still remember Council Bluffs 300. It was so bad. I didn't even want to re-enter. It was so painful.
Play your hand. Let me tell the people about William Blaze, who just lost that all into our angle.
So bad. Don't even talk. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, William. You run so bad.
So there is one empty seat at this table. That seat did belong to Alex Kulev. You can see that Kulev is no longer there. He got the chips in with aces against William Blaze's kings. But since Kulev is gone, you guys could have guessed what happened. King on the flop. Kulev's day has done one of the toughest players in this tournament, but clearly not as tough as Ari Angle. Let's send it back to you guys.
I mean, facts that Ari Angle is a tough day out. That's for sure. And a tough way to go out for Kulev, by the way. Aces, and he is so talented. To have all of the poker that's required to be under your belt to work your way down this deep come undone in that spot. Aces v Kings pre. It
feels so lame. It feels so
Yeah.
like, what is this for? First time I played the 8-game, or the big bet mix, I was like in all these mixed games, and then I just lose it and hold them kings to aces. I was like, this
Right.
feels so dumb. Like, why did I even register? Like, Could have just played a scratch off. But Ari with the second most rings in history.
Maurice Hawkins has more?
Mm-hmm. Maurice.
Ari has never been beat up, though. Someone just turned my attention to the fact that apparently Maurice has a video circulating. Or?
Yeah, and what seemed to maybe to be some type of either race crime or it was a Thanksgiving home game on Florida, though, so it tells you how well those people's lives were going to begin with. So it's no shock that violence jumps happened in chaos.
Timeout, boys.
Whoa.
Violence all of a sudden ensuing here as Ribeiro with 2 queens catches Andrew Wilson doing something ambitious, and I believe it was a Jack-10 of hearts where you asked earlier, Ryan, whether or not the 4-bet was in range, and Wilson in a very bad way here. He does cover by 10 million-ish.
I feel so bad he must have been listening to the stream illegally somehow at the table because this is what I was encouraging earlier.
Me two do speak the same language.
At 18.
Let's turn that frown upside down.
Oh.
Nah.
Not quite.
1 diamond, really all to zero in on as the queens do block the runner Broadway, which would be the filthiest way to do it. And that's it for 10 Jack.
Stoic Brazilian with the double up. Huge, huge, huge. 35 left.
Vai Brasil. Meanwhile, by King Jack as Glaser might be setting the sun on Nakai. Had the 2 10s. Then he did it with this exact combo versus an ace-queen earlier, and he's looking like he's going to do it once more. 21.8 listing oh so heavily toward the Brit.
Oh!
Twice in a row.
Irashaimase.
Just like coming. 9-4.
Can you react? Maybe you didn't see it.
I mean, that's the domo arigato, boys.
Mm-hmm.
Holy smokes.
You jumped out of your seat, Ali.
10-ball corner pocket.
Twice in a row, fell the dirty way. Lost the aces versus kings like that before.
Yeah, he did. And Benny, you know, not one of those people who is among those that enjoy the pain. You know, he feels it and he's not into it, and I'm with him. That one hurt.
In Japan, they teach you to not move either way, I guess. Just take it like a man and, you know, have the discipline to sit there, but you can cheer a little bit.
You know, he is the man that put on that savage bluff against Jesse Lonas, make him fold that set of kings.
Oh, boy.
I was napping. I didn't see it, but it sounds awesome.
You should really see it.
I should really prepare for like an opportunity
okay.
like this, but nope, I vlogged and napped. I'm sorry, but
it was like an ace king 2 queen texture rainbow.
Really?
You check raise min, the river of queen 10 off, and the mystery hand.
Oh my god.
You got trip kings to fold.
Oh, that's gangster.
So it's good to see him still in the tournament.
Yeah. And Ren Lin, it's cool to see him. Quieter than usual, but.
Well, you know, Ren Lin was. I don't want to draw too much attention to it, but he was involved in some sort of controversy where, you know, he apparently was helping someone during a tournament, a friend of his. Look, I don't want to say I know Ren, he's not my friend, but I've been around him a lot, and he doesn't have any of the grimy vibes of somebody that I would think would have gotten himself involved in something like that. He didn't receive any compensation. There was nothing, you know, like that, but he did get penalized for it, and I don't know if he's paid his debt to society and forgiveness is on tap, but you know how it is sometimes. People just make up their mind about you and never change it.
These two again.
Yeah, they haven't made up either. As Ribeiro making his way further up the leaderboard, potentially once more at the expense of Andrew Wilson. And yikes, top 2 with no heart on board. You can't blame this man for collecting his belongings.
All right, I don't like 4-betting Jack-10 suited, I guess.
It's a wrap.
Damn.
Yeah,
like a poorly constructed Christmas sweater, this one unraveled in a hurry. By the way, he wasn't sticking around for the GGs. That was a bugger off.
You know, the first tournament I ever played was a Midnight Madness at the Taj Mahal, and I actually went around shaking everybody's hand at the table. I was the first person to bust because I had only seen featured tables, and I thought that's what you're supposed to do. And it was the most inappropriate thing. Everyone's like, there are people waiting to die. It's a $60 midnight Atlantic City tournament on a weeknight, and they're like, "Why is this kid touching me?" And I was like, "Good game, good game, good game."
That's amazing. I bet there's some crepey palms.
Oh God!
Around that rail, the midnight
Madness
Atlantic City. Boy,
palms.
smoking was still allowed.
No.
I
don't think
you
so.
didn't. You weren't around for that, huh?
In the poker room.
Atlantic City. Yeah, in the poker room.
Oh wow, no.
Credit the late Casey Castle, by the way, with leading the charge to eliminate that, because lung cancer was in many of our futures back in the day when the SIGs were burning bright in the poker room.
I wonder what the current thing like that is that we're going to look back and be like, damn, we had ashtrays on airplanes, like with babies on the plane and stuff.
Dude, that was a real thing when I was a kid growing up.
It's crazy. I remember playing with the ashtray. It was ended, but they were still there.
Yeah.
What now? Plastics? Hats? Hand tats?
I like that he's rocking the orange, because that's apropos of the Netherlands.
It's like a October. I see why you're mentioning Halloween, because it's like a very Thanksgiving type of style.
His card protector should be a cornucopia,
Mm.
just to complete the look. And he actually should have a piece of wheat sticking out somewhere.
It does look like a scarecrow brought to life to come crush.
Well, he's not going to be pumping any fear here. Sitting this one out. Tomas, though, speaking up on the puck. Jack-9 off, dominating.
Ooh,
the other Tomas Kubaliak. Saying, not so fast.
Sorry about that.
Wowzers.
Wow, he's in like a heater after. Since that blind versus blind hand.
Remember, he was the one that opened 10-7 offsuit.
Yeah, I know. He's been.
He's trying to build a stack.
Now he's just having the dealer count it for me anyway, even though he folded.
And also 100.
500.
It really is cool to see the international flags. Like my wife, shout out to Katie, noticed. It's just like, I love seeing the international flags. It's like you really get to feel like an American when you're competing against other countries, and it's kind of cool. Like, and I guess that's why they play the national anthem at the bracelet ceremonies. And it's cool to see the different cultures of poker. You know,
it's like a little poker Olympics.
Yeah, or at least where you're rooting for mostly Americans, I guess, because I guess we're the not good ones.
The Americans are the not good
There's
ones?
some good
What does that
American
even
players,
mean?
man.
The Euros try harder, and then even the bad ones copy the good ones. Also, we're not in America here, but like, I guess in the summer, you have to travel less far, obviously. So like, the EPT has bad Euros and good Americans, and it's the reverse for the WSOP, right? So I guess I'm biased to think that you want American flags at your table, but I think it's pretty well known. You want to look at your table and see American flags. Is that not accurate, you think?
Randy?
I'm proud to be an American. Now, don't get me wrong, Randy. Do not get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Don't nobody take this out of context, man. I'm proud as heck.
You got a lift kit on a truck somewhere that I should know about?
Do I got a lift kid? No, I got him at Home Depot. I wouldn't call him a kid. He lifts things. Is that what you're talking about? Well, I don't know what we call
a lift kit.
We call them helpers. Oh, a lift kit? I don't get it. I got an electric Hyundai.
And JNT lifting us up. Courtesy of 2-9-3 in the window. Ace-high board. And, you know, I don't know that this is going to spare JNT because, obviously, as the preflop opener, he is going to seek to represent dry board texture here. A sprinkle of 3 million. Glaser, though, has this one by the throat.
Yeah, he's going to be very tempted to actually fast play this to try to get the last 24 million by the river. If he just check calls, he does run the risk of not getting all of it. Does check raise, probably come in small. Maybe let these two outer type hands just make a crying call. But just slow playing here.
Smart. I mean, it's better
Smart
move
against
now that
nine.
we could see the cards. Like, but yeah, I would think he'd go for it all with an ace and try to push the action.
For now, though, I would love to see JNT check it back.
Nice.
Backdoor flush arrival, and let's see what Benny has in mind here.
I think he just has to do the betting himself. His opponent has shown weakness on the turn.
Yeah, I was gonna say checking is got to be out of the question with the speed and the mannerism of that check. I'd feel like.
Also, if JNT was to bet when checked, he's likely has one pair at best and not really looking to bet call it off, I would imagine. If you want to go for check raise, I think it's a bit too greedy.
Right, it's like a large blocker bet almost. You're saying the reverse, like you set the price and make it big.
There we go. And that is big.
Right, if he had check called, some value would be smaller than that. So it's like a larger blocker bet. Exactly what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense.
Is he a believer?
Note the size up, just designed to strike the chord of skepticism, but not doing so. JNT stepping away.
Maybe tanking for jumps have gotten so pervasive that JNT was tanking for the paid jump one away.
He doesn't need paid
I don't
jumps.
think of all the people in the room that JNT is ever bothered by a pay jump. I think net worth-wise, a clear #1 in the remaining field. French cosmetics company owner. Poker a hobby.
I wish it was 16. I would have.
Eric Wasserson here. Ace-5 was trying to polish off Binder's remaining stack, but finding sevens. And now the double is Bernard.
So many big names and faces. Obviously, I guess when the pros can re-enter multiple times, it's going to end up like this deep, but this is really cool to watch. Back to JNT.
Ace-Queen this time, awaiting a response from Martinelli. Ace-Tray. Mucked. Napkins around. Nakai with a defendable Jack-10.
Well, he's going to be calling here. Decent hand in the big.
No flush draw, no pair. No reason to get excited for Ryuta. Obviously a great development here for JNT. Just going to be tough to get any action.
All in.
Did you say all in?
Luck.
Wow.
Oh, he did.
Well, I suppose that's one way to approach things, but it's going to be difficult to get action from anything other than a hand that maybe has you in a bad way, I think. Unclear whether or not JNT clocked Ryuta's stack depth accurately.
Perhaps he thought he was up against a smaller stack.
I think so, yeah.
It is difficult when you have less physical chips and the purples and blacks. Maybe I don't know. And the dog there, you know, could look like a chip.
I put no, not here. Here is the right.
Yeah, this is Sangmin. Sunmin. Sensakmin.
Are they saying numbers?
It's
yeah, I believe in French.
Oh wow!
Okay.
So I guess you guys are right. He didn't know the new denomination.
1 million where?
1 million here
Yeah.
and 500.
That's too much.
I don't know. Thank you very much.
600. Okay, thank you.
JNT, by the way, has his challenges in terms of failing eyesight. This is in part why he has that large light by the rail, which is there to help him be able to see his cards. But gotta respect him. I mean, this is not a guy short in the tooth.
Hell yeah, that's cool.
Deep into his 80s.
And he's still working security.
Yeah, I mean, not effectively, if indeed that is the case. You know, First Bank of Paris isn't really going to feel like it's got the bullseye off it if that's what awaits you on the inside of the front door.
Charlie, on the other hand, might.
Yeah, if poker doesn't work out, sure.
Opening the 6-3-0.
Oh, he's looking to bounce someone.
Losing his big stack leverage against the shortiest.
Yeah, 17 and a half. Nakai not supposed to be getting out there. Renlin in the big, though, 25 million.
It's a stack that can defend quite a lot of hands, but it's not going to do it against Charlie.
Interesting.
It's a bigger sizing he's worried about, maybe. Didn't like to have to invest more.
Yeah, it's not a fun hand to defend, but I guess against button, it could go either way, and I like just folding. After I pipped a hand I shouldn't have yesterday to bubble, and I just am like in ICM spots forever. I'm just folding from now on, so I like it.
No shame in it.
Look at what Ribeiro has managed to accomplish over at that Lagoon table, gentlemen. 62.7 for the chip lead. If I'm not mistaken, at the onset of the frame, he was down at the bottom of that leaderboard. Glaser trailing hook over at the palm table. And then you have Wasserson and Terrence Reed, the two Americans, leading the way over at the reef table.
Terrence Reed chipped back up since we saw him lose that flip, I think. Either way, he's hanging in there. Good for him. Poker or guy. I don't know much else about him, but he likes me, so I like him.
Is that all it takes?
For now.
You hear that, ladies? You're drawing mad live. Slide into the DMs.
I like you.
Yeah. Oh, and I like 10-10.
I'm married. It's only for friends, poker friends.
Oh. Sorry, ladies.
Boring.
All three
Wow.
of you.
Look at Randy trying. You home wrecker. Button opens, by the way. People can have some questions about,
I
know.
think it's going in.
I don't know. He just folded the Jack 7-0. I would bet no.
12-5.
12-5.
This is a different
it behind.
spot, though, isn't it?
This is very different because Nakai actually is often just raising tens off of this stack, trying to get value. It kind of looks like he's got all of the under pairs. Aces, kings, queens. Big pairs often just min raise to induce. I think you got to go with sixes.
You do. You should, but I just didn't think he would. But I feel like it's too good, too. I think he definitely should. There's no debate, but...
Yeah, you just read that. Maybe he was...
If he was folding Jack 7-0 just to a big
Might
stack
follow
on the
him,
button, but maybe you don't want to... This is like there's no more pressure. Anyway, we got a big spot here.
Wow.
Yeah, the box cars ripping it. Nakai. Poised for yet another double. And it was a 10 on the river last time around against Benny Glaser, who flopped trip kings. This time, like last time, he has the lead pre. Will he keep it post?
Oh, no. Oh my God, Renwin. Oh my God, Renwin.
3 sixes.
Who runs better?
The dirty 6 of clubs.
Oh, for sake.
And now the damp 9 of spades. We go from 2 outs to a total of 10. Can Nakai do it again? No.
Oh, for Satan. The 666.
This guy, man.
Oh, I feel like he's always winning a pot with that
Running
like
good.
little smile. Like, sorry, what
Running
can I do?
good.
I'm just winning. Wow.
I mean, he got his chips in good both
I don't
times.
trust him because last time he pushed king to show.
I think your call is very reasonable.
Right, but I lose.
It was just like 11.
And Ren's saying there's a little bit of history there. I don't trust him because
And
he
I
jammed a
lose ace
king
king.
deuce
Where?
on the button the other night.
He's balanced.
I got ace king, I got king deuce. So.
It's funny he thinks he needs to even rationalize it because I think it's pretty standard-ish. Like
I tend to agree.
816 now.
Well, good run. I know we're nearing the max pain zone. 270K is sick.
1.6 1.6.
Unless you fired 11 bullets, as you said, Ali. And even then, it goes on your Hendon and people think it was just one.
Right.
Now we're on a pay jump again. I don't see people playing much slower. They don't seem very aware of it, but maybe we're just cutting from table to table not. Or maybe you forget to care when you're this deep and you don't think you're going to be next to go home. It doesn't even occur to you that it could happen to you. You're like in the matrix, and then out of nowhere you bust, and then you're like unplugged and you're back dealing with all your horrible insecurities and anxiety you haven't dealt with, and you're back in reality. But the next...
Boy, you know what this feels like to me? Quicksand. You're
Life?
struggling. You're trying, not life, just this this tournament. You know, blinds going up 800, 1.6 now. You keep fighting, you keep clawing, you keep scratching, and you can't get ahead. Maybe that's a metaphor for Gen Z trying to buy their first home. But, you know, just
Right.
sorry about it, you know.
Here's a little bit of stalling, and I'm sorry, it's at 31 left, so 2 away from it is just the next jump of another 2 buy-ins. It's not huge, but there's a shot clock, obviously, this entire tournament, 20 seconds pre-flop.
It makes sense, you know.
Which is great.
Pay jumps are very valuable given how short he is.
Yeah.
He's allowed to.
I was full on doing it, and I was telling my table to on the bubble yesterday, and I think that's probably not allowed, but I was, you know, encouraging them, just like take it easy, like saying slow down without explicitly saying like, hey everybody, let's make the money together. The shot clocks perfectly mitigate that.
Nine for Trey. Bottom pair for Kubaliak. Ahead of Spitale. Blind versus blind, limp pot. Franco knuckles.
The 3 needs some protection.
1.8.
Yeah, in a two-tone board, like, you can get value, huh? I mean, and people know that you're just going to be stabbing a lot, so they may float with hands that you wouldn't expect to be able to get value from, like king highs even, right? Ace highs get stubborn, obviously, blind versus blind.
You don't want to force a guessing game when you check back and don't improve. Your opponent starts barreling away, you're not really sure what to do with a 3.
Straightforward exchange. Onwards we march.
I wonder if the guys who bagged the first day 2 are fresher than the people who've paid the last couple days in a row. You know, there may be some of that going on now, as there was like 2 sets of day 1, 2, 3.
I mean
day 1 and 2, I'm sorry.
We pointed out earlier that this could be your 7th day of poker consecutively. If you played 1A, 1B, made it to day 2, got busted, decided to take a swing again, C didn't work out, D is what was required, then you played that day 2 to get here to day 3, it is far more grueling than for those who maybe bagged healthy day 1A, had a day off, played day 2, had 2 days off, you know, actually 3,
yeah,
and then worked their way here.
I'll
So
go over 40 now, I think 44
yeah, go to the
or
beach
so.
in between.
Sure.
Okay, more to...
What is he?
Ace 10 of hearts here. In the small. Attacking Chad? No, just limping. Heart coverage here.
I don't expect him to raise this ever, yeah.
Jack 6 Trey. Air balls in both camps.
I might be tempted to defend if he Thomas C bets, but I don't know. With the back door and then queen high is like potentially, but without a backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, I would think
bet
there needs to be a heart.
Yeah, I just, especially with Tomas been getting active lately, I wonder if they're wondering what he's had all these hands. I feel like he's won 6 out of the last 10 hands, and maybe wondering if he's getting out of line. And
He has been.
he has.
But, you
good
know,
for
I
him.
mean, thinking that you're going to nut pedal your way to victory, you know, unless the sun scorches, is really the wrong idea. You know, a little bit of out of line maybe is part of that winning formula.
Only when the poker gods deem it good, you know? It's like it's good until it's a punt. It's good when it works. Who knows?
But, you know, like, it's not like you have to get out of line for your entire stack across all 3 streets, right? You can kind of bob and weave, maybe a little bit wider open than you should have, which, of course, are exploits sometimes. You look up and go, that's not a sticky big. Let me get after it. This is not a 3-better on the button. Let me attack from cutoff more. You know, it's all happening, and, of course, that nuance is not always readily apparent.
I mean, yeah, small ball bluffing would be nice in theory, but then we saw Jack 10 suited gone and the 10-7 jamming what was lucky enough to do it with the best hand. I don't know. Poker's wide open. Come on down and play next year.
Tell you what,
Nobody knows what they're doing. You can get in and win.
I mean, there's no
That's the
one
right
way
message.
to play the game, of course.
Right. So your game
Look
at home.
at this. King 9. Not standard, right?
Not standard. Chad is just feeling it.
That is a good bit of pressure to be applied here to Spitali. Perhaps perceptions based on that almost 50 million chip stack that the range is wide enough to attack.
Yeah, you're right about that. It's correct. The cutoff is the guy who's going to open wide, and you add 30 big blinds to his stack. He's going to have raises that seem necessary, and they often just have to fold to 3-bets. Is he thinking about something sick, Ryan?
I don't know. I mean, these are the type of situations I was saying I don't like baby pocket pairs here, even with a comfortable-ish stack, because even though you're supposed to peel in normal situations. Oh, my God. He did it. Wow, well played. Oh, that's so sick. He read him. He knew it. Oh, it's exciting. Well played.
Statement-making jam there by 5-5.
We've seen a lot of big moves deep in this tournament.
How do you just know to do? How do you just do that?
Enter if you dare. That's what his hat says.
Does it really?
It does.
Oh my God!
He entered with King 9. And he
no better
punished him.
time. Yeah, no better time for you to point that out, Randy. Diego Moreno in the chat says Franco Spitali is the best LATAM player. I confess, wasn't on my radar.
What's
and
that?
not because I have a good sense of Latin America's poker talent across the board.
Oh, I thought LATAM was a video game.
No.
What does this stand
Boy, you've been
for?
on the sticks a lot lately, Ryan.
Mixed variant. Yeah. I don't know. Is on the sticks a euphemism for drug use or something?
No, on the sticks is on the controller.
Oh.
Sticks referred to as the controller.
No,
yeah.
I haven't. I've been busy with a 4-month-old, which she did her job.
Congrats.
I blew it. She gave me the baby run good, and I kind of gave it away. But thanks. My baby run good is me being here, blowing this chance.
I would not call this performance turned in yet blowing this chance. I would call 2 7s potentially about to get blown off this 3.5.
Unless it goes like 3-bet small and the 7s don't believe and rips it in just like the 5s not too long ago.
And you think that that's in range for Kubaliak? We're about to find out.
Seems like Reimer's between 3-bet and deuce or just outright ripping. Advantages to both. This all-in might
Oh,
be the
yeah,
fifth of
he's just going to
sevens.
go with the stuff here. Size-wise, do we like this a little north of 20 bigs jam as opposed to 3-bet, Randy?
It mainly depends on how your opponent reacts. I think against a guy like Thomas, I'd probably prefer 3-betting to induce because he strikes me as someone who would attack back with inferior aces. But against others, like, now they're put in spot with 7s, and they might fold a hand that's actually ahead.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, you want the whole idea is to give them room to induce them to hang themselves, and Tomas seems like the guy capable of doing that. Although denying equity and just getting the chips is always nice when you're this deep too. So both make sense.
You can't really play ace king wrong pre, I guess. As long as you raise it up.
Nice outcome there for Daniel, keeping it straightforward.
That hat could be literally thousands of dollars or the Salvation Army, and I wouldn't be surprised at either.
You know, I'm going to lean. I think it's in the middle.
No.
I don't think this is out of the, you know, he's not dumpster diving for headwear.
I think it's like thousands of dollars, probably like a brand name.
But see, but then I think I'm going to take the under on thousands of dollars. Remember when Pharrell came through with the Smokey the Hat thing, who now I believe is the lead designer for Louis Vuitton? But, you know, I was like, what's happening here? You know, well, okay, never mind, boys.
Yeah,
Randy's usually. You remember when Pharrell did the Smokey the Bear hat thing?
Did he?
It was like a Mountie hat.
Like only you can prevent
kinda
forest
thing.
fires?
Yeah, that guy, the Smokey the Bear. Yeah.
I remember the look, sure. He was selling them?
He like wore one, and then it like kind of became a thing in hip hop culture, I think, for a minute.
Well,
but, you know.
You're an LA guy, right?
No, Vegas now, about 8 years. But for a while,
But
yeah,
at
LA.
Soul, in
Sure.
spirit?
Nah.
I want to pin you in LA so bad. All right,
I
fine,
know.
I'll drop it.
There's a lot. I mean, the white jacket's not doing me any favor. Actually, this is a little more Vegas, isn't it? Maybe Miami.
It is Vegas. You look like a good...
Yeah.
You look like what you are, a cool guy in the poker world.
I look like 004.5 right now.
004.5.
That's what I look like.
Nah, I'll take the over.
Ace 8 here. Let's see if Tomas thinks he can take the spot. Cutoff open from Chad, who he knows has 3-bet fold within him. Granted, this is just an open.
Yeah, I don't know if he thinks he has any fold equity.
8.8 would seem like unlikely.
All in.
And, you know, you do have to be mindful of the fact that Chad's not asleep at the wheel. He understands that he's raising into your big, so supposed to be durable enough
I might
to
just have the
fade
best
this.
hand with ace 8, and you don't want to just call and fold the best hand, you know, post.
Yeah, if he had a worse hand that didn't... I want to see all 5, maybe. Peel. Let's see if he can stay alive.
Like that?
There he gets a good start.
The ace, a deflating development written all over Chad's face. 23-2. Looks like it's found a home. Not going to cancel escrow on the turn. And on the river, trip aces for good measure as the Lithuanian finds the double.
Look at his stack going from 60, to 24 with just 1 3-bet, getting 4-bet on and the losing a flip.
Talk about 3-bets. JNT's finding one here over the top of Charlie Hook.
Charlie has 112 million back.
What the hell happened here? Did we missed, you know.
Hook going hook?
He's hooking people.
Hook going hook.
right,
Real
right?
original rhyme. Whatever. Great. JNT with the min click size with the...
I mean, he wants action.
And it's
You have, like,
working.
20 behind?
Called.
A hand that has
Yo,
16%
yeah,
equity.
a hand that would not call a shove. So this is JNT playing Charlie like a book, like a hook.
Ace 9 tray. Normally we are so nervous about those aces rolling off when we have kings, but not against the Jack 10.
Especially the elderly.
Check makes sense. Oh, that's a
Diamond
good
draw
turn card.
acquired. Great turn card.
Just in case you're up against the ace. I like this check.
As long as he doesn't give up too a little bit.
Bet 3 million.
Took the bait.
Oh, what a small size.
Jabbing here.
What is it? It's like disrespectful that he's gonna fold to that.
Call 3 million.
What is the purpose of that?
The 3 million? I think it's perhaps to run a multi-street bluff. He might even stab on this 4 diamond if it gets over the hook.
Oh, JNT, check.
Would love to see a check.
You feel like hook hitting the Jack here is apt?
It's not worth
The
any
diamond
showdown.
is just, he has to.
They're 1 million or like 500s?
They're 500s.
Be like 17.
I think he's going to try to bluff.
Of course.
9.7.
Yeah. Shake out a non-diamond hand.
Well, didn't really give much of a sweat there. You know.
Cool. Nice, J&T.
50 mil.
I love to see that he checked on the river. That was great. Well played.
Played it well.
And Hook, yeah, no. Once he bet 3 million, he like has to go for it then on the river, like you're saying. The only way that can be justified is if he's willing to do a multi-street stab.
Yeah, it seemed like he was intending to double barrel
Yeah,
regardless. Try to shake out queens, kings, wrong color.
Yeah, see, he seems like he's a cash game player. I don't think a street ahead when you're a tournament player. So good for Charlie having more street strategies than my dumb tournament brain. But everyone here doing cool things. I don't know. I wish I were any of them. It's not about me. It's about them. And the security.
I'll tell you what, there are a lot of ideas to be collected, as my common partner in the booth, Nick Schulman, always puts it. When you're watching some of the best in the world apply their trade in spots like this, and what I enjoy most is the ability to see them doing it in a non-incestuous field that consists of just world-class players, but varying degrees of aptitude. You know, curveball pitchers out there, maybe some people that don't really know exactly what they're doing, and you're having to jog a different part of your mind, you know?
Yeah, especially with these ICM spots, like we were saying earlier, where the amount of knowledge people have, more than normal even, really dictates what you can get away with or not, and how much leverage you have if they know that they're supposed to be tighter or be wider.
He's 7-6. Martinelli out flopping. Benny's affinity for King Jack, by the way, has been fruitful on the day for the most part.
Luke looks like Jake Schindler a little bit. Not relevant.
Man, you're pretty bad at this.
Yeah, I wouldn't go into the doppelganger business, Ryan. As Glazer's in the c-betting business here. Martinelli, straightforward flat. Pot growing to 12 million, and Martinelli's confidence growing as well, I would imagine, courtesy of the third ace.
Benny may go harder now, you know, obviously trying to get him off a 6 or 7, unblocking the straight draws that maybe peeled that can fold now. What do you think, Randy?
If he double barrels and gets called, he unlikely falls through a 3 barrels,
well,
because if he's thinking the 7 or 6 is going to fold a turn, what remains is just the ace, right?
Right.
And
but I like this card to double barrel.
He agrees with you. That's the game plan.
$4 million the effort, 1/3 pot sizing. And it's not like Martinelli is light on chips here, but that is precisely perhaps, Randy, why it is that Benny is choosing to target him, because he would really hate to come undone.
Look at this. I did not really expect check raise from ace 9.
It would be so catastrophic if Martinelli got it wrong, but he gets it right there.
I think his read is that if Benny actually had a bigger ace, he would go for a different sizing on turn to try to stack another ace. So given they sold a small bet, he was probably thinking, let me at least charge straight draws or flush draws, because they probably aren't going to follow through with the 3rd barrel.
Yeah, it could be as simple as just how am I going to get more money in by the river with what's probably the best hand if he's betting this small too. Like, but I'm sure he's thinking on a little bit of a higher level than that. But
I hear you.
You know, when he bets 4 million.
It just kind of seems like he bets 4 million and never puts another chip in.
Right.
Poorly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He wasn't going to get more money either way, so nice hand.
Yeah, and get that protection.
Lococo folds with a 9-4-0.
4 million.
Raise 4 million.
Ooh.
J&T.
Oh, he's on the button. I guess I take back my ooh. It's not that spicy, but.
But 2.5x. A little more pressure on Benny.
I guess seeing anyone over 70 with a suited king is just exciting enough.
Benny a bit bruised.
Every hand is so big. Look how big their chip stacks are swinging on all these pots. That flush was huge. J&T with the full double. Nearly.
Claws are flats. J&T getting himself settled in for this one. 10.4.
Heads up.
995 board. Swift check from Glauser.
4 million.
You said 4 million?
Yes.
And a rather brisk c-bet here from J&T.
I mean, it makes sense. His opponent isn't supposed to have a piece of this. He has the 7 of diamonds, which blocks a lot of continues like the straight draws and blocks hands that would consider check raise bluffing.
Normally ace highs would continue to like a 1 big blind bet, which is like standard play on these paired boards, you know, button versus big blind, but maybe you just don't want to deal with another way too big a bet on the turn here and you just give up if you're Benny, but
Nice call.
Continuing.
Brilliant call.
Well, let's see whether or not he's going to be allowed to carry on. Double pairing board is really nice for him. The dominant aces no longer an issue.
Also counterfeit baby pocket pairs.
Sure.
Check.
Check makes sense of king high. Changes things a little bit. I probably can't value bet the ace high.
Yeah, because the inside straight and,
Exactly.
you know, could turn into an 8 or
Yeah.
a 9 high straight. Yeah.
People can't really hero call you as much when, you know, straight stuff hits pairs at least. But there could be a block potentially of ace high. But if I block very small.
He doesn't seem like an opponent you need to block, basically, I would say, if anything, but
It's a good
well
point.
played by both guys, I guess. I would have thought the bigger sizing on the flop would work almost by mistake on Benny, but good, well played by him.
I mean, that's a really great turn card for Benny.
Yeah, 2 paired boards are very clearly dictate action a lot of the time and nerf a lot of potential that hands have to get spicy and just become straightforward. But then people bug out, dude. Who knows? I don't know. Anyway, you could do anything. It's no limit hold'em, you guys. These guys are in the biggest spot of the year, and it's so exciting.
By the way, there's no sarcasm out of DePaulo out there. If you're thinking he's trolling or something like that, the dude is genuinely giddy over, you know, being able to sit here. Like, it's almost as though the excitement, even though you're not in the hunt anymore, you're feeling just by proxy because you understand what it's like to be out there. I mean, you famously won a World Series of Poker bracelet from a Walmart parking lot in your car.
At Whole Foods, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I thought it was
that's
Walmart.
a lot
Let me cook, Ryan. Whole Foods. That's bougie.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There was a massage envy nearby. I should have gone there if I knew I'd win.
You didn't go after?
Something funny.
I mean, you got the
What
money.
better way to celebrate? You're like, do you have an account? Can I just transfer? Hook. Finding an open ender here. Limp pot pre. Glauser's ace-10 of diamonds. Under-repped.
Man, if a 10 shows up, there's going to be a transfer of balance to hook.
Bet 3 million.
Imagine he still check calls ace 10 high.
Yeah, it's not fun out of position with a bigger stack, but I think he does too. It's too good. Has backdoor.
Could be best hand too. 2 overs to the board.
10 seconds.
But I guess it's like, do you think he'll continue to
He's
put
holding.
pressure on, though?
going
If he
with it.
thinks Hook is going to continue blasting and you don't want
If
to
you
deal
would've
with
raised,
it.
I would've went on.
Like I said, if you would have raised, I would have went all in.
Yeah. I mean,
You know, since we're on Charlie right now. There's a gentleman who,
Like
you know,
grade seven,
chants 2397. I'm looking right at you.
Maybe with spades.
Repeatedly is
Has a big hand.
just insisting that we deposit an R into his first name. I, too, initially thought surely Charlie is his first name. Relax, bud. Charlie is exactly how he wants us to put it out there. That is the way it's spelled. And now you can come off your keyboard.
Wait, it's Charlie?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, are you only now, this entire time, you also thought that we had somehow failed to notice a typo?
I don't have an iPad in front of me, and I can barely read the screen. So, yeah, no, I don't even know what's going on. Yeah, Charlie?
Yep. This is what he asked us to do, and I'm inclined to believe, you know.
Ooh, Ari Angle in a spot
It's
here.
not a big joke,
Chips
but
in front
maybe
of
a
him.
big pot.
Ari
Yeah.
moves the chips in, and Bellarmino Sousa has asked for a count. Shaping up to be one of the biggest pots of the tournament. I believe 34.5 million is that count on the Ari Angle Jam. Sousa out.
He said call or what? He had more than
Ari was covered.
If I win,
I took
if I win, if I win, I give you 10K. If you win, you give me 10K.
Ace King versus Queens. Insurance denied. Queen at 10 deuce. Ari Angle looks for a jack. And it does not come. We say good game. Ari Angle out in 33rd for $270,000.
That spot's gonna come up again for sure. I call you.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it's done.
Sorry, miss. This table broke, no?
Professional. See?
I don't know. This table, 32 players.
Wow. Look at all those teeth you have.
Sorry.
So yummy.
Leonard Mawa dispatching 20-time World Series of Poker circuit ring winner Ari Angle as the field thins to 32. That means we're on a pay ladder. 270K collected by Ari. 335 if you make 31. So you see Daniel carving it up here.
Did you catch that, Ollie, where he tried to buy some insurance?
Yeah, he said 10K either way.
That's funny that this is what the top pros are aware of, that these edges, I guess, with all the, I don't know. It seems funny probably to viewers that he would be worried about 10K when you're playing for so much money and it's 270 or 330K. But 10K is 10K. And he knows this spot is run thousands of times in a simulation, and it's, I don't know. I don't know if he was joking, though. You think he was serious?
No, it sounded like he was serious.
Doing business with a random Euro?
What, are you suggesting that they're not trustworthy or something?
Not at all.
Leonard's not so random, by the way. That's a known entity. You know, this is not Pierre, you know, with a martini and a scarf.
I know. I've been careful on my commentary because I have no idea who some of these guys are, and they're probably like world famous, excellent players for
You know,
years.
what troubles me, and Randy's a bit better at this because he's cut his teeth in the online streets, and you know he's a bit more attached to this. Henry as well, and Kevin for that matter. I haven't played a hand of online poker since Black Friday. I used to be in there, and that was many, many years ago. And there's still online poker being played outside the borders of the U.S. actively. And I think this is in part what allows Randy, who now lives in Australia, and Henry, who, you know, lives overseas between Thailand and I guess the UK. I think he's targeting Dubai now as well, to stay more attached to that. But, you know, chat sometimes are the ones that come in and go, boys, you might think this guy is out kicking his coverage. This is a crusher for a long time now. So
I assume
don't
they are.
get too down on yourself.
No. Yeah, I assume they are. It just I tend to assume everyone's great. All Euros are good. Even I think I need to adjust the other way. That give them less respect. When somebody comes into a big tournament like this, and if they don't know how to handle their chips, especially, they're a great online player. It's like literally their first live tournament, and they're so much better than you. Live poker is Madden on rookie mode to online players.
Madden on rookie mode. Love it.
That's how much easier.
Well, let's see. Ribeiro here choosing to flat the dominant king-queen suited.
All the spectacles came off for a second.
Well, it would require the wheels to come off, Randy, for the A7.
It seemed like the king-queen suited was a little lost on how to approach this stack. It was a bit too strong and decided to go for flat.
Are you all right with this versus Chad's depth?
I think it is all right. It's just it's not something you encounter too often, you know, a min-raise off of this stack and how to react. Because he didn't want to 3-bet call it off or 3-bet fold, outright fold. Seems dirty.
By the way, Randy, why is chat the people that have to tell me that online poker is no longer in Australia? You're right here. You could have ironed me out. Thank you, Chad.
Oh, Chad getting the 10 on the flop.
Yeah.
Picking up the action on another one of our outer tables. Farajaka opens. Alejandro Ganavet with a 3-bet to 8 million. And there you see the 4-bet from Xhaka. Couple massive pots developing at our outer table on a 65K pay jump, and there is a fold, and there is another pot for Farajaka.
Just misunderstood each other. It was just funny. You said 8 mil, he said 8 mil, and you were like, what?
Let's go back to you guys.
I was repeating your bet, and you looked like I said something.
Do you know, for the first time, Brian, even though you've kind of been alluding to how excited you are to be here, it's just now dawning on me that less than 3 dozen runners, one of them is about to win 10 mil.
Yo, it's crazy. I don't know why, and nobody in the room, the players don't even seem to realize. Can people be more scared or something, please? This is huge. I think it's because it's not a 7-day event, even though it is. It's these runners. It's only 3 days of play for this bullet. It just happened so fast. Like, how many people came back today? 160, maybe, something like this?
Guys, why aren't there any chips in front of David Coleman?
On the turn, second club.
Maybe chips are in the middle.
River, deuce of diamonds.
He might have one chip behind.
Coleman will leave that one chip behind. And yet it will show
guys, he was
the 2 9s.
Oh, wow.
David Coleman now 100,000 left. He says it's going to be a hell of a story. We'll be here to follow it, guys.
So he must have bluffed all his chips except one to stay on the direct pay jump.
If you show me Jack 9 suited, I would be suicidal right now. Dinner on me, thank you. We're waiting for them, right?
Feels like we might be keeping it here to await the fate of Coleman. Many in the chat are asking what happened to him. We're wondering the same thing, as this is not a feature table. Jeff has just been on hand for that pot, but not whatever it is that maybe was involved in grinding him down to a situation where he's left with this single chip. And by the way, you know, David Coleman, he's top class. So I imagine some cold decks were involved in his demise. Meanwhile, aces are involved in this exchange. Cutoff open versus the king 3 suited. Mercifully for Kubaliak, he has not hooked up with this board.
It looks like Sage won that pot with the king 10 that we left versus king queen when he flopped top pair. Aces.
Coordinated board texture, pretty damp stuff out there.
There's already 20 million in this pot? Am I confused?
Yeah, you know, I didn't even clock that.
Yeah, the king 3 suited fad, it's like betting out the big blind is trendy, 3-betting, and 3-betting king 3 suited is like very trendy.
Oh my god, out of fashion soon.
Yeah.
I think he 3-bet and then check folded flop.
Makes sense.
It's the big little combo.
Oh, where's Geta going? He's been demiked.
Well, I don't see anybody at that table right now.
He wasn't. Okay, he's getting moved over here.
Looks like we've broken it down, and Lautaro finding new surroundings.
Getting hydrated.
I think it's also being in the Bahamas or something. It's so cool here and it's so like nice and chill that no one realizes how anxious they should be. They shouldn't be this relaxed. You're gonna regret a mistake you make now for the rest of your life.
It's a once in a lifetime opportunity.
Don't blow it. I want to put the pressure on them more. I don't want them to be happy. I want them to feel the anxiety and stress that I do every day of my life.
Look.
You will suffer.
They're well composed.
Yeah, Ryan, I confess, you know, you're somewhat tightly wound. You know, this is...
No.
But you're authentic. This we can get behind.
A little autistic.
What do you think? You're the only one under this roof right now with some spectrum? My boy, we play poker, right? I mean, it's almost a prerequisite at this point.
Obsession, the numbers, the lack of having to socialize.
24 behind.
The repetition.
I mean, well, the antisocial behind the screen with mouse in hand, sure. Out there in live, you know, for me, where I caught the bug before online poker even existed, that social aspect was a lot of why I played. You know, and I think that's why I gravitate toward mixed games because, you know, the characters, that's where they tend to lie. You know, the no-limit grinders, headphones, hoodies, glasses, it's, you know, different environment altogether as you see. Kubaliak performing a lot better this time with 8s.
Tournaments versus cash games too, you know.
Sure.
There aren't. It's like tournaments are just not. No one's talking, and you can be a jerk. Like that's why Cabril doesn't need to worry. He doesn't have to have fish etiquette and be polite in tournaments. You know, I think when you're at the feature tables, too, it's like, not that I want them to look more nervous or something, but it just didn't feel as big of a moment as it was in reality when you're there with no phone, no headphones. Like, you're not connected to the outside world at all, and you're just focused on each hand at a time. And you should always be, but I guess when you're getting texts and able to see them and be like, oh, my God, there's 31 line, like, relatives who are not even, like, fans of poker are, like, sweating you, you kind of forget the scale of the moment, which can be good, but it also can be bad if you... maybe don't take it as serious as you would otherwise if you knew. I'm not sure. Maybe their psyches aren't as fragile as mine, but either way, King 7 suited, I could see maybe getting spicy and opening.
Here we go on in a call on our outer table. Isaiah with the 2 kings and the 9s of Oscar Bayo. Or a risk. Queen 8 deuce. Oscar needs a 9. King on the turn will seal the deal. And we are down to our final 31. Good game to Oscar. Take 1, 2. Good game, man. out in 32nd for $270,000. That means we have hit another pay jump. Our final 31 guaranteed $335K. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Jeff.
335.
Are we getting down to the kind of part of the tournament where people really do need to think twice about allowing Jeff to be within 20 feet of them? You know, famously, the Reaper, you know, stand up for me if you would. No, I'm not trying to bust.
I don't know. I hate that bit.
But it's real.
I didn't understand.
I don't want to be a buzzkill. Yeah, Jeff ruins lives.
You know, he hit me with the, you know, how many players in this one? And I'm, you know, I was like, whatever, 10,000. He's like, uh-huh. And how many of them are going to win? And I was like, one. And he goes, yeah, that's right, Ali. They're all going to get showered.
Right, yeah. That's how I don't want to kill the bit, but that's what it is.
It does feel like you get showered more quickly, though,
I believe.
when Jeff interviews you.
I think 12.
Jack 9-6.
Yeah, we missed 12 too. But
Kubaliak
started at 11.
performing well on the button. Seen his VPIP go up touch here.
Yeah, that's true. Should be.
A guy in the casino asked me how that guy with the GG shirt was doing in the tournament. I was like, yo, that's everybody.
My money's on him asking about Daniel in that spot, if I had to guess. Check, by the way, on this flop. Is Kubaliak declined to follow through with top pair?
Alex.
I think Ribeiro
Camarolo? Yeah, is your friend?
likely to be content to find showdown free of charge.
Oh, yeah?
We were riding you.
Cool.
Might want to consider betting a Jack 8 now.
Really good guy.
No heart in hand.
Are you Argentinian?
Unless he fears check raise, but he does not. So here comes the bet.
Yeah, I think it's good. I think you need to get some value. You know, even if you want to pot control, it's like there's a lot of straight draws. Even though you sort of block some, you just want to get some money.
Well, I want to get some intel, Ryan, because the word trooper has been thrown through the chat quite a bit throughout the course of your tenure here at the desk, and I confess I don't know what it's in relation to. Tell those unaware.
Well, the Trooper is one of the original poker vloggers of the poker world.
Okay.
He's probably very upset you never heard of him, but he's recently become, he hasn't gained a subscriber in 4 years, and he's just stayed floating. So he's decided to do advantage play slots, and those are the focus now. And on my news show, DGen Debrief, shout out
On Poker News?
On my channel.
It's just you. Okay.
Yeah, Ryan DePaul. Well, it's Nick, my co-writer and stand-up comedian, Cartwright, and Boris, who edits it, the three of us. Anyway, Trooper is focused on slots now, and he's just a living meme. And so we update on him. And I think they just want to know how he's doing.
The DGen Debrief.
It's kind of an inside bit, Trooper.
I like it.
He wouldn't call his life an inside bit, like on my channel. I'm explaining a guy's entire career as an inside joke on my channel.
Maybe he's going to pick up a follower now as a result of this.
I think he's really sick of it.
Spitale.
But yeah, shout-outs to Trooper. He plays poker too, apparently.
Well, he's going to play King 9 suited. Binder, that is.
Yeah, defendable one in the big here.
Just one more big blind.
Who doesn't love a discount? It's like a 50% off coupon.
Well, we said we'd follow the story for you. David Coleman is all in for $100,000. William Blaze raises. Ivan Stokes on the button with the 3-bet.
She called? Yeah.
Action on Natasha Mercier, who calls. Stokes versus Mercier here. Stokes in for most of it.
2.1 million
He's got about
in the main.
2.5 behind. We're about to have a three-way all-in with Stokes and Coleman at risk.
Can win 2.1?
Yeah, that's right.
Coleman live for 2.1 million. Gets him over a big blind. We'll see how it plays out between Mercier and Stokes. 6-5-3 rainbow. Natasha jams. And here we go. Natasha with 2 jacks. David Coleman, the queen deuce, has the gutter. King, queen for Stokes. Turn is a 3. Coleman will need a 4. Stokes needs a king or a queen. The river is a 9. Natasha scores the double KO. It's a good game to both David Coleman and Ivan Stokes, out in 31st and 30th place for $335,000.
Two steps closer to glory for the remaining field as the gentlemen collect their belongings, and $335,000 ahead. Natasha Mercier, by the way, that's not the Mercier that we normally are accustomed to talking about down deep. And yet there she is, Natasha.
Earlier especially.
Making moves.
Maybe the craziest hand I've ever seen. Ever. I mean, like,
One of the other questions that have been posed, by the way, for you, Ryan, is how did you bust out of this one?
Oh,
Really?
Wow,
On
that's
the
good.
turn or the river?
That's a nice hand history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great.
See it on my vlog. Ace jack.
Are you
I mean-
are you displeased with the way you approached that spot?
Yeah, I should have folded pre.
Have you learned anything?
You would think. I think. I walk away thinking I learned, and then the spot comes up again, and I don't know. I'm still in. I'm still in.
In which way?
You're not in this.
Because I don't
Ryan,
think you're
I
in the
hate to
final
break it to you.
29.
You're in the booth.
I can't handle reality. I just can't be
Just-
unplugged from the Matrix. Please. That's why I'm enjoying this so much, because I'm like, yo, final 30, Superman.
Here we are.
It's like I'm still here.
You live vicariously through these players.
It's so exciting, though. This is really, like, sick. Like, it really, I don't know what. It's just like every flip changes lives. Even though these guys have had so much success, it's still some of their top cashes ever at this point. And I keep feeling like this is interrupting me for a read.
No, man.
$1,000 accommodation. GG Poker. $1,000 travel spend. I'm not being sarcastic. The world's biggest poker room. The only place to qualify for WSOP Las Vegas 2025. Qualify for one of 1,000 plus WSOP packages with Greg Goes All In and that other guy. TNC apply. GamblingBeware.org. Hey, GG Poker.
You almost had it, but 2026, as you can see there.
What did I
That's
say?
You said 2025.
Oh, no. Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to find the one fault, you know, but it was kind of a. We know what you meant there, right? And that was a valiant effort. Randy, what do you give him score-wise out of 10 on the read?
I'll give him a 9.5.
9.5.
That's amazing.
I'm not going to go 9.5 there. I think you're not deducting enough for the year. I also think that toward the tail end he trailed off. I'm going to give it an 8.2.
You're a tough critic.
I'm firm but fair. I'm just, you know.
I'll see you guys in the next one, then.
Please don't.
King Queen here has some issues. Eve Sledge, an understandable hijack open. Bernard Binder with the Ace Queen suited.
The worst hand's been winning in these spots, so. I don't think Chad will continue, though, but. Let's see if it even gets there.
Seven and a half. Tariffs imposed.
And you know, it's just these tiny 3-bets that are just as effective. So small.
Every chip is just so important at this stage. Like,
And this is why you can use those small sizings. Same effect and risk
Also
less.
using what looks to be the last of his time banks here.
ballsy of Bernard.
Oh, he's going for it.
Wow, ballsy of Bernard to induce. That's very well played. To not all in 3-bet out of him to get to induce Chad to do just this.
My goodness.
This was designed for this, and he got exactly what he wanted.
Potentially catastrophic.
Wow.
Situation.
Really well played.
Awaiting the American Chad Evesledge, who's certainly going to feel used by Binder.
That is so good. I would never have the confidence to do anything but jam as Bernard. That's great.
And not so great is the 9-high board for Chad. Can you find a gutter? Can you find a king?
All right, good luck.
No.
Good game.
He can't
Good
even
run.
find a sweat
None of these
on the
time.
river as Bernard ices it and takes down a 60.6 million chip pot to catapult him up to the 70 million chip club.
He's taking down one of the best performing WSP players out there.
You got to say it if you're the big.
Yeah.
You have to say
How much you got? Yeah, 1.1 billion.
335.
So that's got to be your bet. You have to
Oh
announce
yeah.
Stuffing Chad Stocking over here to Ron Parmar, who had that rail working.
Everybody loves a big guy.
I wanted to go all in on this hand. I don't have any time
Oh, his hand is being called dead, I think.
Oh, I think he's just frustrated by hook opening.
There goes the 7-6, huh?
No, man. I swear to God.
And he's trying to be funny a bit, too.
I don't think we will.
Which he may be being. I don't want to say he's not.
I'm on tilt again. They should give some more time banks for fucking final 27. 29.
Final 24, give me a time.
Yeah?
Tomorrow.
Yeah, but fuck, man. What's 6 time banks? They should be giving us 10 every time.
Do you think he really would have jammed? I don't think he was being serious.
I don't think so, but you know, it does seem like he has
Boys,
some time banks.
I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say that man is not being a GTO Wizard subscriber. You know. Meanwhile, JNT signs up for the flop.
Hopefully he can see it.
Yeah. Yeah, right. He sees top pair here on the turn to go with what was just the gut shot. Hook finds the two-way straight draw. JNT checking once more. And I confess, Randy, you and I have observed him operate so much throughout the course of our tenure during the Triton Super High Roller Series since he first joined us. And, you know, this sort of defensive posture that he's taking with what is the best hand and stays that way is something once upon a time that he was not.
That's true. You know, you can't just put him on a hand because he's not betting. And it looks like he's likely going to get more of Hook's chips. Always seems to want to bluff J&T.
Seems like it's going to be big.
Well, 1.4 SPR effective.
9.7.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Call.
Yeah.
That's the second time, by the way, that Hook has gotten after JNT and he's been snapped.
Snap code.
Verbal call.
I mean, he's got a stone monolith of chips.
Maybe he leaves J&T alone now.
You know, hasn't gone so well for him. Back here at the Lagoon table. No pumpkin spice out of Daniel. 8-3 off being given a chew here. Briefly. Newly arrived Guerra. Suited one gapper.
Yeah, probably playing about 18 bigs. Flicks in a limp, and 4s, I imagine, is always jamming. Too weak of a pair to raise and deuce. You would hate to get called if you were just to open raise. Deny equity.
All in.
Kubaliak keeping it single decision point here, not giving Guerra credit for any traps with the red 4s. Obviously, some of those traps could be 2 overs, but he'll go ahead and scoop in. One big blind in profit, and Guerra, well, maybe his tank is running a little bit lean. Worthy of note that we are coming up on 1:30 a.m. local time here in the Bahamas Eastern time zone. And as we pointed out earlier, 7th day of poker potentially for some who are remaining in this field right now. Under the bright lights with all of the pressure, it really does take a lot out of you. Much prettier club combo now for Guerra on the button.
Let's see if he open raises or outright rips. The suited variety doesn't mind raising more often, kind of letting the big blind linger with some dominating hands, but just keeps it simple.
Not unlike Kubaliak a moment ago. Ribeiro has not snap folded, boys.
I think he wants to count.
Yeah, he's interested.
What's he got? A king jack or ace small?
7s. No, he'd probably
I think
snap-ish.
well, he still wanted to count just in case it's some absurd amount. But yeah, I think 7s is always calling.
Twins.
This is 15 bigs.
I think it's a real decision.
Oh, wow. Randy, look at you. You're the pro.
Yeah, just a little too much.
Boy, I'll tell you what, Guerra has a few less bigs, and Ribeiro stands to double him there.
I think so, yeah. Closer to like 10, 11.
Every chip matters so much.
True.
Well, it's break time. And as we head to that break, we give you a look at the State of the Union. Hook off his high water mark, which was north of 110 million. And JNT has really been feasting on him. Third there at Palm. Bernard Binder picked up a big one moments ago as he eliminated Chad Eves Sledge. And we do take a pause in the coverage. It's going to be about a 15-minute break back here at the desk. Ali, Randy, and Ryan. And the question now, Ryan, it's late. It's 1:30. You have Kid in the Candy Store vibes about being up here, but we don't expect you to want to stay. Tell everybody at home, final answer, are you going to come back on the back of the break and round out this evening's coverage? No judgment if you don't.
I'm not leaving! I'm not freaking leaving!
Oh, yeah! All right, step back into the coverage then in 15 minutes' time, which will include Ryan DePaulo as we wind things down for the evening on the quest for 24 here on day 3 of the Supermain.
Oh my God! Stay loose, play 7 dudes.